Chapter 1. Happiness Life Simulator. Doctor, is there really no other way? Nan Zhu's voice trembled slightly as he unconsciously scratched the corner of the table with his fingers. The doctor was silent for a moment, avoiding Nan Zhu's gaze as he lowered his head to organize the medical records on the table. Your illness is unprecedented. The current methods, whether it's the elixirs of cultivators or the genetic repairs from technology, are powerless. Nan Zhu's throat tightened, as if something was lodged there. He opened his mouth, but couldn't make a sound. Your illness is very strange. It seems like certain essences of the soul are missing, although you appear healthy now. The doctor's implication was clear. Nan Zhu slumped in his seat. After a long while, he asked, "How much time do I have left?" The doctor raised 3 fingers. 3 years? 3 months. I understand. Nan Zhu left the hospital in a daze, canceling his hospital room, his eyes vacant as he walked toward his home down the street. Cultivators flew by on swords, leaving behind a dazzling trail of light Wizards Road brooms. Carving graceful arcs in the air, robotic cleaners silently moved through the crowd, their mechanical arms deftly picking up litter. The earthquake 10 years ago changed the entire world. Experts called it the revival of spiritual energy. Cultivation, magic, technology. Everything that once existed only in fantasy has now become reality. But none of this had anything to do with him. Standing in the crowd, Nan Zhu felt like an outsider. Yet in such a world, he couldn't find a way to cure himself. 3 months. Nan Zhu forced a bitter smile as he returned to his room, staring blankly out the window, his expression complicated. Since the revival of spiritual energy began, he realized he was different from others, and no matter whether it was from the cultivation side, the magic side, or any other aspect, he seemed unable to understand or connect with any of it. Not long ago, he kept experiencing hallucinations, and in his dreams, he felt as if his soul was about to leave his body. At first, he didn't pay much attention, but the result told him that his life had entered a countdown. I really want to have an extraordinary life. Ding. Detected host has a strong desire. Happiness Life Simulator successfully bound. This simulator will fully assist the host in experiencing various different happy lives. After the simulation starts, the host's consciousness will be reflected in the simulated world. After each simulation ends, reward will be granted based on the excitement of the host's simulated life. Remaining simulation attempts. 1. A cold mechanical voice echoed in Nan Zhu's mind, causing him to sit up abruptly. What the hell? Looking at the suddenly appearing blue light screen in front of him. Simulator? Nan Zhu quickly adjusted and began to understand what was happening. He stared at the words "Start Simulation" in front of him, but did not immediately press it. What's the cost of simulating life? Nan Zhu asked. However, the simulator did not respond. The word "Start Simulation" flickered slightly, as if saying, "Just say whether you want it or not." Nan Zhu forced a smile. Did he even have a choice? He then clicked on the words "Start Simulation." Simulation starting. World confirmed. Locked onto a traversable world. Analyzed as a cultivation world. Generating entries. Please choose 3 entries as character talents. For the first simulation life, entry levels from low to high are black, white, green, blue, purple, red, gold. Wealth rolling in purple. You were born into a wealthy family. Money will always come to you in various ways, and you will never worry about finances in your life. Even as a cultivator, you'll never need to worry about spirit stones. Emotional defect purple. You are inherently lacking in emotions, not knowing what joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness is. Even if your loved ones die in front of you, your heart will not waver. Emotionless sword technique red. This is a technique that allows one to become an immortal. Forgetting emotions, it enables your sword to sever all. Remember, all. Strength of the barbarian king green. You are born with immense strength, able to confront chi, refining stage cultivators hidden. But this is only for your entire life. Innate sword body gold. You are favored by the Tao of heaven in the path of swordsmanship. You dare to claim the 2nd place in the world, with no one daring to claim the first. From the moment you pick up a sword, you will possess the aura of a sword immortal, making others admire you. Great love person blue. Bad people will frequently appear around you, causing those close to you to die one by one. Disheartened, you will physically transcend each bad person, refining them in an instant. Nan Zhu's gaze drifted between the 6 entries, his brows furrowing tighter. Great love person? Huh, that's not great love, it's clearly great disaster. He shook his head, directly excluding that option. Strength of the barbarian king. Sounds good, but what does only for this lifetime mean? Am I only allowed to stop at the chi refining stage? His gaze lingered between emotional defect and wealth rolling in. What kind of life is it without emotions? In the end, his fingers stopped on wealth rolling in, taking a deep breath. At least, I don't want to become a cold-blooded monster. As for emotionless sword technique, he forced a smile. Forgetting emotions is better than being heartless, plus I might not even practice it. The final result was wealth rolling in purple, emotionless sword technique red, innate sword body gold. Entries confirmed. Start simulation? Yes. Nan Zhu adjusted his state, then felt a mysterious sensation as a dazzling white light flashed, and his consciousness detached from his body. Simulation no. 001 officially begins. You sit up suddenly from bed, suddenly recalling the existence of a simulator, but fail to call for it. Turns out it's a dream. Nan Zhu smiled wryly. You stand up, planning to go outside for a walk, looking at the various oddly dressed people flying in the sky. You feel envious. Just as you're lost in thought, a heavy-duty truck comes rushing towards you, knocking you. Flying. You hit the jackpot. But when you open your eyes, you unexpectedly find that you're not dead, but have traversed. You are very happy because it's true that hitting the jackpot can lead to traversal. You have become an 80-year-old boy. Your family has nothing, just a lot of money. Your parents tell you that the family was very poor before, and it only became wealthy after your birth. But you know this is a cultivation world, so you do not plan to inherit the family fortune, which infuriates your parents. You have seen immortals flying in the sky, so you are determined to become a cultivator capable of anything. However, before you can showcase your skills, a sudden plague shatters your fantasies. At the age of 10, your parents die in the plague, and you narrowly escape. After burying your parents in grief, you leave this home with silver. Later, an immortal intervenes, successfully resolving the plague. But the plague dealt a heavy blow to the entire mortal realm. Following it came a great famine. Seeing countless corpses of starving people lying by the roadside, witnessing the refugees' difficult lives and their hollow, lifeless eyes. You feel heartbroken. Hunger, cold death. These are the hallmarks of this period. With the silver you carry and the thicker clothing on your body, Nan Zhu managed to survive the famine. As he could find money just by walking, Nan Zhu earned a fortune and built a team of carts. This team specifically helps those who are on the verge of starvation on the streets, which is the least he can contribute. Famine raged, and in a dilapidated thatch cottage, the wind howled like a starving beast. A mother held her daughter wrapped in a swaddling blanket. Her cheeks were sunken, her skin cracked, her eyes squinted, and her hair was dry and tangled. She used her bony body to shield her daughter from the wind and cold. Nan Zhu passed by with a caravan and witnessed this scene. He sighed and handed his water bottle to the living pair of mother and daughter in front of him. "Ma'am, have some water first," Nan Zhu said, offering his water bottle to the mother. The mother did not drink, but maintained the posture, seemingly resting with her eyes closed. But Nan Zhu seemed to think of something, reached out, and then silently withdrew. "I'm still a step too late," he murmured, his voice filled with deep fatigue. At that moment, the baby in the swaddling blanket let out a faint cry. Nan Zhu was taken aback, then smiled bitterly as he picked up the baby. "Little one, you really are lucky." He gently wiped the dirt from the baby's face and whispered, "From now on, you'll be called Nan He." Chapter 2. The Lucky Girl. Nanny's mother didn't know what method she used to keep Nan He alive. Fortunately for her, she encountered you, and you adopted her. Looking at Nan He's mother's corpse, you felt sorrow for this world. The immortals solved the plague but could not resolve the famine. Despite this, you never forgot your dream of cultivating immortality. You suddenly remembered that this seemed to be a simulated world where everything was supposed to be fake, but seeing the homeless people on the streets touched your heart. You wanted to solve this famine, but you had nothing but money. You gave up on solving the famine, but chose to save as many people as you could within your means. You gained the gratitude of a large number of people. In the third year of the famine, the court and sections cooperated to provide a large amount of food for the people. Over the past few years, the weather has been favorable and everything has been progressing positively. The famine issue was gradually resolved. Nan He grew up under your care, calling you brother, while you called her sister. The sister was very clingy, sleeping with her brother every day. You didn't know how to take care of the child, So you let her do whatever she wanted while supervising her to prevent her from doing bad things. Brother, I want to eat candied hawthorn. Okay, let's buy it. Brother, that one. Buy. And that one. Buy. Hey, why do you suddenly want to buy cloth? 6 years had passed since you adopted Nan He, and Nan Zhu had grown into a strong young man. In the eyes of the neighbors, Nan Zhu was a legend. At the age of 10, he saved so many people during that famine and established a large family business. Most importantly, this child was approachable and did not oppress others with power. Nan Zhu looked at the little girl beside him, holding a bunch of miscellaneous items in her left hand, and couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. He said, "That's enough. That's enough. Buying so much, you won't be able to finish or use it all." Then he could only give in reluctantly, and, after repeated requests, went to a tea house. In the tea house, there was an old storyteller that Nan Zhu knew he had been among the people you saved back then. "Sister, didn't you say you didn't like drinking tea?" Nan Zhu shook his head helplessly, but did not stop Nan He's actions. Then he pulled Nan Zhu to find a spot to sit down and seriously said, "The stories this old gentleman tells are super interesting. I want brother to listen to." A story that made his sister feel so interesting. Hearing this, Nan Zhu felt a hint of interest and ordered 2 servings of osmanthus cake, even though he still had various snacks in hand. But Nan Zhu thought those snacks weren't as tasty as the osmanthus cake. Yesterday, we talked about how the immortal descended to the mortal realm, saving the world from the plague. And just then, the second disaster swept in, which was famine. That's right. Everyone knows that was what happened 6 years ago. I'm not going to talk about the immortal, but rather, a mortal, an immortal among mortals. At just 10 years old, he used his wisdom to earn countless silver that in the chaotic world. Unlike those officials who hoarded grain, he instead used his abilities to save countless people. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhu's expression stiffened, and he immediately realized what the old gentleman was going to say next, pretending to calmly drink tea. However, his heart was tumultuous. No, why is my story becoming the storyteller's anecdote? Meanwhile, Nan He squinted her eyes, revealing a mischievous smile, and suddenly asked, "Brother, that brother the old gentleman talks about is really amazing. I heard many people in our town have been helped by him. Is that so?" "He is indeed quite amazing," Nan Zhu replied calmly, while casting a reproachful glance at Nan He. You noticed the smile on Nan He's face and knew this little girl was doing it on purpose. Feeling aggrieved, you playfully messed with her face with both hands, only letting go when she begged for mercy. "Oh dear, brother." Nan He would always have you at a loss whenever she acted spoiled. Helplessly, Nan Zhu raised his hand to flick her forehead, but Nan He immediately covered her forehead, preventing him from flicking. Her quick reaction left Nan Zhu momentarily dumbfounded. You began to reflect on whether you flicked her too much usually, which led to her quick reflexes. Then he looked at Nan Zhu's expression and hugged his arm, saying, "Brother, I know the person they're talking about is you, and I was adopted by you, right?" Upon hearing this, Nan Zhu's helpless expression faded, replaced by confusion. "You, where did you hear about these things?" "I heard it from those uncles and aunts," Nan He replied. "Long ago, you worried that Nan He would be sad if she learned the truth, so you never brought it up. But upon her inquiry, you realized she was prepared to know the truth, so you shared that memory with her." Nan He remained silent for a long time, which made Nan Zhu a bit worried. The osmanthus cake in his hand felt less sweet. "So you decided to speak first. You don't need to be sad. All of this is in the past. I didn't mean to hide it from you. I was mainly worried you were too young to handle the truth." Your clumsy comfort left Nan He momentarily stunned. She stared at Nan Zhu with unblinking eyes, then suddenly burst into laughter, her brows curving beautifully as she said, "How could I be sad? Compared to others, I'm already very lucky. Look, I had a loving mother when I was so small, which allowed me to survive. Then I met you, and from childhood to now, I haven't faced any grievances. Isn't that lucky enough?" Then he explained. At this point, Nan Zhu couldn't help but nod. To others, Nan He was indeed very lucky. She was a fortunate child. Just, why would brother be willing to adopt me? Nan He asked a question that had been hidden in her heart for a long time. Nan Zhu thought carefully. It seemed there was no reason for adopting her at that time. Perhaps it was because her mother had touched him, or maybe his heart simply wouldn't allow him to abandon Nan He there. Seeing that Nan Zhu couldn't articulate a reason, Nan He did not press further. After all, her brother had always been like this, helping others without any reason. Seeing that Nan He seemed to have found her answer, the confused Nan Zhu continued eating the osmanthus cake, But seeing Nan He unaffected by knowing the truth, still being herself, made Nan Zhu's heart settle down. The osmanthus cake also became much tastier. Time continued to flow. After this conversation with Nan He, she became even more clingy, leaving you perplexed. Sometimes when sleeping, then he would unknowingly crawl onto you, making you feel like there was a ghost pressing down on the bed every day. Night, Nanny stood at the threshold holding her embroidered pillow, the moonlight, stretching her small shadow long. You suddenly realized that the little bundle that always curled up in your arms now cast a shadow that reached your chest. You asked her to sleep separately, reasoning that she had grown up and it wasn't good for her to always sleep with her brother. After much coaxing and deception, Nan finally agreed to sleep in a different bed. However, she still occasionally sneaked in to sleep with you, which left you feeling quite helpless. Time passed day by day, and soon it was time for various sects to recruit disciples. Chapter 3: Sword Pavilion. On the 17th year of your arrival in this world, the disciple selection ceremony is held as scheduled. The immortals arrive as expected, traveling by flying boats, riding flying swords, or commanding demon beasts. Regardless of the mode of arrival, they leave a deep impression on Nan Zhu and Nan He. You all look forward to the day when you can cultivate immortality and traverse heaven and earth. 5-element waste spiritual root. Water attribute earthly spiritual root. You observe the mixed emotions of joy and sorrow among the crowd, and you can't help but feel a little excited, while also somewhat worried. Nan He feels the same way. After helping Nan He register, Nan Zhu quietly waits. Next, Nan Zhu. He takes a deep breath and strides onto the stage. In front of him is a massive talent testing stone. Its facets transparent, radiating colorful light, and its pattern seemed to conceal the mysteries of heaven and earth. A faint aura of spiritual energy emanates from it, calming Nan Zhu's previously anxious heart. Next to the talent awakening stone stands an old man, smiling at Nan Zhu and gesturing for him to place his hand on it. As Nan Zhu steps up, many people gather around, mostly neighbors and friends. Nan He is among them, silently praying for Nan Zhu. Nan Zhu extends his hand and places it quietly on the stone, and the next moment, a brilliant light erupts. He feels as if a sword is about to burst out from within him. An immense power that he cannot control surges forth, and a fierce aura erupts from his chest. Ding! Entry. Innate sword body. Triggered. Ding! Entry. Forgetting emotion, sword technique. Triggered. Boom! A beam of light shoots up into the sky, and in his eyes, 2 small swords appear, with a frenzied sword intent sweeping in all directions. Damn! Nan Zhu is startled by the spectacle he has caused. The old man frowns, then produces a sword and points it fiercely towards the sky. Disperse. The powerful sword intent dispels Nan Zhu's chaotic sword intent, and everything seems to return to calm. Sighing in relief after feeling the terrifying pressure dissipate, Nan Zhu is thankful that no one was hurt. He casts a grateful glance at the old man, only to find the old man's wolf-like gaze fixed on him. Ha ha! Marvelous! This aura is definitely no mistake. Innate sword body, gold attribute, heavenly spiritual root. Young friend, would you like to join my sword pavilion? Your talent astonishes the old man, who wishes to recruit you into the sword pavilion. Other sects and forces also extend olive branches to you, but you refuse them all, as you want to first see how your sister is doing. Unfortunately, heaven does not favor your sister. She is merely an ordinary would attribute mortal spiritual root, destined for low achievements in cultivation. Nan He lowers her head, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. But she quickly raises her head and forces a smile, saying, "It's okay, brother. You have your future. Don't stop for me. You see all of this." But you just give her a light tap on the head. Ultimately, after weighing the pros and cons, you choose the sword pavilion. Not only because it is the strongest righteous sect, but also because the sword pavilion allows you to bring Nan He along. Nan He feels very happy. Oh, finally, you settle everything at home, take your sister, and follow the old man to the sword pavilion. Along the way, the old man keeps introducing how wonderful the sword pavilion is, the #1 sect of the righteous path. This is also why he can represent the sect for the spiritual root testing. You find a new cultivation technique in your mind, forgetting emotion, sword technique. After reading it once, you curse it as a garbage technique. Ugh, a sword that requires abandoning emotions? Only a fool would practice that. Nan Zhu scoffs. Brother, what's wrong? Nanny notices Nan Zhu suddenly complaining and asks curiously. Nan Zhu tells her that he found a very stupid technique that requires giving up emotions to practice. Then he thinks for a moment and agrees that it is indeed quite foolish, repeatedly warning her brother not to practice that technique. After arriving at the sword pavilion with the old man, he leaves them there. Before parting, he tells them to head to the sect's main hall first. Just follow this road to the main hall. I still have to take other disciples to the sect, so I won't take you in. The old man says. Nan Zhu nods and bids farewell to the old man. Inside the sword pavilion, towering ancient trees block out the sun, completely isolating the outside noise. Sword-shaped giant stones stand tall, some rising from the ground, others leaning against the cliffs, their sharp edges seeming to still radiate sword energy. Is this the sword pavilion? It truly deserves to be the #1 sect of the righteous path. Nan Zhu exclaims. Then he's also shocked by the scene. After you and your sister enter the main hall, you meet various elders and the pavilion master, and even a Yuanying stage ancestor has come for you, which leave you feeling flattered. Ultimately, after weighing the pros and cons, you decide to take the ancestor as your master. The ancestor is very pleased. The sword pavilion is about to flourish. Ha ha! The elder laughs proudly. You become the true disciple of the elder, which makes you feel that your future is bright. Since Nanhe did not have the qualifications to enter the sect and relied entirely on you to succeed in joining, she does not have a cave dwelling assigned to her. In the end, Nanhe chooses to share a cave dwelling with you. This cave dwelling is located on the sword concealing peak, one of the mountains with the richest spiritual energy in the sword pavilion. Then he tidies up the cave, organizing some miscellaneous luggage. Nan Zhu looks at the bed that is only big enough for one person and feels a headache. All right, my master seems to have told me that practicing techniques means I don't have to sleep. Nan Zhu seems to have figured something out. He then sits cross-legged, planning to cultivate according to the technique his master gave him. By the time Nanny finishes tidying up, she finds that Nan Zhu has already entered a meditative state. Then he grits her teeth in frustration. Big blockhead. Oomph. After a huff, she dives into her neatly arranged bedding and covers her head with the quilt. After a long while, she pops her head out from under the quilt, looking angrily at Nan Zhu's back. Oomph. Then he suddenly gets up, leans against Nan Zhu, and begins practicing the technique assigned to her by the sect. She has no other intentions, just simply wants to be a bit closer to Nan Zhu. However, she does not possess Nan Zhu's terrifying talent, and feeling the spiritual energy eludes her, she unknowingly falls asleep, leaning against his back. Perhaps feeling uncomfortable while sleeping, she shifts positions and leans against his shoulder. Nan Zhu, on the other hand, is completely unaware of all this. In front of him, it seems as if countless small spiritual energies are rushing into his body. Nan Zhu feels that these spiritual energies are very obedient to him, so under his control, they follow the guidance of his technique and enter his dantian. Spiritual energy 1, spiritual energy 1. When he awakens the next day, Nan Zhu feels a soreness in his shoulder. Hiss, turning his head, he sees Nanhe sleeping soundly. Really? Nan Zhu smiles helplessly but doesn't say much. He carefully gets up, lifts Nanhe, and gently places her on the bed, quietly covering her with the quilt. He then stands up and walks toward the cave entrance. Chapter 4 Sword Practice. After waking up in a daze, Nanhe found that her brother was not by her side. Instead, she was lying on the bed covered with a quilt, which showed that her brother cared about her. It seemed that she had leaned on him the whole night last night. Why was it that her brother was willing to sleep with her before, but now he wasn't? And he couldn't figure it out. This year, Nanhe is 7 years old. She has been troubled by this question for a long time. You always tell her that there are differences between boys and girls, but it doesn't seem to help much. Time flies, and the years pass quickly. Under the guidance of your master, Emo Xiaoyao, your cultivation progresses by leaps and bounds. Your master is generous with you, which has led to your storage bag being filled with various cultivation resources and spirit stones. After entering the world of cultivation, you displayed terrifying talent, achieving chi perception and spirit absorption in just 1 day, refining essence into chi in 3 days, and reaching the stage of refining chi into essence in 3 months. Your master nodded in appreciation, indicating that you had some of his former style. Later you heard that your master got beaten up. Your master had not left the house for many days, reportedly to break through to the transformation stage. When your master suddenly aimed to break through, you thought the sect must be facing some huge disaster, so you inquired extensively. You eventually learned that Mo Xiaoyao also had a master, and that master came out personally to check on your master's strength after hearing him boast about how amazing his disciple was. As a result, Mo Xiaoyao got beaten up. The master of your master told him, "Your disciple is so talented and hardworking, and look at you. You're no longer worried about the sect facing any huge disasters." Unfortunately, your master did not succeed in breaking through to the transformation stage, but only made further progress. In another 10 years, he would be able to truly break through. At the same time, your reputation spread throughout the Sword Pavilion. Everyone knew that Nan Zhu on Songjian Peak was a direct disciple of the Elder, with high talent and tremendous effort. You did not encounter anyone who mindlessly shouted that you were unworthy of being a direct disciple, which made your experience in this new life a bit dull. You are the eldest disciple of Songjian Peak, and everyone greets you respectfully as senior brother. Everyone in the sect believes that as long as you cultivate diligently and do not act recklessly, you will eventually achieve the transformation stage and beyond. Swish! A sound of breaking air rang out as Nan Zhu slashed with his sword, leaving a long line in the sky. He then stood holding his sword, merging with the sword intent as an innate sword body. As he swung the sword, his clothes billowed, the wind howled, and the sword shadows danced like silver snakes, unleashing sharp sword energy that split the surrounding void. The ringing of the sword echoed, shaking the trees and revealing the sharpness of a sword cultivator. "Wow, brother is so handsome." Nan He, watching from the side, clapped her hands repeatedly, not sparing any praise. Nan Zhu walked step by step towards Nan He and then raised his hand, giving her a light knock on the head. After entering the world of cultivation, Nan Zhu's movements became increasingly swift, making it hard for Nan He to evade. "Ouch, brother, why did you hit me?" Nan He covered her forehead, her big teary eyes blinking at Nan Zhu. "I'll let you watch my sword moves, not to just look at me," Nan Zhu said seriously. "I demonstrated step by step, and you still aren't learning seriously." Nan He lowered her head and said unhappily, "I don't have your talent." Upon hearing this, Nan Zhu paused for a moment but still replied earnestly, "Talent is made up of 99% hard work and 1% sweat. As long as you work hard, anything is possible." Then he suddenly asked seriously, "Then, brother, do you count as working hard?" I guess so." Nan Zhu thought for a moment. "He spent a lot of time cultivating, so it should count as hard work. With talent as monstrous as yours, and you work so hard, how can we ever catch up?" Then he suddenly clung to Nan Zhu's arm and acted cute, and for a moment, Nan Zhu felt she had a point. "No, that makes no sense. Don't think I don't know you want to slack off. Practice your sword well." Nan Zhu once again gave Nan He a light knock on the head, seeing her brother not falling for her tricks. Then he felt quite regretful and ultimately had to practice diligently under Nan Zhu's insistence. At Nan He's request, Nan Zhu began to guide her through each movement step by step. He stood behind her, his hands covering hers on the sword hilt, guiding her one step at a time. With the flickering sword shadows, Nan Zhu focused on how to break down the sword moves, ensuring his sister learned solidly, while quietly explaining. Meanwhile, Nan He, with her back to Nan Zhu, showed a hint of joy on her face, her thoughts far from the sword, wishing time could slow down so she could be closer to her brother for a moment longer. "Don't get distracted. Focus." "Okay. If you don't practice well, what will you do if you encounter bad people and brother isn't around?" "Brother would never leave me alone." He. "Huh. You think so?" After finishing their sword practice, the two lay outside the cave, gazing at the starry sky. Then he suddenly took out 2 pieces of osmanthus cake from her storage bag and handed them to Nan Zhu. "When did you buy these?" "While you were busy practicing your sword, I got bored and went to buy them." Saying this, Nan He pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. Nan Zhu smiled awkwardly. Speaking of which, when he practiced swordsmanship, he would enter a mysterious state, so he couldn't pay attention to Nan He beside him. He took the osmanthus cake and put it in his mouth. So sweet." "Thank you." Nan Zhu said softly. Hmm. Upon hearing this, he was slightly taken aback, then said seriously, "Thank you is something you say to unfamiliar people." Then he silently gazed at the starry sky, her eyes reflecting the vast galaxy. After a long time, she suddenly asked, "Brother, how far do you think those stars are from us?" Nan Zhu contemplated for a moment. "Very, very far." "How far exactly?" "I don't know either." After resting, the two returned to the cave, and he secretly pulled out a book titled 100 Ways to Capture a Man's Heart and checked off one of the items. This was a gift from the senior sister next door. He thought the methods in it were very useful. "You discovered this book." Nanny got another knock on the head from you, and then she betrayed the senior sister next door. "You decided to properly organize Song Jian Peak. Your cultivation journey has been smooth sailing. Due to your innate sword body, every sword strike you make carries a unique meaning, and you can quickly master and integrate every sword technique. You followed Mo Xiaoyao's instructions to refine your foundation and build the foundation of the heavenly Tao. After achieving foundation establishment, you learned sword control and took Nanhe flying in the sky. You didn't set up a wind-blocking formation. Nanhe bit you. During this time, you heard that besides your group of spirit cultivators, there was also a group of demon cultivators. This group of demon cultivators had recently started to stir, seeming to plot something. All the sects took this very seriously. The various sects in the cultivation world issued missions to slay demon cultivators. You accepted many missions to slay demon cultivators, and you could even match up against golden core demon cultivators with your foundation establishment cultivation. You found that the spirit stones dropped by demon cultivators were abundant, making you even more eager to kill, even though you already had an untold number of spirit stones. Your junior brothers and sisters wondered why the spirit stones they dropped were less than 1/10 of yours. You gained the respect and praise of everyone. Chapter 5. Ominous. Your strength has been recognized by the sect, and they have provided more rewards for you and your sister, making your lives more comfortable. You haven't forgotten about organizing the Sword Hidden Peak. You secretly reported to the Master Sister's master, saying that the Master Sister was peeking at comic books. The Master Sister's master confiscated her comic books and punished her to clean the Sword Hidden Peak for 3 days. The Master Sister's master curiously glanced at the comic books. You devote yourself to cultivation, taking on sect tasks in your spare time to slay demonic cultivators. From last year's first snow to this year's new year, the pages of time have turned a complete chapter. On your first new year after joining the Sword Pavilion, you spent it with your sister Nanhe. Unfortunately, the others in the sect do not celebrate this holiday. However, you and your sister felt very satisfied and were not discouraged by the absence of others. But during this time, Nanhe has had a faint frown on her face. Although it's subtle, you still noticed it. One day, after practicing swordsmanship, Nan Zhu invited Nanhe to the bamboos of the Sword Pavilion. Several green bamboos danced gently in the wind, rustling and intertwining with a faint whistle from afar. Looking at the girl in front of him, Nan Zhu couldn't help but feel a bit worried. "Have you not been feeling well lately?" Nan Zhu asked with concern. Hearing this, Nanhe's eyes showed a hint of panic, but she managed to calm herself and said, "No." Seeing her expression, Nan Zhu became more certain of his guess, and then gently said, "We must cultivate not only our bodies, but also our hearts." "What's wrong? You don't trust your brother and don't want to tell me?" Nanhe quickly shook her head. "It's not that I don't trust you, it's just... As she said this, her head drooped again. Nan Zhu gently patted her head, signaling her not to be nervous. Finally, with newfound courage, Nanhe spoke up. "I'm afraid that one day the gap between us will be so great that I can no longer keep up with your pace. I'm afraid that on this path of cultivation, I will ultimately become a failure left far behind by you, not even qualified to stand by your side." Nanhe's sudden words left Nan Zhu stunned for a moment, and then he understood her concerns. Now Nan Zhu has already reached the foundation establishment stage, and he could even kill golden core realm experts across boundaries. But Nanhe hasn't even reached the threshold of foundation establishment. She was somewhat scared. She couldn't see the future where she stood beside her brother. Seeing the timid Nanhe, Nan Zhu couldn't help but laugh. Just as Nanhe was pondering why her brother was laughing, Nan Zhu suddenly embraced her. He held her close, gently brushing through her hair. It won't happen. No matter what the future holds, you will always be my best sister. Nan stood there a bit at a loss, but in the end, she smiled with relief. She hugged her brother tightly. She suddenly felt a bit silly. How could such a gentle brother abandon her? Perhaps she was overthinking it. The two embraced for a long time. Finally, Nan returned to being that sunny, cheerful little girl, bouncing along, hand in hand with Nan Zhu toward the cave residence. Watching her back, Nan Zhu realized that his lips had unknowingly curved into a slight smile. The sister no longer worried about this matter. You decided to pay more attention to your sister in the future to prevent her from overthinking. As time passed, seasons changed, and 3 years slipped away like sand through fingers, just 3 spring sprouts and 3 autumn leaves falling. This year, you are 21 years old, and your sister is 12 years old. You reached the peak of foundation establishment, and your terrifying cultivation speed shocked everyone in the Sword Pavilion. Your reputation has been spread by those with intent. You are hailed as the #1 youth. Your sister feels very proud of you. On the peak of the sword-hidden peak, Nan Zhu stood before Mo Xiaoyao, slightly bowing. Master, Nan Zhu spoke. Mo Xiaoyao nodded and smiled slightly, then looked up and down at his disciple in front of him. Not only does he have astonishing talent, but he is also so diligent. Achieving the peak of foundation establishment at such a young age, the future is promising. Mo Xiaoyao thought to himself. Although Mo Xiaoyao genuinely admired his disciple, he still said, "Your current cultivation has already given you self-protection in the world of cultivation, but I hope you don't become arrogant or complacent. There are always people better than you." Disciple will remember, Nan Zhu said earnestly. He had never been arrogant or complacent because he firmly believed that no matter how extraordinary your talent is, you must grow. Otherwise, one day an old monster might show up and slap you to death, and you won't even have a place to cry. Mo Xiaoyao looked at Nan Zhu and sighed slightly. He remembered when he was also a prodigy in the eyes of others, a respected existence. But compared to the disciple in front of him, he felt like a small character. The younger generation is indeed formidable. Thinking of such an excellent disciple as his own, Mo Xiaoyao felt proud again. You are in a good mood and decide to take Nanhe to see the mortal world. Nanhe is very happy. She thinks this is a great opportunity for a date with you. Nan Zhu held Nanhe's hand as they walked through the mortal city of Motion. Looking at the girl in front of him, he felt a sense of my daughter has grown up. However, deep down, Nan Zhu suddenly felt an ominous premonition. This feeling was strange. He wanted to sense it carefully, but it vanished without a trace. This made Nan Zhu somewhat concerned, to the point where he was a bit distracted while shopping with his sister. It seemed that noticing Nan Zhu's distraction, Nanhe's hand waved in front of him. "What are you thinking about?" Then he asked curiously. Nan Zhu thought for a moment and told her about his uneasy feeling. Instead of comforting him that he was overthinking, Nanhe seriously helped analyze the situation. "You're saying you feel uneasy, that something bad is about to happen?" Nanhe frowned. She tried to close her eyes and sense it carefully, but found nothing. At this moment, seeing Nanhe's worried gaze, Nan Zhu smiled slightly, telling her not to worry. Perhaps he was mistaken. Maybe I'm overthinking it after all. After all, girls' sixth sense isn't that strong. Nan Zhu consoled himself. Then he led Nan Zhu towards a small shop selling pastries and bought 2, handing one to Nan Zhu. "Let's eat some osmanthus cake." Then he knew that her brother loved osmanthus cake the most. Nan Zhu ruffled her hair. At that moment, beneath Motion City, several golden core demonic cultivators and 1 nascent soul demonic cultivator were gathered together. In the midst of them was a blood-red compass. "Are you ready?" The old voice of the nascent soul demonic cultivator echoed. The golden core demonic cultivators nodded, all extending their withered hands. "Today, we will use the life force of this city's 100,000 citizens to break our years of bottleneck." The leading nascent soul demonic cultivator spoke. "Hee, we've finally waited for this day." The nearby golden core demonic cultivator grinned hideously. They were all individuals who had been stuck at the golden core stage for many years, with no hope of breaking through, their life force nearly depleted. In their final years, under the organization of the nascent soul demonic cultivator, they were prepared to initiate this sacrifice. This undoubtedly gave them a chance to live again. Chapter 6. The The change in Mo Tian City, the dried hands of the demon cultivators touched the blood-colored compass, which instantly erupted with blinding bloodlight. As if a blood sun rose underground in Mo Tian City, absorbing the demonic energy of the golden core demon cultivators. Within the bloodlight, strange runes twisted like living creatures, crawling and quickly spreading in all directions. The entire Mo Tian City began to tremble violently, the ground cracking open with deep chasms, and buildings collapsing one after another. A Yuanying demon cultivator laughed wildly, his demonic power surging around him. He quickly formed hand seals and chanted incantations. "Hey, senior, why can't you stop? Are you sure there's no problem with this formation?" One of the golden core demon cultivators felt something was off. His demonic energy was continuously absorbed by the blood-colored compass, and even though his energy was about to run dry, the speed of absorption showed no signs of slowing. Of course, there's no mistake, because you're also part of the sacrifices, ha ha ha. The Yuanying demon cultivator laughed freely. At that moment, the golden core demon cultivators realized they had been used. "Old thief, you." But before he could finish, the suction of the blood-colored compass suddenly increased. And after their demonic energy was completely devoured, it began to consume their life force. They were powerless to resist. As fellow demon cultivators, why the rush to harm each other? Despair appeared on the faces of the golden core demon cultivators. Now that they were demon cultivators, who still cared about that? The Yuanying demon cultivator revealed a chilling smile. Yes, they are demon cultivators. They had forgotten that they once harmed their own kind to enhance themselves, resorting to any means. It was merely a change of identity. Before long, several golden core demon cultivators completely turned into dry corpses. The Yuanying demon cultivator felt that he was one step closer to breaking through to the transformation stage. At that moment, the clouds above Mo Tian City were suddenly stirred by an invisible force, forming a massive vortex from which black demonic mist continuously surged out. Wherever the mist passed, the air seemed to corrode, making a sizzling sound. Nan Zhu narrowed his eyes, and after seeing the situation clearly, he suddenly looked up. Not good. It's the blood sacrifice heavenly array. Someone is going to sacrifice the entire city. He had read about it in the library and heard his master mention it. However, it had been lost for a long time, and it was said to be one of the favorite methods of demon cultivators in ancient times. Now it had appeared before the world again. Nan Zhu did not hesitate and immediately took out a token from a storage bag and crushed it. This was the communication token left to him by his master. As long as he crushed it, his master would be able to sense it immediately. The demonic mist in the sky rolled like a cloud, blocking the sun. Nan Zhu felt his own insignificance. There was no doubt that if he came into contact with that mist, he would be refined instantly. Around them, people were being eroded by the demonic mist, letting out miserable howls. Just as the mist was about to reach them, Nan Zhu pulled out a small wooden sword. This wooden sword contained a small formation, just enough to protect him and his sister. It was a life-saving artifact left to him by his master. As the small sword was infused with spiritual energy, an invisible sword barrier appeared. The moment the demonic mist touched the sword barrier, it was extinguished. Then he trembled slightly, her gaze falling on the people in the distance being eroded in despair. "Brother, what is happening?" "It's nothing. Don't be afraid. Master will be here soon," Nan Zhu said, holding Nan He and gently patting her back. In front of outsiders, he was a prodigious talent. But before true power, he was just a slightly larger ant. You're not afraid of death. At worst, it's just the end of the simulation. But looking at your sister in your arms, you can't bear to let go, only praying for Master S arrival. Unfortunately, due to your sword barrier being somewhat conspicuous, you have been discovered by the Yuanying demon cultivator. Huh, there are actually two ants here. The Yuanying demon cultivator showed a sinister smile, his gaze falling on Nan Zhu and his sister. Naturally, Nan Zhu and his sister noticed the Yuanying demon cultivator. Their expressions grave. This must be the culprit. The demon cultivator wants to shatter this barrier, turning you into sacrificial nourishment. Under his full force attack, the barrier is starting to falter. Your sister, frightened, buries her head in your embrace. Fortunately, Mo Xiaoyao arrives in time. Seeing the actions of the Yuanying demon cultivator, He angrily beats the demon cultivator. The demon cultivator did not expect you to have such a powerful master. The sword barrier could not withstand the demon cultivator's attacks and ultimately collapsed. The demon cultivator was driven to a dead end. Damn it! You dare bully my disciple? Montauk Xiaoyao shouted angrily. You want to sacrifice an entire city to break through to the transformation stage? Who do you think you are? A poor talent who has lost their humanity. Calling you a dog would insult dogs. As Mo Xiaoyao beat the demon cultivator, he also launched a verbal assault, causing the demon cultivator's demonic heart to nearly shatter. Bastard! A flicker of anger flashed in the eyes of the demon cultivator, pushed into a corner. Since you want to leave me a way out, if I can't kill you, can I kill the citizens of the city? By the way, aren't those two your precious disciples? I'll make sure to disgust you even if I die today. Then his aura suddenly surged violently. Mo Xiaoyao's expression changed. Not good. Retreat. He is going to self-destruct. He did not expect the demon cultivator to be so decisive. Even he did not dare to withstand the self-detonation of a Yuanying demon cultivator. Mo Xiaoyao held his sword and pointed to the sky, boundless sword intent bursting forth. The terrifying explosion threatened to engulf everything within 100 miles, and Mo Xiaoyao's sword intent attempted to sever the impact of the explosion. Even so, the already battered Mo Tian city could not withstand the residual force. Mo Xiaoyao was injured in this explosion. You and your sister fell unconscious in the explosion. Even in unconsciousness, you still protected your sister in your arms. Everyone in the sword sect was furious upon hearing about the incident in Mo Tian city. On that day, the death toll in Mo Tian city exceeded 60%. The entire cultivation world was swept by a wave of exterminating demon cultivators. The demon cultivators, who were eager to move, once again fell silent under the intense crackdown. When Nan Zhu woke up, he found himself lying in a cave. His sister, Nan, he was lying beside him, her brow slightly furrowed. No. Nan He's beautiful brow was slightly wrinkled, her body trembling slightly, murmuring something. Nan Zhu guessed that his sister might be having a nightmare, and after thinking for a moment, he still pulled her into his arms. After all, he had held her so many times, holding her once more was no big deal. Moreover, he just wanted to make his sister sleep a little more peacefully. Yes, that's right. It seemed that with Nan Zhu's embrace. Nan He's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. You held your sister and slept for a while longer. You suddenly felt your sister was soft and fragrant, just without the milky scent of childhood. You felt ashamed of your thoughts. After all, she is your sister. You woke up. You noticed your sister had gained a touch of youthful innocence. You recovered well. Your sister's body was also fine. You kept the incident in Mo Tian city in your mind. This time your master acted, but what about next time? You can't always rely on your master, right? The words improve, strength lingered in your mind, and you were determined to break through to the golden core as soon as possible. Chapter 7. After Death. People become stars at night on the peak of Wanjie Mountain. Brother, where do people go after they die? Then he blinked her eyes and looked at Nan Zhu. For a moment, Nan Zhu didn't know how to respond to this little girl. After thinking for a while, he gazed at the stars in the sky and told Nan my parents once said that when people die, they become stars, and they will watch over me from the sky. He ultimately brought up his parents' words, remembering that they had said the same to him before they passed away. Although he knew it was just a lie, it was just right for a child. If people become stars after they die, will we meet again in the future? Yes. Nan Zhu only replied with these two words. Why did you suddenly start asking such questions? Nan Zhu suddenly realized that his sister had been asking about death a lot recently. Then he was silent for a moment, then lowered her head slightly. I was just thinking, so many people sacrificed themselves back then. Were their families very sad? Then he was referring to the day in Mo Tian city. She and her brother survived under the sword chi barrier, but she witnessed the destruction of several families. If one day, a wanderer returns but finds no family, would they be very sad? It would take a long time to meet again. Then he thought for a moment and suddenly asked Nan Zhu, Brother, will you die? The sudden shift took Nan Zhu by surprise, and then he sternly gave her a light smack on the head, saying, What nonsense are you talking about? We're all big turtles in the cultivation world. It's not that easy to die. Nan He made a face at her brother. And just as Nan Zhu was about to give her another smack, she bounced away. Brother's a big turtle. Nan Zhu watched a retreating figure, his face showing helplessness. After Nan He left, you did not leave immediately, but instead lay on the ground, once again gazing at the starry sky. One day, you suddenly found your master and told him about your thoughts on death. You asked your master how long it would take for people to meet again after they die. Your master said that if you chop together, you can meet very soon. You ignored this master. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye, like the wind passing through the treetops, leaving few traces. You and your sister spent the 2 years safely. Your sister somehow got her hands on a book titled How to Win a Man's Heart, and you discovered it. After confiscating it, you told her not to let such books pollute her mind. You were puzzled why your sister was always interested in these books. Although life was quite ordinary, Nan Zhu did not feel bored while interacting with Nan He. Occasionally, they would kill some demonic cultivators or practice sword techniques. However, recently, the demonic cultivators began to stir again. It is important to note that only 2 years had passed since the Mo Tian City incident. With a swoosh, a sword fell, and a demonic cultivator hiding in the sword pavilion had his head severed by Nan Zhu. At this moment, Nan Zhu's expression was cold, which made the other disciples around him dare not provoke him. His expression was chillingly frightening, far from the amiable and friendly big brother they usually knew. Nan Zhu glanced around at the crowd and then spoke. Recently, these demonic cultivators have started to stir again. If you have any relevant information, report truthfully. If there is any concealment, the sect law will be enforced. After saying that, Nan Zhu strode away. Once Nan Zhu left, the others finally came back to their senses. Wow, the strength of the big brother is truly terrifying now. He can even kill a golden core demonic cultivator with a single sword. I'm new here, what just happened? Why did the big brother get so angry? One of the female disciples asked. That demonic cultivator had his eyes on Nan He, which is Nan Zhu's sister, and tried to capture her when she was unprepared. As a result, he was caught red-handed. TSK, TSK, TSK. That demonic cultivator deserved it. Who doesn't he know that Nan He is the big brother's reverse scale? How dare he have thoughts about her? Speaking of which, although Nan He is beautiful, her talent is really lacking. After all this time, she still hasn't entered the foundation establishment stage. On the other side, Nan Zhu was heading toward the cave dwelling. He thought to himself that he had been too lenient on that demonic cultivator. He shouldn't have killed him out of anger. Perhaps delivering him to the sex investigation hall could yield more information. Suddenly, Nan Zhu's footsteps halted. A cool and damp sensation unexpectedly tapped against his forehead. Huh? Is it raining? He muttered, his voice carried away by the rising mountain wind. He then quickened his pace. Just as he was about to reach the cave dwelling, Nan Zhu suddenly saw a graceful figure not far ahead. The hazy drizzle made it difficult for him to see her face clearly, but years of companionship allowed him to recognize her at a glance. His sister, Nan He. Nan He had grown up, her face losing some of its childishness, gaining a bit more vivacity. Her skin was fair and delicate, and her long, dark, silky hair fluttered gently in the wind. However, today, Nan He seemed a bit strange. Normally, she would rush over calling him brother, but after taking a few steps closer, he noticed a flash of crimson in her eyes as she suddenly charged at Nan Zhu. Nan Zhu was taken aback for a moment and hurriedly dodged. No, something is wrong. Nan He is in trouble. He could clearly see that something was off with Nan He at that moment. Nan He moved at an incredible speed, almost like a shadow, closing in on Nan Zhu once again. Her attacks were fierce and relentless, each strike aimed at vital points. Nan Zhu was alarmed. While evading, he tried to awaken her. Nan He, it's me, your brother. However, it seemed Nan He couldn't hear his voice. The crimson in her eyes intensified, and her attacks became even more frenzied. Her movements were chaotic, yet they carried a chilling ferocity. Nan Zhu dared not be careless, and could only respond with all his strength. He tried to grab her wrist, but she nimbly broke free and countered with an elbow strike aimed at his chest. Nan Zhu grunted and staggered back a few steps, feeling an urgent sense of dread. He knew he couldn't delay any longer. He had to subdue her quickly, or the consequences would be unimaginable. He took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening, and as Nan He charged at him again, he sidestepped her attack, quickly maneuvering behind her and delivered a precise chop to her neck. Nanhie's body stiffened slightly, the crimson in her eyes gradually fading, and then she slumped down softly. Nan Zhu hurriedly caught her, murmuring, "I'm sorry, but this is the only way for now." He touched her forehead, his brow furrowed, and carried her into the cave dwelling. Then, Nan Zhu immediately contacted his master. Mo Xiaoyao rushed over as soon as he heard that his precious disciple was in trouble. Mo Xiaoyao brought along the head of the medicine peak, Lin Muyao. Lin Muyao looked like an intelligent older sister. She intended to tease Nan Zhu, but realized Nan He's condition was not optimistic, so she retracted her playful thoughts. To avoid affecting Lin Muyao, the two left the cave dwelling first. The misty rain was hazy, but your heart was filled with worry. After a long while, Lin Muyao finally walked out of the cave dwelling. You did not see the relief on her face after resolving the issue. Instead, it was replaced by seriousness and gravity. You stepped forward to inquire about the situation. Chapter 8. Heart Demon Infant Lin Fengzhu. What happened to Nan He? Nan Zhu's voice was filled with barely concealed anxiety. Although he had already sensed something was wrong from Lin Muyao's expression, he still held onto a glimmer of hope, wanting to understand the truth. Lin Muyao shook her head gently, her tone heavy. The situation is not optimistic. Mo Xiaoyao furrowed his brows tightly, urging anxiously, "Stop beating around the bush. What exactly happened to Nan He? Is it treatable?" Lin Muyao shot him a glare, ignoring him, and turned to look at Nan Zhu seriously. "Kid, what I'm about to say might be hard for you to accept, so prepare yourself mentally." Nan Zhu's heart sank like a stone, as if it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. "Go ahead. The girl has been entangled by a heart demon infant." Lin Muyao's voice was low and firm. Mo Xiaoyao's face changed dramatically upon hearing the words heart demon infant. "Are you sure it's the heart demon infant?" Lin Muyao nodded without hesitation, her tone leaving no room for doubt. "I would never be mistaken." Nan Zhu's heart raced, as if it were about to leap out of his chest. He asked urgently, "Master, what is a heart demon infant? Can my sister recover?" Mo Xiaoyao sighed and explained slowly. "This is one of the most insidious curses in the demon path. Usually a counterattack method used by demon cultivators at the yuanying stage just before death. They refined their yuanying into a heart demon infant, merging it with their lifelong resentment and inner demons. The heart demon infant gradually erodes a person's heart and ultimately affects their consciousness. The most terrifying part is that it is nearly undetectable before the erosion is complete." Nan Zhu's mind flashed with the image of that demon cultivator, Mo Tiansheng, and a chilling sensation surged within him. Is it him? After hearing Mo Xiaoyao's explanation, Nan Zhu's face turned pale as paper, his fingers tightly gripping his sleeve, knuckles turning white. His voice trembled. Then, "My sister." Before he could finish, his throat felt as if blocked by something, rendering him unable to speak further. Mo Xiaoyao remained silent, his expression grave. Nan Zhu placed his last hope on Lin Muyao, his gaze filled with pleading. Lin Muyao shook her head slowly, her tone soft yet filled with helplessness. Currently, there are no known cases of recovery from this method. The counterattack of a yuanying stage demon cultivator, especially after lying dormant for so long, is nearly unsolvable. Nan Zhu's heart seemed to plunge into an endless abyss, his whole being frozen in place, his mind blank. Seeing this, Lin Muyao gently comforted him. "However, I will give you some pills. Taking them on schedule can temporarily suppress the outbreak of the heart demon infant." Mo Xiaoyao also patted Nan Zhu's shoulder, his tone tinged with resignation. "Try to take it easy. What has happened has already happened." Nan Zhu forced out a smile, thanked the two of them, and slowly walked towards the cave dwelling. His steps were heavy, as if each step were on the edge of a knife. He wanted to move faster, but also wished to slow down. The feeling of helplessness in his heart reminded him of the despair he felt when he learned he had only 3 months to live before crossing over. Inside the cave, Nan had already woken up, lying on the bed with a hollow gaze staring upwards. In a daze, she heard footsteps and struggled to sit up, looking towards the door where Nan Zhu entered. Seeing his downcast expression, Nan He assumed her brother was disappointed in her, and her heart ached. Weakly and tremulously, she said, Brother, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The sudden apology made Nan Zhu momentarily stunned. Nanny's voice carried a hint of tears. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. I didn't want to hurt you. Please don't abandon me. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, sobbing as she hugged her knees. Nan Zhu walked over to her side, gently pulling her into his embrace, softly comforting her. I know, it's not your fault. You were influenced by something, and you'll be okay. His hand gently patted Nan He's back, as tenderly as when he used to soothe her to sleep as a child. Under Nan Zhu's reassurance, Nan He's emotions gradually calmed, like a docile kitten quietly nestled in his arms. After a long while, Nan He broke the silence. Brother, what's wrong with me? I clearly didn't want to hurt you, but I couldn't control myself. I'm so scared that I will hurt you. Nan Zhu smiled lightly, intending to ruffle her hair, but then withdrew his hand. How could you possibly hurt me? I'm a golden core stage cultivator. He feigned a relaxed tone, then added, you just caught a strange illness, but now that we know what it is, brother will definitely cure you. Then he lifted her head, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at him. Really? Nan Zhu nodded firmly. Really, trust your brother. Nan Zhu looked into Nan He's eyes, and she gazed back at him quietly. Looking into Nan Zhu's eyes, Nan He felt a sense of reassurance in her heart, inexplicably trusting her brother. Okay, I trust you, brother. Nan He nodded slightly, her voice a bit weak. Yet she held onto Nan Zhu tightly, pressing her face against his chest, feeling the familiar warmth. Nan Zhu gently stroked her hair, his eyes filled with tenderness. No matter what it takes, brother will cure you. You began to study the heart demon infant. Mo Xiaoyao learned of this and advised you to take it easy, as no one has been able to resolve the issue of the heart demon infant for many years. You ignored Mo Xiaoyao. You consulted a large amount of information on the heart demon infant, discovering that all those who were eroded by the heart demon infant ultimately fell into the demon path. You refused to accept this outcome. So you began to delve deeper into the essence of the heart demon infant. You discovered that the essence of the heart demon infant is to influence the human heart. You didn't understand why that demon cultivator chose your sister instead of you. You still haven't found a solution. Nan He's condition gradually worsened, from entering the demon once every 3 months to 2 months, 1 month, eventually even occurring every week. Fortunately, each outbreak happened within the sword-hiding peak and was quickly suppressed by you and Mo Xiaoyao. Nan He was in unbearable pain, watching herself attack her brother. Yet feeling powerless, this caused an indescribable pain within Nan He. Inside the cave, Nan Zhu was flipping through various ancient texts as usual, while Nan He sat on the bed, occasionally glancing at him. If it weren't for the existence of the heart demon infant within her, everything would seem so warm and beautiful. Brother, Nan He suddenly spoke, breaking the tranquility of the cave. Nan Zhu lifted his head from a few thick ancient texts, looking at her with confusion. What's wrong? Nan He was silent for a moment, finally summoning the courage to ask, is my illness incurable? Nan Zhu forced a relaxed smile. Didn't I say? It will definitely be cured, don't think too much. Then he didn't respond, but revealed a weary smile. Brother, can you promise me one thing? Nan Zhu frowned. What is it? For some reason, he felt that Nan He was about to say something bad. Then he heard his sister's voice. If one day I can't control myself anymore and turn into a monster that only harms you. Nan He's voice grew quieter, her eyes filled with sorrow. Can you let me go to the sky and become one of the stars? That way, I can watch over you from up there. And I won't hurt you anymore. Chapter 9 there, S.A. Way. Ouch. Then he covered her head, her brow slightly furrowed. Nan Zhu's hit wasn't too heavy or too light, but it was enough for her to feel his anger. Who told you to say those things? Nan Zhu's tone was stern, yet a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. After a moment of silence, his voice softened. I'm sorry, it must hurt, right? Nan He initially still felt some pain, but upon hearing this, the pain seemed to dissipate instantly. She lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. It doesn't hurt. Why does brother always like tap my head? Then he raised her head, her eyes filled with a hint of grievance. If you keep tapping, I'll become stupid. Hearing this, Nan Zhu smiled helplessly. You're not smart to begin with, otherwise. How could you say something like that? But brother, I'm serious. Before he could finish her sentence, Nan Zhu's hand gently rested on her head. Warm and strong. I told you, there's a way to cure you. His voice was gentle yet firm. Do you not trust your brother? And he didn't respond, just lowered her head, feeling the warmth from her brother's palm. After a moment, she softly said, Okay, I believe you, brother. As night deepened, then he leaned against Nan Zhu and unknowingly drifted into sleep. Nan Zhu looked down at her sleeping face, his eyes filled with tenderness. At the midnight hour, Nan Zhu gently tucked her blanket, then sat back at the table, flipping open the heavy ancient book he and finished reading. The candlelight flickered, illuminating his focused expression. He had already formed some preliminary guesses and ideas regarding the heart demon infant within Nan He. The next day, he flew towards the medicine peak early in the morning. Upon seeing Nan Zhu arrive, Lin Mu Yao was somewhat surprised. A sudden visit today. Is there something urgent? Nan Zhu slightly bowed, then said, I do have something that requires Master Lin's assistance today. Lin Mu Yao pondered for a moment, then looked at Nan Zhu and said, For your master's sake, tell me what you need, and let us see if I can help. Thank you, Master Lin. I would like your help in refining a medicinal pill. Nan Zhu said earnestly. A medicinal pill? Lin Mu Yao raised her eyebrows slightly. I am a master of the medicine peak, not the alchemy peak. Why would you think of me for refining pills? It's better to ask someone you know than a stranger. Master Lin, you are gentle, kind, knowledgeable, and generous. I know you will definitely help me. Nan Zhu said sincerely, making Lin Mu Yao chuckle. You're quite the sweet talker. Go ahead, what kind of medicinal pill do you need? Lin Mu Yao said with a smile. She naturally knew how to refine pills. Otherwise, how would the pills she gave to Nanny come about? She had been acquainted with Mo Xiaoyao for many years, and she certainly wanted to help his beloved disciple. I want to refine a pill that can cause someone to lose fragments of their memory. Nan Zhu revealed his request to Lin Mu Yao. However, Lin Mu Yao's expression turned strange. The illusionary emotion hidden memory pill? What is that? The kind that makes you want to go to bed, and afterward, you lose your memory. Kid, you actually want this kind of pill? I want to refine it. If you need it, go buy it from the pleasure sect. Lin Mu Yao said with a mischievous smile. Upon hearing Lin Mu Yao's explanation, Nan Zhu stood there dumbfounded, and then his cheeks flushed red. Hey, Master Lin. I'm not. It's fine, I understand. But as a righteous person, it's better to avoid using such lowly methods. Moreover, with your talent and appearance, I believe those junior sisters will be captivated by you. I didn't. Ultimately, after Nan Zhu's repeated explanations, Lin Mu Yao finally understood that this pill was for Nan He, not to enhance any desires, but to help her forget what happened after entering demonic influence. Knowing Nan Zhu's intentions, Lin Mu Yao indicated that it wouldn't be difficult, because this kind of pill was somewhat similar to the illusionary emotion hidden memory pill. After Lin Mu Yao agreed, the worry you had lifted. At first, you were concerned that Lin Mu Yao wouldn't be able to refine this kind of pill. Now it seems you were overthinking. After obtaining the pill, you suspect that Master Lin can indeed refine the illusionary emotion hidden memory pill. But you dare not say it. With this pill, Nen he no longer remembers what happened after entering demonic influence. You are very happy. But thinking about the heart demon infant still unresolved within her, you plunge back into researching the heart demon infant. Unfortunately, you couldn't find a solution from countless books. You turned your attention to the demonic texts. Another year passed, and Nan Zhu's complexion had become somewhat haggard, but his eyes were much more spirited than a year ago. During this year, he no longer limited himself to ancient books within the sect. He occasionally went out to slay demonic cultivators, acquiring quite a few related demonic texts from them. However, he did not inform the sect, because in the cultivation world, demonic texts were to be systematically destroyed. If discovered hoarding them, one would be treated as a demonic practitioner. But he had no other choice. At this moment, Nan Zhu sat at the peak of the sword-hiding mountain, staring blankly at the distant sunset. How is it? A voice suddenly came from behind him, pulling Nan Zhu back to reality. Nan Zhu quickly stood up, turned around, and bowed. Master. Mo Xiaoyao nodded slightly. Currently, there has been some progress regarding Nan He's recovery. Oh, you've managed to solve the heart demon infant that many generations could not? Good for you. A hint of surprise flashed in Mo Xiaoyao's eyes, and then he genuinely felt happy for him. Since the outbreak of Nan He's heart demon infant, he had been worried and concerned about Nan Zhu's state. Nan Zhu slowly nodded. Recently, Nan He's frequency of entering demonic influence has become increasingly frequent, and her periods of unconsciousness are also growing longer. He knew that perhaps before long, Nan He would be completely eroded by the heart demon infant, losing her last trace of sanity. After Mo Xiaoyao left, Nan Zhu pulled out a demonic text. This was something he had seized from a gold core demonic cultivator. The cover of the text was outlined in a strange blood red, spelling out the 5 large characters: blood sacrifice heart snatching formation. In the realm of demons, some decrepit individuals, attempting to prolong their lives, would cast this formation to replace their hearts, exchanging their life force with one another. Nan Zhu's fingers gently brushed over the blood characters on the cover, and, after a moment, he carefully stored the text away and turned to walk towards his cave, dwelling with large strides. The heart demon infant was deeply rooted in Nan He's heart. To eradicate it, replacing her heart seemed to be the only feasible method. In a righteous path, there is no such thing as heart replacement. Even if such a technique existed, it would surely be regarded as demonic and despised. It can't be delayed any longer, Nan Zhu murmured to himself, his voice soft yet resolute, filled with undeniable determination. After replacing the heart demon infant would come onto his body, but what is the harm? What if he fell into demonic influence? What if he died? At worst, he could simulate the end. But what about Nan He? Her life had only just begun. We're already in this simulated world. What am I hesitating for? A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Nan Zhu's eyes. Not for anything else. At least he must fight for a life without regrets. Murmuring, Nan Zhu's gaze instantly became as firm as iron, and his steps unconsciously quickened as he rushed towards his cave dwelling. You spent quite a bit of time perfecting the technique and considered many things to do afterward. You are confident and believe you will save your sister. Chapter 10, Recovery. Big Brother, I'm here. Nan He lay on the bed, her eyes revealing exhaustion. The increasingly frequent possession by the heart demon had taken a great toll on her body. Nonetheless, upon seeing her brother return, she still struggled to get up from the bed to greet him. Nan Zhu looked at Nan He, feeling a pang of heartache. This should have been the brightest age for a young girl, yet it was ruthlessly overshadowed by the heart demon. Her face was pale as paper, her eye sockets sunken, and her once lively eyes had lost their sparkle. She looked so emaciated that a gust of wind could blow her over, completely devoid of the vitality and energy that someone her age should possess. As if sensing her brother's gaze, then he suddenly covered her head with a blanket and said with a hint of complaint, "Don't look at me. I must look so ugly right now." Nan He's words made Nan Zhu laugh through his tears. "How could that be? You're the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. Once your illness is cured, who knows how many suitors you will have." Then he poked her little head out from under the blanket. "Really? You don't think I'm ugly?" She faintly sensed that her current state was indeed very haggard. "Of course." Nan Zhu patted her head. "I have found a solution." He grinned and shared the news with Nan He. Upon hearing this, the dullness in Nan He's eyes brightened with a glimmer of joy. "Great." Nan Zhu smiled slightly and then handed her a blue-green pill. "Here, take it, sleep, and when you wake up, everything will be fine." "Is it really that simple?" And he eagerly took it and swallowed it in one go. As she swallowed the pill, a wave of drowsiness hit her. In the last moment before she fell into a deep sleep, she seemed to see her brother gently touch her face. It's warm. When I recover, I can sleep with Big Brother again." Watching the sleeping Nan He, a trace of tenderness flashed in Nan Zhu's eyes. This pill was similar to an anesthetic, and now Nan He would not wake up for a while. His expression then turned serious as he rummaged through his storage bag for various materials he had collected. The 9 nether cold iron could be used in the formation to create a stable spiritual power field while protecting the heart from external disturbances. There was also the flower of life, which would help his sister recover faster. After searching through the materials for some time, Nan Zhu found dozens of items, nearly exhausting all his spirit stones. Fortunately, he had a wealth of resources. However, some materials were unattainable, so he had to ask his master for help with several of them. Nan Zhu prepared step by step, reviewing the blood sacrifice heart snatching formation he was familiar with once more. Success or failure depended on this moment. After you inscribe the formation runes, you lie down beside your sister. The formation begins to operate as you lie down. The improved blood sacrifice heart snatching formation is safer, but risks still exist. Your spiritual sense cautiously guides the operation of the formation. You feel pain. The sharp pain from your heart feels like a serrated saw, cutting into your nerves with each stroke. Your body trembles, cold sweat pours down, and your consciousness nears fainting. Damn, why does it hurt so much? Nan Zhu was on the verge of fainting, but he held on. The terrifying blood, evil energy erupted, while the flower of life continuously provided vitality for both him and his sister. At this moment, Nan Zhu was unaware that the surrounding flora and fauna were beginning to wither, and a bloody aura enveloped a radius of 100 meters. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaoyao, who was sipping tea with Lin Muyao, suddenly felt a strange aura. Mo Xiaoyao frowned and looked towards the direction of the hidden sword peak. The next moment, his expression changed dramatically. Not good. With a flash, his figure vanished before Lin Muyao. Lin Muyao was taken aback, then looked towards hidden sword peak, frowning slightly. This is chaotic. She quickly followed Mo Xiaoyao towards hidden sword peak. Hidden sword peak and medicine peak were adjacent, so it didn't take long to reach. Mo Xiaoyao saw Nan Zhu's pained expression and Nan He's serene demeanor, and he was anxious to intervene. But Lin Muyao held him back. Intervening now is definitely not a good decision. Lin Muyao's voice pulled Mo Xiaoyao back. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaoyao fell silent, then said in anger, "Disobedient disciple." Disobedient disciple. Just a second later, he drew a sword and thrust it into the ground, creating a sword domain. Then, Mo Xiaoyao looked at Lin Muyao, who smiled slightly. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." But Mo Xiaoyao paused for a moment, then gritted his teeth, half a gene of enlightenment tea. Lin Muyao was taken aback by his generous offer and covered her mouth, chuckling. "You really are willing." "Umph." Mo Xiaoyao rolled his eyes, then turned his serious gaze back to Nan Zhu and Nan He. Time passed second by second. You nearly faint from the pain several times. But then you feel a cool spiritual energy rush into your mind, alleviating the pain. After an unknown amount of time, the formation finally concludes. You fainted due to mental exhaustion. You succeeded. Hiss. When Nan Zhu woke up, he felt a splitting headache. Sitting up from the bed, he checked his body and seemed to be fine. Did I succeed? Nan Zhu murmured to himself. Brother. The lively voice of a girl reached him. Nan Zhu turned towards the sound and saw his sister. At this moment, her complexion was rosy, and her vitality had improved significantly. Her voice was no longer exhausted, and her eyes, now bright, looked at him, seeing her current state. He couldn't help but smile from the heart. How long was I unconscious? 3 days. Then he thought for a moment before answering. Then, without hesitation, he leaped into his arms. Brother, I was so worried about you. I'm so glad you woke up. Nan Zhu smiled slightly. What do you feel now? At this, a smile appeared on Nan He's face. I feel completely fine now. Saying this, unable to contain her excitement, she jumped off the bed, bouncing around as if to show how well she had recovered. She hadn't been this happy since the heart demon's outbreak. It's good that you've recovered. Good that you've recovered. Repeating this, Nan Zhu couldn't help but smile. But just the next second, a sharp pain shot through his heart, causing Nan Zhu's face to turn pale. Whispers suddenly echoed in his ears, making him feel agitated, as though some desire within him was being provoked. These voices seemed to possess a strange allure, attempting to guide him to follow some inner desire. Damn, it's so noisy. Nan Zhu cursed inwardly. Noticing her brother's unusual expression, then he thought he might be upset about something. Brother, what's wrong? Nan Zhu, realizing this, awkwardly smiled and said, It's nothing, I just had a bad dream last night, feeling a bit annoyed. Is that so? Then he felt that his explanation was rather forced. Sensing that something was off, but she couldn't articulate it. Looking at his pale face, she weakly asked, Are you really okay, brother? Really? Nan Zhu suppressed the agitation caused by that voice, then stood up, patted Nan He's head, and took her hand. Come on, you've just recovered. Let us go for a walk. Okay. Then he didn't ask further, feeling the warmth from her brother's hand. She lowered her head slightly, not knowing what she was thinking, obediently following behind Nan Zhu. It had been a long time since they strolled together. Chapter 11. No regrets. You stroll with Nan He on Songjin Peak, the mountain breeze gently brushing against you, as if it could blow away all worries. You look at the girl beside you, with countless thoughts swirling in your mind. The occasional pain in your heart and the whispers in your mind make you feel the torment your sister has endured. You constantly remind yourself not to let the heart demon affect you. You both head to Motion City again. The scenery in the city has improved significantly. The streets are bustling with people, lively and vibrant. However, there are a few shops that you both often visited that are now closed. Nan He suddenly pulls you mysteriously, walking briskly in a certain direction. You feel a bit puzzled, but seeing the sparkle in her eyes, you silently follow her. She takes you to a small pastry shop, where a faint osmanthus fragrance wafts through the air. Nan He smiles as she buys you 2 pieces of osmanthus cake. Her eyes filled with anticipation as she hands them to you. "This is the best osmanthus cake I learned about while you were in a coma," she says softly, her tone carrying a hint of barely noticeable expectation. You take the osmanthus cake, smiling as you take a bite. The sweet fragrance spreads in your mouth. It cannot dispel the restlessness in your heart. She remembers that your favorite food is osmanthus cake. You smile and tell her it's delicious. Her face instantly lights up with a radiant smile, as if all the shadows from before have dissipated in that moment. You continue to stroll through Motion City. Nan He is in high spirits, seemingly wanting to make up for the time lost over the past 2 years. You watch her cheerful figure, but your heart aches faintly. The whispers in your mind never cease, as if countless tiny insects are gnawing at your sanity. You endure the discomfort, telling yourself, "It's rare for my sister to have recovered and be in such high spirits. I must not disturb her mood." On the way back, you suddenly receive a transmission from your master. You hesitate for a moment, but ultimately let Nan He head back to the cave dwelling first while you go to your master's residence alone. At the mountaintop, mist swirls around. Ancient trees tower overhead, as if isolating you from the noise of the world. Your master, Mo Xiaoyao, sits in a grand chair, holding a cup of tea, his expression calm, neither happy nor sad. "Master," Nan Zhu respectfully bows. Mo Xiaoyao nods slightly, his gaze lingering on Nan Zhu for a moment before he speaks lightly. "You woke up and didn't come to see me, but instead took your sister around. What good spirits you have." Nan Zhu detects a hint of reproach in his master's tone and smiles awkwardly. "I just wanted to take her out since she just recovered." Saying this, he unconsciously lowers his head. Mo Xiaoyao doesn't say more, only lets out a soft sigh, his tone carrying a touch of seriousness and regret. "The heart demon is not easy to bear, is it? Do you know what you have done?" Nan Zhu remains silent for a moment, then answers in a low voice, "I know. Do you regret it?" "I don't regret it." The air seems to freeze at that moment, the silence between the master and disciple forming an invisible wall. After a long while, Mo Xiaoyao slowly speaks. "Can you tell me why?" Nan Zhu lifts his head, his gaze resolute. "Because she is my sister. I don't want to live this life with regrets." A complex expression flashes in Mo Xiaoyao's eyes, tinged with helplessness. "So you let your sister live with regrets for her life?" Nan Zhu takes a deep breath and slowly says, "If there's an opportunity, she will understand me. After all, if possible, I would hope to save my sister while ensuring my own survival. Unfortunately, I can't do that, and she can't wait for me much longer. I can't bear to watch my loved ones die. If cultivating immortality can't even save my family, then I might as well not cultivate." Mo Xiaoyao falls silent, and, after a long time, he finally lets out a long sigh, his eyes filled with deep helplessness and pity. His lips move slightly, as if he wants to say something, but ultimately says, "I understand, you may leave." After saying that, he turns his back, no longer looking at Nan Zhu. "Since this is your own decision, there's nothing for me, your master, to say." His voice is low and weary. "As for your use of demonic formations, don't worry, your master can still resolve it. As for your sister," he hesitates, ultimately only softly saying, "I will temporarily keep it a secret for you." As soon as his words fall, a gentle breeze passes by, the leaves rustling. as if adding a touch of desolation to the heavy atmosphere. Nan Zhu stands there, feeling a mix of emotions, and finally silently kneels down, knocking his head 3 times heavily. Bang, bang, bang. Each sound seems to strike at your heart. Nan Zhu whispers, "Master, I feel ashamed for your teachings." Nan Zhu falls silent for a moment, finally gathering his courage to say softly, "If one day I can no longer control myself, I hope Master will intervene and slay me. At that time, I will leave my sister to Master for guidance." After saying that, Nan Zhu lowers his head, not daring to meet his master's eyes, his heart filled with anxiety. This request seems heavy, even a bit selfish, but he has no other choice. The heart demon will gradually erode his sanity, and Nan Zhu cannot guarantee how long he can hold on. If that day truly comes, he would rather die by his master's hand than harm Nan He in the slightest. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaoyao's brows furrow slightly, a complex emotion flashing in his gaze. He remains silent for a long time, and finally lets out a long sigh, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness and reproach. "Disobedient disciple, you really know how to bring trouble to your master." Nan Zhu's heart tightens. Thinking his master would refuse, just as he is about to plead again, he hears Mo Xiaoyao continue, forget it. Who told me to be your master? You disobedient disciple. You never think of the good things for me, but you sure bring me a lot of trouble." Although his tone still carries reproach, Nan Zhu can detect a hint of concern in it. Nan Zhu raises his head, his eyes filled with gratitude, just about to thank him, but sees Mo Xiaoyao wave his hand impatiently and say, all right, hurry up and leave. Don't obstruct my view here." Nan Zhu is taken aback for a moment, then smiles. He deeply bows and solemnly says, "Thank you, Master." Mo Xiaoyao, however, does not respond again, waving his hand to signal Nan Zhu to leave. Nan Zhu stands there, his thoughts complex, and finally turns silently, walking towards the cave dwelling. As he exits his master's cave, the mountain breeze gently brushes past, carrying a hint of coolness. You look up at the sky, yet it feels as if a heavy stone presses down on your heart, making it hard to breathe. The current outcome is the best for you. You take a deep breath and step forward. Behind you, your master's cave gradually fades away, as if separating you by a world. Although your master often scolds you, he has always been worried about you in his heart. You do not know if there will ever be a day to repay this bond between master and disciple. The road ahead is destined to be bumpy, but you are prepared. No matter the outcome, you will not regret it, because she is your sister. Chapter 12: The Emotionless Sword Technique. You and your master, Mo Xiaoyao, have discussed everything thoroughly. Your sister's life with you seems to have returned to normal, but you know very well how dire your situation is. There will ultimately be no possibility of saving yourself. On one occasion, the erosion of the heart demon infant nearly caused you to fall into madness. After that incident, feeling apprehensive, you believe you cannot just sit idly by. You are deeply afraid that your madness will cause irreversible disaster. Leave or seek another method. Eventually, you suddenly remember that there is a book, The Emotionless Sword Technique, in your mind. If you cultivate the emotionless sword technique to dull your emotions, could it suppress the outbreak of the heart demon infant? You put forth this hypothesis and took action. You opened this technique that you once thought was utterly foolish. You found this technique to be obscure and difficult to understand. Due to your innate sword body, you still preliminarily grasped the emotionless sword technique. You felt the power of this technique. You found that it indeed helps to suppress the heart demon infant. Your sister noticed you practicing the emotionless sword technique and thought it looked cool, wanting you to teach her. You refused. Your sister was puzzled, but she obediently complied. Time passed swiftly, like a shuttle weaving a beautiful tapestry, and the years flew by without a trace. Unknowingly, you practiced for over a year. Your sister became even more radiant. She wore a white dress, her long black hair flowing down to her waist, her figure graceful and elegant, exuding a cool and refined aura. Yet in front of you, she appeared like a little bird. You grew stronger, but you didn't realize when your emotions began to dull. When you went on missions, you started to disregard the lives and deaths of mortals. You only acted to complete your tasks. You spoke much less. You suddenly realized that you had changed. One day, when your sister handed you her favorite osmanthus cake, you felt as if there were no ripples in your heart. When you saw your sister bouncing with excitement, looking at you with anticipation, waiting for your praise, it felt like something was pressing down on your heart, making it hard to breathe. You noticed that your feelings for your sister had faded significantly. No, it seems not just faded, but rather hidden away. You fell silent. You began to think, if one day you completely lost your emotions, and your sister relied on you so much, what would happen? The heart demon infant began to cause trouble. The emotionless sword technique suppressed the heart demon infant. But as long as your emotions existed, it could not be fully suppressed. This was the first time after practicing the emotionless sword technique that you nearly fell into madness. Your heart began to race. You started to feel lost. You once again began to search for a way out. Unfortunately, you failed. Before you lay two outcomes. The first was to fall into madness. The second was to completely lose your emotions. But either option was unacceptable for your sister, who depended on you. No matter which, you decided to make your sister no longer reliant on you. Perhaps this way, she wouldn't be sad in the future. You began to teach your sister how to survive in the cultivation world, including but not limited to cultivation and social conduct. Your sister was very confused, although you usually taught her. You had never been this strict, but she obediently listened. Your sister's talent was quite ordinary, but you were very patient. Sometimes she would act cute towards you, but you would always maintain a stern face. You no longer personally taught her swordsmanship, nor did you take her for walks. To keep your distance from her, you requested another cave dwelling from your master. Your master noticed your change, but said nothing. Your attitude grew colder, which made your sister, who was somewhat slow to react, realize that you were deliberately distancing yourself from her. It seemed you were tearing apart the relationship between the two of you. Only this way, she wouldn't rely on you anymore. Only this way, she wouldn't be lost and dispirited after seeing the future you. Only this way, regardless of which outcome you faced, you could find peace. Several times you wanted to hug her and tell her the truth, but in the end, you didn't do it. Brother, are you in a bad mood? No. Brother, I'm so tired. Why do I have to practice this? You are too weak. Bro, do you want to eat osmanthus cake? Your sister timidly handed you a piece of osmanthus cake, her eyes full of expectation. Bang! You suddenly waved your hand, and the osmanthus cake fell to the ground. With a cold face, you sternly questioned, "You ran out just to buy this?" Your sister was stunned, the light in her eyes dimming instantly. The current brother seemed so unfamiliar, so unfamiliar. She bit her lip, tears streaming down silently, then turned and ran out of the cave, her back appearing so lonely. Nan Zhu stood in place, her gaze coldly sweeping over the shattered osmanthus cake on the ground, but her heart felt as if something was tightly gripping it. Finally, she silently turned around, her fists clenched, her fingertips deeply embedded in her palms. Why does my heart hurt so much? Sorry. Brother didn't mean to. Forgive me. Just as you struggled internally, the whispers of the heart demon infant echoed in your mind again, wrapping around your thoughts like a venomous snake. Your eyes gradually turned crimson, your head pounding as if countless needles were piercing your nerves. You held your head, painfully kneeling on the ground, breathing rapidly, cold sweat oozing from your forehead. You didn't know how long it had been, but you slowly stood up, the crimson in your eyes fading, replaced by a cold clarity. Your expression was blank, as if everything that had just happened had never occurred. However, the pain deep within your heart lingered, refusing to dissipate. You were very successful. Under your deliberate neglect and indifference, Nan's reliance on you gradually decreased. But she still listened to you. She just didn't act cute toward you anymore, didn't make requests, nor bought osmanthus cake for you. She began to practice frantically, soon reaching the foundation establishment stage. She was very happy, looking at you with hopeful eyes, hoping for your praise. But you only coldly said 2 words, average. Nan felt once again neglected by you, feeling very wronged, her tears almost falling, but she held them back. You didn't comfort her, but arranged more lessons. Your emotions further dulled, and your communication with your sister decreased. You noticed the influence of the heart demon infant on you growing stronger. What part of your emotions remained? Right? The feelings for your master and the feelings for your sister. Another year passed. Nan Zhu stood outside the cave, gazing at the familiar bamboo forest in the distance. The wind blew, and the bamboo leaves rustled, as if whispering something. He raised his hand, wanting to catch a falling bamboo leaf, but the moment his fingertips touched it, he withdrew his hand. "Brother." A voice came from behind, timid and tentative. Nan Zhu didn't turn around, just responded lightly, I broke through to the mid-foundation establishment today." He remained silent for a moment, ultimately only coldly saying, "Not enough." All he heard was her softly saying, "Oh," followed by her footsteps gradually fading away. Nan Zhu closed his eyes, but his heart was filled with indescribable bitterness. You know she is working hard. She is desperately trying to catch up to your pace. But you cannot give her any response because you are afraid of that day coming. But how long until that day arrives? Chapter 13 Acting. At night, you sit alone in the cave, holding a piece of osmanthus cake. It was secretly placed at your door by her. This piece of osmanthus cake looks ugly, seemingly not as exquisite as you remembered it to be. But you don't mind, silently taking a bite. The sweet taste melts in your mouth, yet brings a wave of bitterness. This is the first piece of osmanthus cake you've eaten since you scolded her for descending the mountain without permission. It seems she wants to move you now through these pieces of osmanthus cake. Nan Zhu takes one bite after another, her movements mechanical and slow, as if she is not chewing on a cake, but on those buried memories. "Brother, do you like osmanthus cake?" In your memory, when you first enjoyed osmanthus cake, your sister said this to herself. "I like it." You once answered this way, smiling as you ruffled her hair. Inside the cave, the candlelight flickers and the night owl hoots. Memories replay in your mind, and before you know it, you finish the osmanthus cake in your hand. You leave the remaining piece of osmanthus cake untouched, letting it sit quietly on the table. The whisper of the heart demon infant rings in your ears again, wrapping around your mind like a venomous snake. You clutch your head, feeling a splitting headache. Unknowingly, your palm has formed a fist, your nails digging deep into your palm, blood dripping through your fingers. You let out a muffled groan, nearly falling into unconsciousness. After you exert all your strength to suppress it, you finally open your eyes, exhausted. I can't go on like this." You murmur softly, a trace of determination flashing in your eyes. The next day, Nan Zhu stands pale in front of her master, Mo Xiaoyao. His aura is chaotic, his realm has fallen to the foundation establishment stage, and he appears extremely weak. Mo Xiaoyao looks at her, frowning, his eyes filled with worry and confusion. "Master, I would like to ask you for a favor." Nan Zhu's voice is low and calm, as if she is speaking about the most ordinary matter. Mo Xiaoyao is silent for a moment, ultimately not asking further, just sighing. "Speak. What is it?" Nan Zhu takes out a crystal-clear, small sword and a wooden box from her bosom. Inside the wooden box, a golden diamond-shaped crystal floats, emitting a sharp, blinding light. Surrounded by flickering metallic particles, Mo Xiaoyao's pupils suddenly constrict, his face turning ashen. "You've gone mad. You dug out your sword body and spiritual root. Do you know what you're doing?" Nan Zhu nods, her expression calm. "I know. You." Before Mo Xiaoyao can finish his words, Nan Zhu kneels with a thud, her voice firm and resolute. "I ask Master to help me." Mo Xiaoyao glares at her, his eyes filled with sorrow and anger. After a long time, he finally closes his eyes wearily, letting out a long sigh. "It's because of the heart demon infant, isn't it?" Nan Zhu doesn't answer, only silently lowers her head. "Clearly, you could cultivate well, and perhaps have a chance to become an immortal. Is this worth it?" Mo Xiaoyao's voice trembles slightly. A life, for me, it's worth it. Moreover, the heart demon infant is becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. Some things must be done. Nan Zhu's voice is calm to the point of being heart-wrenching. Mo Xiaoyao remains silent for a long time, ultimately taking the sword body and spiritual root, his voice filled with helplessness and sorrow. "Disobedient disciple, how do you want me to do this?" "I want to ask Master to act in a play with me." Nan Zhu's voice is deep and resolute. Only in this way can her sister accept the sword body and spiritual root with peace of mind. Mo Xiaoyao looks at her, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Finally, he can only smile bitterly and nod. All right, I agree." Nan Zhu bows deeply, her voice choked with emotion, unfilial disciple. Thank you, Master. Before leaving, Mo Xiaoyao inserts a sword energy into Nan Zhu's body. If one day you are completely controlled by the heart demon infant, you can try this sword energy. Perhaps it will allow you to temporarily regain control of your body. Remember, it's only temporary, and it will have a huge impact on your body. Remember, Mo Xiaoyao watches her departing figure, his heart a mix of feelings. He knows what Nan Zhu's choice means, but he knows even more that this stubborn disciple has already made up her mind, and no one can persuade her. In the dead of night, Nan Zhu stands alone at the mountain's peak, gazing at the distant starry sky. After cultivating the emotionless sword technique, if he were to sever all emotions, could he completely suppress the heart demon infant? But he cannot do it, no matter how hard he tries. He cannot erase the feelings for his master and sister from his heart. I can't do it, he murmurs softly, his voice filled with endless exhaustion and helplessness. Completely losing emotions. How is that any better than becoming a demon? He lets out a bitter laugh, a hint of tears flashing in his eyes. Perhaps this is his fate. A few days later, news exploded like thunder within the sect that the eldest disciple of Tsangjian Peak, Nan Zhu, has fallen into the demon path. Disobedient disciple. You colluded with the demon path and used demonic means to increase your strength. Do you plead guilty? High above, Mo Xiaoyao stands in midair, his clothes billowing. His voice is cold as ice, looking down at Nan Zhu, whose aura is chaotic on the ground. Nan Zhu laughs loudly, his laughter filled with madness and unwillingness. What crime have I committed? Cultivating immortality is about becoming stronger. As long as one can become stronger, what means are not cultivation? Before his words fall, his aura suddenly erupts, no longer hiding. The heart demon infant has completely taken control of his body. The once spirited and gentle eldest disciple now has blood-red eyes and a twisted face, resembling a demon crawling out of hell, charging straight at Mo Xiaoyao. This is the first time Nan Zhu has been completely controlled by the heart demon infant. His consciousness is locked inside his body, watching helplessly as he rushes toward his master, yet powerless to stop it. His heart is icy, as if falling into an endless abyss. He murmurs to himself, "Is this what it means to fall into madness?" Boom! With a loud bang, Nan Zhu's figure is sent flying by Mo Xiaoyao's palm, crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The dust billows, obscuring everyone's view, yet only Mo Xiaoyao stands tall in the air, like a merciless statue. After a long time, the dust gradually disperses. Everyone holds their breath, but they can no longer see Nan Zhu's figure, only Mo Xiaoyao standing alone on the rubble, his expression stern, his gaze profound. It seems one can vaguely hear someone in the crowd sobbing. Then he stands among the crowd, her body trembling slightly, the osmanthus cake in her hand silently slipping and falling to the ground, breaking into several pieces. It was the osmanthus cake she had meticulously crafted, more exquisite than any previous time. Yet now it lies alone in the dust, appearing particularly eye-catching. "Impossible," she murmurs, her voice so soft it is almost inaudible. Brother is such a good person. How could he possibly cultivate the demon path? He has always viewed the demon path as his lifelong enemy. "Impossible, impossible." Her voice gradually becomes hoarse, tears rolling down like pearls that have fallen from a broken string. She recklessly rushes toward Mo Xiaoyao, her steps faltering, as if every step is stepping on a knife's edge. The surrounding disciples murmur, their voices buzzing like flies. The eldest disciple usually seems like a good person, yet he colludes with the demon path. Sigh, what a beast! With such a good master and such an enviable sister, why can't he think clearly? You can know a person has face, but not their heart. Mo Xiaoyao notices Nan He, who is crying like a pear blossom in the distance, and as she runs toward him, a trace of complexity and reluctance flashes in his eyes. He slightly closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, then opens them, his voice thundering as it reverberates above the sect. "Nan Zhu of the Sword Pavilion, from today on, you are expelled from the sect." Chapter 14, Departure. The moss on the stone walls of the cave glowed faintly. Nan He curled up in her quilt, her fingertips unconsciously twisting the bedding into creases. The dew at midnight dripped from the glazed tiles, the intermittent sound mingling with her broken sobs, echoing in the empty room. Why? She stared at the crescent-shaped mark left by her fingers on her palm, and in her daze, she recalled her brother's gentle moments. Why? Tears suddenly burst forth. She buried her face deep into her knees, her dark hair sliding down her trembling back, winding into sorrowful ink marks on the satin. The lingering fragrance of the calming incense in the quilt suddenly became pungent. This was the calming incense her brother had personally found for her, meant to bring peace to one's heart and ensure a more stable sleep, but now it smelled. So ironic. The bamboo grove outside the cave rustled in the night wind, the sound of bamboo leaves rubbing against each other like countless whispers, yet failing to convey the sorrow in her heart. Moonlight filtered through the window, casting mottled shadows on the ground, like her shattered thoughts scattered all around. Not knowing how long she had cried, then he finally ceased her weeping. Her heart gradually calmed down. Brother, what have I done wrong? When did everything start to change? It seemed to have begun after she recovered. Suddenly, the night owl outside startled and hooted, and she quickly raised her head. The copper mirror reflected her pale face, the red at the corners of her eyes resembling the bloodshot veins in her brother's eyes when he was possessed that day. In Nanny's eyes, her own appearance seemed to gradually overlap with her brother's. Then he fell silent, as if realizing something. Her brother's state seemed akin to the time she had gone mad. As this thought crossed her mind, Nanny suddenly froze. It felt as if she had grasped something, yet everything was still shrouded in mist. But Master had said he was colluding with the demonic path. Yet no matter how she thought about it, Nanny still felt something was off. Ultimately, she decided to seek her master for clarification. Before the morning mist had dissipated, she stepped onto the jade steps. Dragging her heavy steps, Nanny made her way toward her master's cave. The gentle mountain breeze brushed against her tear-streaked face, but could not calm the sorrow deep within her. The cold dew soaked through her stockings. It was not as cold as the dark ice stone in front of Mo Xiaoyao's cave. It seemed Mo Xiaoyao had already anticipated Nanhe's arrival and had been waiting for a long time. Master, then he slightly bowed. Mo Xiaoyao nodded slightly. Looking at her swollen eye sockets, Mo Xiaoyao guessed she must have cried for a long time. It seemed that her disciple's departure had greatly affected her. Following Nan Zhu's instructions, Mo Xiaoyao handed her 2 small wooden boxes and said lightly, "This is what Nan Zhu left for you." Nanny accepted the 2 wooden boxes with both hands, glanced at them, and then turned her gaze back to Mo Xiaoyao. Her voice and movements trembled slightly. "This is what my brother left for me." Montauk Xiaoyao nodded. After a moment of silence, Nanny looked at her master. "Master, my brother." But unexpectedly, before she could finish, Mo Xiaoyao anticipated and responded, "Don't ask me, I don't know." Then he fell silent again. She was now certain that there were hidden circumstances regarding her brother's matters. "Starting tomorrow, come find me, and I will personally guide you in your cultivation." After saying this, Mo Xiaoyao waved his hand, and Nanhe was gently ushered out of the cave. Then he slightly bowed, already understanding her master's intentions. She did not immediately open the wooden boxes, but suddenly walked toward her brother's cave. She was going to seek the truth. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaoyao, still in his own cave, coldly snorted, "This brat, I promised to keep it a secret for now, but I never said how long that now would be. Besides, I haven't said anything. If it's discovered, it's because someone guessed it." Thinking of his disciple, Mo Xiaoyao rubbed his temples and sighed. Really, fate plays tricks on people. Nan Zhu was unaware of his master's current thoughts. He was now covered in wounds, already over 1,000 miles away from the Sword Pavilion. In a desolate wilderness, Nan Zhu looked around, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. The next moment, the pain in his body made him gasp, cursing softly. Master strikes are really ruthless. He took out a pill and swallowed it, barely suppressing the pain. However, it was just some superficial injuries, at most a bit painful. He had reason to suspect that his master specifically targeted places that hurt, but were not fatal. After recovering somewhat, Nan Zhu stood up again. The heart demon infant was temporarily suppressed, but still posed a latent threat. Nan Zhu fell into a dilemma, unsure of where to go. Where should he go? After thinking for a while, Nan Zhu realized he had nowhere to go. In crowded places, he feared the heart demon infant would suddenly erupt again. He decided to head to a sparsely populated area to avoid the limelight, yet he remained worried about his sister's response. Nan Zhu staggered forward, taking steps into the distance. He could only hope that the next time they met, he would not be completely possessed and face his sister with blades drawn. His sister must be very disappointed right now. The cultivation world is so complex. I hope Master could take good care of her. Otherwise, I will definitely pull out his beard. Just don't know if there will be another chance. Nan Zhu mumbled to himself, walking step by step along the river toward the distance. Most of the time he was complaining, and at times he reminisced about the past. The withered grass in the wilderness swayed in the wind, making a whimpering sound, becoming the only voice responding to him. You think you're acting perfectly, hoping to make your sister forget you, but you never consider that your sister has already noticed something amiss. Of course, there's definitely a reason involving your master. You finally stop in a forest of demonic beasts. You build a small wooden house here without external stimuli. You're trying to cultivate the emotionless sword technique as much as possible, having lost the innate sword body and spiritual roots. You find your progress in the emotionless sword technique is slow. You are still trying hard. The results of your efforts are not satisfactory. The heart demon infant no longer erupts. Lying in silence for a while, in a daze, you even become unaware of its existence. Nan Zhu discovers that the emotionless sword technique has a final sword move that sacrifices oneself, which even your current self can learn. You attempt to learn this sword. Meanwhile, your sister arrives at your cave. Due to the limited space in the storage bag, you did not take everything with you, but you have organized most of it. Your sister discovers the osmanthus cake you didn't finish. Your sister notices the slight tear stains on your books. Your sister pays attention to some content in your books. Chapter 15. The sister discovers the truth, heart demon infant. Nan's gaze fell upon the 3 words in front of her, and a hint of curiosity arose in her heart. She continued reading, and as the description unfolded, her face gradually turned pale. The terrifying descriptions of the heart demon infant sent chills down her spine, as if invisible hands were tightening around her throat. Her legs went weak, and she slumped helplessly to the ground, the ancient book slipping from her hands. So, from the very beginning, it wasn't a disease that plagued me, but rather I was entangled with the heart demon infant, she murmured to herself, her voice trembling as if even breathing had become difficult. Then he was unwilling to accept this, and hurriedly flipped through several ancient books. Each one contained brief records about the heart demon infant, but without exception, all descriptions pointed to the same conclusion: unsolvable. Unsolvable? Her fingers tightened around the pages, knuckles turning white. If it was unsolvable, then how had she recovered? A thought suddenly flashed through her mind, and her heart sank. That's right. I recovered, but my brother has changed. Her voice was so low it was almost inaudible, as if she were speaking to herself. Could it be that my brother transferred the heart demon infant onto himself? This thought pierced her heart like a sharp knife. Nan's mind raced, all the clues connecting at that moment. She finally understood. Why had her usually gentle brother changed so drastically? Why had he suddenly fallen into madness and even left the sect? Was all of this for her? No, that is not right. Her voice choked, tears welling in her eyes. It wasn't that he did it for her. It was that she had harmed him. Nan's throat felt choked, breathing becoming laborious. Her fingers clutched her clothing tightly, as if that could alleviate the pain in her heart. But the guilt and regret surged like a tide, completely overwhelming her. She suddenly laughed, a laugh filled with endless fatigue and sorrow. That laughter echoed in the empty room, sounding particularly desolate. Her shoulders trembled slightly, and tears finally streamed down her cheeks, dripping onto the ancient book in her hands, blurring the words. "Brother," she whispered, her voice filled with despair and self-blame. "It was I who harmed you. Your sister has cried countless times because of you. You know nothing of this, nor do you realize that your actions have been largely guessed." Then he discovered that what you left for her were the spiritual root and sword body, which made her unwilling to fuse them. It is unknown what method the master used or how he persuaded her, but in the end, she fused the spiritual root and sword body. During the fusion, Nan's heart ached, filled with unspeakable sorrow, at this moment. All her grievances and dissatisfaction towards you vanished. From the Master's words, she inferred that you were not dead. The Master urged her to cultivate diligently, not to let you down and not to affect you. The emotional Nan he became rational for once, understanding that seeking you now would only bring unnecessary trouble. Yet she trained hard, her cultivation advancing rapidly, continuously searching for a way to resolve the heart demon infant. After merging your spiritual root and sword body, she quickly stepped into the golden core realm. Mo Xiaoyao felt gratified, discovering that your sister was training even harder than you. She deeply hated demonic cultivators. It was because of these demonic cultivators that she and her brother ended up in their current situation. She would kill any demonic cultivator she caught. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 2 more years passed. The incident of Nan Zhu entering madness gradually faded from the memories of the sect. In its place was the new star of the sect, Nan He, who was accepted as a direct disciple by the Grand Elder. It was said that this female disciple possessed an even more monstrous talent than Nan Zhu, advancing from foundation establishment to golden core in just 2 years. Her stunning beauty became the white moonlight in the hearts of many male disciples. Unfortunately, no matter who it was, she remained cold and indifferent. In reality, it was not so. She simply had not encountered the right person. Besides that man, she would not be indifferent to demonic cultivators either. It seemed that she had an irreconcilable feud with demonic cultivators, and her cruel methods refreshed their understanding of her. This also raised questions, and eventually, someone pointed out that her brother was the one who had entered madness, which made everyone understand why she hated the demonic path so deeply. At this moment, the person involved stood at the mountain peak, with long hair cascading over his shoulders, an exceptionally beautiful face, but a cold expression, standing with his sword, exuding an otherworldly demeanor. At this moment, Nan He's appearance was not much different from 2 years ago, but her aura was completely different. In the 2 years, she discovered that the heart demon infant had taken root in her heart. Vaguely, she seemed to think of a way to heal you. She planned to find you and secretly heal you, then return the spiritual root and sword body to you. Mo Xiaoyao secretly learned of this and felt a headache coming on. It felt like they were the same, thinking of the same methods. Then he suddenly noticed a familiar aura behind her, then turned around and respectfully said, "Master." Mo Xiaoyao smiled slightly, saying, "Look at you. Besides the small difference in appearance, you are not much different from that little girl before." Then he merely replied calmly, "Master, you flatter me." With her brother gone, she no longer had anyone to act spoiled with, someone she was willing to give everything for. It had been 2 years. How was her brother doing? Thinking of this, then he gently pressed her lips together. She missed her brother. In these 2 years, she had tried to find her brother, but Nan Zhu seemed to have disappeared from the mortal realm, leaving no trace. Today, she came because there was a task for her to do. Mo Xiaoyao changed the subject, pulling Nan He's thoughts back. Mo Xiaoyao informed Nan He that the demonic path might be planning a major move, a conspiracy that had been in the works for over a decade. Upon hearing this, Nan He became serious, listening to the Master's explanation. Mo Xiaoyao told her that the sects predicted that the cultivation world would soon face a calamity related to demonic cultivators. Many major sects had activated protective formations, and perhaps one day, a war between the righteous and demonic paths would erupt. Moreover, many demonic cultivators were hidden within the sect, and what Neni needed to do was to capture the demonic spies within the sect. This group of demonic cultivators had excellent concealment techniques, and Mo Xiaoyao gave her a compass, which would help her find the demonic cultivators hidden in the sect. And he was puzzled, just her alone, knowing that there were many people in the Sword Pavilion. It would take ages to investigate each one, but Mo Xiaoyao offered no explanation, indicating that she should just follow the instructions. Then he stopped asking questions. Unlike Nan He's situation, you were diligently practicing your sword in your own wooden house. In the 2 years, your emotional state had hardly fluctuated. It seemed you had truly lost all your emotions. Only you knew that was not the case, because you understood that if you revealed even the slightest emotion, the heart demon infant might take advantage of it. Chapter 16. Battle a year ago. Nan Zhu had seen Nan He swoop down from the sky. Just that one glance nearly left him under the control of the heart demon infant. This gave him a new understanding of the heart demon infant he loathed deeply. The longer the heart demon infant existed, the easier it was to control a person. If it weren't for the existence of the forgetting emotion sword technique, he would have long since become a mindless monster. So he avoided Nan He, fearing any fluctuation in his emotions. At the same time, he continuously researched other methods to deal with the heart demon infant. Unfortunately, he found nothing. The sword in Nan Zhu's hand did not pause, striking out again and again. Even without a sword body, he did not lose the habit of practicing swordsmanship. As he practiced, a sudden rustling sound broke the desolate silence of the environment. Huh? Nan Zhu stopped his sword practice and looked in the direction of the sound. Just that one glance made his scalp tingle. He saw a horde of walking corpses moving step by step toward the north. Their eyes were hollow, their muscles stiff. Their footsteps were heavy and dragging, as if their soles were filled with lead, each step thudding against the ground. Their joints made brittle cracking sounds like dry bamboo snapping, and hissing winds leaked from their rotting throats. What is happening? Fortunately, Nan Zhu had read many ancient texts and quickly connected the dots. These corpses had faint, dark red patterns on their clothing that matched the descriptions in ancient texts of the blood puppet sect, which used corpses as vessels to cast spells and attack cities. Could this be the legendary blood puppets? With so many blood puppets, Nan Zhu's expression turned grim. Because he understood, he knew that all blood puppets were forged from living people. They swaggered toward the north, where the righteous force was the Sword Pavilion. They were heading for the Sword Pavilion. Nan Zhu immediately wanted to follow them to investigate, but at that moment, he seemed to hear the faint whispers of the heart demon infant in his mind. However, he ultimately gritted his teeth, activated the concealment technique, and followed the horde of walking corpses. There was no other reason. This was the direction of the Sword Pavilion, and also the direction where his sister was. At this moment, a 10-zhang-tall bronze giant sword stood in the center of the Sword Pavilion square. The sword body was mottled and corroded, but still exuded a sharp pressure. A compass floated in Nan He's palm, with grayish-blue hexagrams illuminating one by one, casting flickering shadows on the faces of the disciples before her. Before the disciple could react, Nan He swung her sword and severed his head. Her cold gaze swept over the group of disciples ahead. Demonic path, next. Under the influence of the compass, the demonic cultivators had nowhere to hide. There were already many corpses of demonic cultivators nearby. Clearly, this was not the first one. Wah! A female disciple in line stammered, unable to speak. How could there be so many demonic cultivators among our sect? Another male disciple looked in disbelief at the corpses over there. The disciples began to murmur among themselves. The ordinary disciples started to tremble, their eyes warily watching the people around them, fearing any one of them might suddenly turn out to be a demonic cultivator. Meanwhile, many of them had fierce glints in their eyes, fixated on Nan He. The sudden routine inspection required everyone to pass through the compass in Nan He's hand. The demonic cultivators had no chance to react. If they did not cooperate, they would be executed on the spot as demonic cultivators. When did so many demonic cultivators appear in our sect? Next, Nan He ignored the reactions of the crowd and coldly urged. When the next person stepped up, his face was somewhat dark. Nan He frowned slightly, but still gestured for him to place his hand on the compass. However, as soon as he raised his hand, the cultivation of a golden core stage cultivator suddenly erupted. As he ripped apart his robe to reveal his chest, countless human faces were struggling and crying beneath his skin. Trapped in a curse, the ground instantly bubbled with black sludge, and countless skeletal hands grasped at Nan He's ankles. Die for me, the demonic cultivator shouted angrily. Nan He's gaze sharpened. She didn't care about her feet being locked down and effortlessly dodged to the side. Tisk, it's indeed a demonic cultivator. No wonder he looked so grim just now. This demonic cultivator was clearly no match for Nan He. With just one move, she sent him flying, crashing into a distant boulder. The demonic cultivator spat out a mouthful of black blood, then staggered to his feet, glaring viciously at Nan He, before suddenly howling at the sky. Have you all had enough of watching? Does the sword pavilion clearly see we're just sitting here waiting to die? Upon hearing his words, Nan He's expression changed, and a long sword appeared in her hand. With a swing, a cold light flashed, and the demonic cultivator's head rolled to the ground. But it was already too late, with one bird taking the lead. The hidden demonic cultivators among the disciples began to erupt one by one. One demonic cultivator tore open his robe, revealing a writhing blood-red curse on his chest. He formed seals with his hands, and the ground instantly oozed thick black sludge, transforming into countless skeletal arms reaching for Nan He's ankles. Another person released hundreds of crimson-eyed bats from his sleeve, their shrieks painfully piercing the eardrums. The sect leader hadn't given the order to start battle yet. But since you seek your own death, I'll help you. The two charged straight at Nan He. First, take her down. As one after another erupted, more and more demonic energies exploded forth. Nan He's expression grew strange. She knew there were many demonic cultivators, but how could there be so many? However, there was no time for her to think further. Nan He raised her sword to fend off the two attackers. Soon, other demonic cultivators also rushed at her, clearly making her the primary target to eliminate. The sword pavilion disciples quickly fell into chaos. Holy cow! So many! Damn! Soon, some sword pavilion disciples reacted, taking out their magical weapons to join the battle. The fight was about to break out. Nan He leaped onto the bronze giant sword, using her toes to push off and unleashing a curved sword energy. As the sword wind swept past, several demonic cultivators died on the spot. But unable to withstand the sheer numbers, Nan He found herself struggling. Her gaze fell on the disciples who were desperately holding their ground, suffering numerous casualties. And a hint of worry appeared in her eyes. The battle has started. Why haven't the master and others made a move? Then he showed a puzzled expression. But her sword did not pause for a moment. Just then, a resounding bell tolled throughout the sword pavilion, and an aged voice echoed through the sect. The demonic path rampages. All sword pavilion disciples must give their all to slay the demonic path. Subsequently, the bronze giant sword suddenly began to tremble violently. A great formation unfolded, and all sword pavilion disciples suddenly felt an amplification of the spiritual energy within them. Meanwhile, the demonic cultivators were pushed down a small realm. This turned the previously disadvantageous situation around. Nan He was overjoyed, but remembering the absent master and others, her expression turned troubled, and she couldn't help but feel worried. However, this did not hinder her from killing demonic cultivators. With a flash of her green blade, she severed the arm of a demonic cultivator in front of her. But this demonic cultivator seemed to have lost all sense of pain, still laughing maniacally. Useless. What does it matter if you realize something's wrong and act first? Today, the demonic path shall rise. Kikik. Saying this, he detonated his golden core, trying to injure Nan He. The powerful shockwave pushed Nan He back several meters, and her face turned somewhat pale. What a bunch of lunatics, Nan He scoffed. Chapter 17, The Advancing Demon Path. The battle is not over. Nan He, with a sword in hand, strikes fear into the hearts of demon cultivators, inspiring the bloodlust of other disciples. In a blood frenzy, Nan He unconsciously exclaims, "All demon cultivators must die." Under the tremors of the grand formation, almost all the hidden demon cultivators among the crowd are slaughtered, but Nan He does not relax, because there is not a single demon cultivator above the nascent soul stage here. Nor does she see her master and others. In the distance, she hears a wailing sound. She sees a rolling tide of corpses coming from the south. The sheer numbers send a chill down her spine. It seems this group of demon cultivators is just an appetizer. Nan He murmurs. Meanwhile, above the invisible void, a group of demon cultivators confronts the sword pavilion, led by the ancestor. Whether it's Mo Xiaoyao, Lin Muyao, or the sword pavilion master, all the powerful figures above the nascent soul stage have gathered here. The leader of the demon sect sits on a chair as black as ink, wearing a black robe that exudes an alluring aura, with a detached gaze as if no one is worthy of his attention. Beside him stands a muscular man and a frail-looking man. But no one would think that the people standing next to the leader of the demon sect have low fighting power. Mo Xiaoyao looks solemnly at the leader of the demon sect and lowers his voice to ask the ancestor, "Master, are we not going to make a move?" The hidden demon cultivators in the sword pavilion have been mostly killed. The ancestor squints slightly, his deep gaze sweeping over the leader of the demon sect. What exactly do you demon cultivators want? The leader of the demon sect smiles lazily, of course, to attack you. Upon hearing this, the ancestor frowns slightly. The sword pavilion master begins to feel impatient, a clear wind sword appearing in his hand. Stop wasting words with him. If we're going to fight, let us fight. With that, the sword pavilion master unleashes his early-stage transformation god power and thrusts his sword at the leader of the demon sect, but is blocked by a demon cultivator beside him. This demon cultivator wields a giant axe, his eyes bloodshot. His bare upper body is filled with well-defined muscles and blood-red patterns. Your opponent is me, with a swing of the axe. The powerful shockwave sends the sword pavilion master flying several kilometers. Transformation god? Mo Xiaoyao can see his strength at a glance, while the frail man beside him seems to notice his gaze and begins to smile ominously. We've been preparing for this battle for over a decade. The leader of the demon sect slowly stands up, his eyes turning crimson. 100 years ago, I could seriously injure you, and today I can do it again. The ancestor draws his sword, seemingly ready to strike at any moment. Oh, is that so? The leader of the demon sect smiles slightly, then his aura, no longer concealed, reveals his peak transformation god stage. The ancestor's expression changes slightly. In just 10 years, you've advanced from late stage to peak, but he quickly regains his composure. Even so, I have been at the peak of transformation god for many years. What do you have to fight me with? With that, the ancestor makes his move. A blood-red cleaver appears in the leader of the demon sect hand, his lips curling upwards. Today, I will see if your sword is dull or not. The moment the leader of the demon sect and the ancestor engage in battle, the fight erupts. All the elders face off against a nascent soul cultivator. Mo Xiaoyao confronts the frail man, although Mo Xiaoyao is very close to the transformation god stage. The frail man has just recently entered the transformation god stage, but the gap in realms still puts Mo Xiaoyao at a disadvantage. The sky changes color, and thunder rumbles. All the sword pavilion disciples notice the phenomenon in the sky, and you, following behind the tide of corpses, also notice this. You follow the tide of corpses, realizing they are indeed coming for the sword pavilion. Using your understanding of the blood puppet master's fear of death, you analyze the fighting patterns of this group of blood puppets and notice the few that barely move. You see a hunched old man and realize he is the controller of the blood puppets. The aura emanating from him is overwhelming. He possesses the cultivation of a nascent soul stage. A nascent soul stage cultivator. This person will definitely pose a threat to Nan He. Nan Zhu's expression darkens as he stares at the demon cultivator. Even though the inner demon infant is subtly starting to affect him, it cannot change his resolve. He may not be able to defeat a nascent soul cultivator, but demon cultivators who use blood puppets are generally weaker in their true forms. If he goes all out, there's still a chance to kill. Look over there. Where are those? Someone in the sword pavilion has already noticed the tide of corpses emerging from the south, shouting in panic. The tide of corpses is now at the gates of the sword pavilion, and they begin to frantically attack the protective formation. Seeing this group of corpses, Nanhee's pupils constrict. She suddenly thinks of a possibility. The reason she can't find her brother is that they killed him and turned him into a puppet. Thinking of this possibility sends a chill through her entire body. But she grits her teeth and loudly calls to the sword pavilion disciples. Everyone prepare for battle. The battle between the ancestor and the leader of the demon sect reaches a heated phase. Blood spills from the corners of the leader's mouth as he coldly stares at the ancestor. It seems your sword is still very strong. The ancestor points his sword at the leader of the demon sect. Since you dare to come to my sword pavilion to provoke, are you prepared to die? Oh, is that so? Ha ha. The leader of the demon sect suddenly laughs madly. If I weren't fully prepared, would I seek death? Today is the day of the great rise of my demon path. With that, the knife in his hand slices through the air, and a crack in space appears before the ancestor. What follows is the real spectacle. As this knife is swung, a surge of demonic energy rushes into the sky. The ancestor's expression darkens. Are you insane? You actually colluded with the foreign demons. The leader of the demon sect reveals a sinister smile. And so what? You righteous cultivators have suppressed us demon cultivators for so many years, with countless strong ones falling at your hands. Now, only our demon sect and a few branches remain. Why should you righteous cultivators enjoy everything in the cultivation world, while our demon path becomes the rat everyone wants to kill, collaborating with foreign demons? They promise to help me eliminate you old guys. The price is merely half of the cultivation world. It is worth it. You traitor. The methods of demon cultivators are cruel. Decline is inevitable. The ancestor then attempts to destroy the spatial rift. But he is blocked by the leader of the demon sect's knife. Don't be in a hurry. Our battle isn't over yet. Hee hee. The ancestor grits his teeth, glaring at the leader of the demon sect. Then I'll cut you down first. With that, the two engage in battle once more. The opening of the spatial rift signifies the terrifying foreign demons are about to arrive. In the sky, there's the battle of the master and others, underground. Nan, he and a group of disciples are battling the blood puppets. On this day, the cultivation world is bound to undergo a great upheaval. Fortunately, no one has noticed you hidden behind the blood puppets. You keep your gaze fixed on that demon cultivator, ready to strike at any moment. Chapter 18. Brother takes action again. Mo Xiaoyao and the frail demon cultivator had already fought for hundreds of rounds. Mo Xiaoyao's face was somewhat pale, clearly indicating that the cross-border battle was quite taxing for him. Although the frail demon cultivator was also not in a good state. He was much better off than Mo Xiaoyao. Today, it's either you die or I die. Mo Xiaoyao took a recovery pill from his storage bag and swallowed it in one go. Oh, and then what? The frail demon cultivator suddenly asked. Regardless of whether you can kill me or not, your sword pavilion will be engulfed by the corpse tide, right? We specifically left a nascent soul down there. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaoyao's mind buzzed. Taking advantage of this moment, the frail demon cultivator charged at Mo Xiaoyao again. Mo Xiaoyao hurriedly dodged but still took a heavy hit, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Hee hee, you righteous cultivators are always cautious and easily distracted. The frail demon cultivator mocked. Mo Xiaoyao snorted coldly and drew his sword to continue fighting the demon cultivator. Then I'll kill you. I'll go help out below. The corpse tide formed by blood puppets was crazily attacking the protective formation of the sword pavilion, and he vaguely sensed battle fluctuations high up in the sky. But at this moment, he had no mind to pay attention to anything else, because the protective formation was about to collapse. The corpse tide, under the control of the demon cultivator, had surrounded the entire sword pavilion, leaving no way to retreat. Can we really survive this? It's over, it's all over. In an instant, the morale of countless sword pavilion disciples plummeted. Many of them lost their fighting spirit as they looked at the dense blood puppets. Then he glanced at them, frowning. Finally, gritting his teeth, he drew his sword and pointed it at the corpse tide. If you want to wait to die, I won't let you. Today, I will carve out a path to survival. As the protective formation shattered, the corpse tide surged like a flood. Then he was the first to join the slaughter. The sword in Nan He's hand was engulfed in blazing flames, and each strike decapitated dozens of blood puppets. However, these blood puppets immediately filled the gaps in front, making them seemingly endless. Nanny continued to kill while the sword pavilion disciples watched. This group of blood puppets was tireless, pain-free, and utterly fearless. Even as Nan he became bloodthirsty, the blood puppets showed no signs of retreat. It seemed that many were unwilling to die, or perhaps inspired by Nan he, as more and more people joined the battle. The senior sister next door drew her sword and thought, Nan he is fighting so hard, I can't just watch her alone. With the first, there was a second, then a third. Better to die fighting than to wait for death in vain. A seemingly cultured disciple suddenly chanted. What does that mean? A nearby, uncultured brood asked. The cultured disciple glanced at him, then smiled slightly and drew his sword. Damn it, I want to die with dignity. Kill, kill. Anyone with a bit of blood in them, under the encouragement of others, joined the ranks of battle. In an instant, the advancing corpse tide could no longer close in. Nan Zhu watched Nan he fight, seeing the corpse tide leave scar after scar on her body, and he felt a deep sense of heartache. His inner turmoil was palpable and the heart demon infant seemed to sense his changing state of mind, further crazily influencing him, trying to control his body. But at this moment, Nan Zhu no longer cared about the influence of the heart demon infant. I said I would protect my sister. Nan Zhu exhaled a breath of turbid air, his gaze piercing through the puppet flood, locking onto the hunched silhouette in the shadows, drawing his sword, and stepping towards him. There were many blood puppets blocking his path, and he cut them down with a single sword strike. His speed did not slow even slightly. Seeming to sense someone attacking him from behind, the nascent soul demon cultivator turned back in confusion, only to find it was a Foundation establishment cultivator. And he let out a sigh of relief. He waved his hand, sending more blood puppets toward Nan Zhu. I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just a Foundation establishment waste without even a spiritual root. What a scare. The demon cultivator murmured. He could tell at a glance that Nan Zhu had no spiritual root, so he didn't take him seriously. As more blood puppets surged forward, Nan Zhu's sword strikes became faster and faster. A hint of red blood energy began to appear around Nan Zhu. Interesting. The blood puppet master sneered, his fingers flying. This time, dozens of blood puppets charged at him simultaneously. Some ran on all fours like wild beasts. Some leaped into the air, their claws gleaming with cold light. Others opened their blood-filled mouths, spewing out a foul, toxic mist. Nan Zhu's sword traced an arc in the air, the sword energy crisscrossing, cutting through the toxic mist. His steps remained steady, each one as precise as if measured. Wherever the sword light passed, blood puppets fell one after another. What's going on? How can a Foundation establishment waste be so hard to kill? The demon cultivator frowned. His wrinkled face seemed to tighten into a ball. Nan Zhu's speed was neither fast nor slow, but it wasn't that he didn't want to be faster. Rather, he could only maintain this pace. He was using a secret method that burned his life force, and, at the same time, he had to split his focus to suppress the influence of the heart demon infant. Faintly, a few strands of silver hair appeared on Nan Zhu's head. Watching Nan Zhu advance step by step, killing dozens of blood puppets with a single sword, the expression of the nascent soul demon cultivator finally became serious. Because as he got closer, he could sense that the strength of this man was not weaker than that of the earlier Golden Core girl. And as a blood puppet master, his own body was very weak. I can't let him get close. So he began to fully control the blood puppets to attack Nan Zhu. With so many blood puppets, Nan Zhu couldn't dodge in time, and his arm was slashed, leaving a bloody mark. He could feel the poison spreading in his body. But this pain made him even more alert. The demon cultivator used his spiritual power to try to invade Nan Zhu's sea of consciousness, intending to disrupt it and throw him into chaos. But when his spiritual power touched Nan Zhu's sea of consciousness, he found that his mind was a chaotic mess. What's going on? Why is his mind so chaotic? His spiritual power seemed unable to stir up a single ripple. Nan Zhu was getting closer to him. He began to panic. He saw a hint of blood red in Nan Zhu's eyes. Damn it! The demon cultivator cursed, blood shadow curse. With his furious shout, blood gathered at his fingertips, and the blood mist surged, transforming into sharp blades, stabbing toward Nan Zhu like a ghost. Nan Zhu couldn't dodge in time, and his abdomen was pierced through. Ha ha ha! Is that all? But before he could finish, he realized Nan Zhu was still walking towards him as if nothing had happened, and his speed did not slow down despite being pierced in the abdomen. Though Nan Zhu felt a wave of pain from his abdomen, the chaos in his mind caused by the heart demon infant also cleared for a moment. Nice! Nan Zhu quickened his pace, and the defiant demon cultivator launched several more attacks against him. Nan Zhu easily dodged most of the attacks, but still took several hits. Of course, this was intentional. Crazy. He's really a madman. The demon cultivator's face showed panic as he saw the madness on Nan Zhu's face. Meanwhile, Nan He, who was still fighting ahead, suddenly noticed that the corpse tide was retreating, which relieved her pressure significantly. What's going on? Why is the corpse tide starting to retreat? The exhausted her suddenly brightened. Was it reinforcements coming from behind? Chapter 19, he killed the demon cultivator. She killed him. Then Nan He soared into the sky. In the next moment, she saw the figure she had seen countless times in her dreams. But at this moment, His hair had turned mostly white, and his body was covered in wounds. As he slowly walked towards a demon cultivator, the demon cultivator looked terrified and was continuously retreating. "Don't come near, don't come near." "Brother, brother?" Nan's pupils contracted, and her body began to tremble. No doubt about it, she would not mistake that figure. "Brother," Nan shouted, attracting the attention of Nan Zhu and the demon cultivator. Nan Zhu smiled slightly at her, still advancing step by step towards the demon cultivator. The demon cultivator looked at Nan Zhu, who was approaching him, and then at Nan He, who was rushing towards him, caught in a dilemma. However, he noticed that Nan Zhu's condition was worse, so to survive, he would deal with him first. Under his control, most of the blood puppets charged towards Nan Zhu, while another portion blocked Nan He's movements. Seeing your hair turn white so quickly, you must have used some secret technique that burns your life force. Then I'll take care of you first. His hoarse, aged voice came out, and his eyes turned fierce. As he spoke, countless black needles appeared around him, shooting towards Nan Zhu, attempting to damage his sea of consciousness. But when they entered Nan Zhu's mind without effect, he remembered that this guy's head was too chaotic to be affected in that way. So he began to attack other parts of his body, but other than the deadly moves, everything was withstood by him, seemingly making him even more excited. The girl behind was killing even more fiercely. Clearly, she had just exhausted her energy. Why did she suddenly explode again? Surrounded by enemies. Was he really going to meet his end today? He regretted becoming a blood puppet master once again. After all, blood puppet masters were just tools used by the demonic path to cultivate large-scale war machines, inherently weak. Without blood puppets, even a slightly stronger golden core cultivator could not be defeated. Their attacks were mostly on a mental level, but it seemed that Nan Zhu could not be affected. Nan Zhu's crimson gaze fixed on him. "Do you have any last words?" The demon cultivator's face turned pale as he trembled and asked, When did you discover my position?" He was hidden in the center, surrounded by countless blood puppets blocking himself, and had the ability to conceal his aura, making it impossible for anyone below the nascent soul level to find him. Why would a foundation establishment cultivator? Your hunchback is pretty obvious. The tip of Nan Zhu's sword pressed down slightly, his voice hoarse like gravel scraping. The blood puppet formation appeared disordered, yet in reality, every three had one bending toward the center. You were mimicking the instinct of an ant colony, but you forgot that humans are ultimately not insects. Is that so? The demon cultivator laughed, a truly absurd response. But the next moment, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he roared, "Kill them all." The blood puppets surged like a tide, decayed fingers scraping against the ground, leaving countless pale marks. "Brother, be careful." Seeing her brother, who was covered in wounds, then he felt even more distressed, but the annoying blood puppets surged forward, preventing her from moving. The blood puppets came like a tide, but Nan Zhu smiled. He turned to Nan He and softly said, "Watch closely. This sword is called Forgetting Emotion." Before his voice fell, the sword light shot out like a rainbow, dimming the heavens and the earth. The sword was only about 10 meters away from the demon cultivator. He could not evade it at all. In the last moment, he suddenly remembered that snowy night 100 years ago when he was still a boy kidnapped by the demonic sect, thrown into the blood puppet cave just because of his innate puppet bone. Among the 300 people in the same batch, he was the only one who crawled out alive. He was then forced to become a blood puppet master. The demon cultivator's figure gradually dissipated in the sword energy, leaving only a sigh. In the next life, I never want to be a blood puppet master again. Blood puppet masters in the demonic path were also one of the lowest professions, often looked down upon. Though they could control countless blood puppets, they ultimately lacked high-end combat power. Being weak, having few means, and relying mostly on mental attacks, these elements could often play an unexpected role in battles among the weak, but ultimately, there was no future. Perhaps there were methods to control powerful blood puppets in ancient times, but they had long been lost in today as decline. Therefore, even if he cultivated to the nascent soul stage, he could only play a supporting role below and could not intervene in the battles above. The saddest thing was that the demonic path could not exist without blood puppet masters. They were an important means to initiate battles. Now with his death, all the blood puppets fell to the ground like puppets that had lost their strings. "Brother," Nan He's eyes turned red as she wanted to embrace her brother, whose hair was completely white. Nan Zhu looked at Nan He and smiled. He had promised to protect his sister. As his white hair scattered, memories of childhood flashed by, and he seemed to see that adorable sister from his memories. Nan Zhu thought, but unexpectedly, the heart demon infant suddenly erupted. At this moment, the relaxation was like a handful of warm water, soaking the dormant poison of the heart demon infant. No, his pupils constricted, and a rusty taste surged in his throat. As his emotions erupted, the heart demon infant once again took control of his body, and in an instant his eyes turned blood red, and the sword in his hand swung up again. The sword edge grazed Nan He's collarbone, blood droplets splattering onto her trembling eyelashes. The sudden change made Nan He hurry to stop, raising her sword to block. But due to the suddenness of the event, she was not fully prepared, and she was injured by this sword. Brother, you. A look of disbelief appeared in Nan He's beautiful eyes. What's going on? Is that Nan Zhu? Just moments ago, he had killed the demon cultivator. Why did he suddenly draw his sword at Nan He? The senior sister had a face full of confusion. After the blood puppets lost control, everyone had a moment to breathe and naturally noticed what was happening here. However, Nan Zhu disregarded everything and charged at Nan He, as if he were a monster that had lost its reason. Nan Zhu could not control his own body, watching helplessly as he crazily attacked Nan He. He struggled, but was helpless. The worst thing happened. Logically, after unleashing the forgetting emotion sword, he should have been exhausted. Yet the outcome was unexpected. Having dealt with the troublesome nascent soul demon cultivator, he had now become another trouble for his sister. And he only dodged and did not retaliate. She had already realized that her brother was being controlled by the heart demon infant. Then he bit her lip, her face full of reluctance. After finally reuniting with her brother, what should she do? She didn't want to hurt him. The suddenly erupting heart demon infant caught you off guard. But you also realized that after tracking the demon cultivator for so long, the heart demon infant, which had been suppressed for so long, was already on the verge of explosion, and the last string that killed the demon cultivator, when seeing Nan He rushing towards him, completely erupted. Nan He had already sustained several wounds under his assault. You noticed that your sister's defensive movements were somewhat similar to what you had once taught her. This made your heart ache even more. Hurry up and kill me, and everything will end. Nan Zhu gritted his teeth in the consciousness space, feeling powerless. Why? Why is this happening? Chapter 20. The first simulation ends. You start going crazy. You frantically attack Nan He. You are powerless in a daze. He seemed to see a sword aura. Right? Swatoha? Nan Zhu's eyes lit up. This was the sword aura given by the master. With this, he could briefly reclaim his body. With this sword aura, Nan Zhu's body suddenly stiffened. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. Ouch, that hurts, Nan Zhu murmured. The body that was still attacking, Nan He seemed to lose strength and began to fall. Brother. Seeing Nan Zhu's condition, Nan He hurriedly caught him. Her eyes were red, tears swirling in her eyelashes. Her brother suddenly recovered, and she was naturally happy. Hearing Nan He's voice, Nan Zhu finally reacted and struggled to lift his head. I succeeded? Huh? Why does my voice sound so hoarse now? The somewhat aged voice made Nan Zhu pause slightly. Nan Zhu laboriously raised his arm and touched his face, discovering inexplicable wrinkles, and his hands were also covered with signs of aging. He had long anticipated such a result, but experiencing it for real brought an indescribable feeling. Brother, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Nan Zhu was silent for a moment, then struggled to raise his hand and pat her head. What are you apologizing for? I should be the one apologizing. Saying this, Nan Zhu looked at Nan He again, or more precisely, at the many wounds on Nan He's body. It hurts, right? It doesn't hurt. Nan He hurriedly shook her head, afraid her brother would misunderstand. Thanks to brother finding and killing that demonic cultivator, otherwise the sword pavilion would have been doomed today. Hearing this, Nan Zhu smiled in relief. She gently hugged Nan Zhu, not caring about her injuries, wanting to heal him. Everyone was surprised and incredulous at Nan He's childlike appearance. This was the first time they had seen Nan He like this in the past 2 years. Looking at her brother, now with a head full of white hair, and he was full of worry. Brother, why have you become like this? It's just the price of power. Nan Zhu forced a smile, seemingly wanting to tell Nan that he was not in serious trouble. And he understood. She knew that Nan Zhu's strength just now was due to burning his own life. And he couldn't believe what she saw. Her fingertips gathered pure, white, spiritual energy, but trembled violently when touching Nan Zhu's meridians. What she touched was not flesh and blood, but a dried, cracked riverbed. Brother's dantian was collapsing, and every spiritual vein was covered with spiderweb-like cracks. Don't waste your effort. Nan Zhu held her hand, the temperature in his palm colder than winter snow. The emotional demon's whispers echoed again, and Nan Zhu seemed to faintly sense the meaning the emotional demon wanted to express. Give up resistance, you cannot withstand me. The brief awakening just now was merely a fleeting warmth snatched with the master's sword aura. No, it won't happen. Nanhee's hands trembled slightly as she rummaged through her storage bag for various healing medicines. Brother, hold on. As long as you get through this, I can find a way to deal with the emotional demon for you. Nan Zhu waved his hand again, smiling cheerfully. Healing me would just be a waste of those old man's medicines. No matter what you become, you will always be my brother. The best brother in the world. She watched her brother's transformation from black hair to white hair, his handsome face gradually becoming the old man he was now. The senior sister wanted to step forward to pull Nanny back, but was stopped by someone beside her, shaking her head. Kill me. The sudden words pierced Nanhee's heart like an ice pick, freezing her in place, her pupils constricting as she stared blankly at Nan Zhu. You, what did you say? She seemed unable to understand Nan Zhu's words. But when she looked at Nan Zhu again, she found him in immense pain, his eyes occasionally turning red. The sword aura given by the master could temporarily awaken him, but this awakening time was a bit too short. I said, heal me, before I fall into madness again. Nan Zhu gritted his teeth and repeated his words. No, I want tea. And he shook her head, but her body trembled uncontrollably as she buried her head in Nan Zhu's chest and cried. Hurry! Nan Zhu's roar mixed with the cracking sounds of dislocated bones. Nan Zhu realized he was losing control, but still exerted all his strength to suppress the emotional demon, comforting her. This body was meant to perish with that demonic cultivator. It was just a little unexpected. Don't cry. Saying this, he forced himself to hand a sword to Nan He. His fingers gripping the sleeve of Nan He were astonishingly strong. His dazed pupils struggled to focus, occasionally turning crimson. The voice coming from his throat was no longer the warm tone of a brother, but a hoarse sound like sandpaper scraping. Hurry. The sword. Stab here. He guided her hand to his heart, where the heartbeat was weak like dying embers. Then he suddenly pulled her hand back, the sleeve ripping with a sound. Then she took a few steps back with the sword. Nan Zhu's voice rose again, making her stop all her actions. This was the first time her brother called her name so directly. Don't be angry. Be good. Nanhee's gaze was hollow, and she heard her brother's voice. When a person dies, they simply become stars in the sky. Don't you remember? I don't want to become a monster. I don't want to hurt anyone after falling into madness. I am serious. Tears fell from Nanhee's eyes, but at this moment, Nan Zhu was already powerless to resist the influence of the emotional demon, trembling as he stood up from the ground. Roars occasionally escaped his mouth. I understand. Looking at her brother's current state, Nanhee suddenly sighed in relief, her eyes devoid of spirit as she looked at Nan Zhu. Vaguely, Nanhee seemed to see her brother smile, but her brother still charged at her. Brother's attack went awry, but her own. Nanhee's sword pierced through Nan Zhu's heart. She stepped forward against her brother's twisted face. The sensation of the sword piercing flesh felt like cutting through aged silk. The sound of the bell abruptly ceased, and the sky full of apricot blossoms was lifted by the sword aura, blurring Nan Zhu's final smile. Thank you. And the osmanthus cake you made back then was delicious. This was the last sentence Nanhee heard. Brother knows that it was made by her. She smiled at Nan Zhu, her smile weary and confused. Her fingertips seemed to still retain the feeling of her brother's collar. But the sound of the sword ringing suddenly became distant, and he suddenly realized she was smiling. This smile must be terrifying, even somewhat pathological, because the onlooking disciples gasp and retreat. Yet she cannot control the upward curve of her lips, just like she cannot control the sword that thrusts out. It turns out the body knows better than the heart how to protect him. In the moment the blade pierces her heart, she sees her brother's lips forming the words, "Don't be afraid." Laughing and laughing, she begins to cry, crying so tired, so tired. Everyone in the sword pavilion watches everything that happens between the two. No one leaves. No one speaks. No one dares to step forward. You have died. Simulation ended. Chapter 21. The Graveyard of 10,000 Tombs. You made your choice at the last moment of The Sims. You are not completely controlled by the heart demon infant to become a monster. And you are very grateful. Grateful for the sword energy from your master, and also grateful that your sister ended his last life. You feel very satisfied inside. The only regret might be not seeing your sister's future achievements. Though it shouldn't have been such a fate, you do not regret it. If you could do it all over again, you would still make the same choice. The reason is simple. Because she is your sister, you only know that you did what you thought was right. Simulation ended, calculating the wonderful moments of this life. Simulation evaluation is being generated. Simulation rewards are being generated. Returning to host consciousness. Remaining simulation attempts. 0. Who? Nan Zhu seems to have awakened from a dream, with a buzzing sound in his mind. But the echoing in his ears is not irritating. After all, this is not the heart demon infant. On the contrary, it makes Nan Zhu feel as if he has taken a calming pill. I'm back. Only then did Nan Zhu have the time to observe his surroundings, and then he noticed the clock on the wall. After so many years in the simulated world, the real world hasn't changed at all. A trace of surprise flashed in Nan Zhu's eyes. But that's good. It can also avoid being discovered by others while in the simulated world and prevent unnecessary trouble. From time to time, the prompt sound of the simulator comes to his ears, and Nan Zhu finally remembers his simulator. However, he doesn't want to pay attention to everything about the simulator right now. He is so tired, so tired. Everything experienced in the simulated world seems as if he had lived through it personally. So after returning, those experiences feel like first-hand experiences. Even though there is nothing wrong with his body, the mental burden cannot be restored. So huff, Nan Zhu took a nap. He slept soundly, the first time in many years. It was very quiet around him, and no one disturbed him. No one would disturb him. On the other side, within the sword pavilion, Nan He is in a coma. There are no signs of awakening. The air is filled with a sorrowful atmosphere. No one has the leisure to do anything at this moment. The sword pavilion has suffered heavy casualties, and the sect leader and elders are nowhere to be seen. The girl frowns in her sleep, mumbling something. I'm sorry. Don't. Years ago, when she had nightmares, a warm figure would hold her and give her warmth. But at this moment, covered with a quilt, she feels no warmth at all. No. And he suddenly wakes up with a start, then realizes it was a dream. Right. It was all a dream. Brother. And he suddenly calls out. There is no response. And he tentatively calls out a few more times, but still receives no reply. Then he bites her lip and walks out of the cave. At this moment, the sword pavilion is in disarray, and a heavy atmosphere permeates the sect. The wind outside the cave carries the smell of scorched earth. And as Nan He steps over the broken blue bricks, she unknowingly sees a blood-stained long sword. This sword is the one she stabbed at her brother. No, it's all a dream. Nan He still mumbles as she walks towards her master's cave. She walks step by step. She sees her junior sister crying with her head in her hands. She sees her senior brother staring blankly at the mountainside. She sees countless people cleaning the battlefield. She also sees blood puppets. She sees countless severed limbs and broken arms. Mo Xiaoyao is sitting on a stone chair. His face is pale, and his cultivation level has dropped to the early stage of the nascent soul realm. He repeatedly carves the word regret into the stone table with sword energy. Master. Then he bows. Mo Xiaoyao raises his head, glances at Nan He, but does not speak. The last stroke of the word regret is deep enough to see the bone, and the stone fragments stirred up by the sword energy fall silently on Mo Xiaoyao's frosty white hair. Then he notices that her master's hair has turned white in patches. Master, where's my brother? Nan Zhu's eyelids droop as he asks. Mo Xiaoyao is silent for a moment, then finally speaks wearily, the graveyard of 10,000 tombs. Watching Nan He's departing figure, Mo Xiaoyao resumes his previous action. I can't protect anything, disciple. Mu Yao even ended up causing trouble for the master. If I had worked a bit harder, if I had broken through to the transformation god realm, would everything today have changed? He speaks to himself, but no one can respond to him. The graveyard of 10,000 tombs is built against the mountains, once desolate and uninhabited, but today it is bustling with shadows. The newly erected forest of steels pierces the sky like a forest of white bones, and the morning dew condensed on the tops of the steels sways in the wind, falling and tracing a path like the tears of the deceased. She sees a figure. Is it the senior sister? Noticing Nan He, the senior sister waves at her. Then he pauses her steps, but still walks towards her senior sister. Seeing Nan He's state, the senior sister asks with concern, "Stop crying. I'll take you to see your brother." "Huh? Am I crying?" Nan He's movements freeze. What did she cry? Then he touches her cheeks. They're a bit wet. "Yeah, did I cry?" "I cried." Noticing the dazed Nan He and her swollen eyes, the senior sister sighs. "What did you cry? Was it when the master said it was the graveyard of 10,000 tombs? Or was it when you saw that sword at the entrance?" Nan He's eyes are a bit confused, and everything in front of her seems to become blurry. The senior sister takes her hand and walks towards the direction of Nan Zhu's tombstone. The senior sister tells Nan He what happened after she fell into a coma. The ancestor sacrificed himself to repair the breach, keeping the foreign demons at bay. The sect leader shattered the 10,000 sect order, and most of the righteous forces rushed to support, successfully repelling the demon sect. Master Mo Xiaoyao forcibly broke through to the transformation god realm at the cost of his cultivation level dropping, slashing the demon cultivators. The old man who rescued the siblings was killed in battle. Lin Mu Yao was severely injured. Half of the cultivators above the nascent soul realm in the sect were injured or killed. Why did the powerful figure from other sects arrive so slowly? Then he asks. The senior sister is silent for a moment. The Sword Pavilion has held the #1 position in the righteous path for too long. I see. Then he suddenly understands. The state of the master at that time was clearly affected greatly. Then his gaze unknowingly turns cold. These sections and the demon cultivators all deserve to die. Nan He's icy gaze sends a shiver down the senior sister's spine, and she quickly says, "This is your brother's tomb." Upon hearing this, Nan He's icy gaze instantly melts, becoming gentle. In an instant, she seems like a different person. Looking at this cold tombstone, Nan He wants to say something but cannot. Finally, she quietly rests her forehead against the cold tombstone. Thump, thump, thump. Listening to the sudden vibrations erupting from her chest, it vaguely reminds her of the sound of her brother's heartbeat while she curled up in his embrace. At the moment when the two frequencies suddenly coincide during a breath, she distinctly hears a voice filled with laughter saying, "Brother is always here," seemingly recalling something. Then he suddenly places her palm on her chest. "That's right. I can think of a way to exchange hearts with my brother. How could such an amazing person not think of it? So, my brother's always in my heart." Then he stands up. As she turned around, a gap in the dark clouds opened up just in time, and a beam of sunlight illuminated the inscription, making it dazzling. She understood what she had to do. Chapter 22 Settlement in the World of Cultivation. There's a person like this. She is very weak, only possessing the golden core realm. But her talent is terrifying. A terrifying talent is one thing, but she works harder than you. So, how can you catch up? So refreshing. Nan Zhu let out a groan and stretched lazily on the bed. The sun was shining brightly outside, illuminating the entire room. Nan Zhu glanced at the clock. It's still daytime. She had slept the whole day, but sleeping is really comfortable. Nan Zhu slumped back on the bed, fingers splayed, looking at her palm. I wonder how my sister is doing now. With the sword body and heavenly spiritual roots, I don't have to worry about her talent. She should be able to become stronger and have the ability to protect herself when I'm not around, right? Nan Zhu murmured. But thinking about never seeing her again, she felt an indescribable sensation in her heart. By the way, the simulator settlement. Nan Zhu suddenly remembered. In any case, she had lived a full life. This life was very fulfilling. But would it be too much of a blow for my sister to kill me with her own hands? And at that time, I remember my sister was smiling. It should be fine, right? Nan Zhu's thoughts were tangled. But at that time, She was already doing her utmost to suppress the heart demon infant, and if her sister hadn't acted, she would have completely fallen into madness. She really didn't want to see that scene. Life simulation. Does all of this count as truly happening? Nan Zhu frowned, unable to understand for a moment. Ding, everything that happened in the simulated world truly exists, damn. Nan Zhu was startled by the cold mechanical voice in her mind. Then she cursed. Can you remind me before you speak next time? And why so loudly, scaring someone to death? But the simulator did not respond to Nan Zhu. Or rather, it couldn't be bothered to respond. By the way, she hadn't checked the settlement situation yet. After hearing the simulator's voice, Nan Zhu remembered that she had been too tired to check this matter. She then began to look at the settlement situation. Ding! The first simulation result has been completed. Overall evaluation. S. Congratulations to the host for completing achievements. Savior of the Sword Pavilion, his tears, incurable waste, early death. Solution to the unsolvable problem, the man behind him. Savior of the Sword Pavilion. If it weren't for your intervention, the Sword Pavilion would have suffered a heavy blow, and its status would have been replaced by other righteous paths. His tears. You became his only hero, causing him to shed countless tears. In all the realms, his tears have only been shed for you, which is definitely something to be proud of. Incurable waste. With the existence of a simulator, you can still become an incurable waste. In a sense, you are still a character. Early death. In the cultivation world, you died a bit too quickly. Solution to the unsolvable problem. You encountered an unsolvable problem, but you exchanged your life for another and saved your sister. Although you died, can you say this problem has no solution? The man behind him. Perhaps your existence cannot stir any waves in the cultivation world, but your existence led to his birth. You became an unspeakable taboo of taboos, and you should feel proud. Nan Zhu's head was filled with question marks. She understood all these words. But what the hell were the second and last ones? Nanhe? Did Nanhe become some extraordinary existence after my death? Her sister's innocent and naive smile flashed through her mind, and thinking of the simulator referring to her as he stirred up a complex emotion in her heart. According to the description, he refers to Nanhe. But why refer to her as he? This left Nan Zhu momentarily confused, but she soon smiled with relief. At least she could know that he was doing well after her death. Her worries about her sister eased somewhat, and she continued to check the simulator's panel. Overall evaluation. You wasted your talent, and even with the existence of a simulator, you could still become a waste. Without a doubt, you are unique. But you paid the price of your life and indirectly nurtured a taboo existence. Thus your sacrifice holds an unspeakable significance for all realms. Your existence deserves to be remembered. For you, this life was very meaningful. Final evaluation. 92 points, generating rewards. Please choose 3 items from the following rewards. 1. Everything at the peak of your simulated life, both positive and negative. Note, the strongest period is before the host unearthed the bones and spiritual roots. 2. The peak cultivation talent in the simulated life. 3. A heart demon infant. 4. A collection of sword techniques. 5. Partial soul repair. 6. A delicately made osmanthus cake personally made by your sister, everlasting version. Nan Zhu's gaze drifted among the options, her fingers unconsciously tapping the table. The simulator was very considerate, even providing a note behind option 1. This meant the heart demon infant would also be brought over, right? And the third option. Are you serious? Heart demon infant. Ugh. She shivered, a scene of her madness flashing through her mind. That feeling of losing control sent chills down her spine. Could you explain what partial soul repair means? Nan Zhu noticed the 5th item. Note, the host's soul is incomplete, which also leads to the host's short lifespan. Oh, Nan Zhu understood, and her eyes lit up. Does this mean I still have a chance to cure my strange illness? The simulator did not respond, but it did not affect Nan Zhu's ecstatic mood. Nan Zhu first eliminated the 2 involving the heart demon infant, and finally chose the 2nd, 5th, and 6th. Option 1 was another trap. No need to say more. Why else would there be that note? As long as I have cultivation talent, it means I can start over. As for soul repair, this is my chance to survive. How can I not choose it? As for the osmanthus cake, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, a hint of tenderness flashing in her eyes. Libya keepsake. Thinking of her sister, A touch of affection flickered in Nan Zhu's eyes. This osmanthus cake looked ordinary, made from common ingredients. Nan Zhu was very clear about this. But memories of her sister buying osmanthus cakes for her, and the ugly osmanthus cakes she made at the beginning flashed through her mind. As she thought about it, Nan Zhu couldn't help but smile. Moreover, the note said it was exquisite, so she must have improved a lot. Even if I don't eat it, I have to keep it as a memorial. A memorial for that girl whom I may never see again. No other reason, just that. She's my sister. Ding! Rewards have been confirmed. Rewards are being distributed. As a blue light illuminated, Nan Zhu suddenly felt her body lighten, and the spiritual roots and sword body reappeared within her. However, this time there was no manifestation. The reason she couldn't cultivate was due to the lack of spiritual roots. This also marked that she could cultivate again. Then she felt a wave of comfort from deep within her soul, as if electricity was coursing through her entire body. Nan Zhu felt every cell in her body rejoicing. This should be the soul repair, right? Finally, the osmanthus cake appeared on the table, a square pastry covered in golden osmanthus. Its tempting color made Nan Zhu swallow. So exquisite. Nan Zhu smiled, wanting to eat, but hesitated and pulled her hand back. At the moment, the osmanthus cake appeared. The figure of a stunning woman from billions of dimensions gradually emerged. Her 3,000 strands of hair danced wildly like ink, and her eyes resembled two burning purple flames. Slowly opening. In an instant, powerful energy ripples wildly spread from her as the center, shattering the surrounding starry space like fragile glass, with brilliant fragments bursting forth like fireworks, scattering everywhere. Is it, brother? Chapter 23. The Path of Nan. He's so exquisite. She must have tried many times. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted, but a hint of bitterness flashed in his eyes. After thinking for a moment, he moved a few books from his bookshelf to empty it out, using it as a display case, and then placed the osmanthus cake under a glass dome inside. The bookshelf had few books to begin with, having previously served as decoration. It was now perfectly suited as a display case. Moreover, since there was an everlasting suffix, there was no need to worry about the osmanthus cake melting. After finishing all this, Nan Zhu took a deep breath. His fingertips hovered above the glass dome, gazing at the osmanthus cake sculpted in the shape of intertwined lotus flowers. Then he suddenly asked the simulator, "I want to know what happened to Nan he after I died. Can you tell me?" The simulator was silent for a moment. Nan Zhu thought it was hopeless, but then the simulator responded. The blood-red moonlight soaked the plaque of the sword pavilion. Then he wrapped a blood-stained bandage around the hilt of her sword, and the silver bells that once hung in her hair never rang again. After your death, Nan He's hatred for demon cultivators reached an unprecedented height. No one dared to mention the demon race in front of her. She had completely changed. Her heart was filled only with hatred for demon cultivators and an obsession with resurrecting you. Demon cultivators had suffered severe injuries and were almost unseen in the human realm. The sword pavilion was gravely weakened and temporarily withdrew from the world. Years later, Nan He broke through to the nascent soul stage and began to search for traces of the demon cultivators, eventually finding some clues. The demon cultivators also suffered heavy losses in that battle and retreated to the 36 demon caves. The 36 demon caves twisted like the bones of a giant beast. She single-handedly charged in, instilling fear in the demon cultivators. Demon blood dripped from the sword's edge, and the sword in her hand buzzed with excitement, now soaked in the blood and murderous aura of countless demon souls. The girl climbed over the spines of the demon cultivators, each step blossoming blood lotuses on the rocky walls. Damn it, the master of the demon sect, dragging his severely injured body, made a move, only because no other demon cultivator could confront her. Your sister was severely injured by the master of the demon sect, yet still let her escape. Decades later, your sister broke through to the transformation stage and once again slaughtered the 36 demon caves. This time, even the master of the demon sect could not stop her, but neither could they harm each other. Decades passed again, and then he came looking for them, only to find the 36 demon caves deserted. She began to search extensively for their traces in the realm of cultivation. At this point, Nan He had become the pinnacle of combat power in the cultivation world, with transformation-level cultivation, almost able to walk through anything. She found the Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms and located the hiding place of the Master of the Demon Sect. She confronted the Master of the Demon Sect. The Master of the Demon Sect felt fear and warned Nan He that the demon path also had influence in the immortal realm. Nan He paid no heed to what he said. The Master of the Demon Sect was decapitated by a single sword strike. Brother, this is the last demon cultivator I can kill in the cultivation world. Nan He held the severed head of the Master of the Demon Sect, staring blankly at the starry sky. Warm liquid slid down her cheek. She thought it was the blood splattered by the Master of the Demon Sect. But when she reached up, she touched the coldness of her own tears. From this point on, there were no demon cultivators left in the cultivation world. Nan He was hailed as the #1 person in the cultivation world, unable to find a way to resurrect her brother in the mortal realm. Then he became disheartened and then thought of the immortal realm again. She recalled what the Master of the Demon Sect had said about the influence they had in the immortal realm. Wait for me to find a way to resurrect you from the immortal realm, and I will bring you back. She smiled lightly at your mottled tombstone, turned, and stepped into the immortal gate. With her peak transformation level cultivation, she forcibly broke through the immortal gate and stepped into the immortal realm. Due to her destruction of the immortal gate, she faced the enmity of the guardians of the immortal path. Nan He was no match for them and fled. 100 years later, Nan He became an immortal and taught a lesson to the guardians of the immortal path. Nan He began to search for resurrection methods among various immortal sects, but she discovered that many so-called immortals were merely seeking fame and fortune. Nan He was deceived by an immortal sect that claimed to have a resurrection method, and then she single-handedly destroyed the entire sect. Nan He was wanted in the immortal realm. She discovered that there were also many demon cultivators in the immortal realm. In her hatred for demon cultivators, she casually exterminated several demon sections. In the year 721 of the immortal calendar, Nan He dismantled 360 libraries in the Hall of Fate. In the year 740 of the immortal calendar, Nan He seized all the books and records from the palace of the end of the world. In the year 800 of the immortal calendar, Nan He forcibly broke into the library of Heavenly Tao. On that day, the stone beast guarding the library of Heavenly Tao suddenly spoke. The souls of the dead have already entered reincarnation. Why cling to it? The sword light flashed, and a piece of green jade was embedded in the stone beast's brow. Reincarnation? Then let this reincarnation be destroyed. But even after poring over countless books, she still could not find a resurrection method. Nanny's actions shocked the immortal realm. Her deeds drew the ire of the celestial emperor, and the vast heavenly army descended from the 33 heavens, led by a white-haired old man. The immortal has already harmed the heavens. I hope you think twice. Before the old immortal could finish speaking, his head rolled into the sea of clouds. Then he escaped from the heavenly army and returned, almost piercing through the 33 heavens. The celestial emperor intervened, and Nan He was defeated. Return again, fight again, retreat again. With each return, Nan He grew stronger. Until 2,000 years later, the first celestial emperor fell. The remaining celestial emperors besieged Nan He, but still could not capture her. This group of celestial emperors began to panic. They would undoubtedly die at Nan He's next return. Sure enough, another 1,000 years later, Nan He returned and single-handedly slaughtered several celestial emperors. 3,000 years later, no one in the immortal realm dared to mention the name Nan He. Only on nights of the full moon would the fragrance of osmanthus drift between certain shattered celestial mountains. Those cultivators who followed the scent to the desolate mountains would always find exquisite pastries laid out on a blue stone. This might be the only hobby of that existence. Nan He only hoped that you, as the stars in the sky, could feel this piece of osmanthus cake, praying for your return. Although it was merely a fantasy, she repeated this act every year. One day, someone foolishly stole and ate that piece of cake, thinking it was a chance encounter. On that day, a ray of brilliance appeared in the immortal realm. Everyone in the immortal realm saw their deceased loved ones. Your sister murmured, "This immortal realm does not respect my brother, and there is no need for it to exist." On the broken jade steps of the immortal gods, she cradled the moldy osmanthus cake, whispering, "It seems the immortal realm also has no eternity." The long years had almost made her forget all feelings except for her brother. She shattered the 33 heavens. She found a river of time, but could not fish you out from it. She was very disappointed. Nan He wiped away the ice crystals at the corners of her eyes, tied the rusted bell to the sword tassel, and stepped into the void where even the heavenly Tao retreated. She began to search for ways to resurrect you in other realms. She continuously grew stronger, step by step, becoming a forbidden existence. This was also the beginning of her birth. Chapter 24. Rebirth. Nan Zhu's consciousness was hazy, as if he could see his sister, who had been decisive throughout history, but lived a lonely life. Coming back to his senses, Nan Zhu stared blankly at the text on the simulator and finally murmured, "I understand these words. But why can't I comprehend them when they're put together? Is this still my obedient sister?" Nan Zhu smiled helplessly, but there was a hint of complexity in his eyes. In the end, he muttered, "I'm sorry." He hadn't expected that his death would deal such a blow to his sister that even the demon cultivators were all killed. Nan Zhu sighed and looked out at the sky. Faintly, he felt as if a pair of eyes were watching him from above. But how could that be? Nan Zhu smiled helplessly. Shaking off the distracting thoughts in his mind, he began to absorb the spiritual energy in the air according to the cultivation method he remembered. With the operation of complete cycle, Nan Zhu nodded in satisfaction. Great, the cultivation system in the simulator is the same as in reality, so there is nothing to worry about. Suppressing his excitement, he had no intention of continuing to practice, but decided to go to the hospital for an examination first. In a good mood, he headed toward the hospital. After all, knowing that he was not beyond saving and that his life would be completely overturned, how could he not be excited? A figure streaked through the void like a comet tearing through the night. Countless planes quickly retreated beneath her feet, and whenever there were obstructing plane barriers, she would wave her hand, tearing them apart like thin paper. "Brother, wait for me, I'm coming." Her voice trembled slightly. At this moment, she only wanted to reach her brother as quickly as possible. It had been too long, and she was sure she would not mistake that aura. And the osmanthus cake she made herself. As an existence of supreme taboo, the osmanthus cake she crafted carried various special effects, along with her aura and blessings. How could she not be excited to appear beside her brother? Some great terrors hidden within the planes and the universe were awakened by the commotion created by Nan He. Just as they were about to rage, they realized it was an existence of supreme taboo and silently closed their eyes, pretending not to see. What was going on? Why was that existence, which had been silent for so many years, suddenly so anxious? Who knows? Better to hide for now, to avoid being mistakenly harmed. This is impossible. The doctor who had previously diagnosed Nan Zhu looked at him, as if he were a monster. Just 2 days ago, he saw that he had only 3 months to live, and now his condition seemed to indicate he had several more years. This is simply a medical miracle. Brother, how'd you do it? Share it with us. This touches the level of the soul. If you can share it, it would be a huge contribution to all of Blue Star. The doctor's expression was excited, his gaze fixed on Nan Zhu. That look made Nan Zhu feel a tingling sensation all over his body. Calm down. I encountered a secret realm in the past couple of days and obtained some opportunities there, which is why I am like this. Nan Zhu organized his thoughts and replied. He certainly couldn't reveal anything about the simulator, so he used this reason to deflect it. After all, Blue Star was currently in a stage of spiritual energy revival, with various ruins and secret realms constantly appearing. So this answer wasn't a big deal. Seeing this, the doctor didn't ask further, as it was someone else's opportunity, and it was unnecessary to pry if they didn't want to say more. Although he didn't obtain any useful information, he still congratulated him, saying, "Surviving a great disaster will surely bring future blessings. Congratulations." Upon realizing he had indeed recovered, Nan Zhu left the hospital feeling satisfied. Looking at the glaring sunlight above, he felt as if everything were a dream. He had inexplicably obtained the simulator and, even more inexplicably, a hope for rebirth. It felt quite nice. Having spent so many years in the simulator, he hadn't eaten modern food in a long time. Suddenly, he noticed a stall selling zongzi. The vendor was an old lady with a wrinkled face, skillfully wrapping glutinous rice in bamboo leaves. Nan Zhu stood in front of the stall, his gaze wavering between sweet and savory zongzi. The sweet zongzi's fragrance of dates intertwined with the savory aroma of cured meat. evoking a vague desire deep within his memories. Which flavor should he choose? After frowning for a moment, Nan Zhu finally figured it out. Why not have one of each? Feeling optimistic about the future, Nan Zhu bought whatever caught his eye, not even bothering to haggle over prices. A vendor, seeing that Nan Zhu didn't negotiate like others, felt a bit guilty and gave him a $10 discount. After eating and drinking enough and buying plenty, Nan Zhu slowly walked back home. The era of spiritual energy revival had not paralyzed the existing technology nor caused societal collapse. Rather, due to the emergence of various extraordinary powers, the era had progressed. Advertising screens along the street even played ads for hiring extraordinary delivery personnel, among other things. Right now, his strength was still too weak. It was better to keep a low profile in this era where extraordinary beings could only deliver food. As he passed a commercial street, Nan Zhu was just about to look around for anything useful when he suddenly heard a commotion from the simulator. Ding! Detected a coordinate medium for Simulation World. Huh? A coordinate medium? Nan Zhu was slightly taken aback. Coordinate medium, an original product of a world that has reached a certain quality. It is the key to opening the next simulation. Current remaining simulation attempts, 0. The introduction was concise, but the content was clear. Here was what he needed to go to the next world. The first simulation was a beginner's benefit, so a coordinate medium was not required. No matter what, he had to get it first. With that in mind, Nan Zhu followed the simulator's navigation to a store called the Magic Hut. Pushing open the door, a crisp sound of wind chimes rang out. The store was dimly lit, and the air was filled with the mixed scent of herbs and burning candles. The window display was filled with strange items, a magic book that turned its own pages, colorful smoke writhing in glass jars. The owner of this shop was an old witch with magical abilities. Following the simulator's hints, Nan Zhu finally focused his gaze on a colorful glass bead. Boss, how much is this glass bead? The old witch squinted her eyes. 50,000. Huh? So expensive? Expensive for what? Let me tell you. I went through a lot of trouble to get this from a magical secret realm. It is said to be an artifact from a certain deity, and I nearly lost my life to obtain it. All right. How about 30,000? Deal. Damn, I shouted too high. Nan Zhu cursed under his breath as he paid, playing with the colorful glass ball in his hand, yet unable to discern its significance. In the end, he still handed it over to the simulator. Ding. Detected a deity's relic, locating coordinates. Current progress, 001. Wow. It really is something from a deity. However, looking at that progress bar that only moved after a long time, he thought it probably wouldn't be that quick. After buying some items that would help him with his current cultivation from the cultivation side, he returned home. His parents had gone missing in that earthquake years ago, leaving him with only a house and some money. Nan Zhu sat alone in the house, feeling a bit dazed. The room was very quiet, with only the ticking of the wall clock echoing. In the end, he chose to sit cross-legged and began absorbing spiritual energy into his body. At this moment, outside the Blue Star system, a stunning figure stood in the void. Brother, I'm right here. This time, I will not lose you again. Chapter 25. Waking up to find someone in my arms, the night fell over the city, streetlights casting a dim yellow glow, and the cold wind whistling between the towering buildings, bringing a chill to the air. But none of this mattered to Nan Zhu, who was snugly wrapped in his warm blankets. At some point, he had fallen asleep on his bed. Compared to cultivation, he preferred sleeping. In the hazy night, Nan Zhu felt someone nestled against him. This sensation was familiar, but in his drowsy state, he didn't think much of it and instead treated it like a pillow. He turned over and continued to sleep. The person in his arms seemed to stir, but didn't pull away. In his dream, Nan Zhu saw a piece of cotton candy before him. The cotton candy was soft and sweet, with a flavor of osmanthus. He unconsciously opened his mouth to lightly bite the tip of the candy, the warmth and sweetness rolling over his tongue, but suddenly a real tremor shot through his palm. That cloud-like sensation transformed into delicate skin, and short gasps exploded in his ear. Nan Zhu opened his eyes in confusion, realizing that he was biting the reddened ear tip of the person in his arms. Gaya, you're awake? And he was completely encircled in his arms. Her clothing disheveled at the collar, and the warm yellow night light illuminated the bite marks glistening on her collarbone. Nan Zhu's sleepy pupils suddenly contracted, the sweet scent of cotton candy from his dream still lingering at the tip of his nose. I'm still dreaming, right? I'm still dreaming. Nan Zhu closed his eyes again. Then he suddenly opened them. Contrary to his imagination, the beautiful person before him hadn't vanished. Instead, she was blushing and looking at him. Gidge. Nan Zhu's expression gradually shifted from confusion to shock. You. He stammered, staring wide-eyed at the girl before him. Nan He's features had become more exquisite, her skin like jade, brows like distant mountains, eyes filled with autumn waters, and her nose and lips delicate. Clearly, she was his sister, yet her perfect appearance made Nan Zhu feel somewhat unfamiliar. Nan He? Nan Zhu tentatively called out. Nan He nodded slightly, her eyes reflecting Nan Zhu's figure. Nan Zhu slowly exhaled. He had imagined various scenarios of meeting Nan He, even thinking about the day he might never see her again. But he had never thought they would meet so soon, and in such a form. Wait, last night's dream. I didn't think I would. As he thought of this, Nan Zhu's ears turned red. Although it was the first time he had slept with Nan He, it had never been like this. What would his sister think? She would surely think he was being frivolous, right? I was a bit dead to the world last night, actually dreaming about cotton candy. But unexpectedly, Nan He with a red face said, if it's Gidge, it's actually okay. Nan Zhu couldn't help but give her a light tap on the head. After being tapped, Nan He mumbled. The Gidge returned. The Gidge without the influence of the heart demon. Nan Zhu suddenly felt his sister was a bit strange, as if she had become silly. But at that moment, the two sat on the bed in disarray, which indeed felt a bit odd. So, under Nan Zhu's orders, Nan He retreated outside the room to wait for him. After a while, Nan Zhu finally tidied everything up, sitting on the sofa and exchanging glances with Nan He. Neither spoke, just staring at each other. Eventually, it was Nan Zhu who broke the silence. How did you find me? Nan Zhu asked. Then he thought for a moment, then suddenly pointed to the piece of osmanthus cake over there. That was made by me, and when Gidge got it, I sensed it. Nan Zhu thought his sister's answer was a bit absurd. But considering that his sister was now strong enough to be a bit unreasonable, he accepted this point. Nan Zhu reached out and patted Nan He's head gently and asked, after I died, how have you been? At this, Nan He fell silent for a moment. Then she began to recount her significant experiences over the countless years. For example, exterminating the demon sect, slaying the immortal emperor, refusing to become the master of the heavenly path, and the first time she destroyed a plane, etc. Although he had learned most of this through the simulator, when everything was spoken so plainly from Nan He's mouth, Nan Zhu still felt it was unbelievable. He was shocked by his sister's legendary experiences. When he heard that a demonic realm had been destroyed by his sister, he swallowed hard in shock, seeing her brother's reaction. And he didn't dare to tell him that she had destroyed more than one realm. Anyway, she had found her brother now. She didn't want to worry about anything else. She just wanted to stay by her brother's side and accompany him. Finally, then he told him that what was in front of him was a projection of her. Her true body was beyond the blue star, because she was too powerful, and the blue star was in a newly revived stage. It couldn't bear her descent. However, she would find a way to let her true self descend. This made Nan Zhu feel embarrassed, adding another layer of understanding to his sister's power. At that moment, then he pointed at the osmanthus cake she made in the collection cabinet and suddenly asked, why aren't you eating that osmanthus cake? Do you think it tastes bad? Nan Zhu hurriedly explained, no, it's just, I want to keep it as a memento. After Nan Zhu explained his thoughts, Nan He nodded. She felt sweet inside. Even though she wanted to eat it, she chose to keep it as a collection, indicating that she was still important to her brother. Since Gidge thought so, she would leave it there as a keepsake. She could always make more later. It was at this time that Nan He suddenly pulled out a necklace from somewhere, insisting on putting it on her brother herself. Nan Zhu didn't think much of it and allowed her to put the necklace on him from behind. As soon as it was on, Nan Zhu was instantly stunned. This was because the information about the necklace floated into his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining a unique level item, Eternal Teardrop. Description: since its birth, no one has seen it shed tears, but only it knows that its tears have long been shed for you. Item effects: 1. Spirit energy absorption speed 1000. Spirit energy operation speed 1000. Spell power 1000. Swordsmanship power 1000. Comprehension 1000. Divine ability power 1000. 2000 damage to any demonic path. 2. Automatically resist attacks at the Immortal Emperor level 3 times, refreshing daily. Attacks below the Immortal Emperor level are automatically nullified. 3. Automatically provides the spirit energy needed for cultivation, ensuring a sufficient spirit energy environment for cultivation. Automatically recovers daily. 4. Contains 3 attacks at the Immortal Emperor level, refreshing daily. 5. She hasn't thought it through yet. Usage condition, only for you. Chapter 26. The Sword Pavilion Ruins. Nan Zhu looked at the teardrop-shaped blue crystal hanging around his neck, his eyes filled with disbelief. This is my sister's tears? Nanny pretended not to notice her brother's shock and instead insisted on showcasing her culinary skills for lunch today. Over the years, she had traversed countless dimensions, learning recipes from various cuisines, all for this day. She had always believed that this day would come. After familiarizing herself with the kitchen, Nanny began to get busy. She didn't use any of her abilities, but cooked like an ordinary person, seemingly enjoying it. As Nanny busied herself in the kitchen, Nan Zhu quietly watched her, ultimately saying nothing. He held the eternal tear in his hand, and for some reason, it felt as though he could sense his sister's longing and pain over the years. The image of his sister standing alone in the void seemed to appear before him. It was as if she had been waiting for someone, and that someone was him. He didn't know how long she would wait, but she was prepared to wait a lifetime. Unknowingly, Nan Zhu tightened his grip on the eternal tear. Looking at Nan He, it felt like everything had returned to the past. Everything seemed to have changed, yet everything felt the same. But, from now on, there would be one more person at home. It must be said that Nan He's cooking was indeed quite good. It had been a long time since Nan Zhu had eaten so well. After the meal, Nan Zhu suddenly thought of a question. What happened to the master after you left? And he was staring blankly at her brother, and when she heard his words, she came back to her senses and shook her head. I'm not sure about that either, but I left a few bottles of transformation pills for the master before leaving the immortal realm. I don't know if he received them. Upon hearing Nan He's words, Nan Zhu's expression became complex. Given the time difference between the simulator and reality, he wondered about the master and the others. Sigh, do you miss the master? I can pull them out from the river of time, Nanny suddenly said. Huh, really? Nan Zhu's eyes widened in disbelief. Of course, but the world you are in has just begun to revive, and I can't do that. Otherwise, Blue Star will collapse, Nanny explained. But this isn't a small problem. We just need to speed up the revival of this world a bit. It seems that I still don't understand my sister's strength deeply enough. So what do you plan to do? And he thought for a moment. This world is constantly merging with some destroyed worlds or dimension fragments to achieve its revival. Although I don't know why this world is like this. As long as I destroy some worlds or dimensions and merge the fragments into this world, it will be fine. Nan Zhu looked at his sister's innocent eyes and found it hard to reconcile her words with the idea of destroying worlds. Noticing her brother's gaze, then he quickly reassured him, Don't worry, brother, I will protect those beings and not harm the innocent. Of course, Nanny had her own ulterior motives for doing this. If this world becomes stronger, her true body can descend. Right now, what is next to her brother can only be considered an avatar. Who would want to be an avatar when their true body can do things? Seeing that He had made up her mind, Nan Zhu had nothing more to say. After accompanying her brother, He added a goal to help restore the spiritual energy of Blue Star. What is it like to have a powerful and clingy sister? For instance, when sleeping, there's a little person in your arms that you can't drive away no matter what. But thinking back to how he had died in front of her, and it was she who had ended his life, it must have been a huge blow to her. The damage was undeniable. So Nan Zhu let her be. With nothing to do, then he took her brother around to wander, as if they had returned to the past. Life was plain but fulfilling, and Nan Zhu enjoyed this simple life. With his sister's help, his own strength also improved by leaps and bounds, facing almost no bottlenecks. In just a few days, he achieved results that would have taken him months before. I'm really working hard, Nan Zhu affirmed. The afternoon sun streamed into the living room, where the sofa lay still and the room was peaceful and serene. Nan Zhu lay on the sofa, watching the latest news report. The screen was currently broadcasting a report on an ancient ruin. The camera slowly sweeping over the broken stone tablet and mottled sword marks. The more he looked, the more familiar it felt. Today, the revival speed of Blue Star was gradually increasing, and the emergence of secret realms and ruins was becoming more frequent. The ruins behind me are the largest and best-preserved ruins discovered in recent years. According to experts, this ruin belongs to the immortal cultivation side, and based on current observations, the value of the items inside could greatly enhance the immortal cultivation system. By the time Nan Zhu reached this point, he was already stunned, not caring about what was being said afterward, because what appeared on the screen was the Sword Pavilion. The Sword Pavilion where he had lived for several years. How could this be? Why would the Sword Pavilion appear in modern times? Could it be that something happened in the immortal cultivation world? Upon learning this, then he also frowned slightly. If the immortal cultivation world shattered and the fragments were merged into this world, it would lead to the formation of these ruins. After discussing for a while, the two felt they should go take a look. After checking the location of the Sword Pavilion ruins, they immediately set off. It was too far, but with Nanhe around, they arrived in no time. It was just a matter of waving a hand. For the first time, Nan Zhu felt that relying on someone was quite nice. However, he still believed he needed to focus on improving his strength. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good to always stay behind his sister. The outer perimeter of the ruins was surrounded by a high fence, and many members of the Extraordinary Bureau in uniform stood around. From a distance, Nan Zhu could see the familiar outline of the building faintly appearing in the morning light, as if it were beckoning to him. He took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and pulled Nanhe forward quickly. "Stop. This area is not open to the public." A young team member stepped forward to block them, his tone serious. The young team member stood in front of them, showing a demeanor that suggested he was ready to act if they tried to force their way in. Nanhe glanced back, suddenly lowering her voice to ask, "Brother, do you want me to?" Nan Zhu heard her words and felt a headache coming on. Without waiting for her to finish, he tapped her on the head, saying helplessly, "Don't cause trouble. If we make a move, it will change the nature of things. We're not here to create trouble." After being tapped on the head, Nanhe fell silent. Although she could hide, it was clear from her expression that she didn't want to, and she seemed to enjoy it. Seeing her like this, Nan Zhu thought to himself that it wasn't good. Could his sister have been spoiled? "Hiss! What is going on?" A male voice suddenly rang out, pulling their attention back. A big bearded man walked over with a frown. His uniform was different from the others, clearly a higher rank. He had been worrying about how to enter the ruins when he noticed the commotion over here. What is happening? Chapter 27, Breaking the Restrictions. Master Awakens Captain. "These two suspicious individuals want to enter the ruins," said the member who had previously stopped them. "Suspicious? Who?" "Us." And he was taken aback for a moment. The bearded uncle approached the two with a slight smile. "Hello, I am Li Luming, the captain of the 7th team of the Jiang Province Extraordinary Bureau." "Hello, Captain Li. To be honest, we came here specifically for this ruin," Nan Zhu directly explained. A flicker of surprise crossed Li Luming's eyes. Normally, newly discovered large ruins must undergo official review before entry, which is also to ensure the order of the current era. However, we cannot enter this ruin at the moment, so is it protected by a grand formation? We have a way to open it. Nan Zhu's words immediately caught Li Luming's attention. "Really?" Nan Zhu nodded. "If not, you can let us try first. Even if it doesn't work, there won't be any loss." Joy flashed in Li Luming's eyes, but his brow furrowed. "I need to discuss this with my superiors." He then made a phone call, and, after receiving permission, Li Luming led the two into the interior of the Sword Pavilion. They weren't worried about the brother and sister duo scheming against them. After all, there were only two of them, and could they really take on the entire 7th team? The man looked a bit stronger and might be able to fight him evenly, but the girl beside him looked completely harmless. Nan Zhu wasn't aware of Li Luming's thoughts and followed him to a barrier. "This is it," Li Luming pointed. "Let's see if we can open the grand formation. If not, it's all right. Safety first." Nan Zhu glanced at it and thought that if he guessed correctly, as a former disciple of the Sword Pavilion, he could walk right in. Li Luming was about to tell him that forcing entry would result in an attack from the grand formation, but he saw Nan Zhu step inside. The grand formation indeed did not stop him. "This He hadn't reacted yet when he followed closely behind and stepped through the grand formation. Li Luming stood there dumbfounded, his eyes wide open staring at the two. How is this possible? He looked at the barrier, pondering whether there was a problem with the grand formation, and then tried to imitate their posture to pass through. Bang! A powerful impact sent him flying, and Li Luming spat out a mouthful of old blood. Why? Li Luming got up from the ground with a face full of despair, cursing as he looked at the figures of the two entering. In the end, he could only sigh helplessly, attributing it to the two having some special abilities. Nan Zhu noticed Li Luming's bewildered expression outside and called out loudly, "Don't worry, we will help you open the grand formation." He then turned and headed into the sword pavilion without looking back. A nearby team member whispered, "Captain, are we just letting them in like this?" Li Luming rolled his eyes. "What else do you want? This grand formation has been blocking us for so long. It's not every day we get a hope to open it. I don't know why those two got through so smoothly." Saying this, Li Luming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, took out his cigarette, and decided to wait. He could only hope they would deliver on their promise. "Let's go. We should first check the changes in the sword pavilion." Nan Zhu took his sister's hand and walked ahead. The two wandered around the sword pavilion a few times and found that there weren't any significant changes. When Nan Zhu brought his sister to their cave dwelling, he noticed there were still many traces of their past life here. There were also many ancient books, and, surprisingly, the heart devil transformation technique was also here. Nan Zhu turned to his sister. "Did you find this?" And he dared not look at her brother, but still quietly nodded. Nan Zhu forced a bitter smile. "You said you had a way to resolve the heart devil infant. Is this what you meant?" Then he stammered and finally whispered, "If you can do it, why can't I?" Hearing her words, Nan Zhu had things he wanted to say, but couldn't. He could only smile helplessly in the end. "I really don't know what to do with you." Unexpectedly, Nan suddenly hugged him. "I won't let you leave again." Nan Zhu was momentarily speechless and patted her back. Perhaps seeing these remnants of the past reminded her of some unpleasant memories. "It won't happen." Then he pressed her face against Nan Zhu's chest, and he could hear two heartbeats, one steady, one rapid. "I love you the most, brother. You're the best sister." The two separated and wandered around the sword pavilion again, but they couldn't find anything significant. When they arrived at the master's cave dwelling, Nan suddenly spotted a letter. "Brother, look." Nan Zhu took the letter, opened it, and found it contained just a single sentence. "When the great era approaches, break the restrictions, and the sword pavilion will return." Each word exuded a faint sword intent, a kind of sword intent that only their master possessed. There was only one sentence, but Nan Zhu's heart trembled slightly. Their master was still alive. Although he didn't know the exact meaning of his master's words, there was only one restriction in the sword pavilion, which was located behind the main hall, the ancestral ground. In the main hall of the sword pavilion, there was also the control center for closing the grand formation, but the two planned to break the restriction first. The restriction of the ancestral ground was composed of complex formations and runes. Although Nan Zhu had some knowledge of the sword pavilion's formations and runes, the complexity of the runes in front of him far exceeded his expectations, leaving him feeling overwhelmed. "How about I do it?" Then he suddenly spoke up. "Huh? You know formations and runes?" "No." Then he shook her head. "Then how?" Boom! Then he threw a punch, and the restriction shattered under the force of her punch, the airwaves lifting the edges of her clothes. A huge hole appeared in the restriction on the spot. Nan Zhu silently swallowed his words. "All right, I overlooked my sister's current strength." He also needed to hurry and enhance his own strength. The second simulation world had loaded to 76.7, so it shouldn't take long. As the restriction collapsed, the entire sword pavilion began to shake violently. This tremor alarmed the people outside. "What the hell are those two doing in there? Is there an earthquake? The ruins aren't collapsing, are they? I told you we shouldn't have let them in." After the fact, but Nan Zhu's attention was not on the tremors. He held his breath, his gaze fixed ahead. From the cracks in the restriction, several faint figures slowly emerged, with a leading figure in a green robe holding a sword. It was him, Master Mo Xiaoyao. "Master?" "Huh?" Mo Xiaoyao, still in a daze, heard the voice ahead. But the scene Nan Zhu imagined of a reunion between master and disciple did not occur. Instead, he saw Mo Xiaoyao's face filled with fear as he slashed a sword towards Nan Zhu. The sudden attack caught Nan Zhu off guard, and he hurriedly activated the Eternal Teardrop to block Mo Xiaoyao's strike. Why did you suddenly attack? Still shaken, Nan Zhu heard Mo Xiaoyao's voice. What the hell? Didn't we seal ourselves? Why do I see my dead disciple? I'm dead? This confirmed it. It was still that unpredictable master. Chapter 28 Goodbye. Master and others. It was only after Nan Zhu's explanation that Mo Xiaoyao believed he wasn't dead. However, he still wore a face full of disbelief, looking left and right, marveling at the incredible situation. What intrigued Mo Xiaoyao and the others even more was the current circumstances. Both Lin Muyao and the powerful members of the Sword Pavilion were present. After Nan Zhu informed the master and others about the situation in Blue Star, everyone had a rough understanding of the circumstances. But why did you seal yourselves within the restrictions, master? Nan Zhu asked in confusion. At this point, he clearly saw a hint of bewilderment in the master's eyes. After thinking for a long while, the master shook his head, indicating he was unsure. The others were also puzzled about why they entered the restrictions. Mo Xiaoyao frowned and pondered for a moment. Indeed, a great calamity had occurred in the cultivation world, causing the heavens and earth to shatter, which was why they ended up here. But what exactly happened? He shook his head, as if his memories had been erased. Nan Zhu pressed on. Not even a single clue? Mo Xiaoyao forced a smile, only remembering that the calamity struck suddenly, and nothing else. He was completely unaware. He then handed the letter he had obtained from the cave to the master, and Mo Xiaoyao could confirm from the sword intent on it that it was indeed written by him. But what could have caused their amnesia? He turned his gaze to Nan He, who also expressed her inability to deduce anything. This made Nan Zhu's heart skip a beat. If even Nan He couldn't deduce it. Nan Zhu thought to himself that the situation was not simple. Then he explained that a being of the same level as her had blocked her deductions, which was why she couldn't investigate. Feeling that she hadn't helped her brother, Nan He felt a bit down. After all, she was skilled in killing techniques. After chatting for a while, and realizing they couldn't come to any conclusion, they stopped discussing it. Mo Xiaoyao, being carefree, thought that since the entire Sword Pavilion had come to Blue Star, this force could thrive here. He also boasted that he had become an immortal through talent and strength, telling Nan Zhu that he would take care of him in the future. Nan He's voice echoed in Nan Zhu's mind. Master was lucky to have picked up a transformation pill back then, which allowed him to become an immortal. Then he immediately noticed the signs of the master's pill usage. It was the one she had given him. Nan Zhu stifled a laugh and didn't expose it. However, Lin Muyao was merciless. Mo Xiaoyao, where did you pick up that transformation pill from? Do you really think you were exceptionally gifted? Mo Xiaoyao's face turned red, and he coughed. Come on, my disciple is here. Show some respect. Nan Zhu gave the two a meaningful glance, a slight smile on his lips. Then he gave a thumbs up. Master, you're quite something. Mo Xiaoyao sensed the teasing in Nan Zhu's words and laughed while scolding. Kid, are you itching for a fight? Nan Zhu raised an eyebrow. Master, you may not be my match now. Oh, quite the bravado. Mo Xiaoyao pretended to make a move. Come, let me see how much you've improved. Nan Zhu smirked and shouted, Sister, help me. Everyone. Lin Muyao burst out laughing. Mo Xiaoyao, you really have a tough time being a master. Mo Xiaoyao glared. It's reversed. Everyone is riding on my head. They had some guesses about Nan He's strength. She was definitely not weak. In the past, Nan He had defeated Mo Xiaoyao once, and now, after such a long time, it was even more needless to say. Watching Nan He's protective demeanor, Mo Xiaoyao kept murmuring, This is too much, bullying an old man like me. Then he told her brother that after she had beheaded the leader of the Demon Gate, the master gradually stepped out of that shadow. After a casual chat, they opened the sect's great formation. One thing was clear. If the sect wanted to establish itself in Blue Star, cooperation with the authorities was the best solution. Nan Zhu did not get involved in the communication between the Sword Pavilion and the authorities and did not know what kind of agreement was ultimately reached between the two. The Sword Pavilion's leader asked Nan Zhu if he was interested in becoming an elder in the Sword Pavilion, but he declined. After all, he was used to being idle and couldn't get used to dealing with such tedious matters. After wandering around the Sword Pavilion with Nan He, they played nearby for a while. Time seemed to slip away like sand through fingers. In a daze, The flashing loading progress bar of the simulator had steadily reached 100%. As Nan Zhu was cultivating in his room, he suddenly heard a prompt from the simulator. Ding! Coordinates for the magical world have been determined. Congratulations, host. You have obtained simulation chances. Would you like to start selecting attributes and begin your happy life? Nan Zhu glanced at the panel on the simulator. This loading was really slow, he complained. Several months had passed since the last simulation, and Mo Xiaoyao had visited here out of boredom several times. His strength, boosted by various enhancements, had reached the peak of foundation establishment, a terrifying speed that surprised even him. It was no exaggeration to say he was advancing by leaps and bounds. The Extraordinary Bureau even came to invite him and his sister to join, but he refused due to his dislike for constraints. However, he promised that if trouble arose, he would not hesitate to help. He heard that the emergence of the Sword Pavilion attracted people from all over the world, perfecting the cultivation system and temporarily overshadowing other extraordinary powers. Currently, the strength of Mo Xiaoyao and the other immortals was among the best, and the authorities were taking it very seriously. Then he had disappeared somewhere. Meanwhile, the recovery speed of Blue Star had suddenly accelerated, with relics and secret realms appearing everywhere, as if a force was pushing all of this forward. The cultivation side and the magical side were completely unrelated systems. He hoped that after this simulation, he could become stronger. Perhaps he could arm wrestle with his master. How should he put it? His master was an immortal, so is that asking too much? Forget it, forget it. Let us prepare to start the simulation. Nan Zhu stopped thinking too much and pressed the button to start the simulation. Simulation starting, world confirmed. Locked onto the traversable world, analyzed as a magical world, generating attributes. Please choose 3 attributes as the character's talents for this simulation life. Attribute levels from low to high are black, white, green, blue, purple, red. Gold, elemental affinity. Purple, you are naturally sensitive to elements and can easily communicate with them. A high affinity for elements also signifies that you will definitely become a magician in the future. Mortal body comparable to deities. Gold, although you are immortal, you will eventually possess power that rivals deities. You can do what mortals can do, and you can also do what deities can do. Learning anything will be incredibly fast. Oracle, white, you can predict future events, but if you foresee something, you cannot change the outcome. Ultimately, it is a useless attribute. Whispers of the unspeakable beings. Gold, strange voices often appear in your mind, and you can learn powerful and terrifying magic from them, but may lead to mental breakdown and madness. Weak and sickly. Black, your physical constitution is very poor, and you may be plagued by illness throughout your life. Divine healer. Purple, you will receive a legacy of traditional Chinese medicine. Although you don't know what will happen when it collides with magic, it may bring unexpected results. Wealthy. Blue, your family is very rich. Nan Zhu carefully browsed through the attributes, his gaze wavering between mortal body comparable to deities and whispers of the unspeakable beings. There were actually 2 golden attributes. Although tempting, wasn't he the latter a bit off? Chapter 29, Second Simulation. Nan Zhu finally chose elemental affinity, purple, to stand shoulder to shoulder with deities, gold, with a mortal body and the holy doctor of traditional Chinese medicine, purple. The whispers of indescribable beings, although appealing, belong to golden quality, and the magic obtained should not be poor. However, the side effects are too obvious, with the risk of going insane and losing rationality at any moment. He had already felt this during the first simulation. After returning to reality, his mind would not immediately recover. He was also afraid of any problems with his mental state. Finally, there was the holy doctor of traditional Chinese medicine. He was unsure of its use in the magical world, but compared to the others, it was undoubtedly the best choice. Entry confirmed. Shall we begin the simulation? Yes. With the experience of the first simulation, Nan Zhu appeared much calmer this time. As a beam of light flashed by, he felt his consciousness detach from his body, and in a daze, he fell into chaos. Simulation number 002 officially begins. You sit up suddenly from the bed, feeling a bit dizzy. You suspect that you might have a fever, but as a peak foundation establishment cultivator, you shouldn't be getting fevers. You tentatively call out Nan, but receive no response. You try calling again, but all you hear is the roar of a heavy-duty truck. But you don't mind after all. You are indoors. Could a truck really crash into you? Just as you ponder your current situation, the heavy-duty truck crashes through your house wall, charging straight at you. Your mind goes blank, wondering if the way of opening was wrong. You've once again hit the jackpot. You fly out. When you open your eyes again, you find that you have crossed over, becoming a 16-year-old boy. Although handsome, he is frail and thin, clearly a candidate for being zeroed out. You are located upstream of a river, and after drinking a bit of water, you walk downstream, hoping to encounter some people. Although you're only 16, you possess the ability to be self-reliant, so you are not panicking. Instead, you calmly analyze your current situation. You have not seen anyone, and as night falls, you have to find a place to stay. Ultimately, you choose a cave. You pick some fruits along the way to temporarily stave off hunger. There are magical beasts in this area, so you are particularly cautious. Inside the cave, you discover an ancient book. With one glance, you realize this is a book on traditional Chinese medicine. You open it, and, for some reason, the obscure words seem to come to life and flood into your mind. You believe this book is fated to be yours, so you begin to study it. This book might be a way for you to survive in the future. Knowledge that others take years to master, you can grasp in a day, such as the terror of a gifted individual. In the age of magic, class struggles, and the existence of countless magical beasts, Nan Zhu has become a vagrant beggar, even lower than the bottom tier, without any identity. This also doomed him to struggle in the magical world. Sigh. Nan Zhu sighed. The location of this crossover isn't very good. In the past few days, he has been studying the traditional Chinese medicine book while searching for people. Yet, he hasn't seen a single soul, although he has encountered quite a few magical beasts. Fortunately, the magical beasts here are not very powerful. At this moment, Nan Zhu is flipping through the yellowed pages of the book in the cave, feeling the baptism of knowledge. Just then, a howl of wolves and the sound of metal clashing suddenly come from afar. Attracted by the sound, the smell of humus suddenly mixes with the scent of blood. Is there someone? Nan Zhu speculated. After thinking for a moment, he decided to go take a look. After all, this was the first time he encountered other people since arriving in this world. When the sounds of battle ceased, Nan Zhu walked towards the direction of the fighting under the moonlight. After all, he was defenseless. If he wasn't careful, he wouldn't even know how he died. Following the sounds, Nan Zhu finally saw a man in splendid clothes lying down, with 3 deep claw marks on his left shoulder, visible to the bone, radiating a purple glow. Surrounding him were the corpses of several guards. In the distance, there lay a giant wolf. Clearly, a bloody battle had just taken place. As if sensing someone's arrival, the dying man in splendid clothes weakly uttered, "Save me. I have money, I have a lot of money." Before he could finish speaking, he fell into a coma. Although unsure if he could save him, Nan Zhu thought he would give it a try. He glanced at the man and realized that the true reason for his fatal condition was poisoning. His complexion was dark, his lips purple and cracked, and his eyes tightly closed. Hiss! It seems I can only try the methods from that medical book. Nan Zhu muttered to himself, his gaze lingering on the merchant's darkened face. He found a knife nearby, its blade gleaming coldly in the moonlight. The poison had already spread throughout his body, and time was running out. He took a deep breath, pressing his fingertip gently on the merchant's wrist to feel the faint pulse. No silver needles, no herbs. He took a deep breath, and the blade precisely cut open the merchant's wrist, dark blood slowly seeping out. He swiftly used the tip of the knife to pry open the skin, finding the blackened vein, and without hesitation, cut it. Toxic blood gushed out, and the merchant's body twitched slightly. Nan Zhu concentrated fully, his fingers accurately pressing on another acupoint of the merchant to slow the blood flow. The blade passed over once more, this time at the ankle, with dark blood flowing out, accompanied by a pungent smell. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, but his movements remained steady. He continued repeating the actions in his hands until the merchant's breathing gradually stabilized, and his complexion began to regain color. Only then did he put away the knife and wipe the sweat from his forehead. Finally, it's almost done. Nan Zhu let out a long sigh. Slowly standing up, his gaze falling on the merchant's face, which was gradually regaining color. He looked down at the medical book in his arms. Secretly amazed, This book is indeed remarkable. After a long while, the merchant finally regained consciousness, seeing that his body was no longer in serious danger. He was overjoyed. Then he noticed Nan Zhu beside him. Tears welled up in his eyes as he exclaimed with a trembling voice, "Thank heaven, my benefactor. If it weren't for you, my life would have ended here." He shakily took out a small cloth bag from his bosom and handed it to Nan Zhu. "This is all I can offer right now, 20 gold coins. I cannot repay your great kindness, but please accept it." Nan Zhu smiled slightly, not being polite, and accepted the small bag. "It's just a small effort on my part, but I can only temporarily resolve the toxins in your body. For complete recovery, you will need time to recuperate. Can you tell me what happened?" Upon hearing this, the merchant chuckled. "Wasn't it to take a shortcut and ambush that magical wolf? After I was captured and poisoned, I thought there was no hope, but unexpectedly I met such a miraculous doctor like you." While explaining, he didn't forget to flatter Nan Zhu. The merchant looked at the wreckage in the distance and the corpse of the giant magical wolf, a hint of pain flashing in his eyes. "So many people died. That's all money. Forget it, as long as the green hills remain. There is no fear of not having firewood. May I ask why my benefactor is in this wilderness?" The merchant turned the conversation to Nan Zhu. Nan Zhu's response was that he got lost. After pondering for a moment, the merchant told Nan Zhu that the town was not far away and offered to take him along. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhu's eyes lit up. Finally, he could leave this wilderness. Chapter 30. The Slave Girl. With the help of a merchant, Nan Zhu arrived at a small town. After the merchant bid you farewell, you wandered alone in the town. Although the town was not large, there were still mages present. You saw many novel things that opened your eyes. However, the one thing you found hard to understand was the existence of slaves here. Because of your shabby clothing, you were almost captured and mistaken for a slave. Looking back, it still gives you chills. With your delicate appearance, many wealthy people might be willing to pay for you. Of course, this applies to both men and women. With the gold coins given by the merchant, you tidied yourself up and bought a house to live in temporarily. You ordered a mug of ale at the tavern and sat quietly in a corner, listening to the conversations around you. From their casual chatter, you learned that the town you were in was called Greystone Town, one of the most remote southern border towns of the Gertrude Duchy. Most people here worship the god of light and the god of commerce. The Gertrude Duchy is divided into northern and southern regions, and this is the southern region. You listened silently to their discussions, hoping to learn more about this world. You began to plan your next steps. In order to establish yourself here, you decided to use your medical skills to set up a clinic for a living. An elderly man suffering from rheumatism came to your clinic with a cane. Nan Zhu treated him with acupuncture. The silver needles trembled lightly, and a faint green light flowed along the meridians. The bruising on the old man's knees visibly faded, and his pain was greatly alleviated. "Amazing!" the old man exclaimed excitedly. "This ailment has tormented me for over a decade, and I never expected it to be cured with just a few needles from you." News spread rapidly, and soon there was a long line in front of Nan Zhu's clinic. Your medical skills advanced rapidly, and your reputation gradually spread. Everyone knew there was an Eastern-looking miracle doctor in Greystone Town. You became the most famous doctor in Greystone Town. As a result, you had more access to information about this world. You discovered that this world is ruled by deities, and every region has its own church. Countless people worship the gods to receive their blessings and gain the ability to use magic. Some even receive the gods' inheritance, becoming their agents and mastering numerous powerful spells. Of course, if one does not worship the gods, they can also enhance their strength through personal experience with the elements and become elemental mages. Due to your affinity for the elements, you could easily control them and use magic. Becoming a mage without relying on the worship of the gods destined this path to be difficult. At least, no one has reached the pinnacle yet. Apprentice mage, mage, great mage, archmage, grand archmage, holy mage, god of magic. You mastered magic quickly, becoming an apprentice mage in just a month and a mage in over 6 months. As both a doctor and a mage, you were bound to have no shortage of money. You bought a larger house and many books. This became your main method of understanding this world and enhancing your strength. Although your status was different from before, you did not raise your medical fees. Some nobles even came specifically to seek your treatment, often spending lavishly. Part of your new house was used as a clinic, while another part served as your living quarters. You were regarded as a good person by the townspeople. Some even started introducing their daughters to you. But you were deeply fascinated by magic and traditional Chinese medicine, having no interest in romantic relationships. You could even spend several days in your study with instant meals to learn and research. Unknowingly, Nan Zhu spent a year in this town. In the study, Nan Zhu was carefully examining the thick stack of magic books in front of him. Beside it lay an open medical book. Wonderful, Nan Zhu exclaimed, marveling. The combination of traditional Chinese medicine and magic could bring about unprecedented, unique changes. For example, the meridian theory of traditional Chinese medicine could be combined with the flow of magical energy. Mages could enhance or control the flow of magical energy through acupuncture or qigong. Furthermore, the diagnostic methods of traditional Chinese medicine could be integrated with magic, forming a unique way of diagnosis. By observing the energy flow within a patient's body or using magical crystals to assist in diagnosis. Unexpected discoveries made Nan Zhu feel as if he had opened a new world. However, he did not publicize this matter. It was better not to let too many people know before he had the ability to protect himself. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Nan Zhu snapped back from the ocean of knowledge. Guomin, a lavishly dressed person whom he found somewhat familiar, walked in, followed by a silver-haired little girl. The girl was covered in bruises, her face pale, and she appeared somewhat frail with gray hair. Beneath her hollow gaze were tattered clothes, making her look fragile and helpless. The only decoration on her was a necklace around her neck. This so-called necklace was merely a copper button, the kind that no one would pick up if thrown outside. Nan Zhu had only seen such attire in two places: the slums and the slave market. The iron balls strapped to her feet clearly indicated the latter, and the person beside her was a slave trader. Facing the slave trader, Nan Zhu did not show any good attitude. It's me, your benefactor. The merchant quickly spoke up, his voice tinged with urgency and gratitude. Nan Zhu was taken aback and took a closer look at the man in front of him. The merchant he had treated a year ago now appeared rosy and was a completely different person, making it hard for him to recognize him at first. Nan Zhu smiled slightly, but a complex emotion stirred in his heart. So he had saved a slave trader? However, in this world that was somewhat normal. After all, he still provided assistance to him, even though the element of repayment was significant. It's you. I almost didn't recognize you after a year. What brings you here? Upon hearing this, the merchant revealed a sly smile. A year ago, you saved me, but I could only give you a few gold coins. I felt guilty about it. So, when I came across a good item, I thought of you. Don't let her weak appearance fool you. She's actually skilled in laundry and cooking, and having her around to help wouldn't be bad. Hearing this, Nan Zhu's brows involuntarily furrowed again. To be honest, he greatly disliked slave trading, treating slaves as mere objects to be exploited without recognizing their humanity. Yet, he felt powerless to change this reality. Speaking further, he leaned closer to Nan Zhu's ear and whispered, "The most important thing is that this girl is still a virgin. Don't be fooled by her scars. This is also a type of unique interest." He. The lewd voice coming from the merchant's mouth was exceedingly grating to Nan Zhu's ears. Chapter 31. Nan Zhu opened his mouth to refuse, but when he looked into the girl's hollow eyes again, a wave of indescribable sorrow surged within him. He remembered the helpless faces he had seen in the slums, the slaves treated as commodities in trade. He couldn't change the rules of the world, but at least he could save this girl before him. Nan Zhu took a deep breath and forcefully swallowed his words of rejection. He believed he wasn't overly sympathetic, but looking at this girl stirred feelings he couldn't articulate. In the end, Nan Zhu accepted the girl. After he made up his mind, the girl still showed no reaction, as if everything was routine for her. The merchant smiled knowingly upon seeing Nan Zhu accept her. "As long as you like her, from today on, she is your master," the merchant said to the frail girl beside him. The girl lowered her head and approached Nan Zhu, softly saying, "Master." Nan Zhu didn't say much. After sending off the merchant, he focused his attention on the girl in front of him. The first thing he did was unlock the chains on her feet. He then looked at her and said, "You are free now." But to Nan Zhu's surprise, the girl didn't express gratitude. Instead, She spoke in a voice filled with fear and trembling. "Master, please don't abandon me. I beg you. I will do anything." Hearing the girl's words made Nan Zhu's heart tremble. He suddenly realized that she had misunderstood him and could only explain, "I didn't mean that. I meant you can do whatever you want from now on, without worrying about my feelings." But the girl just stood there, nodding slightly. Her movements were still cautious. She only knew that whatever her master said, she must obey. Maybe he was a bit impatient. Nan Zhu sighed, looking at the scars on the girl's body. It was clear she had endured considerable torment, and how could he expect to change that with just a few words? He truly feared that she would shatter at a single touch. "What is your name?" Nan Zhu asked gently, his tone soft, afraid of scaring the girl. The girl lowered her head, her voice as faint as a whisper. "Master, my name is Hill." "Okay, go clean up and take a shower," Nan Zhu said, taking Hill's hand and leading her toward the bathroom. Considering that she was a girl, he felt it was inappropriate to help her wash. Even though she looked only about 7 or 8 years old, he was not a pervert. Nan Zhu asked, "Do you know how to wash?" Hill nodded. "My mother taught me how to take a shower." "Well, since we shouldn't have close contact between genders, you can wash by yourself. Some concepts need to be established from a young age. We can't let her learn bad habits." Hill softly replied, "Okay." Nan Zhu left the bathroom to her. And soon after, Hill came out, having finished washing. Her hair had changed color after washing. It turned out to be silver gray. Nan Zhu looked at her hair and suddenly realized. He patted her head, the feel of her wet hair wrapping around his fingers like touching dry wheat ears. Nan Zhu suddenly realized that this was not the type of hair a child should have. Coupled with her frail appearance, it was obvious she was severely malnourished. This made Nan Zhu decide to get something better for lunch. No more fast food meals. Moreover, Hill was still wearing those tattered clothes. "Well, you're quite cute after being cleaned up. Come on, I'll take you to buy some clothes. It's not appropriate for you to wear these old clothes now." Since he had nothing else to do, Nan Zhu took her hand and walked toward the clothing store. Hill let out a half-hearted sound but ultimately swallowed the words, "Don't spend too much back down," as she suddenly remembered what her mother had said before she died. To survive, just listen to whatever they say. In the end, she fell silent and said nothing. After all these years, if she hadn't obeyed, she wouldn't have made it this far. The autumn wind blew, leaves swirling, and the autumn feeling quietly spread across the land. Hill instinctively shrank back, exposing her scars. Those dark red grooves in the autumn sun resembled the veins of maple leaves forming scabs. And Nan Zhu suddenly caught a whiff of the sweet, sickly scent of rotting apples in the air. "It's autumn now. The weather will turn cooler," Nan Zhu murmured. "You took the girl to the clothing store to buy some clothes. After all, her bony appearance made you worry she might catch a cold. Hill was lucky. She met you instead of falling into someone else's hands. For you, taking her in was just a trivial matter, a small act of kindness. But for her, your arrival would change her life forever." When the store owner saw Hill, surprise flickered in her eyes. After all, the scars and timid appearance were something she had only seen on slaves. The owner gave you a deep look and then rummaged through a lot of revealing clothes, asking which set you needed. Seeing those revealing clothes, you realized the owner had misunderstood. You were looking for normal clothes. Everything that happened between you and the owner was observed by Hill. The girl clutched the hem of her clothes with her fingertips, but still, she said nothing. She had to obediently listen to her master's words. Whatever her master said was what it was. The owner's eyes showed surprise, but she complied, even preparing a comb and other items to tidy up Hill's hair. After being dressed anew, the girl looked refreshed, and you nodded in satisfaction. Perhaps the only flaw was the scars on her face and arms. You felt a pang of heartache. You took all the clothes the girl tried on and packed them up to take away. The owner was very pleased, and even threw a glance at Hill. "Looks like you found a good master. You should know that it is harder for a slave to find a good master than to reach the heavens." Hill stood quietly by your side, and after you finished buying clothes, you took the girl toward town. You bought some ingredients together and also got Hill some daily necessities before heading home. Hill's eyes were hollow, as if everything that had happened had nothing to do with her. You noticed the girl was carefully following behind you. Even though you told her not to call you master, just call you Nan Zhu or sir. Although she nodded in response, she didn't act on it. You understood that everything couldn't be rushed. The pain that had once left marks on her body had already shaped her instinctive obedience. Your unintentional actions might even scare her. So you had to be careful. You consciously slowed down your movements, treating her as a family member, hoping to heal the scars in her heart. At the same time, you began to research how to heal the scars on the girl's body. Although she hadn't said anything, you actually noticed her instinctive movements to hide her scars. No girl wants to have countless scars on her body. Chapter 32. What are your plans for the future? You notice Hill staring intently as you pass by a doll shop. After some thought, you buy a teddy bear to give to Hill. She wants to take it, but hesitates. When you push the doll into her stiff arms, you catch a glimpse of light in her eyes. You can confirm she really likes it. She holds the bear close to her chest. She places the bear in her room. You prepare lunch at home. You gesture for Hill to sit at the dining table, and she feels a bit incredulous about sitting at the same table with her master. She is reluctant, believing that a slave shouldn't dine with their master. You command her to sit at the table as her master. Reluctantly, she joins you for the meal, knowing that you mean well. Perhaps having eaten too many fast food meals, your cooking is a bit salty. At first, Hill is somewhat reserved, but as she eats, she becomes faster, even devouring her food. What she is eating now is much better than what she had before. You feel a pang of pain as you watch her enjoy the meal, and you serve her another bowl of rice when she seems unsatisfied. Everything feels so peaceful. It's as if you have a daughter. You don't restrict her from doing anything, allowing her to treat this place as her home. She lives in a guest room on the second floor, just a wall away from your room. Hill feels your genuine kindness towards her, but it also makes her uneasy because she hasn't contributed anything. This kind of life continues for half a month, and then she suddenly suggests that she would like to work as a maid in your home. After some thought, you agree, as you can understand her feelings. At first, you worry about whether she can handle the household chores, but when you see her kneeling on the floor, meticulously sweeping the dust from the oak grain with a bristle brush, and then rearranging the teaspoons into equal distances, you realize how detail-oriented and serious this girl is. You no longer worry about whether she can manage the housework. One day, like any other, Nan Zhu is in the study looking for ways to restore Hill's skin. Just then, Hill knocks on the study door. Upon Nan Zhu's response, Hill enters with a cup of coffee and a small cream cake. Today, Hill is wearing a white dress with lace trim, light and airy. She respectfully places the coffee and dessert beside Nan Zhu, her movements so smooth. Nan Zhu's gaze falls on the girl, standing with her head down, then glances at the dessert and coffee, unable to help but compliment, "I didn't expect you to have such skills." He had not asked Hill to do anything. Everything she did, including cleanliness, was her own initiative, and this sudden preparation of dessert and coffee surprised Nan Zhu. Hill quietly replies, "Master said a few days ago that coffee and dessert in the afternoon would be pleasant." Upon hearing this, Nan Zhu remembers mentioning it while shopping with Hill a couple of days ago. No wonder you suddenly wanted to buy cream and such. Nan Zhu tastes the cream cake and finds it unexpectedly delicious. He casually mentioned it, and she actually remembered. The coffee in his hand is still warm, and taking a sip feels warming to the heart. Seeing Nan Zhu eat the cake and coffee, Hill looks at him cautiously, her fingers pinching the hem of her dress. And only when she hears your satisfied sigh does she release her tightly clenched fingers. Nan Zhu generously praises her, and seeing that his spontaneous creation of cake and coffee hasn't upset him, Hill feels relieved. This skill is more than enough for a bakery. Nan Zhu says with a smile, "Thank you for the compliment. It's all thanks to my mother." Hill explains with her head down. When mentioning her mother, Hill's mood drops again, but she quickly hides it. Seemingly aware of her own lapse, Hill hurriedly takes the plate away to clean it up. The words Nan Zhu was about to say retreat back into his mouth. Let her be, he tells himself. Hill's past life ensures that she won to easily step out of the shadows. But the fact that she can now have her own thoughts and make coffee and cake for herself is quite remarkable. In your spare time caring for Hill, you do not forget to study magic. In the blink of an eye, 2 months have passed since you adopted Hill. Although she still looks frail, her complexion has improved significantly. Hill remains taciturn, always responding with a simple affirmation to your words. You contemplate deeply, believing that Hill's life should not be this way. You start thinking about the path she should take in the future. Eventually, you call her over and ask her a question. What are your plans for the future? Future? It seems like it's the first time she has heard this word. You explain to her that it refers to what she will do later. After thinking for a moment, she replies, I will listen to my master. You're not very satisfied with this answer. Hill seems to sense her dissatisfaction and quickly changes her response. Whatever the master says is what it is. Her voice grows weaker, as if lacking confidence. You feel that both phrases mean the same thing, but you do not intend to say more. Finally, you ask her if she would like to be your disciple, and Hill is taken aback. She believes that, as a person of low status, she is not qualified to be your disciple. You encourage her to follow her heart, assuring her that if she doesn't want to, you will not force her. You give her a night to think it over. She reiterates that her status does not qualify her. You feel a flash of disappointment, but still seriously tell her that there is no such thing as high or low status. She seems to sense your difference. Hill struggles internally. In the end, she chooses to learn from you and become your disciple. This is the result of her careful consideration, but she hopes to continue handling the household chores. You agree. You hope she will call you teacher. She seems a bit awkward. Oh, teacher. Hill tries to say it as loudly as she can, but it's still quiet compared to him. But Nan Zhu is already very satisfied. Nan Zhu nods. You become Hill's teacher. What you teach her is not only magic, but also what it means to be a person. You know that subconsciously, she has always seen herself as a very lowly being, even unworthy of being called a person. What you want is to help her become a real person. Winter has arrived, the cold wind grows harsher, and frost freezes all life. Outside, heavy snow falls, but warmth fills this house. Chapter 33 Mother Between Dawn and Dusk. A month slipped away like sand through fingers. After becoming Nan Zhu's student, Siener's daily life added one more task, listening to Nan Zhu's lectures. Nan Zhu's teaching never limited itself to a single aspect. It was comprehensive. During this time, Nan Zhu also came to understand Siener's character. After all, she was just an 8-year-old girl with relatively simple thoughts. After being hurt by previous people, she closed her heart off. But when she met Nan Zhu, who truly cared for her, the sealed door of her heart opened a crack. She was a shy and timid girl, very quiet, often with her head down, speaking very little. Even after becoming more familiar, she remained the same. Nan Zhu looked at Sierra's busy figure and couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Although Sierra was very obedient, her obedience seemed somewhat abnormal. It could be said that whatever Nan Zhu asked, she would do without much argument. Sierra kept all of Nan Zhu's kindness in her heart. She was very grateful. She wanted to repay her teacher. The only fortunate thing was that Sierra still had her own thoughts, like occasionally making different desserts for him and even starting to study cooking, preparing better meals for him. Although everything seemed normal, Nan Zhu always had the feeling that she was living for him, not for herself. Sierra was very talented in magic, and under Nan Zhu's guidance, she quickly learned to sense elements and perform simple spells. Before long, she successfully became a magic apprentice. This was certainly a good thing, as in the magical world. Having power could determine one's own fate. During this month, Nan Zhu also figured out the goal of this simulation, since he chose the entry of comparing with gods in the flesh of mortals. He would strive to reach the level of a deity. This way, the rewards at the end might be much richer. The frost condensed on the thin branches. The snow fell and sealed the mountain paths. Outside, it had already begun to snow heavily. Nan Zhu looked at the distant mountains, and his thoughts returned to the time when he first arrived in this world. Teacher, I just brewed some tea. Sierra brought a cup of hot tea to Nan Zhu's side and spoke softly, pulling him back to reality. Nan Zhu smiled and took the hot tea, gently sipping it. Not bad, there's improvement. Receiving praise, a faint smile appeared on Sierra's face. Sierra, do you have any goals? Nan Zhu took another sip of tea and asked, Goals? Sierra lowered her head, thinking carefully, then shook her head. No, none from before until now. Nan Zhu asked again. Sierra pondered again, and Nan Zhu did not rush her, sipping the hot tea slowly. He didn't know when it started, but Nan Zhu had come to like tea. It should have been from the first time Sierra brewed hot tea for him. Sierra seemed to remember something. There used to be one. What? To live with my mother. Nan Zhu quietly watched her, waiting for her to continue. Sierra paused and then continued. That might be my goal, but not long after, my mother died. Nan Zhu's heart immediately sank. I'm sorry. He realized that his words seemed to have brought Sierra back to unpleasant memories. Looking at Sierra's downcast expression, Nan Zhu felt a lump in his throat, like swallowing a piece of burning coal. The prepared comfort turned into silent ash on his tongue. Sierra shook her head, indicating she didn't blame her teacher. You've talked about your mother a lot. Can you tell me what kind of person your mother was? Sierra did not lift her head, and Nan Zhu worried that his words might make her feel worse. If she didn't want to talk, that was fine too. It's okay, it's not a big deal. Sierra spoke softly, interrupting Nan Zhu's next words. My mother was a very gentle person. She was very beautiful and very capable. In my memory, my mother could do everything perfectly, whether it was cooking or making desserts. She seemed to know how to do everything. Just from those 2 sentences, Nan Zhu imagined a gentle woman in his mind. But that didn't seem right. How could an ordinary slave know so much? As Sierra narrated, Nan Zhu gradually learned about her past. Since Sierra could remember, her mother had a rusty iron ring locked around her neck. That iron ring would dig into her forehead when her mother bent down to kiss her, but the arms that held her were always soft and warm. She didn't know who her father was. She had never seen him. At first, she didn't even realize that she and her mother were slaves because her mother hid her well, and the owner at that time didn't notice it either. But one time, she saw her mother being beaten by an evil woman, even having her face slashed with a knife. Young Sierra didn't understand much, but she knew her mother was being bullied, so she ran out to try to stop that bad woman. She opened her arms to block the woman, but she was just a child. At this point, Sierra simply said a few words, almost skipping over the details. It seemed she didn't want to remember, nor did she want to face it. My face became like this at that time. Sierra's tone was very flat, although she didn't say it. Looking at the scar on Sierra's face, one could imagine the scene at that time. How her mother begged for mercy. How she cried out. From the moment she stepped out, her life changed. After the evil woman left, Sierra's mother held her and cried for a long time. Her mother scolded her for running out. She wanted to scold her, but when she thought of Sierra blocking her with open arms, she couldn't say anything. Even if Sierra didn't wake up, she never said a word against her. After Sierra woke up, she became silent, and it was from that time that she became quiet and less active. Those scenes completely changed her personality. Her mother told her about their situation. She also saw the countless whip scars on her mother's body. From that moment on, the first goal arose in her young heart, to escape with her mother. Still, she was just a child, but her mother noticed her thoughts. So, without Sierra realizing it, her mother devised an escape plan for her. Even Sierra didn't know how her mother did it. Under her mother's design, she reached a passage to escape to the outside world, but they were discovered. Her mother told her to run quickly. She held on her mother's clothes tightly, unwilling to leave. In the end, under her mother's angry scolding, she tore her mother's collar, pulling off a copper button from her. Her mother smiled helplessly. I'm sorry, Mommy can't live with you anymore. Promise Mommy, live well. She could never forget her mother's last gaze. It was gentle, hopeful, yet it was also desperate, regretful. That copper button became the necklace around the girl's neck at this moment. The cold wind howled, and the girl seemed unable to hear anything clearly anymore. Bastard, low-born, weren't you once a high and mighty princess? Now you're still so down and out. Hit me hard. Huh, why is there no breath? Dead? Pfft. Whore, drag her to the mass grave and throw her away. Sierra cried as she ran. The jagged edge of the copper button sank into her palm. It was winter, and Sierra was escaping through the snow, stepping deeply and shallowly. Tears froze into ice beads as soon as they overflowed from her eyes, falling onto her clenched fists with a faint sound. But a girl, with various scars on her body, had been captured again. She was auctioned off as a slave once more. However, she was lucky this time. She was taken in by an old lady. Although the old lady had a peculiar temper, she worked hard and managed to take care of her quite well. This allowed her to live a stable life for a while. But the old lady was elderly and passed away within a few years. She was auctioned again and ultimately bought by a merchant. After that, she ended up here with Nan Zhu. The room was filled with the mist of tea. Nan Zhu remained silent, watching Hill, who had a calm expression, yet tears streaming down her face. It seemed she was talking about something utterly mundane, yet she herself was unaware of the tremor in her voice. Chapter 34, What Did We Do Wrong? It seemed that Hill could sense her own emotional outburst, and she quickly wiped away her tears, saying, I'm sorry, Teacher. It's okay. Cry might make you feel better. Nan Zhu said gently. Looking at her kind teacher, he'll gradually calm down. Teacher, may I ask you a question? Sure. Why do those people treat us like this? What do we do wrong? Why do they treat their own mother like this? Why do they cut their own faces? As she grew up, she saw different people living different lives. Are they really superior? Nan Zhu slowly exhaled. Sometimes, right and wrong are not absolute. You and your mother may not have done anything wrong, but this era is wrong. Nan Zhu comforted her. His gaze fell on Hill, watching her with her head down, unsure if she understood. Listening to her recount, Nan Zhu gained a deeper understanding of Hill's identity. Ordinary slaves do not have the courage like her mother to help them escape, and, as the daughter of a slave, Hill wouldn't possess such high magical talent. A fallen princess. Hill murmured. Teacher, what is a princess? Those people say my mother is a princess. A princess. Perhaps someone who is both lucky and unlucky. But aren't luck and misfortune opposites? Nan Zhu smiled and did not respond. Finally, he placed his palm on the girl's head. So you should read more books. If you read more, you'll understand everything. Oh. Hill nodded, somewhat understanding. Nan Zhu pinched her cheek, don't worry. Teacher will find a way to help solve the scars on your body. Although her scars had been there for a long time, they were not beyond remedy. Hill instinctively tilted her head to avoid Nan Zhu's fingers touching the scar on her right cheek. No need, teacher. I've gotten used to it over the years. Hill was being playfully pinched by Nan Zhu, but did not show any dissatisfaction. That won't do. What girl doesn't want to be beautiful? Nan Zhu's expression left no room for argument, making Hill fall silent once more. The serious expression on her teacher made her feel no trace of insincerity. Listening to Nan Zhu's various comforting words, a warm current surged in her heart. Through repeated torment, she had already become skilled at hiding her emotions, making it hard to read anything from her face. But now, a smile unconsciously appeared on her face. After tidying up her teacup, she returned to her room. Curling up on her bed, she placed her hand on a copper button. The copper button pressed against her palm, its edges worn to the point where the pattern was almost unrecognizable. But as she rubbed it repeatedly with her thumb on the 8th pass over the indentation, the sound of rust suddenly became clear, like the crisp sound of moonlight falling into an empty porcelain vase. The faded indentation seemed to awaken under her fingertip, curling into the shape of a half-rose withered branch or the arc of a severed crescent moon. Mom, it seems like I've met a truly good person. Thank you, teacher. Suddenly remembering, she thought, by the way, the teacher set a goal. Is to hope I have my own goal. So what should my current goal be? Hill pondered for a long time. Right? I remember the teacher was very happy when he saw me mastering magic. So the goal is to become stronger. To become stronger and then protect my teacher so that my teacher won't end up like my mom. She thought to herself, Hill's magical talent is very high. And after that night, she became even more diligent in learning magic, as if she had found a goal. You didn't pry after all. Having a goal and living for oneself is naturally a good thing, and you felt happy about it. What concerned you more was Hill's past. Her true identity is not simple. You began to search for the history of the Gertrude Duchy and discovered it was established only in recent decades. Before that, it was ruled by the Arcadia Empire, which was said to have been overthrown due to their tyranny. There are records that the princess went missing when the country fell, and you boldly guessed that she was Hill's mother. There is very little information recorded about the Arcadia Empire. Most of it is negative. You are skeptical. After all, history is written by the victors. So you don't take it all at face value. For the girl, the psychological trauma far exceeds the physical torment. Perhaps she is fortunate to have a good mother. Otherwise, she would not be able to be here peacefully. You begin to ponder, what do these slaves do wrong? Or rather, where does the hierarchy of people come from? You believe Hill should cultivate her magical skills and also develop her virtues. If you were to leave her, she should be able to live well on her own. Not for anyone else, but for herself. Time passes. Winter gives way to spring, and the winter snow melts. It seems that there aren't many people visiting the clinic during the winter, so Nan Zhu's work is light. Nan Zhu referenced most medical magic and combined it with his own knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, ultimately finding a solution to her skin problems. Moonlight filtered through the clinic's glass bottles, casting distorted blue shadows on the medicine cabinet. Nan Zhu's pen paused on the parchment, writing down dragon tongue grass, moon orchid, ice crystal moss. He still needed some herbs that were not easy to obtain. Finally, he contacted a merchant, hoping he could help gather them. The other party appeared somewhat troubled until Nan Zhu offered gold coins as compensation. No choice. That's the nature of merchants. He wondered why he had previously given gold coins and sent Hill over. When the time comes to restore Hill's skin, will she be very happy? Lost in thought, he didn't even notice Hill had entered his study. What's wrong? A look of confusion flashed in Nan Zhu's eyes. Since she had confided to him about her mother, Hill's condition had noticeably improved. Teacher, I have a request. I want to learn various attributes of magic like you. Hill spoke softly, her eyes slightly closed, seemingly afraid of Nan Zhu's rejection. Oh, I thought it was something serious. But learning all attributes of magic requires a tremendous effort. Nan Zhu reminded her. He had quickly mastered various attributes of magic with the help of entries, while Hill, despite her strong magical talent, would not find it easy to learn on her own. After receiving Hill's affirmative response, Nan Zhu agreed to her request. However, to ensure her progress, Nan Zhu customized a new study plan for Hill. Thus, life turned into a routine where during the day, Nan Zhu treated patients at the clinic and Hill assisted, doing various household chores. In the evening, they studied magic, and at night, Hill read and studied. However, Nan Zhu was not unreasonable, considering the girl was still young. He implemented a 2-day weekend system. Hill worked hard, was serious, and had a strong learning ability. In modern terms, she could be considered a top student. Life like this was quite pleasant. Chapter 35. Sacrifice. Your teachings have been successful. Hill has successfully mastered various simple spells. Although she is very talented, you believe that her efforts contribute more. You find this very comforting. You notice changes in Hill. She seems much more cheerful and speaks a bit louder. Her frail appearance makes one want to bully her. She is still somewhat thin. You spend time learning cooking skills to prepare delicious meals for Hill. The entry comparing mortal flesh to divine beings has been triggered. You create tasty dishes, which makes Hill enjoy her meals immensely. You find that the meals you prepared before are somewhat hard to swallow. You plan to learn more about things you haven't focused on before. After all, it's better to have more skills than not enough. You give Hill earnest teachings, most of which she keeps in mind. She always nods in agreement, but you're unsure if she truly understands the various issues you raise. She once tried to use magic to help with chores, but ended up messing things up. She accidentally scattered the books in the study and wet most of them. You didn't blame her and helped her tidy the books, but she still felt guilty. Since then, Hill has taken on most tasks at home herself. Although you tell her that one mistake doesn't mean much, it has little effect. You treat Hill as both a disciple and a friend, which makes her truly feel respected and needed. However, she doesn't know how to refuse your requests, which frustrates you a bit. No matter what you ask, she will do it, such as when you asked her to bring you a certain book. Just after finishing her bath and still in a towel, Hill found the book for you. You were startled and told her to quickly get dressed, and you criticized her for it. She admitted her mistake, but you worry she might do it again. So when you ask her to do something, you always check if she is free. You have confirmed one thing. This girl is somewhat stubborn, and once she decides on something, it seems hard to change her mind. But she seems very obedient to your words. You feel the need to think more. For the first time, you find girls somewhat difficult to understand. You give up on understanding. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it's been a year since you adopted Hill. Today, there's something significant for you to do. That is to fulfill your promise and heal the scars on Hill's face. You meet the merchant again, who cheerfully hands you the herbs. You know these herbs are hard to come by, so in addition to paying him for the herbs, you also give him a small tip. This makes the merchant exceedingly happy. He notices Hill, who is doing chores, and casually asks, "What do you think of this girl?" You glance at Hill, a hint of tenderness flashing in your eyes. You say that Hill is both a student and family to you. Hill seems to hear what you said. Her movements paused for a moment, and her ears visibly reddened. Then she worked even harder. The merchant looks at you in disbelief, then at Hill, seemingly astonished by your statement. You do not argue with him. After all, the times he was born in are different, and you cannot force him to understand you. Seeing your serious attitude, the merchant doesn't say much more. A successful merchant knows what to say and what not to say. From your casual conversation, You learn that he is preparing to participate in the sacrifice event of the god of commerce, and he seems quite eager about it. You curiously ask him about it. He tells you that as long as you participate in the sacrifice, you can receive the god of commerce's blessing, ensuring prosperity in the coming year. You don't care much about this. After sending off the merchant, it's just you and Hill left at home. Teacher, what is the sacrifice event? Hill asks you curiously after you send off the merchant. You're used to her speaking softly and stuttering, and you respond with a smile. It's a way for gods to gain the power of belief. Gods? Yes, it is said that this world is controlled by gods, who master various rules, such as wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. The more belief a god has, the stronger the power of the rules they can master. Therefore, gods will bestow some blessings in some way to gain belief. Hill seems to not fully understand, but feels it sounds impressive. Then, teacher, who is more powerful, you or the gods? Hearing this, you can't help but chuckle and reply, of course, the gods are more powerful, but that may change in the future. I think the teacher is powerful. Oh, look, the teacher can save so many people, can provide me with a home, and just by learning a bit about cooking, can make such delicious food. So, are you saying that the meals I made before weren't good? And no, that's not what I meant. Teacher, Hill quickly replies. Fearing that you are upset, you laugh heartily, which makes Hill realize she has been teased, her cheeks puffing up in frustration. She decides to ignore you for 10 minutes. Forget it, 5. No, 1 minute. If the teacher does this again next time, I really won't talk to you. You stop teasing the girl in front of you. You didn't expect that a shy little girl would have so much inner drama at this moment. Since it is an event held by the gods, it is bound to be lively and noisy. On the day of the sacrifice, you sit quietly on the balcony, observing the bustling crowd and listening to the noisy sounds outside. You enjoy this moment of tranquility while also relishing the distant liveliness and clamor. Like an observer, you silently watch everything unfold. Hill stands beside you, peeling fruit for you, and curiously asks, Teacher, if you don't like participating in this event, then why are you watching here? I'm finding the rhythm of breathing between the island and the tide. Huh. Hill clearly doesn't understand your sudden philosophical reasoning. Then why don't you participate in this event? You suddenly retort. Because I don't like it. She dislikes not only the noise of the crowd, but also some people among them who carry the aura of slaves. She despises it and therefore does not want to get close. But just because you don't like it, does that mean you can never engage with it? You counter. Hill shakes her head. Teacher, I don't understand. The island and the tide, although they exist independently, are always interdependent. We cannot detach ourselves from this society, but that doesn't prevent us from observing them. After saying this, you take a bite of the apple Hill has peeled. Only then does Hill seem to understand a bit and nod her head. After watching for a while, you suddenly take Hill to her bedroom. Although Hill is puzzled, she silently follows you. After the merchant delivered the herbs, you immediately began researching and trying them out, confirming that everything was feasible. Today, you will help her resolve those scars. Chapter 36, Treatment Teacher. It's okay, relax, don't be nervous. It'll be over soon. The curtains fluttered gently in the wind, and the light filtered through the sheer fabric, breaking into silver foil on the girl's shoulders. Hill's fingers curled into the hem of her clothes, her knuckles turning white from the tension. When Hill learned that the teacher would help her heal her scars, fulfilling the promise made earlier, she felt disbelief, followed by joy. The teacher really kept his promise, even though he had said it many times before. Even though she already knew that the merchant who brought her was the one delivering the herbs, she still thought it unnecessary to use so many precious herbs on her. But the teacher was so insistent. Even with mental preparation, her heart raced. Nan Zhu said that if she didn't want to use these herbs, he would throw them away. It was a clumsy threat, but Hill felt helpless and could only compromise. After all, it was the teacher's good intention. However, she knew that skin restoration was not just about appearance, but also about what was on her body. Nan Zhu's palm gently brushed across her cheek and arm, the magical glow swirling at his fingertips, the coolness of the herbs gradually replaced by warmth. The tingling sensation made Hill shiver, but she quickly relaxed, as if every inch of her skin was breathing. The scars slowly faded, and Hill's face gradually regained its smoothness. When Nan Zhu's palm left, she felt a bit reluctant, as if that warmth was a sense of security she had never possessed. Then there was only the remaining scars on her body. Hill's fingers stopped at the hem of her clothes, her heart beat like a drum. She had never been so nervous, not even when she stood in front of the teacher wrapped in a towel. She looked down at the scars on her body. But the teacher's gaze was gentle and firm, as if to tell her, everything will be all right. She took a deep breath and slowly took off her top, her cheeks burning red. Nan Zhu lightly cleared his throat, turned his face away, his ears also tinged with a hint of crimson. The restoration of her skin required magic to be repaired bit by bit. Hill knew she couldn't do it by herself. But when Hill removed her top, despite being mentally prepared, she still found it hard to believe what was before her. When Nan Zhu's gaze fell on the scars on Hill's back, whip marks, burn marks. Those gruesome traces clung to her fragile spine, silently accusing the past atrocities. This was the first time he saw her back's wounds so directly. What beasts they were! He cursed softly, his knuckles whitening from anger. How could those people bear to harm her? He took a deep breath, suppressing the rage in his heart, and gently placed his fingertips on her scars, as if to smooth out her past pains. As his hand touched the scars on her back, a warm sensation spread from her spine throughout her body. This feeling was completely different from the restoration of her face and arms. The warm herbs seeped into her pores, and Hill suddenly curled her toes. Hill felt the warm, large hand on her back. But Nan Zhu only said lightly, "Don't move," and immersed himself in the treatment of her scars. Time passed little by little, and Nan Zhu gradually got into the rhythm. The scars on Hill's body were far more serious than those on other parts. He focused intently on repairing every inch of her skin. It wasn't until Nan Zhu told her it was done that she came back to her senses. Done? Hill was stunned for 2 seconds. It didn't feel like much time had passed. How could it be done? With the teacher's definite nod, Hill immediately got up and went to a full-length mirror in the study. She leaned closer to the mirror, her fingertips gently touching her cheek and back. Those ugly scars had disappeared, replaced by skin as smooth as fresh snow. She turned around, twisted her head, carefully scrutinizing the girl in the mirror. The scars of the past seemed to have never existed, and the girl in the mirror had crescent-shaped eyes and a brilliant smile. "They're all gone. Those ugly scars are gone," she exclaimed joyfully, tears sparkling in her eyes. "Ahem, since you've finished looking, hurry up and get dressed. I'll wait for you outside." Nan Zhu coughed twice, forcing himself to look away and turned to walk out. Hill watched his back. A warm current surged in her heart. She softly said, "Teacher, thank you." Nan Zhu paused for a moment without turning back, just waved his hand. "Hurry up and get dressed. Don't catch a cold." Hill smiled and quickly put on her clothes. She looked at herself in the mirror, her cheeks flushed, her heart full of gratitude and anticipation. After a while, she suddenly thought of something and rolled into the quilt. For a long time, she finally poked her head out from the quilt. "Silly teacher," she muttered softly, but her lips couldn't help but curve upward. Meanwhile, Nan Zhu was outside, making himself a pot of hot tea. Perhaps because he helped Hill with her scars. He felt an inexplicable sense of pride in his heart. He hoped that it could help her feel less inferior. "With your help, Hill's scars have all been healed. As you expected, after the scars were healed, she became much more cheerful. You could say she became much more confident. You genuinely felt happy for her. You also bought Hill more beautiful clothes and jewelry. Now, she holds your hand while walking outside, and no one will think of her as a slave anymore. But she doesn't like the way others look at her. If possible, she wants to stay away from people and live a peaceful life. However, at this moment, she wants to be with you more. You notice that she seems to really like the things you gave her, so you secretly ordered a comb as a gift for her." The girl felt flattered. "I didn't do anything. Why is the teacher giving me a gift?" A small question lingered in the girl's mind. You countered her. "What reason do you need to give a gift? Is it strange to give a gift to someone important? You think that even on ordinary days, giving small gifts is not a big deal. After all, in modern times, there are situations where gifts are given every 10 days for festivals." Although she didn't understand, the girl expressed her respect. The girl thought about what to give you as a gift, but after thinking for a long time, she found she had no ideas, realizing you lacked nothing. The girl felt a bit unhappy, so she decided to learn to make more delicious desserts to give to the teacher. You didn't know the girl's thoughts. Perhaps for you, she is the best gift you could have. Chapter 37, The Injured Man Teacher. I'm very ugly with the scars on my body? No. Then why did you go to such great lengths to help me? Are you happy? Yes. That's enough. Nan Zhu patted Hill's head. Hill lowered his head slightly, feeling the warmth of his hand. Suddenly, for some unknown reason, Hill reached out and grabbed Nan Zhu's hand. Teacher, can I borrow your hand for a moment? Hill asked quietly, blushing. Nan Zhu was puzzled but nodded. Hill rarely made requests, so he was curious about what she wanted to do. He watched as she held his large hand between her small hands and then pressed her face against it. Nan Zhu was taken aback, looking at Hill's face, which was filled with enjoyment, and for a moment he felt a bit dazed. Hill's eyes were slightly squinted, and a faint smile appeared on her face as she rubbed her cheeks against his palm. Nan Zhu tried to pull his hand away, but he found that Hill was somewhat reluctant. Teacher, just a little longer. Hill looked at Nan Zhu with a pitiful expression, as if she would cry if he disagreed. Nan Zhu could only helplessly let her be. It has been a year since Hill's skin has been repaired. The girl seems to have become enamored with your palm, liking to bury her cheeks in your hand and rub against it. This makes you feel like you have raised a little cat. After you helped her with her scars, it seems that she only has eyes for you. In this short year, you have already touched the threshold of a great magician. You have gained new insights and want to experiment and research with some herbs. But these herbs are not easy to obtain. You found a magical treasure in a book. Perhaps it has many herbs. But since you still have to manage the clinic and take care of Hill, you have not gone there and can only set it aside for now. The girl is diligently learning magic and seems to have signs of becoming a magician. But you find it strange that such a hard-working and talented girl cannot learn your self-created magic, the hot air blower magic. Although it is just a simple combination of wind magic and fire magic, she just can't learn it. She often uses the excuse of wanting you to demonstrate so that you can use this magic to dry her hair. You look at this still, shy, and quiet little girl, and she doesn't seem like someone who would deceive others. You suspect it is the girl's little thoughts, and you secretly laugh. Since she likes it, you let her be. Compared to when she first arrived, you are already very satisfied with the girl's state. 1,000 days and nights have passed. The scenery has changed, but the people around remain the same. Unknowingly, 3 years have gone by, and the little girl is now 12 years old, although she is still as reserved and shy as before, speaking little. Many times she expresses her thoughts through actions instead of words. Despite this, under Nan Zhu's guidance, she has developed a unique temperament, though she often does housework at home. To outsiders, she seems like a hard-working young lady from a noble family. She is now about to step into the ranks of great magicians, and Nan Zhu is only a step away from becoming a magic tutor. In a daze, Nan Zhu felt a bit absent-minded. The reality of the simulated world made it hard for him to distinguish between reality and illusion. He still had memories of reality and the first simulation in his mind, but at this moment, it felt like that was the dream. Why do I feel like the current me is the real me? Nan Zhu murmured. It was the same during the first simulation. Time passed. He lived his life, always subconsciously forgetting it was a simulation, completely immersing himself in the role. But this isn't a bad thing. An immersive experience allows one to feel life more deeply. Nan Zhu took a deep breath, his gaze falling on the girl who had grown taller and was sitting upright reading a book. Suddenly, a hurried knocking at the door broke the tranquility of the night. Nan Zhu frowned. Usually, no one visited the clinic at night. It seemed there was an urgent matter. Dr. Nan, help. A somewhat elderly woman's voice came through. Hill was attracted by the noise and looked at Nan Zhu with a questioning gaze. Nan Zhu nodded. Hill immediately ran to open the door, and Nan Zhu also got up to check the situation. Outside, the night was dark as ink. An old lady with gray hair and a face full of wrinkles was tightly holding onto a blood-soaked man. The man's eyes were tightly closed, and several gruesome knife wounds on his body were still oozing blood. They were dressed simply, clearly not from a wealthy family. The old lady trembled as she knelt down, her calloused hands gripping Hill's clothing tightly, tears streaming down her face, her lips trembling. Please, save my son. He can't die. He has children. Her murky eyes were filled with despair, her voice sharp and sorrowful. Hill hurriedly helped the old lady up. Grandma, please don't worry. The teacher will help you. At that moment, Nan Zhu also arrived at the door and frowned upon seeing the man's injuries. He was severely injured and had lost too much blood. Immediate treatment was necessary. Nan Zhu quickly assessed the situation and called for Hill to assist. Hill reacted quickly, and, under your instructions, everything was orderly. It wasn't until the early hours of the morning that the man's life signs finally stabilized. Nan Zhu had essentially snatched him back from the gates of death. And after saving him, he was also exhausted. Seeing that the old lady was obviously not in good condition, Nan Zhu stepped forward to comfort her. It wasn't until she heard that the man was okay that she let out a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Dr. Nan, thank you. You truly are the most skilled divine doctor in the town." As she spoke, she pulled out a bulging burlap bag from her bosom. Inside were copper coins and a few silver coins. Although it wasn't much, it was all she could offer as a commoner. "This is all the money I can give. If it's still not enough, I'll owe you for a while, and I will pay you back." Nan Zhu smiled and took only one silver coin from the burlap bag, returning the rest to the old lady. "No need, this one is enough." Seeing this, the old lady almost knelt down again, knowing that the man's injuries couldn't be treated without dozens of silver coins. For Nan Zhu, he didn't charge much for saving lives, but at least he covered his costs. However, some nobles would give him many rewards after being cured, and he would refuse free gifts. "Can you tell me what happened, Grandma?" Most of the injuries on him seemed to be caused by someone. The old lady was clearly surprised by Nan Zhu's question, but she still answered, "Benefactor, it's like this. Today a group of soldiers came to the town, saying they wanted to take a silver-haired woman back. My son's daughter was captured. He fought back desperately and ended up being beaten by those soldiers." As she said this, the old lady sniveled slightly, clearly feeling injustice at the sudden turn of events. At this moment, she seemed to think of something and looked at Hill beside her. "Benefactor, those soldiers will come again tomorrow. This girl might also become their target. Why not find somewhere else to hide for a while?" The old lady said seriously. Chapter 38. The Brutal Capture Operation. You looked into the old lady's eyes, and from her gaze you saw sincerity. That was heartfelt respect. Thus, you confirmed that the old lady's words were not false. After settling the old lady and her son, you took Hill to the study. You asked her what she thought. The girl lowered her head. To her, it didn't matter where. As long as the teacher was there, I will listen to the teacher. That's what she said. After thinking for a long time, you decided to take Hill to avoid the storm. After all, you didn't want to put her in danger. You and Hill packed the necessary items, tossed them into the expensive space ring you bought, and then hung a temporary closed sign on the clinic before leaving Greystone Town. With a map in hand, you no longer worried about getting lost. You decided to leave early, choosing a location that was previously scouted as a good spot. It was a perfect opportunity to do some research. Hill felt a bit excited, as the place the teacher mentioned was just the kind of remote area she had fantasized about, right? Still accompanying the teacher. By the time the soldiers searched their home, you had already long gone. "You mean this broken clinic has a girl with silver gray hair?" The leading soldier glanced at a fat woman beside him. "Yes, I assure you, I have seen that clinic's doctor many times, and he always brings that woman with him. It's obvious they have an affair." "TSK, didn't you say that girl looks only 12 or 13? That doctor looks decent. You might just like that kind." The fat woman gave a knowing look. The leading soldier ordered, and his men kicked the clinic's door open, flooding inside. They rummaged through the house, taking valuable items at will. Rather than soldiers, they resembled bandits. "What about the gold coins you promised me, sir?" The fat woman's voice trembled, her murky eyes glinting with a mix of greed and fear. The leading soldier's lips curled into a cruel arc, the sword's edge glinting coldly, of course. In hell, before he finished speaking, the sword light was already upon her. The fat woman's head rolled to the ground, blood splattering against the mottled wall, her expression frozen in a moment of shock. The soldier wiped the blood from his sword and sneered. "Fool, do you think you can negotiate with me?" After a while, someone came out to report. "Captain, the people inside may have caught wind of something and already fled. We found signs of 2 people living inside." Saying this, he glanced at the fat woman's head. The information she provided was likely true. The captain showed a troubled expression. Initially, they only needed to bring the people out safely, but this guy actually dared to escape with them, so he had to be dealt with. "Go fetch the astrologer. I want to know the location of the 2 within 2 days. The rest continue to search and capture all the women that fit the criteria." "Yes." The soldier immediately went down to make arrangements. "Hey, Why is the king capturing all women with silver gray hair? This hair color is rare. But it shouldn't cause such a big uproar, right? A young soldier asked in a low voice. The older soldier shot him a glance, his tone warning. Don't ask about these things. I've heard this is a divine oracle, a command from the gods themselves. We mere ants, the less we know, the longer we live. The young soldier shrank his neck, no longer speaking, but a hint of doubt still flashed in his eyes. The soldiers in the ranks whispered among themselves. If it weren't for the divine oracle, how could it lead the king to take such a thankless task? You and Hill have arrived at a dragon mountain. Legend has it that there are elemental dragons up there, and ordinary people do not dare to approach. After thinking, you decided to take a detour. Another route would pass through a town, but it was much safer than Dragon Mountain. Your destination with Hill is a place of cultivation. Deduced from a tome, the girl felt like she was accompanying you on an adventure, which was quite thrilling. You encountered some weak, low-level magical beasts. You let Hill handle them, as real combat is the fastest way to improve strength. When you encountered stronger magical beasts, you would take action personally. This also made you feel the opportunity for a breakthrough. You sat cross-legged, the air around you filled with restless magical energy, as if even the wind had stilled. Time passed in silence until a moment when a torrent of energy erupted from within you, causing the surrounding plants to sway without wind. And the ground trembled slightly. Hill stood guard not far away, her hands clasped in front of her chest, her eyes filled with both worry and admiration. She watched you slowly open your eyes, a hint of silver light flashing in your gaze, a sign of reaching the mage master level. You stood up, feeling the surging power within you, a slight smile on your lips. A mage master in their 20s, if this got out, it would surely shake the entire kingdom. This breakthrough took a day, and you continued on your journey with Hill, but not long after, you suddenly stopped, frowning slightly. A faint sense of being watched came from afar, like a cold snake's tongue licking your back. You looked around, but only saw dense woods and the occasional passing birds. Teacher, what's wrong? Hill noticed your unusual behavior and asked softly. You shook your head. It's nothing. Perhaps just an illusion. You brought Hill to a town, planning to let her rest for the night first. The diviner spat out a mouthful of blood. This puzzled the soldier captain. What happened? My lord, I didn't expect that one of the two had the presence of a mage master. I can't pinpoint the exact location, but I know it's roughly in Westport Town. The captain raised an eyebrow. A mage master? During this time, he had visited many people from Limetown, seemingly unwilling to divulge more information about that doctor and the girl. Only the fat woman at the beginning was an exception. Moreover, under my astrology, I can vaguely sense the girl's extraordinary nature. Perhaps she is exactly what the king needs. Hearing of the mage master's existence, the captain felt a moment of worry, but upon hearing the latter part, his eyes lit up. If he captures that girl, then soaring to great heights won't be far off. Captain, what should we do next? The captain pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth. Chase. I will have the divine envoy come over as well. What about the women we captured? Just keep them in the back of the line. Saying this, the captain revealed a cold smile. If the doctor can earn such favoritism from the townspeople, it shows he is well loved. Those who win the hearts of the people are always compassionate. At a critical moment, using these captured individuals as hostages will definitely yield unexpected results. Yes. The main force then geared up and set off towards Westport Town. Chapter 39. A warm sun seemed to be beside them after they left. Limetown gradually returned to its usual scene. However, the atmosphere in Limetown felt particularly oppressive. My daughter, a middle-aged man, knelt on the ground, his hands deeply buried in the soil, tears mixing with the rain as they fell. Not far away, a crushed doll was stuck in the mud, half of its face smeared with dirt, its hollow eyes staring at the gray sky. These beasts, they even spared no one, not even the elderly. Another townsman clenched his fists, knuckles turning white, his eyes burning with the flames of hatred. What do we do wrong? Why treat us this way? A woman holding a swaddled baby spoke with a trembling voice. All the few possessions left in her home had been looted. The cries in the town rose and fell, echoing in the air over Limetown. Some lost their wealth, some lost their loved ones, and some lost both. You're all fine. My wife is gone, and all my money has been taken. I don't want to live anymore. After an unknown amount of time, the crowd remembered the clinic that was closed today. I remember there was a girl in the clinic. I heard she ran away with the divine doctor. God of commerce, God of light, bless them with safety. May the God bless my wife, bless my daughter. As dusk dyed the eaves of Shipu town red, Nan Zhu was unaware that Lime town was in turmoil. He was still worried about the fact that there was only one room left in the guest house. I'm sorry, guest. There's only one room left. The boss wiped the sweat from his forehead, his tone apologetic. Nan Zhu frowned, taking a silver coin from his pocket and placing it on the counter. Is there really no extra room? The boss smiled bitterly and shook his head. There really isn't. You came too late today. All the rooms are full. Nan Zhu looked at Sierra, seeking her opinion. Sierra nodded. I'll listen to the teacher. Then let us take that one room. You feel helpless after all. You didn't expect the lack of rooms to happen to you. Fortunately, the last room has a big bed. You and Sierra can sleep comfortably together. You didn't think about anything. You didn't go to sleep immediately. While Sierra had already nestled in a bed early, you sat by the window, quietly reading the book in your hands. Teacher, you should go to bed early. Sierra's small voice came. You smiled slightly at her and nodded in agreement. You glanced out the window at the night sky and noticed a particularly bright star. You closed the window and lay down on the other side of the bed. She lay quietly on the bed, as if she had already fallen asleep. Asleep? Nan Zhu murmured. After feeling that Sierra fell asleep quickly, he lay on the other side of the bed. In his mind, he planned the itinerary for tomorrow, and before he knew it, he fell asleep. For some reason, Sierra slept very peacefully that night. In her drowsiness, she felt a warm sun beside her and unconsciously leaned towards it. At some point, the distance between the two gradually decreased until they were leaning against each other. Even the girl herself didn't realize that she had curled up in her teacher's embrace. Inside the room, the warm yellow light poured softly, and the moonlight outside was hazy. A gentle breeze brushed the gauzy curtains, and the girl peacefully fell into a deep sleep in Nan Zhu's arms. You slept very soundly. You didn't notice the little person who appeared in your arms last night. The little person in your arms also slept very soundly. Sierra woke up very early, and by the time you got up, she had already bought breakfast outside, waiting for you to enjoy. The girl occasionally glanced at you, making you feel somewhat puzzled, but you didn't take it to heart, thinking the girl had some little thoughts again. In your eyes, Sierra now seemed no different from an ordinary child. At least it appeared that way. You quickly finished breakfast and continued on your journey. You believed that as long as you and the girl moved quickly, you wouldn't be easily caught. You kept moving forward. You passed through another town. You walked through a forest after an unknown amount of time. The group of soldiers on the other side finally arrived at Shipu town. Under the captain's orders, a group searched the town of Shipu thoroughly, but found nothing, which made them somewhat anxious. In the process of searching, they also looted the town. Everything that happened in Greystone Town replayed here. The astrologer was asked to predict the location of the two again, and once again spat blood, confirming that they had left and were still on the move. The captain nodded, his gaze turning to a white-clad woman beside him. She seemed like a goddess from the heavens, but her eyes contained an undeniable pride, the demeanor of someone in a superior position. She seemed to think of herself as different from mortals. Divine envoy, please go to their location and capture them. After all, the astrologer sensed that the girl is special, the captain said respectfully. The woman glanced over, not expecting that they couldn't even catch a single person. All right, leave it to me. You all stay here and wait for my orders. Yes. The captain nodded respectfully, although the divine envoy's tone was unfriendly and her words were ungracious. He didn't dare say much, fearing she would blame him. One misstep could cost him his head. She was willing to take action because she heard them say that the girl was the one the divine being was looking for. This was a great opportunity to achieve merit. The divine envoy's back sprouted wings made of shimmering light and dust, and she flew towards the direction pointed out by the astrologer at astonishing speed. Is this the divine envoy? A hint of yearning flashed in the captain's eyes. When will I also become a divine envoy? Every divine envoy is a being recognized by the divine, at the very least possessing the strength of a magic master. With the divine envoy taking action, capturing them was almost a sure thing. He then glanced at the trembling women behind him. If that girl really is the one the king is looking for, then how should these people be dealt with? The captain furrowed his brow, pondering a solution. But no matter what, once the divine envoy catches the two, he will just have to wait for the aftermath. After all, he provided such important information. Even if he didn't personally catch the two, he would still receive credit or a decent reward, right? He was already looking forward to the moment he captured Sierra. As for not catching them, he had never even thought in that direction. A group of soldiers lingered in Shipu town like bandits, causing all the townsfolk to feel anger but not dare to speak. They could only serve them well, praying that they would leave soon. Chapter 40. The Divine Messenger Strikes. Escaping at full speed, you once again feel that sense of being watched. You know this is not an illusion. You think of the existence of astrologers in the magical world. You are grateful that you have become a mage, allowing you to detect it. Perhaps it won't be long before someone comes knocking. Sierra obediently follows behind you. Watching her hand in the air, she is a bit unhappy, because usually you would hold her hand. But today, you don't, although she doesn't need a teacher to hold her hand. Even though she can follow you on her own, for some reason, she doesn't like the feeling of being alone. She looks down at her hand, her fingertips curling slightly as if trying to grasp something. But it is empty. She knows the teacher is very gentle, and as long as she speaks up, the teacher won't refuse. But in the end, all her words are stuck in her throat. Unable to come out, she quietly looks up at the teacher's profile, silently praying, "Teacher, please look at me more." You do not notice the girl's unusual behavior. Your mind is focused on the potential crisis that could happen at any moment. You think the girl still lacks some self-defense ability. So you first hand your staff to Sierra. The staff was bought when Nan Zhu became a magical apprentice. The wood grain is very obvious. There are no embellishments on it. Its function is simple, to enhance magical power and reduce mana consumption. Now that you have become a mage, this staff is no longer useful to you, but is just right for Sierra. Holding it allows you to use stronger magic. Nan Zhu hands the staff to Sierra. No, this is too precious. Sierra immediately refuses. She has read in books that even the most ordinary staff is worth several gold coins. How could such a valuable thing be given to her? I have already become a mage. This staff is not very useful to me, but it is just right for you. When I get a better staff in the future, I will exchange it for you. Nan Zhu pushes the staff into Sierra's arms. And with the staff, you can better protect yourself, right? Nan Zhu smiles at Sierra. Then, regardless of the girl's dazed expression, he takes her small hand. Stop thinking about it. I am the teacher, and I say you can hold it, so you can hold it. Upon hearing Nan Zhu's words, Sierra finally comes back to her senses, looking at the staff in her left hand. With her right hand held by the teacher, her cheeks unconsciously flush slightly. The teacher is holding my hand again. She looks at the staff in her left hand again, ultimately no longer speaking, only holding the teacher's hand tighter. She wants to feel more, to experience the warmth from their hands. At this moment, she has no other thoughts, let alone whether to accept the staff in her hand. In the sky above, the divine messenger overlooks the forest. Her gaze is sharp, scanning every inch of land, finally locking onto the two of them. Nan Zhu is smiling and explaining to Sierra why the staff has such special abilities. Sierra nods from time to time, but her gaze is always on Nan Zhu, who is leading the way. Then a cold smile appears on her lips, and the staff in her hand flashes with dazzling light. "I found you, how pleasant." Her voice is cold, and she strikes without hesitation. High-level magic, radiant light domain. A giant cage of light descends from the sky, the brilliance blinding, and the air is filled with a scorching heat. Her sudden attack catches Nan Zhu off guard, and by the time he reacts, the cage of light is already coming down. Nan Zhu's expression changes, and he hurriedly releases his hand, instantly summoning a barrier to defend himself. How could she catch up so quickly? His brow furrows, anxiety rising in his heart. No, she must be targeting Sierra. If she acts against Sierra, it will be troublesome. For the divine messenger, her goal is to capture Sierra alive. It would be bad if she accidentally killed her. The divine messenger glances at Sierra, unexpectedly finding that her magic power seems to fear this girl a bit, which makes her frown slightly. What's going on? Although she doesn't understand, she still focuses her attention on Nan Zhu. Nan Zhu is resisting her attacks, but she does not give him a chance to breathe, casting 2 more high-level attack spells in succession. Since Nan Zhu has not experienced combat after breaking through to become a mage, he falls into a disadvantage for a moment. However, judging by the divine messenger's displayed strength. She is also a mage, and he is not afraid of a hard fight. But there's still a girl beside him. At this moment, Sierra is somewhat panicked, caught off guard by the sudden battle. Teacher, what is happening? Explain later. Stay close, Nan Zhu whispers. Sierra knows the situation is dangerous now, so she no longer disturbs Nan Zhu but hides behind him, holding the staff and taking a combat stance. Her body trembles slightly, indicating her fear. The gap between a mage and a sorcerer is like that between kindergarten children and adults, so the divine messenger does not take her seriously. In her view, as long as she deals with Nan Zhu, she can capture this girl. Ha! It seemed you just broke through not long ago. But considering your young age and becoming a mage, how about you hand over that girl beside you? I can arrange a position for you in the church. How about that? The divine messenger raises an eyebrow and smiles. She can naturally see that Nan Zhu just broke through and that his strength is unstable. As long as you agree, whether it's money, women, or power, you can have it all. Get lost. The only response to the divine messenger is this one word. Nan Zhu does not hesitate at all. Sierra is not an object, nor is she something to be exchanged for these external possessions. This makes her expression stiffen, and her face turns cold. Since you refuse a toast and instead want to drink a punishment, this will be your burial ground. Saying this, she raises her staff again, preparing to unleash high-level magic once more. But Nan Zhu does not intend to continue entangling with her. Sierra, watch closely. Nan Zhu suddenly smiles slightly, a glint of cunning in his eyes. In Sierra's surprised gaze, he pulls out a pouch of powder from his pocket and whispers, "This move will be quite sneaky." Nan Zhu discreetly swings it out, then shouts angrily, "Intermediate magic storm whirl." The divine messenger scoffs, thinking he's been scared silly, actually using an intermediate spell to attack her. However, when the wind blows against her face, her smile freezes instantly. A few seconds later, she feels itchy all over, and the high-level magic in her hand can no longer be maintained. "You, despicable!" The divine messenger shouts in anger, her voice mixed with pain and fury. But the next second, her whole body feels icy cold. After a while, she feels a surge of heat. Let us run. The effect of this medicine won't last long. Nan Zhu grabs Sierra's hand and runs. He even uses wind magic on his legs to reduce resistance. But feeling it's still not fast enough, he simply picks Sierra up and carries her on his back. The divine messenger exhibits various strange symptoms. Even purification magic cannot dispel it. Her face turns from pale to ashen, her eyes burning with furious anger. Bastard! She grits her teeth, staring at the direction Nan Zhu is fleeing, her voice filled with murderous intent. "I will definitely kill you, no matter where you escape to." He looks like a pretty upright guy. How could he use such shameless means as poisoning? Nan Zhu carries Sierra, wind magic swirling around his legs, moving so fast that his figure is almost untraceable. Sierra tightly hugs his neck, the sound of the wind whistling by her ears, her heart pounding like a drum. "Teacher, this move. This is called strategy." Chapter 41, Escape L. Teacher. Sin. Slow down. Hill's voice was intermittent in the wind, nearly swallowed by the howling air. "Not safe enough." Nan Zhu's voice cut through the wind, filled with undeniable determination. After running for an unknown amount of time, Nan Zhu finally stopped, letting Hill down. He gasped for breath, sweat trickling down his cheek from his forehead. Surrounding them was a dense forest, the treetops blocking out the sun, with only scattered patches of light hitting the ground. In the silence, even their breathing sounded unusually clear. Teacher, too fast, dizzy." Hill leaned against a tree trunk, her face slightly pale, her hair tousled and sticking to her forehead. Nan Zhu scratched his head, revealing an awkward smile. No choice. Special circumstances had to be flexible. Hill has a whole new understanding of your speed. It turns out the teacher runs this fast. She also has a new understanding of your methods. The teacher isn't always so straightforward. Originally, she thought someone like the teacher wouldn't resort to poisoning. But she understands you did it for her sake. You taught her that any means are not shameful. It depends on where they are applied. We're just more upright doesn't mean we can't use some underhanded methods. Hill was amused by your words, bursting into a light laugh that sounded like wind chimes. You paused for a moment, your actions stopping as well. It was the first time you heard her laugh so heartily. Teacher, stop staring at me. The girl seemed to realize she had embarrassed herself, her voice becoming softer again. Nan Zhu lightly coughed, averting his gaze, but couldn't help but murmur in his heart. I actually stared at Hill in a daze. How embarrassing. But at this moment, the girl had grown very beautiful. Looking at her isn't embarrassing after all. That's right. Nan Zhu tried hard to convince himself. You and Hill found a secluded cave, deciding to rest there for the night. At this moment, you are not far from your destination, just waiting for the next day to restore your magic and spirit before continuing your journey. The divine messenger returned to the temple immediately after recovering, recounting their experience before the statue of the light god. When the light god learned that the girl had something special about her, the statue of the light god began to tremble slightly. A cold female voice emerged. Indeed, it is her. In the capital castle of the Gertrude Duchy, within the resplendent palace of the light god, there was silence. The enormous statue of the light god stood solemnly, while the king knelt alone, piously bowing his head. Only the light and shadow quietly shifting across the magnificent walls. My lord, I have received news that there is a girl who is suspected to be the one you are looking for, the king reported in a low voice, his tone trembling slightly. The statue quivered slightly, and an ethereal voice came from nowhere. That girl is protected by sinful blood. My divine messenger has informed me. So there is no need for further words. Upon hearing this, the king confirmed that Hill was indeed the person he wanted to capture. The king pressed his forehead against the ground, not daring to raise his head. Capture her, I want her alive. What about those women you captured earlier? Such a worthless matter need not be questioned. Yes. The king bowed repeatedly like a garlic bulb. The light of the statue dimmed, and the surroundings returned to silence. After a long time, the king slowly stood up, muttering curses under his breath. Not lifting a finger for big or small matters, forcing us to act. But what secret does that girl have that makes the light god value her so much? Ultimately, with a specific target in mind, capturing her became much simpler. As for the women he had previously captured, after thinking for a moment, the king had already come up with a solution. Just let them go. Later, I can arrange for those soldiers to be charged with abuse of power, which will help in the people's hearts. The king's lips curled into a cold smile, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. As long as he gains the people's support and enough faith. The king immediately made arrangements. The sudden change caught all the soldiers off guard. The soldiers who were still capturing people were suddenly apprehended and charged with abuse of power. At the same time, a random lucky person was killed to quell the protests. The captain became the lucky one. Just yesterday, he was dreaming big after achieving great merit. And today, he found himself with his head on the ground in confusion. The remaining soldiers were taken back to the capital, given a random identity. And everything was treated as if it had never happened. The external information was that everything had been resolved. No one knew how the king managed to silence the captured soldiers. Those places where the soldiers had been plundering were grateful and moved by the king's actions, with Limetown being a typical example. But the people of Limetown were puzzled as to why the clinic still hadn't opened, and the two had not returned. With some people's deliberate push, the king's reputation soared to an all-time high. What rulers excel at the most is weaving lies. They can always make you see what they want you to see, while the truth is often buried beneath a shiny facade. And the divine messenger hated you deeply, determined to kill you to relieve her hatred. When had she ever suffered such a loss? Her pride wouldn't allow you to escape. Unbeknownst to you, due to the king's actions, you and Hill became fugitives, wanted by the entire nation. But you were completely unaware of this. The next day, you continued your journey with the girl. After spending half a day, you finally reached your destination. The sacred place of cultivation was located deep in the lush mountains in a neutral zone. The natural magic cultivation sanctuary exuded a mysterious aura. Very few people traversed the neutral zone. Surrounded by giant trees, colorful spiritual springs flowed abundantly, spiritual flowers swayed gracefully, and elemental particles danced like fireflies. You decided to live here for a while. There was an abundance of herbs, supporting you in various experiments. Hill was very happy because she had always longed to live with you in this paradise, and she didn't expect it to come true so quickly. This way, she couldn't see the tragic past of her former self as a slave. In her heart, you had already become the most important person to her. You were very satisfied with the environment here, setting up a magic formation to shield against external probing, avoiding being discovered too quickly. You used your magic to build a small wooden house, but the girl found it a bit simple, so she requested help. You both designed it together and eventually built a larger small villa. You felt very satisfied. The girl was happy that you both had a new little home. Chapter 42, 3 more years, 3 years. As if just a wisp of wind slipping through the fingers. Yesterday, still dreaming of the future. Today, already pushed by time onto another path. Those laughter and tears, like morning dew, dissipate. When looking back, 1,000 days have passed. It has been 3 years since arriving here. This year, the girl is 15, and Nan Zhu is in his 20s. After spending 7 years together, they have become each other's only family. Speaking of changes, it seems not much has changed, yet everything is different. 3 years feel like a long dream. Sierra has gradually grown taller from that frail girl, her eyes now holding a touch of youthful vitality. She has lived freely and comfortably in these 3 years, of course, without neglecting her cultivation. As for Nan Zhu, he has already solidified his power as a mage like a mountain. In his leisure time, his gaze often drifts far away, contemplating how to cross the threshold to become a grand mage. Goals that some people cannot achieve in their entire lives are merely higher hills to Nan Zhu. With enough herbs, Nan Zhu has conducted extensive research and discovered some remarkable results. For example, with the aid of certain herbs, he can open some of the body's meridians, making meditation more efficient. If this experimental result were released, it might cause a revolution in the magical world. 3 years seem both long and short. The daily activities of the two are quite similar, and they feel fulfilled each day. Unconsciously, time flows through their fingers. Sierra is still the same her, quiet and reserved. Nan Zhu has not changed much, occasionally teasing Sierra. However, Sierra seems to have gradually gotten used to her teacher's teasing and is no longer that easily blushing little girl. This puzzles Nan Zhu, making him ponder where things went wrong. It wasn't until he stumbled upon some storybooks that he realized the girl had learned some bad habits from them. Nan Zhu felt a bit frustrated, as it is said that reading can broaden one's horizons and experiences, but why are the books she reads these? His younger sister used to like reading strange books too. Even after being caught peeking at the storybooks by her teacher, she remained calm. After all, the teacher often encouraged her to read more. When did she start reading them? It all began when she saw them in the teacher's study and casually took them along while tidying up. If Nan Zhu knew, he would definitely feel speechless, regretting that he had packed up an entire bookstore without paying attention to what books were included. "Teacher, your tea," Sierra said softly, holding a cup of freshly brewed hot tea with both hands and carefully presenting it to Nan Zhu. At this moment, Sierra, with the grace of a young girl, has gray-silver hair cascading over her shoulders, and beneath her delicate features is a gentle face. This gentleness belongs only to her teacher, and she is only so gentle in front of him. Her clothing is simple, yet every movement carries an innate elegance, leaving even Nan Zhu puzzled about why she is like this. Nan Zhu nodded as he accepted the hot tea, continuing to lie in the sun on the lounge chair, taking occasional sips of tea. Everything feels so pleasant. This is also the life Sierra yearns for the most. By the way, when did you learn these manners? Nan Zhu inquired. Sierra clasped her hands in front of her abdomen and respectfully replied, "Teacher, when I was a slave, I understood some manners, but after reading, I realized many were incorrect. These are all learned from reading. Didn't you say to read more?" Nan Zhu's brow twitched, momentarily speechless. Sierra smiled slightly. Although she calls Nan Zhu teacher, her desire to serve him is sincere. She wants to be his exclusive maid. As a maid, every action must conform to etiquette. Of course, Nan Zhu is unaware of this. You can't quite understand, so you can only attribute this behavior to preference. The girl asks you why this treasure land has not been discovered for so long. Logically, such a treasure land would be controlled by the kingdom. You tell her that the two of you are currently at the border of the kingdom, adjacent to another kingdom. The kingdoms tacitly allow the existence of this neutral area to avoid disrupting each other's balance. Moreover, this place is remote, if not specifically searched. it wouldn't be found. Even you spent quite some time guessing that there was a treasure land here. Sierra nods in understanding. The divine envoy who once was vibrant now looks haggard in the church. Beside him are several other divine envoys, their expressions serious. In the past 2 days, the God of Light has issued a divine decree, demanding the swift capture of Nan Zhu and Sierra. If they do not find Nan Zhu and Sierra soon, the list of divine envoys may need to be reshuffled. Anxiety is written on everyone's face. Thus, they have gathered here today to discuss this matter. Damn, why do those two seem to have evaporated from the world? The entire country has searched, but still cannot find them. The Divine Lord is starting to get angry. The divine envoy who initially ambushed Nan Zhu and Sierra gritted his teeth, glaring with frustration, but feeling helpless. Is it possible they have run to another kingdom? Another divine envoy suggested. Their voice was androgynous, sounding somewhat eerie. Another male divine envoy shook his head. Impossible. I've contacted divine envoys from other kingdoms, and there's no trace of them. Just as several were frowning, a serious-looking man spoke up. Do you think it's possible they aren't in any kingdom at all? This statement plunged the room into silence. After all, there are neutral areas between kingdoms, if they are there. The man's implication was clear. Damn, how'd I not think of this? The female divine envoy suddenly laughed. 3 years. Do you know how I've spent these 3 years? I searched day and night for them, but overlooked the neutral area. At this point, her eyes were slightly red. Why could such a simple matter take so long to think of? It's not your fault. Neutral areas usually have nothing, with sparse populations. Plus, this is a boundary line permitted by the gods. Normal divine envoys wouldn't think to look there, so it's not your fault, a man comforted. No, I need to go find him now and kill him. The female divine envoy stood up, ready to fly off. Wait, if you fly directly, the divine envoys from the neighboring kingdom might think you're declaring war. The divine envoy's gaze finally locked onto a certain direction, as if they had caught the scent of their prey. Time is running out, and the divine lord's wrath hangs like a sword over their heads, ready to fall at any moment. They know that this time, there can be no mistakes. Chapter 43, Escape Again. The divine envoy is on the way. You suddenly realize something. Due to your extensive use of herbs for research, there are very few herbs left here. You suddenly feel the magic shield reacting. Someone has discovered this magic circle. Almost immediately, you think of that divine envoy from back then. You are exposed, but you're not surprised or panicked. After all, you are quite satisfied to have hidden for 3 years. It's impossible to hide for a lifetime. You step outside the magic circle, and sure enough, see a figure. This figure is not unfamiliar to you. She is the one who chased you back then. You see her, and she sees you. There are no others around her, clearly the first to discover you. When she sees you, she smiles finally. I found you. It really took me long enough to find you in these 3 years. The divine envoy glares at Nan Zhu. Since birth, she has never suffered any losses. But under this man's hands, she has suffered twice. Her strong pride absolutely will not allow such a thing to happen. Unlike last time, Nan Zhu has no intention of fleeing. You can't find yourself, and you blame me? Nan Zhu chuckles. This laughter sounds so harsh in the ears of the divine envoy. Just your strength, which has barely entered the realm of a mage. Let me tell you, I've been a mage for over 20 years. Today is your day to die. The staff in the divine envoy's hand glows with a blinding light, and the surrounding air seems to be distorted by her magic power. Nan Zhu chuckles lightly, gathering a blazing fireball at his fingertips, the flames dancing in his hand as if alive. I'm only in my 20s too, he says nonchalantly, a hint of mockery in his tone. But time is not the only standard for measuring strength. Before his words fall, the fireball in Nan Zhu's hand suddenly expands, transforming into a fire dragon that lunges at the divine envoy. The divine envoy's expression changes, and she quickly waves her staff, an ice wall instantly forming before her. However, the fire dragon easily tears through the ice wall, the searing flames forcing her to retreat repeatedly. How is this possible? A hint of panic flashes in the divine envoy's eyes as her fingers grip the staff tightly, her knuckles turning white from the strain. Not far outside, Sierra looks worried. She noticed the appearance of the divine envoy the moment her teacher made a move. She hides in the distance, trying not to cause trouble for her teacher, gripping the staff given to her by the teacher, closely watching the current situation. But she knows very well that the peaceful days are over. You engage in a battle with the divine envoy. Your use of magic is different from before, and soon you have her on the defensive. You tease her, asking why she is alone. She feels a sense of humiliation, glaring at you, but you see disbelief in her eyes. Her arrogance is ultimately her greatest weakness. Her pride is completely shattered at this moment, replaced by deep humiliation and unwillingness. The divine envoy's plan was originally to search separately and call for others after finding you, but she didn't call anyone at the first opportunity. She believes you couldn't have surpassed her in just 3 years. But the reality is such, she feels the threat of death before you. You have no intention of giving her a chance. A killer must be killed. You use advanced magic to end her life in one blow. Only you did not expect that after her death. All the other divine envoys would immediately discover this and rush over at the fastest speed. But by the time they arrive, they can only see a corpse. You run away with Sierra. This infuriates all the divine envoys. The god of light senses that his envoy has died. Capture them in the shortest time possible. This is the first time the king feels the wrath of the god of light. The statue of the god of light emits dazzling light, and the entire temple seems to tremble. The king kneels on the ground, his forehead pressed against the floor, cold sweat sliding down his cheeks. He can feel the invisible pressure, as if a mountain is crushing down on his back, making it hard for him to breathe. No matter the cost, capture them for me. The voice of the god of light is like thunder, echoing in every corner of the temple. The terrifying divine might makes the king tremble. The divine envoy is equivalent to the face of the deity, and no one can tolerate being slapped in the face. Our respectable god of light, why don't you take action yourself? If you act, those two will surely have no chance of escape. The statue of the god of light emits a cold snort. I cannot act for certain reasons, but I will have the divine envoys cooperate with you fully. You must capture the two. If you fail, then you, the king, need not continue your reign. Yes, you set off on a journey of escape with Sierra. You have killed the divine envoy, and that has already turned your face against the deities. So you must not stop your steps. Sierra obediently follows you. The night is as dark as ink, and the stars are sparse. You weave through the dense forest with Sierra, the dry leaves underfoot making faint rustling sounds. In the distance, the town is brightly lit, but they can only keep their distance. The girl closely follows behind you, her breathing a bit hurried, but she doesn't complain, just silently quickens her pace. You occasionally look back at her, a hint of complex emotion flashing in your eyes. You don't know why they all want to capture the girl. Sierra is a bit worried. She fears for the teacher's safety. How about, I go with them, then the teacher will be safe. You don't know why the girl suddenly says such a thing, but you are very angry. And you scold her. You do not allow her to say such things. You had long suspected Sierra's identity. If she were to be captured by them just like that, there would surely be no good outcome. To you, she's family. Your only family in this world. Your scolding voice is very agitated, but every word contains your concern for her, although Sierra feels wronged and doesn't say a word. When she hears you say she is your only family, all her grievances dissipate. She apologizes to you with a pitiful expression. You accept her apology. You see many wanted posters about the two of you. You use magic to disguise yourself and Sierra, making it so those without magic cannot see through it, which also makes you much safer. You and Sierra escape in a somewhat disheveled manner. But the girl still has no complaints, because she knows you have fallen into such a predicament for her. Clearly, you could have ignored her. Clearly, you could have avoided the current situation because we are family. Is that why? Sierra murmurs softly. Chapter 44, Wanted Notice Brother. Who are the two people on this wanted notice? When was it posted? A kind-looking uncle with wrinkles crawling up the corners of his eyes and sparse stubble asked. Beside him, a man with a sharp face looked at him in surprise. You don't know? That doctor is a madman, rumored to conduct experiments on living people. That girl is his accomplice. They are both fugitives. The kind uncle smiled and said, Why haven't I heard about these two before? Of course, they've been hiding. Ever since their wanted notice was issued 3 years ago, the entire country has been searching for them, but they've never been seen. However, 3 years have passed, and it said they've escaped again. The king, who hates evil, has ordered the kingdom to be locked down, but unfortunately, they can't be found. The sharp-faced man thought for a moment and added, "It's said that anyone who provides information about them will be rewarded by the king." The kind uncle fell silent for a moment and asked, "Even if the doctor conducts human experiments, it wouldn't warrant such an effort from the king to capture him, right? You don't know this, do you?" The man suddenly looked around cautiously, then lowered his voice. "What I'm about to say is not something everyone can know, so you must not spread it, or you'll lose your head." The uncle nodded, indicating he understood. It's said that a divine envoy was drugged by that doctor, and then the man gave a knowing look. He killed the envoy, committing such a disrespectful act that it provoked the wrath of the divine. This is a grave sin against the divine. I had to go through a lot of trouble to find this out. Nan Zhu, playing the role of the kind uncle, felt a black line forming on his forehead, nearly losing control of his expression, but managing to restrain himself. Human experiments, killing a divine envoy. How come didn't he know he had done these things? But judging by the man's expression, he didn't seem to be lying. On the surface, the kingdom was capturing him for conducting human experiments. Meanwhile, rumors of him killing a divine envoy were spreading in secret. This gave Nan Zhu a headache. He had come today to understand the situation in the country better, yet ended up learning such things. After bidding farewell to the man, Nan Zhu headed towards an inn. Hill was waiting for his return in a room at the inn. The appearances of the two had completely changed, but while they could deceive ordinary people, they couldn't fool more powerful wizards. When Nan Zhu briefly recounted his conversation with the man to Hill, she looked indignant. The teacher clearly hasn't done such things. Why slander him like this? Nan Zhu sighed helplessly. After all, they were in the open with those in power. Their situation could easily be misrepresented. Thus, public opinion leaned in their favor. Watching Hill, who was silent and looking down, Nan Zhu asked, "Do you really not know why they are after you?" Hill shook her head repeatedly. "I don't know, but..." Hill suddenly seemed to remember something. "What?" "I seem to have an innate aversion to those divine envoys," Hill said honestly. When the divine envoy fought against Nan Zhu, she felt a deep-seated dislike. Initially, she thought it was because the envoy attacked her teacher, but later, even when passing by another divine envoy, she felt that same aversion, which made her realize something was wrong. This aversion felt like it was instinctive. Nan Zhu pondered, feeling confused about this situation. After all, he had read many books, but had never heard of such a thing. Nan Zhu frowned, countless thoughts flashing through his mind. Why was the kingdom going to such lengths to capture Hill? What was the purpose of the divine envoys? What did Hill's innate aversion to the divine envoys signify? You connect everything and eventually conclude that Hill possesses something the divine beings want or fear. You try to feel Hill's pulse but come up empty. You recall Hill's background and the sparse records of the Arcadia Empire. Perhaps, to break this deadlock, we need to learn more about the Arcadia Empire to understand why they're so intent on capturing Hill. You share your thoughts with the girl, telling her you want to take her to find the truth. The truth about her identity and why she has fallen into her current predicament. You cannot just focus on fleeing, otherwise there will come a day when there is nowhere left to escape. The girl chooses to listen to you. Although the girl does not care, she will listen to whatever you say. Time passes and another year goes by. The girl is 16, you are 24. The night wind on the mountain carried a chill, swirling the dry yellow leaves on the ground, rustling softly. The autumn forest was filled with a desolate atmosphere as Nan Zhu and Hill walked silently, one in front of the other, stepping on the soft fallen leaves. Just yesterday, they had slept in a room at an inn in town, but today they could only sleep in the wilderness. The weak glow of the campfire illuminated their faces. Hill tightened her cloak, silently watching the flickering flames. They had tried many ways to uncover the secrets of the Arcadia Empire from years ago, but unfortunately, the area they were in was a border region, and few knew about those events. At most, a few people could mention that the Arcadia Empire was quite stable back then, unlike the tyranny described in books. But to delve deeper, they would need to head to more prosperous towns. However, this would also increase the risk of exposure. "Teacher, what are you thinking about?" A calm voice broke the silence. Steady and without fluctuations. It was Hill, with a hint of curiosity that pulled Nan Zhu's thoughts back. I was thinking about whether we should go to a more prosperous town. Nan Zhu replied. But likewise, if we go, the risk of exposure will also increase. As he spoke, his gaze complicatedly fell on Hill. Hearing her teacher's explanation, Hill nodded. Teacher, no matter where you go, I can follow you. Nan Zhu smiled, ruffling her hair, but his eyes held a hint of seriousness. This trip could be very dangerous. Hill looked up, her gaze resolute. Teacher, I'm not afraid. Although Nan Zhu could continue to flee with Hill indefinitely. Such a life would not only be filled with anxiety, but also lead to no way out. Instead of waiting passively for disaster to strike, it was better to take the initiative. This year had not been without its gains. He could confirm that Hill possessed something that made the divine beings fearful. The girl had worked hard to grow from a slave girl into who she was now. He couldn't let her fall into tragedy again. The wind in the forest grew stronger, swirling the fallen leaves on the ground into the air. Distant wolf howls broke the night's silence. Chapter 45. Teacher, do you often help girls put in hairpins? You pondered for a long time before finally deciding on AM Town. AM Town is one of the larger towns in the kingdom, and it is relatively far from the church, making the chances of being discovered by the divine messenger lower. On the street, sunlight filters through the clouds, and the air is filled with the smell of toasted bread and spices. In the distance, the shouts of vendors mix with the sounds of hooves and wheels rolling over cobblestones, making the whole town appear lively and orderly. You walk down the street with Hill, and most of the passers-by are indifferent, not noticing or seeing through your disguise. After arriving in AM Town, the girl's eyes sparkle as she looks left and right, but seeing so many people, she shyly hides behind you. Although she has changed a lot, is only in front of you. She still dislikes interacting with too many people. Watching the 16-year-old girl still clutch your clothing like she used to, obediently following you, you feel a wave of emotion. You can proudly say that this is the girl you raised. AM Town is more prosperous than any town the two of you have passed through before. You see countless shops that you haven't encountered before. You notice the girl staring at a shop in the distance. The shop is filled with all kinds of small trinkets, and her gaze lands on a hairpin. You think for a moment, take her hand, and walk to the stall, buying the hairpin for her. The girl is astonished. She didn't expect that just by glancing, the teacher would notice her. She feels an indescribable emotion in her heart. Although you sometimes overlook her little moods, you're always willing to focus more attention on her in daily life. Nan Zhu hands the bought hairpin to Hill. However, Hill does not take it. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Nan Zhu asks with some confusion. Based on her earlier expression, she should like it. So why isn't she taking it? Hill opens her mouth and then lowers her head. Teacher, can you help me put it on? Hill stammers. Nan Zhu is silent for a moment, thinks for a while, and takes the hairpin from her hand. His fingertips brush past Hill's ear, making the girl's eyelashes flutter. Then, with gentle movements, he puts a hairpin on her. Hill feels her ears slightly heat up, her heart unconsciously racing. She holds her breath, feeling Nan Zhu's fingertips lightly glide through her hair. Waiting for the moment the hairpin is placed. Nan Zhu's movements are smooth, and in no time, he has put the hairpin on her. Done. Nan Zhu steps back 2 paces, looking at Hill with satisfaction. Although Hill is disguised, Nan Zhu still feels very pleased. In his eyes, even if she is disguised, it doesn't make much of a difference from her original appearance. It looks beautiful. Hill lowers her head, her fingers gently stroking the hairpin. Feeling her ears seem to be slightly warm. Finally, she stammers, "Thank you, teacher." But just as Nan Zhu wants to tell her that there is no need to thank him, Hill suddenly asks a question. Teacher, did you often help girls put in hairpins before? Hill's sudden question leaves Nan Zhu momentarily speechless, looking at the girl's eyes fixed on him. Nan Zhu can't help but swallow. For some reason, he feels the girl is very concerned about the answer to this question. Why do you ask? Nan Zhu voices his confusion. Because your movements are so skilled, Hill states her judgment. Nan Zhu sees the confusion in her eyes, along with a hint of hidden determination. And he knows this is not something that can be easily brushed off. Of course, he has no intention of brushing it off. Nan Zhu gently pats Hill's head and speaks softly, because my younger sister used to like me putting hairpins in her hair. Younger sister? Hill is taken aback. Teacher has a younger sister? Didn't the teacher once say that he was her only family in this world? Seeing her dazed expression, Nan Zhu pokes her forehead. What are you thinking? Why have I never met your sister? Hill still asks her confusion. She is far, far away, and I can't see her. Nan Zhu smiles and explains simply. Then he is in the modern world, and although he doesn't know how far Blue Star is from here, it is very far away. But this explanation takes on a different meaning in Hill's ears. Her mother once told her that when people die, they go to a faraway place. So far that they can never be seen again. And when the teacher says far, Hill falls silent, unconsciously lowering her head. Just as Nan Zhu, confused, pats Hill's shoulder to ask what's wrong, he sees Hill with red-rimmed eyes, her voice trembling as she says, Teacher, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to touch on your pain. A few question marks pop up in Nan Zhu's mind, but seeing the girl with a sorrowful face, Nan Zhu comforts her. No, you didn't touch on my pain. She's just a bit far away, not that I can't see her. However, in Hill's eyes, at this moment, the teacher is pretending to be indifferent while actually suppressing his feelings, not wanting to embarrass himself in front of her, showing a strong side. Perhaps in the teacher's heart, it is the belief that they can meet again that allows him to be so optimistic. Teacher, it's okay. You still have me. Hill lifts her head, her gaze firm and gentle, with a tone that carries an undeniable seriousness. No, you misunderstood. But before Nan Zhu can finish, Hill gently hugs him. Her palm lightly pats the teacher's back, mimicking what she read in books. Teacher, don't be sad. We will meet again. Forget it. No need to explain. But the girl's embrace still brings a warm current to Nan Zhu's heart. No matter what, she still cares about him. Damn, get out of here. You filthy beggar, stealing leftovers. Just as the two are still hugging, a scolding voice rings out. Hill has to release her hold on the teacher, her expression slightly unfriendly as she looks toward the source of the commotion. A shabby beggar has been chased out of a restaurant. The beggar is still clutching a chicken neck, perhaps something left uneaten by a previous customer. Nan Zhu's pupils constrict. Others may not notice anything, but as a mage, he naturally senses the faint elemental fluctuations on that beggar. This beggar is a magician, although the elemental fluctuations are restrained. He can be sure that this beggar's strength is not beneath his own. Chapter 46. The Old Beggar? The Old Mage? Becoming a mage means embarking on a path that is completely different from that of ordinary people. Even the lowest level magic apprentice would never fall to the status of a beggar. Nan Zhu's gaze fell on the beggar. He wore a tattered, deep purple robe, was gaunt, had disheveled, white hair mixed with dead grass and dirt, and emitted an unpleasant odor. The innkeeper was unwilling to spare even leftover food for him, clearly because he affected the business. However, the old beggar ran away quickly, his mad laughter echoing in the air, disappearing in an instant. The innkeeper could only helplessly return to the inn, cursing the old beggar. For a moment, Nan Zhu became interested in the old beggar. Why had such a powerful mage fallen so low? After pondering for a moment, Nan Zhu took Sierra to the inn. He then generously ordered several dishes, which made the innkeeper's previously gloomy face brighten again. Nan Zhu called the innkeeper to the table and placed a gold coin down. Seeing this, the innkeeper's smile instantly blossomed, and he flattered, "Oh, esteemed guest, it's truly an honor for our humble establishment to welcome you." Saying this, his hand eagerly reached for the gold coin. Nan Zhu smiled slightly, pressing down on the coin, and looked directly at the innkeeper. The innkeeper realized his impropriety, awkwardly scratching his head, but quickly put on a smile. "Guest, do you have any instructions? Although I'm not very capable, I will do my best to serve you." Nan Zhu was too lazy to waste words with him and leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice to ask, "Do you know the background of that old beggar?" Upon hearing Nan Zhu's question, the innkeeper and Sierra both froze slightly. Sierra was puzzled as to why her teacher was interested in that mad old beggar. However, her teacher must have his reasons for doing so. The innkeeper didn't care about that. He only knew that answering Nan Zhu would bring him a reward. "You've asked the right person. Let me tell you, this old beggar has quite the background. Get to the point." Ahem. It is said that this old beggar was once a powerful mage who experienced countless battles in his early years and made great contributions to the former kingdom. Unfortunately, after the Gertrude Duchy was established, he went mad the moment he appeared in front of others. You saw his mad demeanor just now. At first, People thought that as a mage, he was destined to make a comeback and wanted to curry favor with him, offering him help. But he truly went insane, his mind unclear. He came to my inn to take away leftover food many times, almost causing my inn to go out of business. So that's why he was driven out. Nan Zhu could understand that no matter how noble a mage once was, if he became mad and affected others' business, he could end up being hated by everyone. Nan Zhu handed the gold coin to the innkeeper and then casually asked, "By the way, do you know how the former kingdom fell?" The innkeeper, holding the gold coin with shining eyes, trembled slightly upon hearing Nan Zhu's question, almost dropping the coin. He suddenly looked up, scanning the surroundings cautiously, and lowered his voice. Why do you ask that? Why do you ask that?" Nan Zhu was somewhat surprised by the innkeeper's sudden change of expression, but maintained his composure and replied, "I came from the neighboring kingdom a few years ago. The kingdom has been sealed off in recent years, and I haven't left. I just wanted to know." The innkeeper pondered for a moment, then whispered, "For the sake of the gold coin, I advise you not to inquire too much. Some secrets. Knowing too much will only bring you disaster." Helpless, Nan Zhu nodded. The innkeeper, with a flattering smile, nodded and bowed as he retreated, as if afraid that Nan Zhu would change his mind. Sierra looked at Nan Zhu with some curiosity. "Teacher, why can't they be asked?" Nan Zhu explained. "The innkeeper is afraid of attracting trouble. It seems that there are hidden secrets regarding the fall of the former kingdom. In a small border town, it may be harmless to inquire, but in a large town, there are many eyes and ears, and a slight misstep can bring disaster." Sierra nodded. From the earlier conversation, Sierra learned that the old beggar was not simple, but she still felt an indescribable dissatisfaction with him. It was simply because he interrupted her hug with her teacher. After a simple meal with Sierra, "You plan to search for that old beggar. You packed some food. You easily found the location of the old beggar." A few scrawny wildcats rummaged for food in the corner, occasionally letting out a few mournful cries. The old beggar curled up in the depths of the alley, seeming to merge with the ruins. He sensed your arrival, and his vacant eyes lifted to look at you. Meeting those eyes, you felt an infinite void and loneliness, as if he had lost all hope for this world. The most horrifying thing was the scar on his left cheek, stretching from his brow to his chin. You gave him the food. He glanced at you, took it, and began to wolf it down. After seeing him finish everything, he returned to his original state. Not even a word of thanks. In the dilapidated alley, the walls were peeling, revealing mottled bricks, and the air was filled with the smell of rotten garbage and sewage. Old mage, may I ask you something?" Nan Zhu cautiously spoke. In the narrow, broken alley, with peeling walls and sewage flowing on the ground, the old beggar acted as if he hadn't heard. Nan Zhu called out a couple more times, but received the same response. "Old mage, we just want to ask about the former kingdom." Upon hearing the former kingdom, the old beggar trembled and finally reacted, raising his head. However, his gaze remained vacant. But this state didn't last for a few seconds. The next moment, as if stimulated by something, he hugged his head, mumbling, "It's not me. It's not." Without any warning, a violent wind blade slashed towards Nan Zhu. The old beggar shouted angrily, "I said it's not me." Nan Zhu quickly raised his hand, and a pale, blue, magical shield condensed before him. The wind blade struck the shield, producing a piercing, shattering sound, and the shield shattered like glass, with fragments scattering everywhere. To Nan Zhu's surprise, the wind blade, seemingly simple, contained such powerful force. This wind blade, which could even be considered low-level magic, knocked Nan Zhu back, causing him to spit blood. "Teacher," Sierra shouted anxiously, but Nan Zhu raised his hand to stop her. "I'm fine," Nan Zhu said softly. The old beggar's eyes suddenly turned blood red, as if awakened by some deeply buried memory. His body trembled slightly, and he continued to murmur, "It's not me. It's not." His gaze was filled with anger and pain, as if he were about to pour out all his regrets at that moment. Chapter 47: The Past of the Kingdom. The mad old mage's intervention carries terrifying power. Even as a sorcerer, you feel a wave of helplessness. The sound of explosions spreads, and you know you cannot continue like this, or you will definitely be discovered by the church. You grit your teeth and decide to take a gamble. You and Hill both shed your disguises. When Hill's silver-gray hair appears, the old mage visibly freezes for a moment, Perhaps the old mage can tell that you have disguised yourselves, but does not know what your true faces look like. Then, suddenly he starts to cry out loud, holding his head. I'm sorry. I am sorry. It's my fault. I caused the death of the princess. Your guess is correct. The old mage is likely driven mad by the pain of losing his kingdom, and seeing Hill awaken some memories, causing him to stop his actions. This further confirms Hill's extraordinary identity. From his words, it is clear that the old mage held a significant position in the former kingdom, one that allowed him direct contact with the royal family. You worry that the commotion here will bring unnecessary trouble. You grab the old mage's shoulders, and with your other hand, take Hill's small hand, using magic to leave the place by the time the soldiers arrive in response to the report. The area is already empty. You take the two of them to the outskirts of AM Town, in the wilderness outside AM Town. The wind stirs up dust and rustles the sparse dead grass. The afterglow of the setting sun casts long shadows of the three of you on the ground. The old mage is still mumbling to himself, seemingly unaware of the change in the environment. His gaze shifts repeatedly, and at this moment, only pain and remorse remain. After an unknown amount of time, the old mage returns to his dazed state. Old mage, we truly have important matters to discuss with you, Nan Zhu said sincerely. The old mage's gaze falls on Hill, and a flicker of unusual light flashes in his murky eyes. It's so similar. He murmurs softly, as if seeing the shadow of another person through Hill. Nan Zhu furrows his brow, but after glancing at Hill, he takes a deep breath and forces down his impatience. He knows that patience is more valuable than urgency at this moment. Old mage, we truly have important matters to discuss with you. Nan Zhu speaks again, his tone carrying a hint of pleading. The old mage, however, seems not to have heard, still staring fixedly at Hill. Nan Zhu's fists tighten slightly, shielding Hill behind him. He notices the old mage's gaze. If he poses a threat to Hill, he will act immediately. If the old mage remains uncommunicative, he does not intend to waste time on him. Just as Nan Zhu is about to speak, the old mage's gaze regains some clarity. Then he speaks in a somewhat hoarse voice. All right, but first tell me, what is the relationship between this girl and Eleanor? Eleanor? A hint of confusion flashes in Nan Zhu's eyes. This is a name he has never heard before. Upon hearing the name, Hill tightly grips her clothes, her body trembling slightly. Nan Zhu immediately notices Hill's condition. She raises her head to meet the old mage's gaze and softly says, She is my mother. She never expected to hear the name Eleanor in such a situation. Her heart is filled with nostalgia, along with an indescribable fear. The old mage's body suddenly trembles, then bursts into wild laughter. Indeed, it really is. Ha 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 ha. Hill had heard others refer to her mother by this name when she was little, and it had been hidden deep in her heart all along. After laughing for a while, the old mage seems to return to some semblance of normalcy and says, for her sake, ask, what questions do you have? His attitude changes quickly, but fortunately, communication can proceed normally now. After some thought, Nan Zhu begins to inquire. I want to know the truth behind the fall of the kingdom. The old mage exhales. The past time, he seems to fall into memories. Then he begins to recount the events of that time. The old mage's voice is low and hoarse, as if coming from a distant past. His narration is sometimes fervent, sometimes sorrowful, as if those memories still vividly exist in his mind. The surrounding air seems to grow heavy due to his storytelling, as if even the wind has ceased to blow. Fortunately, his thoughts remain relatively clear, and under his narration, you gradually understand some events of the former kingdom, the Arcadia Empire, also known as the Godless Nation. For hundreds of years, it has been the only country among all nations without a belief in deities, among the royal family. Each member possesses blood that can slay gods. The royal family's cultivation talent is exceptionally high, making it seemingly destined to have no bottlenecks. Furthermore, they possess an innate suppression over deities. This is both a talent and a variable. The gods would not allow such an unstable existence. At that time, the Arcadia Empire, as the largest kingdom, had a vast population. The gods craved the power of faith from here, yet feared the royal bloodline. But they never gave up on this land that had not been eroded by the gods. under the collusion of the god of light and the god of commerce. They incited the royal mage to betray the royal family. And that mage was the old mage's elder brother. The king was murdered, and the kingdom was thrown into chaos. But the situation could still be stabilized for the time being. After the king's death, his son, who was Hill's father, took over. The gods secretly brought calamities to the empire, causing countless civilian casualties. At this time, the gods intervened, orchestrating a scenario to gain faith within the empire. Hill's father was powerless against this. He did not possess the strength to kill the gods and ultimately negotiated with them, allowing them to spread their faith within the empire. But the gods' ambitions were not limited to this. The faith gained through cooperation was ultimately limited, and Hill's father frequently obstructed their actions. In the end, Hill's father was killed by unknown means. The gods fabricated many incidents, slandering the Arcadia Empire from various angles, claiming that they needed to find someone from the populace to save this ailing kingdom. The current king is the puppet chosen back then. The Arcadia Empire was ultimately overthrown, as the gods feared that there might be a terrifying existence in the royal bloodline, so they killed all the members of the royal family. And Hill's mother escaped, saved by the old mage standing before them. At that time, Eleanor was already several months pregnant, making it difficult for her to travel. In order to save Eleanor, the old mage fled with her for a long time. Chapter 48. Madness or a form of escape. A person's strength is limited. Although the old mage possessed the power of a great archmage, it was ultimately futile. The old mage could only watch helplessly as Eleanor was taken away, forced to flee in despair. He is a coward. He is worthless. He began to regret from that moment on, regretting why he ran at that time, regretting that he did not struggle more. Since then, he has been tormented day and night. He could protect nothing, and the messengers of the gods were still searching for him. He thought about going down in a blaze of glory but hesitated to take action. He did not understand why his brother suddenly rebelled, why he was so cowardly. Over time, he went mad. The twilight of the setting sun gradually disappeared, and night began to fall. The temperature in the wilderness dropped sharply, and a chill rose from the ground. The old mage's narration seemed even more desolate in the night, as if the years destroyed by the gods were being replayed before his eyes. The messengers of the gods later found him, but by then he was already insane, no longer a threat. In the end, the messengers did not take action against him. They let him live or die on his own. Perhaps, when spoken from the old mage's mouth, it all seemed very simple. But when all this happens to a person, what one feels and bears is often hard to articulate. It is like when reading a book, the suffering mentioned in passing can overwhelm a person's entire life. Nan Zhu was silent. Initially, his resentment towards the old mage had also dissipated significantly. He was also a person who had suffered, although it was his cowardice that led to his current situation. Then, to Nan Zhu's astonishment, the old mage suddenly knelt before Sierra. "Your Highness, I'm sorry. It's my uselessness. It's my fault that the princess died." The old mage pointed out his mistakes one by one, but Sierra did not say a word. Nan Zhu turned his gaze to Sierra and saw her body trembling slightly, as if she was suppressing her emotions. He reached out, wanting to comfort her, but did not know what to say. To Nan Zhu's surprise, although Sierra seemed a bit agitated, there was still a hint of calmness on her face. Her emotions did not sway her thoughts. She made the old mage stand up and asked him not to call her Your Highness. She did not like it. Furthermore, she did not comfort the old mage, because from his words, Sierra was unsure how to face him. He abandoned his mother. His brother harmed the royal family. If it weren't for him, would everything be different? Various thoughts surged in her mind, and Sierra did not say a word, leaving the scene in an eerie silence. At this moment, she finally accepted her identity, but her heart was filled with complex emotions. She did not like the title of princess because it carried too much pain and misfortune. Without this identity, perhaps her mother would still be alive, and she would not have that unbearable past. For Sierra, being a princess was no longer a symbol of nobility, but rather a shackle of fate. Her teacher once said she was a fortunate yet unfortunate person, but she felt all misfortune came from her identity as a princess. It was unfortunate. Sierra's hands tightly grasped the hem of her clothes, her fingertips turning white from the force. The old mage's words echoed continuously in her mind, each word like a knife, stabbing deeply into her heart. She wanted to question, to roar, to pour out all her pain, but in the end, she simply spoke softly, "Let the past be the past." The sentence seemed to be directed at the old mage, but also at herself. She understood that past hurts could not be changed, but she also knew that she could not easily forgive. The night was as dark as ink, and the wind in the wilderness carried a bone-chilling cold, as if even the air was quietly weeping. The light of the campfire appeared exceptionally weak in the darkness, as if it could be swallowed at any moment. Nan Zhu looked up at the starry sky, only to find that even the stars were obscured by dark clouds, leaving only endless darkness. When Sierra said the past is the past, the old mage's expression froze, and then he let out a bitter laugh, looking worse than crying. Silence once again enveloped the three of them. The old mage lowered his head, murmuring, "Yes, I am a sinner." His eyes reflected the faint glow of the fire, as if he could see shadows of the past in the flames. His voice was hoarse and broken, like the last breath squeezed from an abyss. He remembered the day Eleanor was taken away. Her eyes were devoid of hatred, while he fled in defeat. At that moment, he realized that true cowardice was not in running away, but in lacking the courage to face one's own mistakes. Now he no longer even had the right to atone, as he had long been consumed by his own cowardice and regret. He began to laugh foolishly again, seemingly returning to that mad state. Nan Zhu looked at Sierra, whose body trembled, but who was trying to maintain her composure, and then at the old mage, whose mental state seemed off, feeling at a loss for what to do. To be honest, he had no good feelings towards this old mage, fearing for his life, regretting afterward but taking no action. Nan Zhu did not know how to evaluate him. You turned between the two. You noticed that it was getting late, so you used this as an excuse to break the eerie atmosphere. The old mage kept mumbling something, and when you called out to him, he did not respond. So you gave up on calling him. You prepared to let Sierra sleep first, rummaging through your spatial ring for a tent, although Sierra could still communicate. Her moments of distraction and silence still worried you. You looked at Sierra's slightly trembling shoulders, feeling a surge of helplessness. You wanted to say something, but found words so pale at that moment. After some thought, you gently pulled her into your embrace. Feeling her slightly trembling body, you gently patted her back. The girl did not expect you to suddenly hug her, but she did not struggle. She buried her head in your chest, and you faintly heard her soft sobs. You knew very well that you could not bear these pains for her, but hoped to be her temporary support. Let us sleep for a while, and when we wake up, it will be better. You hoped that tomorrow's sun could dispel tonight's gloom, even if just a little. The old mage did not know how her mother had lived, but Sierra did. At that point in time, her mother later became a slave for some reason, perhaps to disguise herself, or was she forced into it? But ultimately, her mother protected her well. One could say her mother gave her two lives. One was birth, one was rebirth. It is unclear how long had passed. The girl in your arms made faint breathing sounds. She seemed to have fallen asleep. Her eyes were still slightly red, after covering Sierra with a blanket. You got up and went outside. You looked at the dazed old mage, but you ultimately did not approach. Perhaps at this moment, his madness was his way of escaping. If he was unwilling, how could he let himself out of it? Chapter 49. The teacher will always be behind you. The next morning, the old mage had already left. He seemed to have no face to confront Hill. Or perhaps he still wanted to escape. When Hill woke up and learned that the old mage had left, she felt no waves in her heart. Having understood this unknown past, she also knew the ugly face of the kingdom. You feel a bit melancholic. They would not let Hill go. You must plan the path ahead carefully. You look into the girl's eyes, and she looks back at you. "Teacher, don't look at me like that." Hill slightly lowered her head. Her cheeks flushed, clearly feeling a bit awkward under Nan Zhu's gaze. Nan Zhu gently patted the girl's head and spoke softly. "It's okay. You still have your teacher. The teacher will always be behind you." Hill was slightly taken aback, but quickly understood the teacher's meaning. She nodded heavily in response. "Okay." A relieved smile appeared on the girl's face. Just as Nan Zhu was about to take the girl away, a distant light caught their attention. As they approached, they saw a crystal-clear glass ball. The glass ball refracted a myriad of colors under the sunlight. Nan Zhu held it in his hand, feeling a slight warmth emanating from it. He frowned, trying to discern something from its smooth surface, but found nothing. "What exactly is this?" he murmured softly, feeling a hint of unease in his heart. However, Nan Zhu did not notice anything special. Before he could think more, the glass ball suddenly erupted with a dazzling light, completely enveloping him and Hill. The light came so suddenly that both of them only had time to close their eyes. When the light dissipated, Nan Zhu opened his eyes again, and the glass ball had vanished. Huh! Confusion appeared in Nan Zhu's eyes. He looked at Hill beside him and felt something was amiss. No, it seemed that something extra had appeared on Hill that could affect others' perceptions. It might not seem like much, but they were currently wanted criminals, having been on the run for so long using disguises. With this, even a mage couldn't see through their facade, significantly enhancing their safety. If Hill had it, perhaps he did too. Sure enough, you noticed this point. Your expression is complex. Although the old mage left, he still left some help. This makes you feel conflicted, not understanding what he was really thinking. You no longer dwell on it. You ask the girl if she wants to seek revenge. The girl shakes her head. The girl doesn't know. She wants revenge, but she lacks the strength. Moreover, there is still her teacher. If she seeks revenge, her teacher will definitely do everything possible to help her. This would inevitably put her teacher in danger. Strength. If only they had enough strength, they wouldn't have to be so timid. As you said before, you must improve your strength to protect your teacher. Now, there's an additional goal. You must seek revenge for your mother. In the distance, the green mountains are like ink, and the river flows gently through the town. You take her back to AM Town. You dislike the feeling of being homeless and sleeping on the streets. Hill doesn't like it either. 3 days later, you rent a house in AM Town as a new residence. Hill is checking the new house, thinking about what furniture is still missing. Meanwhile, Nan Zhu lies on a soft chair. It's not that he doesn't want to help, but Hill insists on doing everything herself. This is the work a maid should do. You look at Hill's back and can't help but wonder if you have taken a princess as a maid. Nan Zhu squints slightly, not knowing what he is thinking. The girl wants revenge, but currently their strength is insufficient. Even the old mage lost the will to fight, which shows how strong the enemy is. Hill is considering this and is worried about him, which is why she is reluctant to seek revenge. Hill wants to improve her strength, and how could he not want that? He can only take one step at a time, Nan Zhu thinks. Although he doesn't know how long the effect of that glass ball will last, at least it can give them a period of stability. Nan Zhu's gaze falls on Hill's back, and a complex emotion rises in his heart. Although Hill appears strong on the surface, she still hides fear of the past and confusion about the future. He gently sighs, unconsciously rubbing the armrest of the chair, as if searching for some kind of support. If one day I can no longer protect her, this thought flashes through his mind, tightening his heart. He shakes his head, pushing the unease back down. Now is not the time for wild thoughts. He must plan a more secure path for both Hill and himself. He must prepare some backup plans to avoid sudden accidents one day. At the very least, he needs to ensure she lives well, Nan Zhu murmurs. 3 years of fleeing, then settling in a blessed land, followed by drifting from town to town. Everything felt so passive. He doesn't like this kind of life. To celebrate having a new home, you plan to cook for yourself. Although Hill advises against it, believing it should be her job, you remain determined. In the end, the girl can only assist nearby. With precise techniques and a rigorous process, you prepare a series of Chinese dishes. You gain a lot from cooking, and your culinary skills improve. You begin to wonder if, one day, your culinary skills could rival those of divine chefs as a mere mortal. You dismiss the unrealistic thoughts from your mind. At the dining table, Hill is amazed by your Chinese dishes. Although she knew the teacher could cook, she could clearly feel that your cooking skills were on a different level than before. Clearly, there was no such culinary skill back at the magical Blessed Land. By the way, she hadn't seen the teacher cook since leaving Greystone Town. Teacher, your food is so delicious. At the dining table, Hill picks up a piece of braised pork and takes a gentle bite. The delicious meat and rich sauce melt in her mouth, making her involuntarily squint her eyes. So good, she sincerely praises, a satisfied smile appearing on her face. Nan Zhu looks at her, a hint of tenderness flashing in his eyes. If you like it, eat more. You're at the age of growing. As he speaks, he picks up another piece of meat and places in her bowl. He looks down at the mound of food in her bowl, smiling helplessly. Teacher, if you keep adding more, I'll one tea be able to finish it. Nan Zhu is taken aback for a moment, then laughs. Then take your time eating, no rush. Your meal receives high praise from the girl. She eats very satisfyingly. The only complaint being that you keep adding food for her, resulting in her bowl being full of unfinished dishes. You are very satisfied with the meal you prepared. Chapter 50. The timid yet brave little girl. You have temporarily lived a peaceful life. The newly rented house is located on the edge of the small town, with a lush forest outside the window. The morning sunlight filters through the leaves into the room, and the air is filled with the fragrance of earth and flowers. Sierra likes to sit by the window, quietly reading a book while occasionally looking up at the scenery outside with a faint smile on her lips. You sit at the desk, surrounded by heavy tomes of magic and experimental notes, occasionally glancing at her, feeling a rare sense of tranquility. In such days, it seems as if time has slowed down. You have not forgotten to study magic and improve your strength. You expect to break through to the Grand Magus within 2 years. You are very interested in the girl's blood. After seeking her consent, you obtained some of Sierra's blood for research. You began to analyze it. You found your knowledge base to be insufficient. You started reading extensively and bought many books. Compared to your comfortable life, the divine emissaries seem quite anxious. The deity issued a final ultimatum, demanding the capture of the two within a month. The king stands before the deity's statue, feeling the deity's wrath. Useless. How long has it been? Why have you not seen a trace of them yet? He scolded everyone. The divine emissaries bowed their heads, not daring to speak. The king also lowered his head, his eyes burning with anger. After all, he is a being above countless others, beneath the deity, and does not dare to turn against it. The deity's voice came again. If you cannot capture them within a month, you will no longer be king. The king nodded shakily in agreement, but a shadow flickered in his eyes. A month is enough, the king murmured. As the statue dimmed, the king personally summoned several ministers. Everyone gathered in the basement beneath the palace. Dim candlelight cast flickering shadows on the walls, and the air was filled with a sense of oppression. The king's face was dark, his gaze slicing through each person like a knife. How was the plan to become a god progressing? Is a month enough? He spoke in a low voice, solemnly. The ministers exchanged glances, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Your Majesty, the faith has begun to spread among the people, but a month is indeed a bit tight. One minister said cautiously. The king's fingers lightly tapped the armrest of his seat, the sound piercing the silence of the basement. In any case, it must spread within a month. His voice was cold and resolute. He did not intend to capture Nan Zhu and the girl within a month, but to possess the power to contend with the deities. However, such a plan might expose us, another minister reminded in a low voice. Shut up. Do as I say. The king's voice suddenly rose, echoing in the basement, sending chills down everyone's spine. Yes, the ministers all bowed their heads, not daring to say more. Holding a high position, he was unwilling to be beneath the deities. The feeling of being treated like an ant by the deity made him feel oppressed and disgusted at all times. For 10 years, he began to explore the path to becoming a god, realizing that becoming a deity relied on faith. This also became the key to breaking free from the deity's bondage. As for sufficient faith, whether through self-directed plays or secretly deifying himself, all would pave his way to divinity. He just needed a chance. After you left the wilderness and found a house to live in again, you decided not to open the clinic again due to worries. During a casual conversation after dinner, you asked Sierra if she was afraid of being enemies with the deities in the future. The girl's thoughts were simple. In her eyes, the teacher was omnipotent. She was not afraid. She would always be by your side. Always. Always. Siena's tone was very calm when she answered, but you could hear the unwavering certainty in her voice. It seemed that even if you were against the whole world, she would steadfastly stand by your side. Are you really not afraid? Not afraid. Why? Because the teacher will protect me. You little brat. Nan Zhu laughed and scolded. I have to say, this girl has really grown up. Where is the timid feeling she had when she first came to the house? What if I face an existence that I cannot defeat no matter how hard I try? Nan Zhu suddenly asked. Sierra lowered her head, then looked at her teacher with determination. I will hold the rear for the teacher. Nan Zhu felt a bit gratified and smiled as she patted her head. In front of others, she is an aloof girl who keeps her distance. In front of you, she is just a timid yet brave little girl. You are very worried that Sierra will suddenly be discovered, so you put more energy into protecting her safety in your daily life. You talked to her for a long time. You talked about the past and the future. Sierra is now a girl with dreams and a future. But when asked what her dream was, she just lowered her head and smiled, gently rubbing the corner of her clothes with her fingers. Teacher, my dream. I don't want to say it yet. Her voice was soft, but it carried a hint of determination. You noticed her gaze flicker as if hiding some indescribable emotion. You smiled and stopped asking. Just patted her shoulder. A girl with secrets is more charming, you teased. She blushed slightly, but did not refute. At the same time, you educated her about the deities, and she thus learned about their power. The deities hold the highest authority in the world, and one could say they're almost invincible in this realm. The girl asked if there was a power in this world that could kill a deity. You paused for a moment, then nodded firmly. Of course there is no strongest, only stronger. You suddenly felt like the protagonist of a passionate anime you watched before, shouting about friendship and bonds while bravely defeating all enemies. Go for it, brave girl. You blurted out, then realized your own awkwardness. Sierra was taken aback for a moment, unable to help but chuckle. But she still replied to you very seriously. I will. A month passed in the blink of an eye, from the ambitious beginning of the month to the busy end of the month. The days slipped away in busyness, leaving little trace. Nan Zhu looked at the small vial of Siena's blood in front of him, showing signs of fatigue. From any perspective, Siena's blood was no different from that of an ordinary person. He even drew his own blood to compare, but he could not find anything. Compared to his frown, the king's expression was serious at this moment. Your Majesty, the natural disaster is ready, awaiting your orders. Chapter 51. Catastrophe. If there's a time when it is easiest to gain the trust of the people and rapidly harvest their faith, it would be during a catastrophe. In the midst of disaster, standing up as a savior means that at that moment, you embody everything that a rescuer represents. But what if the rescuer is also the creator of the disaster? As long as no one knows the truth, who will realize that the savior of this catastrophe is also its creator? For some reason, you feel a sense of unease. This unease reminds you of your feelings in the world of cultivation. At that time, it was a disaster that occurred in Motion City, leading to the subsequent tragedy. You doubt your perception, which is beyond that of ordinary people. You have no doubt about your premonition, preferring to believe it rather than dismiss it. You do not want to experience tragedy. The best method is to leave Town. You do not plan to inform others, as you are unsure of the specifics. Spreading it would only be regarded as rumors and cause unnecessary trouble. Although Hill feels confused, she still follows you and temporarily leaves Town. This premonition cannot appear without reason. Nan Zhu murmurs to himself, frowning, a hint of unease in his eyes. He puts some important items into his storage ring, his fingers trembling slightly, as if suppressing his inner anxiety. Hill watches her teacher's actions, thinking he is about to move again, but seeing his serious expression, she ultimately refrains from asking too much. After some thought, Nan Zhu decides to tell her, I have a bad feeling. It's better to lay low just in case. As for home, as long as people are together, anywhere can be home. Hearing her teacher's words, Hill nods obediently and helps him pack up. Wherever the teacher is, that is where she will be. She listens to him unconditionally. They arrive at the outskirts of the town, a place far from Town. It's still able to see the general scene. Thus, if something really happens in Town, Nan Zhu can timely take Hill to escape. Hill, let us camp here for a while. Try not to wander too far. Understood, teacher. Hill nods obediently. It's not her first time living outdoors. She already has a complete set of action standards. The girl actively finds a spot and chooses a relatively flat lawn. Under the influence of magic, she quickly cleans the area. Nan Zhu also does not idle, setting up many magic arrays around. However, for some reason, the sense of unease in his heart does not dissipate. He hates this feeling because it indicates that something is about to happen. Hill watches her teacher's busy figure, frowning, a trace of worry flashing in her eyes. She gently steps forward, tugging at Nan Zhu's sleeve, her voice soft yet firm. Teacher, no matter what happens, I will stay by your side. Her fingers tightened slightly, as if conveying a silent strength. Her awkward comfort warms Nan Zhu's heart and strengthens his resolve to protect the girl. You suspect that a great disaster is about to occur in AM Town, and the feeling of unease follows you like a shadow, unable to be shaken off even far from the town. This unease makes you doubt that the scale of this disaster may far exceed your imagination. Could it be the end of the world? You shake your head, discarding this unrealistic thought. Your intuition tells you that this matter is related to the gods. You look up at the sky, filled with confusion and vigilance. This night is somewhat quiet. The night breeze brushes over the grass, bringing a hint of coolness, while the faint chirping of insects in the grass seems to add a touch of vitality to this silent night. To be honest, Nan Zhu does not like being outdoors. He prefers living indoors. Unfortunately, he has not been able to live steadily over the past few years. Fortunately, the weather is neither too cold nor too hot now. Nan Zhu gazes in the direction of AM Town, vaguely seeing a few red lights in the distant starry sky. However, it's a bit far away, making it difficult to see clearly. Hill curiously follows her teacher's gaze and then tells him that there are similar lights in other directions. Sure enough, there are a few red lights flickering in other directions. Counting them, there are 5 in total. The arrangement is orderly, and if connected, it forms a pentagram. If not looked at closely, one might really think these are stars. No, wait. If these are not stars, then what are they? Nan Zhu squints his eyes, trying to see more clearly. Sure enough, the red lights grow brighter. Nan Zhu is somewhat puzzled. When did his eyesight improve so much? The stars that were unclear now magnified before his eyes, becoming more distinct. The red lights in other directions also become brighter. It is obvious that it is not Nan Zhu's eyesight that has improved, but rather these red lights that have brightened. Looking at the arrangement of these lights, Nan Zhu realizes something. This is a formation, a super large formation. A sense of crisis surges in Nan Zhu's heart. The red lights suddenly explode, and 5 burning stars tear through the night sky, instantly dyeing the horizon blood red. Nan Zhu's heart races, as if an invisible force is pressing down on his chest. This formation possesses a terrifying power capable of destroying everything. A low rumbling sound reaches his ears, as if the earth is lamenting. Dark clouds roll, like the roar of a giant beast, oppressive enough to suffocate. It is known that Nan Zhu now possesses the strength of a magic tutor. Nevertheless, facing the current situation still fills him with a sense of helplessness. The sky suddenly tears apart. Countless burning meteors fall like a torrential rain, slicing through the pitch-black night, trailing blazing tails. The earth trembles amidst the rumbling, firelight reddening the horizon, as if the apocalypse has arrived. Nan Zhu looks up, his pupils reflecting this scene of destruction. No, meteors? Who is so bold? Teacher. Hill shrinks in fear into Nan Zhu's embrace. The firelight is especially glaring in the darkness. Meteors fall like raindrops, trailing fiery tails. The flames soar to the sky. Smoke and dust fill the air, and the atmosphere is thick with a burning smell. Nan Zhu vaguely hears cries coming from the town, mixed with despair and fear. Some people quietly pass away in their dreams, their lives extinguished like candle flames. Others struggle for survival in despair, their cries drifting in the night wind, only to be swallowed by endless darkness. In just a moment of distraction, a meteor appears above his head, and Nan Zhu's hair stands on end. The girl buries her head into your chest. Advanced magic Frost Gale. You cast several advanced spells in succession. These advanced spells shatter the meteors, turning them into countless fragments and sparks. You hold the girl tightly in your embrace. You focus your gaze on the sky, fearing that another meteor will fall from above. Chapter 52. What? The king wants to become a god? This disaster came suddenly, and all Nan Zhu could do was protect the girl in his arms. Every meteorite carried the full force of a mage's strike, and even he did not dare to be careless. The frequency of meteorites falling on AM Town was much higher than outside. Nan Zhu was unsure if other towns were experiencing the same thing. As the frequency of meteorites gradually decreased, Nan Zhu took the girl's hand and walked into the town. Under the cover of night, AM Town was in ruins. Flames flickered among the broken walls, casting distorted shadows. The air was filled with the smell of charred remains and dust, occasionally interrupted by faint moans, drowned in the silence. Houses had collapsed, and roads were broken. In the sky, remnants of meteors streaked across, as if mocking the helplessness of the land. The night wind carried ashes and the scent of blood, causing the hem of Nan Zhu's clothes to whip in the breeze. Sierra looked up at Nan Zhu's profile. The firelight danced on his stern face, casting a shadow. She had never seen her teacher so focused yet distant, as if he were separated from this world by an invisible barrier. Survivors huddled in corners, their eyes filled with despair and fear. As Nan Zhu's gaze swept over the survivors curled up among the ruins, a vague emotion stirred in his heart. He was not heartless. It was just that in this ravaged land, emotions felt so extravagant. He tightened his grip on Sierra's hand, as if this could help him grasp a hint of humanity's warmth. Along the way, he saved many severely injured people affected by the disaster. The benefits of studying medicine became evident once again. Was he cold-blooded? Unclear. He would do his best to lend a helping hand. But in the end, they were all strangers. It was impossible to pay attention to everyone. He was not a saint, but a person with selfish desires. Moreover, he only sensed this disaster without any evidence, making it impossible to warn others in advance. Only someone like Sierra would unconditionally believe in her teacher. For a moment, he was curious why his perception was so accurate. But unable to draw a conclusion, he chose not to think about it. After all, having such a precognitive ability for danger was not bad. Sierra watched her teacher, saving people occasionally, puzzled. Teacher, we are not related to them. Why help them? A doctor's benevolence. Sierra nodded thoughtfully, not probing further. Just as the two were conversing, Nan Zhu noticed a severely injured man ahead. His injuries were worse than those they had encountered before. Fortunately, he met Nan Zhu, who immediately stepped in to help him. Meanwhile, a woman with a twisted foot saw Nan Zhu treating someone and immediately grabbed his arm, asking loudly, "Are you a doctor?" Nan Zhu rolled his eyes, too lazy to respond. The woman frowned, but still requested Nan Zhu to treat her leg. Nan Zhu pointed at the severely injured man, making his meaning clear. But the woman was insistent. "That big man won't have any issues later. I'm just a weak woman, and I'm in so much pain. Why won't you help me first? Just help me treat it, and I'll pay you." The woman thought that a doctor wouldn't have much money, but her words were quite jarring to Nan Zhu. He ignored her, as her shouting echoed painfully in the silence of the ruins. Nan Zhu's brow furrowed, a hint of impatience and disgust flashing in his eyes. If one takes advantage of his kindness, then there's no need to endure. He raised his hand. A faint light flashed, and the woman's left leg was abruptly severed. Her shouting stopped instantly, replaced by terrified screams. Nan Zhu coldly said, "Now can you be quiet?" With the display of his magic, everyone knew he was a mage and no longer dared to cause trouble. His actions intimidated everyone present. The status of a mage was high. The willingness to help was already a blessing, so how could they expect more? For those engaging in moral coercion, a lesson was enough. The woman who had been shouting quickly fell silent, enduring the pain as she looked at Nan Zhu, not daring to breathe. Sierra looked at the woman lying on the ground and didn't think her teacher had done anything wrong, but the cold method left her somewhat confused. She stole a glance at Nan Zhu and quietly asked, "Teacher, is it okay to act like this?" Nan Zhu did not answer, simply gently patting her head. He then turned to leave with Sierra, leaving the woman groaning in pain among the ruins. He didn't believe anyone would offend a mage for an ordinary person. "Don't ask. It's human nature. You brought Sierra to the house you just rented." Fortunately, the damage to the house was not severe, and tidying up was not too troublesome. What you cared about most was who released these meteorites. Such a large-scale magic array must require substantial financial resources. On the other side, news spread that a certain deity had intervened to curb the disaster. Another message emerged, stating that the king had stepped in to save the people. The question arises, how could such a disaster be solved by a mere human? Under deliberate guidance, information spread that the king had made great contributions to the kingdom, earning the respect of the masses, and was close to becoming a god. This information spread wildly among the people. The king has become a god. The power of rumors is strong. You don't even understand how this information transformed into such a narrative. Similar statements circulated among various towns in the kingdom. The towns affected by the disaster were not just AM Town. Upon hearing that the king had resolved the issue, everyone's gratitude reached unprecedented levels. A light called faith was directed towards the king, and all of this was discovered by the divine envoy. The divine envoy reported the matter to the god of light. The deity was furious. A confrontation between the deity and the king unfolded in the sky, as if the heavens and earth were trembling. The king's voice thundered through the clouds. As a deity, the people suffer from disasters, and you do not act. Is this what a god is? We refuse to accept this. Today, I will become a god. My subjects, devote your faith to me. The king's figure gradually transcended in the light, as if he was truly about to break through the limits of mortals and become a new deity. His words hinted that the disaster was caused by the deities. Most people's thoughts were influenced, and faith turned towards the king. People are simple. Whoever bestows grace is more trusted. The deity was left in a state of confusion. The deity realized he was being slandered. A mere mortal dared to seize his faith, and he was enraged. And as you and Seer heard the news of the conflict between the deity and the king, you nearly choked on the food in your mouth. When did the disaster caused by the magic array become a natural disaster? Why did the information sound so wrong? Chapter 53. The king becomes a god. Then dies the god and the king strike at the same time. The terrifying might makes even you, far away in AM Town, feel the overwhelming pressure. The king possesses the strength of a Saint Domain mage, and with the blessing of faith, he reaches the level of a god mage in one move. This is your first time personally experiencing the power of a deity. Nan Zhu was momentarily stunned. The king faced off against a deity, and he was to become a god. What kind of development is this? However, the outcome was clear. The king had completely angered the god of light. Although the king, under the blessing of faith, had the strength of a god mage, he was still no match for the god of light, who held divine authority. With a wave of the god of light's hand, the heavens and the earth changed color, and countless blades of light descended from the sky, as if to completely obliterate the king. The king fought with all his might to resist. But in the face of the deity's authority, his power seemed so small. The blades of light tore through space, each strike carrying destructive power, as if even time had stopped at that moment. His god mage power gradually collapsed under the deity's pressure. His body began to disintegrate. Blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, yet he still gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with unwillingness. The king soon fell into a disadvantage, and the god of light prepared to completely end the king's life. The king laughed out loud. Since you see me as a puppet, then let me show you that the fury of a puppet is enough to shake a deity. He detonated his own power, trying to challenge the deity's authority at the cost of his life. He no longer wanted to be a pawn of the deity, and since he had decided to tear off the mask, there was no turning back. The shockwave from the explosion forced Nan Zhu, who was far away, to use magic to shield the girl in his arms. After an unknown amount of time, the aftermath of the explosion gradually dissipated. The next moment, the voice of the deity came. This king is dead. You shall elect a new king. This voice could be heard by almost everyone in the kingdom. As for those who defiled the bloodline of the deity, death, the deity's voice was cold and merciless, as if announcing a judgment that had long been predetermined. As his words fell, the bodies of the royal family members exploded one after another, blood staining the palace floor. Nan Zhu looked at the high and mighty deity, and countless thoughts surged in his heart. He knew that deities were indifferent and ruthless. They viewed all living beings as ants, and the king's struggle was merely a futile farce. However, this farce allowed Nan Zhu to see a deeper truth. Even the king was merely a puppet of the deity. Perhaps this was the true reason the king sought to become a god. Hill looked at the deity, her eyes showing no fear, but rather a deep disgust. All those who had placed their faith in the king were in a state of panic, fearing that the deity would come for them. But they had clearly overestimated how the deity viewed ants. The deity did not care about them at all, and soon disappeared without a trace. Aren't you afraid? Nan Zhu suddenly asked. The terrifying battle might have caused ordinary people to collapse to the ground. This was evident from those around them who had already fainted. As for him, possessing the strength of a mage mentor, although he felt shaken in the face of divine might, he would not react like others. But one must remember that the girl was only a grand mage. Not only did she show no trace of fear, but he could also see disgust in her eyes. Hill shook her head. Their fight looks terrifying, but I just don't feel a bit of fear. Nan Zhu asked again, what about before? You were so scared you dove into my arms during such a large-scale battle. Hill was taken aback, not expecting the teacher to ask so suddenly. She felt a bit embarrassed and stammered. Is it the same? Even if the aftermath was strong, it was still very far from us. Besides, wasn't there a teacher here? Nan Zhu laughed heartily and said no more. He looked up at the sky. Dark clouds gathered, as if foretelling a greater storm was about to come. The deity's will was merely a facade. The real conspiracy was just beginning. He murmured softly, chaos is just beginning. The natural disaster was merely a play directed by the king himself, which you thought of when people were offering their faith to him. This move led to many innocent deaths, but in a certain sense, it was very successful. The king indeed became a god mage, even though the outcome was a tragedy. You recalled the deity's words before leaving. The king is dead. You shall elect a new king. Who are you? Does the lack of a clear indication mean that everyone can become the new ruler, the new king? Or is this the true purpose of the deity? At this moment, everything seemed so tranquil, or perhaps this is the calm before the storm. The destruction brought by this so-called natural disaster was great, but it was not irreversible. In this disaster, the dead could ultimately only be considered a small part of a vast number. But the change in people's hearts is the biggest variable brought about by this disaster. The peaceful days did not last long before you receive an invitation letter for a rebellion, stating, the king is dead. The deity has decreed that only strength can establish a new kingdom. Join us, and when I become king, I will appoint you as the first physician of the kingdom. More and more people pursuing the position of king began to form civilian armies. You notice that behind the establishment of these rebel armies, there seemed to be an invisible hand pushing them. Everything was happening too quickly. There must be someone secretly stirring the pot. The divine messenger, following the deity's will, pushed for the outbreak of this war, to elect a new puppet, and then after the war to gain the people's faith once again. You refused the invitation. The girl did not want to get involved in this meaningless struggle as a traveler with modern knowledge. You had long seen through the deity's tricks in just a few weeks. Wars began to break out between various towns. You suddenly wanted to thank the king's sacrifice. With the outbreak of war, the divine messenger's capture mission seemed to have relaxed. Am Town, being one of the more prosperous towns, was soon targeted by several teams. Not long after, Am Town was occupied by a powerful team. This team was very strong, but unfortunately, their leader was irritable, greedy, and lustful, destined to achieve nothing great. Not long after taking over Am Town, his true nature was revealed, bullying men and dominating women, committing all kinds of evil. All of this was witnessed by you. Chapter 54. The rebels have a way to die in recent days. You have encountered quite a few soldiers who bully others with their power, but he merely chased them away. However, this so-called army has become increasingly rampant, which he can no longer tolerate. Despite the two of them having disguised themselves, Hill still maintained her delicate and lively demeanor, while Nan Zhu did not lose his former charisma. After all, disguising oneself is not to hide everything, but to blend in with the crowd. Hill now resembled a cute and shy little neighbor girl. Following Nan Zhu, she attracted some envy from onlookers. Originally, a big sister in tattered clothes in the distance was being teased, but upon seeing Hill, she became unable to move. Such a shy and adorable girl made the soldiers' eyes flash with a hint of greed, as if they had discovered prey. One soldier revealed a wicked smile and quickly signaled to the person next to him to look in Hill's direction. Hey, look at that little girl over there. What do you think? One soldier grinned, a glint of greed in his eyes. TSK, 8 out of 10. It's really lucky to have such goods here without being taken away by the commander. Another soldier licked his lips, his tone filled with impatience. Just let it go. What are you afraid of? The commander plays with more than us. He won't care about these small matters. Their conversation clearly reached Nan Zhu's ears, and Hill heard it just as clearly. Such behavior of commenting on women behind their backs was not only disrespectful, but also disgusting. Nan Zhu immediately turned to look at Hill and noticed that the girl's expression was not good, her eyes filled with disgust. The two soldiers had already approached, inspecting Hill, then glancing at Nan Zhu. "Oh, little girl, is this your man?" The soldier grinned, his gaze roving over Hill, his tone light and provocative. Hill instinctively shrank behind Nan Zhu, her gaze icy. Seeing this, the soldier became bolder, starting to tease Hill. Noticing that Nan Zhu was still blocking Hill, he was quite rude, saying, "Why don't you hurry up and get lost? Don't hinder me from doing my work." Saying this, he reached out to drag Nan Zhu, but was caught by Nan Zhu. Nan Zhu's gaze was cold as he quietly uttered two words, his voice filled with suppressed anger: "Scum." The soldier's frivolous words, greedy looks, and their insults towards Hill determined that they did not deserve to live. Nan Zhu flicked his fingers lightly, and a sudden burst of intense flames erupted in the air, instantly engulfing that soldier. The flames seemed alive, spreading along his skin, consuming his clothes and flesh. "Ah!" The soldier let out a piercing scream, frantically slapping his body, but it was futile. In the flames, his skin quickly turned charred, and a pungent smell of burnt flesh filled the air. "You! How dare you!" His voice grew weaker, ultimately turning into a desperate whimper. The accompanying soldier collapsed to the ground, his hand trembling as he pointed at Nan Zhu. You're a magician? You!" Nan Zhu snapped his fingers again. Another person was soon engulfed in raging flames, and before long, he too became charred. "No, I'm sorry. Spare me." He began to plead for mercy, but it was of no use. Ultimately, he could only utter threats. "The commander won't let you go." "Teacher," Hill whispered, her eyes filled with admiration as she looked at Nan Zhu with eyes that seemed to shine. The silhouette of her teacher appeared exceptionally tall in the firelight. She couldn't help but silently think, "Teacher is so handsome." Nan Zhu looked down at her, his gaze softening for a moment, but soon returned to its coldness as he looked at the two charred corpses on the ground. These people were too disgusting. Not only were the subordinates like this, but the commander at the forefront was even worse. This rebel army has already chosen the path to death. Seemingly having made a decision, Nan Zhu suddenly asked Hill, "Tell me, do you want revenge? True revenge against the gods, to reclaim everything that belongs to you. Don't look at me. Follow your heart." Nan Zhu's tone was serious, devoid of any joking tone. Hill swallowed hard, fell silent for a moment, then looked up at her teacher and nodded heavily. "I want to." Her voice was soft, but carried an undeniable determination. It was because of the gods and their divine envoys that she had such a past. It was because of them that her teacher had to keep fleeing with her. She had dragged her teacher down. Therefore, she wanted revenge. She wanted to kill the gods. But Hill thought of the terrifying power of the gods and felt a bit shaken. Nan Zhu gently placed his hand on Hill's head, tenderly ruffling her hair, his voice deep and resolute. "As long as you have this determination, leave the rest to me." Meeting her teacher's gaze, Hill bit her lip and replied, "Okay." At this moment, you made a significant decision. You not only want to help Hill reclaim everything she has lost, but also buried the seed of God-slaying in your heart. The actions of the gods make you feel disgusted. The current world is also caused by the gods. The phrase "to stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods in a mortal body" flashed through your mind. You not only want to stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods, but also to slay them. Nan Zhu walked through the dilapidated streets. Distant sounds of suppressed crying and curses reached his ears, likely victims harmed by the rebels. He stopped a few hurried townsfolk, learning the location of the commander from them. Upon learning that Nan Zhu was going to seek trouble with them, many felt worried for him while hoping he could resolve their issues. Although they did not know what confidence this young man had, this so-called commander had brought great losses to the entire AM town in just a few days. This team had defeated other teams somehow, and the so-called commander was now floating. He was currently sitting in the former mayor's office in AM town, surrounded by many guards. And Nan Zhu also noticed several women captured nearby. You did not say much, nor did you have any schemes, and simply entered through the front door. Your sudden arrival threw the place into chaos, but it quickly restored order. Their strength is very weak. Even Hill could easily defeat several. When Hill displayed her magic, the people here fell into chaos again. A magician. That's a magician. Quick, go call Lord Lori. You somewhat underestimated the deterrent power of a magician among ordinary people. At the same time, you took a slight interest in the Lord Lori they mentioned. As Hill cast another spell, several more fell to the ground. Just as Hill was about to cast again, a figure wrapped in a black robe with a hunched back appeared, raising a hand to interrupt Hill's magic. His eyes, set deep under a broken brow, were fixed on the two before him. He is the powerful magician they referred to as Lord Lori. Chapter 55, I Only Want Your Life, Unexpectedly. Rory slowly walked out from inside, his hunched body wrapped in a black robe, his voice hoarse and cold. With slow and heavy steps, the withered fingers barely visible under the black robe trembled slightly, and his gloomy gaze fixated on Nan Zhu. Nan Zhu squinted, sensing the magical fluctuations emanating from Rory. Although somewhat superficial, he was indeed a genuine mage. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, even divine envoys who have been mages for many years have been killed by him, so this one was even less worth mentioning. Do you know me? Of course. I don't know you, but I've heard that many of my subordinates have been bullied outside, and I suppose you are the culprit? Rory continued. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhu's head filled with a dark line. Are you sure it's not because they were doing bad things, and I happened to run into them and dealt with it? In this day and age, do villains really like to twist the facts and make themselves sound so noble? Nevertheless, he understood. He had previously intervened to stop some soldiers' actions that he found displeasing, and the news had reached them. They simply hadn't taken it seriously. Rory's black robe fluttered gently in the breeze, and Nan Zhu dismissed Hill, then beckoned Rory with a finger. Stop talking nonsense and get on with it. This action was undoubtedly a provocation, and Rory's expression darkened as a staff appeared in his hand. Arrogant little brat. Let me show you the consequences of angering a mage. Rory sneered, waving his staff, and the ground suddenly cracked open, countless black tentacles stretching out from the crevice, attempting to ensnare Nan Zhu. Nan Zhu snorted coldly, lightly slicing his fingers, and an invisible wind blade instantly severed the tentacles. I don't have time to waste on you, Nan Zhu said lightly, his figure flashing, appearing in front of Rory in an instant. His palm gently pressed against Rory's chest, and a powerful magic burst forth, sending Rory's body flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to move again. With just one move, he was down for the count. Rory had no rivals after becoming a mage, but unfortunately, he encountered you. It is evident that you effortlessly killed him. After killing him, you inquired about the commander's position from the others. You ignored those who were asking and continued towards the office. As you left, they immediately dropped their weapons and fled the scene. You smashed open the door. The so-called commander was on the left, holding a pure girl, and on the right, he had a mature woman. The commander, a burly man, looked at you in shock as you broke in. He realized that Rory had failed. He pushed the two women aside, straightened his clothes, and then stood up. You thought he was going to attack, ready to kill him instantly, but you saw the commander kneeling down. The commander knelt on the ground, his forehead pressed against the floor, cold sweat dripping down his cheeks. His voice trembled, but carried a hint of barely perceptible cunning. Be brother. Spare my life. I am willing to do anything. Money, women, power, all yours. I just ask you to let me live. He knelt so quickly that Nan Zhu was stunned for 2 seconds. This was a far cry from the rumored violent and arrogant image of the commander. Just now, Rory was personally sent out by him, and now that Rory had come back unscathed, it meant that Rory was dead. If Rory had been killed, then he, who was far weaker than Rory, was even less likely to survive. If he acted, he would likely be killed in an instant. So, bowing his head first was not shameful. However, after he knocked his head twice, Nan Zhu still looked at him coldly, but a hint of disgust rose in his heart. The commander's plea for mercy was merely a temporary strategy. Once given the chance, he would surely retaliate. He spoke slowly, his voice like ice. Do you think you can buy your life with this? That, brother, please don't look at me like that. I still have many beauties behind me, all types, all right, and the money I've received, I can offer it all to you. The commander's voice grew lower and lower, eventually lacking confidence. Nan Zhu's gaze was icy, sweeping over him as if he wanted to kill him. When the commander mentioned beauties, Hill's expression suddenly turned cold. Realizing he had misspoken, the commander quickly corrected himself. This must be your sister-in-law, right? I didn't mean it that way. I can hand over control of the army to you. Hearing the word sister-in-law, Hill paused. No need, Nan Zhu interrupted him. The commander raised his head, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes, but he quickly forced a smile. Brother, you must be joking. I can still help you manage the army of AM Town. As long as you are willing, I can be your most loyal dog. Nan Zhu's gaze grew even colder, and he glanced at Hill, noticing the anger igniting in her eyes. He let out a light laugh, his tone sarcastic. Loyalty? You are qualified to talk about loyalty? The commander's face instantly turned pale. He knew his words could no longer sway Nan Zhu. He gritted his teeth, his voice filled with a final struggle. Do you really want to do this? I only want one thing. What? Your life. Nan Zhu smiled slightly. The commander barely had time to react. Nan Zhu's finger lightly sliced, and an invisible wind blade instantly pierced through his heart. The commander's body stiffened for a moment, then slowly fell, his eyes still filled with disbelief. Nan Zhu gave him no chance for any last words, as if killing him was merely a casual act. Not worth mentioning. Looking at the commander's corpse, he felt little turmoil in his heart. No matter how the commander had just acted, it did not change the fact that he was scum. Nan Zhu then turned his gaze to the two women, who immediately knelt down in fright. Please spare us, sir. We were also forced into this. Their kneeling action was much quicker than the commander's. However, Nan Zhu still felt somewhat speechless. Did he really look that fierce? Why did they kneel so fast? He waved his hand, inquiring about the whereabouts of the original mayor of AM Town. The two quickly informed him that he was in the dungeon, and most of the people were being held below. After confirming the location of the dungeon, he let them leave. You found the dungeon with Hill. You released the mayor who was imprisoned in the dungeon. The mayor was very grateful and almost knelt down to you. You wondered why everyone today wanted to kneel for you. You began to suspect if you were really that fierce. You gave the girl an inquiring look. The girl shook her head, indicating she wouldn't, and said you were the coolest teacher. Chapter 56. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. After in-depth communication with the town mayor, you realize that AM Town urgently needs a strong army to cope with the impending chaos. You decide to temporarily take command and lead this small town towards a new future. The kingdom is currently in turmoil. Rather than relying on others, it is better to rely on yourself. The people of AM Town gather in the square, their eyes filled with a mix of hope and unease. You stand high above, your gaze penetrating, as if you can see into each person's heart. These people need not only a leader, but also someone to rely on in the coming chaotic times. The crowd is somewhat worried, fearing you might become the next tyrant. But fortunately, you're not that kind of person. Standing in the center of the square, you think to yourself, this world will become increasingly chaotic. These people, often seen as insignificant, desire not only to survive, but also to have dignity. What you need to do is not only to reshape the social order, but also to ensure that everyone can find their place on this land. If no one controls AM Town, this land will soon be occupied by other forces, and AM Town will fall back into passivity and chaos. Therefore, you must do this. It will be the first crucial step in helping the girl seek revenge. With your advanced modern knowledge, you quickly arrange everything in AM Town in an orderly fashion. In just a few weeks, you transform AM Town. This leaves the town mayor astonished by your methods. How could so many ideas come from you? Because you have witnessed it, you understand. You comprehend the desires of the lower class for a better life. And the lower class is the cornerstone of any power. Your first step is to help the lower class stand up. Others cannot understand. After all, why waste energy and effort on a group of emaciated, dirty beggars? You do not explain, but your series of actions become a light in their eyes. You establish a soup kitchen for the poor. You implement several policies that benefit the people. You disband the original army and rebuild a new one. You provide generous welfare for the army, while raising the recruitment standards and devising a series of rigorous training plans. Moreover, you have an even bolder idea to establish a magic corps. At first, no one had high hopes for your policies, but they clearly underestimated you. Your vision is long-term, and every step is purposeful. In the girl's eyes, everything is magnified infinitely. You shine brightly in her view. You reveal the plan for the magic core to the girl, who is shocked. You smile and explain, magic is not out of reach. You have already mastered a method for people to use magic, and anyone can potentially master it. You can use traditional Chinese medicine to unblock the magical meridians in the human body, enhancing one's sensitivity to the elements. In other words, you can help ordinary people become magicians. The girl stands behind you, her eyes sparkling with admiration. You give her a smile. You reflect on how quickly society is changing. In just a few weeks, most people in the kingdom have accepted the gradually chaotic era. However, the magic core matter must be postponed. It cannot be rushed. Meanwhile, elsewhere, upon learning that the leader of AM Town has died, others begin to stir. Sir, it's bad. The leader of the neighboring Katilon Town has sent people to attack. The mayor of AM Town hurriedly runs into the room where you work. In just a few days, he has completely surrendered to your capabilities. In the current chaotic kingdom, one or several towns may have an uprising. And Katilon Town is one of the strongest forces in this area. This army has captured several towns, and it is said that there are several powerful magicians among them. Previously, they wanted to reclaim AM Town, but were rejected by you. Now, they're coming in force. After some thought, you arrange 300-man armies to resist the attack. You also decide to lead the charge personally. Others did not anticipate that you would take the field yourself, as rulers generally do not intervene until the last moment. Watching you walk at the front with a girl by your side, the soldiers behind you feel a stirring in their hearts. The leader's words, "Your destiny is in your hands," resonate with them. He will advance and retreat with them. This idea of shared fate inspires all the soldiers and elevates your image among them. Hill believes that if you were to seize the throne, you would undoubtedly make the best ruler. You gently pat her head. Then you advise the girl, "He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world." This is not just a slogan. Only by truly understanding the suffering of the people and respecting them can you make them willingly devote themselves to you. What we need to do is not only to win the war, but also to win the hearts of the people. The girl nods thoughtfully. "If one day you become the ruler, I hope you remember this," you add. To your surprise, Hill shakes her head. "Teacher, I don't want to be a ruler." Hearing this, you are not angry. You simply reply, "Who knows what the future holds?" For instance, who would have thought that the formerly shy slave girl, who kept her head down and dared not speak loudly, would become who she is now? You begin to teach Hill how to become a competent ruler, guiding her step by step toward the core of power, from decision-making to leadership, from winning hearts to political strategy. There is much to learn to go from being a subject to becoming a ruler, but you are very patient. The girl keenly senses your intentions. You seem to want to help her ascend the throne. So she firmly tells you that if her revenge succeeds, she hopes you will take the throne, and she will always be your most loyal supporter. You smile but do not respond. The girl feels a bit unhappy and asks you to promise her. In the end, unable to resist her, you can only nod to temporarily agree. After receiving your affirmation, she clearly feels much happier. But you still believe in the saying, "The future, who can say for sure?" You look at the girl's back, then at the soldiers behind you, and a faint smile appears on your face. However, the most important thing right now is to deal with the Katilon Town army. This army claims to be the saviors sent by the gods, destined to end the impending chaos. You scoff at such claims. The chaos is indeed caused by the gods, yet many people still join and believe these words. The chaos has only just begun. How could divine decrees already be proclaimed? Chapter 57. Resolution. Under your intervention as a sorcerer, you crushed the enemy army with overwhelming force. To your surprise, there were quite a few mages on the opposing side. It couldn't be called a legion, only a small team of mages. Among this team was a sorcerer who seemed to be their captain. The mages coordinated with each other, displaying impressive strength. You became more resolute in your determination to establish a magical legion. Although this team was strong, they were still no match for you. A powerful sorcerer far beyond their realm. Your few advanced spells left them unable to resist, despite their best efforts. You faintly glimpsed the pathway to becoming a great sorcerer. You did not annihilate the enemy army, but instead captured them. You considered these mages to be rare talents. Aside from your high-end combat power, your subordinates grew bolder with every battle. Under your strategy, casualties were minimal. You made the enemy feel the terror of military strategy. The soldiers admired you even more. The leader of the neighboring town of Kartalin noticed your extraordinary abilities, but it was too late for him to retreat. You swept through, capturing all enemy towns without harming the innocent. As you progressed, you inquired about the public's opinion of their leader, discovering mixed reviews. You advanced to the enemy leader's stronghold. The leader stood before you, his gaze filled with murderous intent, staring you down. He swore he would never surrender and charged at you, seemingly determined to take you down with him. But he clearly overestimated himself. Seeing this, you chose not to waste words with him. Since he attacked, he must be prepared for defeat. He faced death without fear, and you gave him the respect he deserved, ending him with a single move. With the leader's death, you completely absorbed the enemy. You discovered a storage ring on this leader and, after some thought, gave it to Hill. Recapturing the enemy meant there was much more to do, and after noticing this, Hill requested to take on these tasks. You were taken aback, looking at the girl's determined expression, and you agreed. As expected, she organized everything well, and soon the towns you occupied formed an organic unit. The girl's meticulousness and seriousness made you feel a sense of admiration. In just a month, you established a new order in these towns. This month flew by like birds darting across the sky, leaving no trace. Busy work and trivial daily tasks pieced together a complete past without you noticing. You couldn't say you were busy, as the girl always helped you solve problems. And Nan Zhu repeatedly emphasized the importance of health, yet she still acted according to her own whims. Reluctantly, Nan Zhu had to do part of the work to lighten her burden a bit. But it wouldn't be accurate to say you weren't busy. After all, wars were becoming more frequent, and more forces were beginning to emerge, forcing Nan Zhu to expend energy on them. Nan Zhu sat alone in the study, playing with a silver needle in his hand, contemplating the matters of the magical legion. When he learned that Nan Zhu wanted to establish a magical legion, Crane looked incredulous, thinking Nan Zhu had gone mad. Crane was the sorcerer from before, now under your command. After spending some time with Nan Zhu, he found that this leader not only had astonishing strength, but also seemed to have grand ambitions. He did not indiscriminately kill the innocent, nor look down upon them as the defeated. It was precisely because of this that he was won over by Nan Zhu. Perhaps Nan Zhu could lead him to carve out a unique place in this chaotic world. Nan Zhu did not explain much to him, only asking him to arrange for some loyal individuals of decent character to come before him. After informing them not to disclose anything and signing a contract, Nan Zhu successfully opened the magical pathways of the group using a set of silver needles, allowing them to use magic. They were all ecstatic. They couldn't believe they had a day to become esteemed mages. After helping this group become mages, Nan Zhu did not continue, as such endeavors were quite draining. He could not continuously help ordinary people awaken. Crane stood by, witnessing the entire process of Nan Zhu granting magical abilities to ordinary people. His heart surged with a colossal wave, as if his worldview had completely collapsed at that moment. This ability to grant ordinary people the power of magic, wasn't that something only deities could do? He couldn't imagine the impact if such a method got out. Could it be that this leader was a reincarnation of a deity? Crane, what do you think of them? Nan Zhu's voice came from behind, interrupting Crane's thoughts. Crane turned around, slightly lowering his head. Commander, although their talents vary, they all have the potential to become mages or even great mages, but what? Nan Zhu raised an eyebrow. But this method? Crane's voice held a hint of worry. Nan Zhu chuckled lightly, his gaze deep. Don't worry, it's a unique secret. Crane could only nod, feeling even more curious about this mysterious leader. After handing this group of newly awakened magical apprentices to Crane, Nan Zhu sat at his desk to handle important matters. However, it wasn't long before there was a knock at the door, and Hill entered with a dessert and coffee. Nan Zhu looked at Hill, who had suddenly arrived, somewhat surprised. She should have been quite busy during this time. How could she find the time to bring him dessert and coffee? Hill placed the dessert and coffee next to Nan Zhu. Teacher, you've been working intensely for a long time. You should take a break, Hill gently said. It was clear from her tone that she cared deeply about Nan Zhu's health. Hearing this, Nan Zhu smiled and reached out to pat the girl's head. Thank you. You put aside your work just to bring me this? Hill nodded. Actually, teacher, You don't have to work so hard. Didn't you teach me to delegate authority appropriately so that you wouldn't overwork yourself? Nan Zhu couldn't help but chuckle at Hill, using his own words to remind him. But he still explained, some matters do need to be delegated to improve efficiency. But the work I'm doing is quite important, and I don't trust others with it. What Nan Zhu was doing was not only analyzing the current situation, but also planning for the future. He also needed to enhance his own strength. He felt that he was just one opportunity away from becoming a great sorcerer. By the way, teacher, there's something I want to give you, Hill cautiously said. Hill took out a beautifully crafted gift box from her storage ring and handed it to Nan Zhu. It was a very exquisite gift box, evidently one she had chosen after much deliberation. I can't believe. You actually got me a gift, Nan Zhu said as he received the gift box. His eyes filled with anticipation. The girl waited anxiously for her teacher to open the gift box. The gift inside, she had prepared for a long time. Chapter 58, The Girl's Gift. The girl's gaze was filled with anticipation, but also a hint of worry, as if she was afraid the teacher wouldn't like her gift. Nan Zhu opened the gift box, and inside lay a somewhat ugly branch. Nan Zhu was taken aback and picked up the branch. Soon, he realized that this was not an ordinary branch, but a wand. Nan Zhu examined the wand in his hand. Although its appearance was rough and even a bit crooked, every notch revealed the maker's dedication. The surface of the wand was covered with fine patterns, faintly emitting a weak glow. Did you make this? Nan Zhu curiously played with the wand, and to his surprise, aside from its ugly appearance, its quality was remarkably high. Sierra nodded, feeling a bit shy, her fingers unconsciously twisting together. She stole a glance at Nan Zhu's expression, fearing to see a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Would the teacher think this wand was too ugly? But she had already tried her best to make it look better. This wand, though ugly, could significantly reduce magic consumption and even allowed for casting spells without incantation. Even a magic master or a grand magic master would go crazy over this wand, right? Thank you. I really like this gift. Nan Zhu smiled at Sierra, his tone very sincere. He was not being polite. He genuinely appreciated it. Seeing the teacher's approval, Sierra sighed in relief and smiled slightly. However, she still emphasized, you've given me so many things, so it's only right for me to give you something in return. No need to say thank you. Nan Zhu looked at Sierra with gentle eyes, but still had some doubts. How did you learn to make wands? Upon hearing this, Sierra straightened her expression. That's another thing I wanted to tell you. I found a wand-making master in the neighboring Tao town, and this wand was made with his guidance. Hearing this, Nan Zhu's expression shifted slightly. People capable of making wands were truly rare. He didn't expect to encounter one. Under Sierra's lead, Nan Zhu followed her to Tao town. The two walked there, and during this time, they had been busy with work and rarely had such leisurely moments. Sierra was enjoying this time of walking. You and Sierra are heading to Tao town while assigning some tasks to Crane and others. The mayor of AM town hopes you pay attention to your health and avoid overworking. You smile. You successfully meet the wand-making master. He is a middle-aged man of medium build, slightly plump, with a shiny bald head, a few strands of white hair at his temples, and black-framed reading glasses perched on his round face. Upon seeing you, he laughed heartily. After a series of mutual flattery, you finally stated your purpose. You plan to create a batch of magic wands for the magical army. You also seek his opinion, hoping he can join you. He expresses no problem with the first request, but shows a troubled expression when you mention the second. He tells you that there is a rule in his apprenticeship that forbids joining any faction. Although his master has passed away, he does not intend to break this rule. Moreover, he has a wife to take care of and cannot spare the time. Cooperation is fine, but selling himself is not. You say no more on this. Everyone has their own pursuits, and you feel you have no right to force someone. You chat with him for a while, inquiring about the girl learning wand making from him. At this, Sierra, standing aside, looked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, signaling the master not to say anything. However, the master glanced at her, pretending not to see, his smile carrying a hint of cunning, his round face flushed. He tells you that the girl sought his help at 10 times the original price to make a wand for you. At first, he thought it was an easy job, but even with his step-by-step guidance, the girl frequently made mistakes. She was unwilling to let him intervene, which ultimately consumed a lot of time. After several days, Sierra finally managed to make a wand. He shares this with you out of self-interest, as the girl had caused him quite a bit of trouble these days, but he had to fulfill his obligations after accepting payment. He hopes you can give the girl a lesson. However, the wand made turned out quite good, aside from being a bit ugly. It excelled in every other aspect. You turn your gaze to the girl, only to see her with her head down, looking at you with a mixture of shame and anger. Teacher, I tried my best. The girl's aggrieved words made you hold back your reprimands. In the end, you couldn't help but say, silly girl. The girl didn't understand why you called her silly, but she believed she wasn't silly. You had no intention of explaining. The master, not witnessing the scene he wanted, felt somewhat disappointed, as if something was stuck in his mouth but had no evidence to support it. Ultimately, he could only smile helplessly. He had long heard about your deeds and character. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taught Sierra wand making for such a small fee. After discussing cooperation matters with the master, you left. You walked down the street with the girl. The streets of Tao Town are not wide, and the cobblestone path is filled with the marks of time. The shops on either side, though somewhat old, still exude a sense of ancient charm. Occasionally, the shouts of vendors can be heard, adding some liveliness to the small town. During this time, the streets of any town have been far less lively than before, as wars are happening everywhere. Many shops have signs indicating they are temporarily closed. However, the towns you and the girl manage are much better than others, so there are still many vendors selling various goods outside. Without you, perhaps even these remaining shops would have to close. Due to having too much on your plate, you haven't taken the girl out shopping in a long time, so you plan to take a good stroll. The girl is very happy. She sneaks a glance at your hand, her heartbeat quickening. After hesitating for a moment, she finally gathers her courage and gently places her hand in your palm. Your hand is warm, giving her an inexplicable sense of security. She keeps her head down, her cheeks slightly flushed, while her heart feels like a little deer running wild. She doesn't dare to look up at your expression, fearing you might see through her little thoughts. You suddenly feel a small hand in your palm. Turning your head to look, you realize the girl has taken the initiative to place her hand in yours. The girl's hand is soft, while your hand is warm. Your gaze is gentle, and you don't pull away. Instead, you look into the distance. Both you and the girl enjoy this moment of tranquility. May everything be well. Chapter 59. The Archmage breaks through in an instant. You are briefly immersed in a rare tranquility, as if the world's clamor has nothing to do with you. However, outside this tranquility, the envoys of the gods are embroiled in a silent war, struggling to cope with pressures from all sides. Seemingly aware of the current state of the kingdom, they wish to carve out a peace for themselves while also wanting to divide the people and land for more faith. The situation in the kingdom is not optimistic. These envoys know that the god of light has not fallen, so they dare not be too reckless. But they will still take their share of blood. With the god of light severely injured and internal turmoil arising, the envoys harbor resentment but dare not speak out. The whereabouts of the gods are unknown. The envoys are both resisting pressures from various nations and maintaining control over the kingdom situation. You are completely unaware of this. Your thoughts are focused entirely on the training of the magical legion and the governance of the towns. After reclaiming two teams indistinguishable in size in their towns, life has begun to stabilize. You impart some of your magical experience to the magical legion, and the results are significant. You sense that your mental power is about to break through, and you spend a week preparing for the breakthrough. A torrent of mental power sweeps over you like a tide, as if space itself is being torn and twisted into chaos by an invisible force. Elements whirl around you, and a deep humming reverberates in the air, as if the entire world trembles at your breakthrough. In an instant, your consciousness plunges into an infinite void, where starlight sparkles like shattered diamonds, and runes flow like rivers. A crisp crack sounds in your ears, as if the chains of fate have been severed, and an unprecedented power surges into your soul. Your mental power skyrockets, and when you open your eyes, it seems that stars are swirling in your gaze, an invisible pressure enveloping the entire room, even halting the wind outside the window. Archmage accomplished. At the moment you open your eyes, an invisible pressure spreads like a tide, and the air in the entire room seems to solidify. Starlight flows in your eyes, as if even time has come to a standstill before you. You have become the youngest Archmage in a century, and the girl is delighted for you. Just as you feel joy for her, the girl's aura suddenly changes, and she unknowingly breaks through to the level of a mage. Her talent is astonishing, even surpassing yours. Klein, upon learning of this, feels a mix of emotions, as if decades of hard training have become insignificant in this moment. After over 50 years of hard training in magic, he finds himself outdone by any one of you. Familiar with your own power, you begin to study advanced magic. AM Town, several months have passed, and dozens of towns have been reclaimed. It can be said that in this region, the force where Nan Zhu resides is the strongest. The Magical Legion has also reached the level of magic apprentices during these months. At the same time, many mages have joined them, becoming important combatants. Time truly flies. Nan Zhu marvels. After breaking through to Archmage, he begins to sense the essence of elements and perceive the difference between divine power and their own power. Within divine power, there's a faint golden light, similar to the faith light he saw before, but there are not many other differences. The reason for Hill's innate rejection of it has also begun to take shape after this breakthrough. Although nothing can be discerned from Hill's blood, it is clear that the golden power is avoiding her blood. This indicates that what truly repulses Hill is that golden power. With his breakthrough, it signifies that his status and essence are gradually rising, and in the future, he will surely be able to explore the secrets within the blood, understanding the world, mastering the rules. Only then can he continue to break through. Nan Zhu's thoughts are numerous when suddenly, there's a faint sound of footsteps and a knock at the door. He sees Hill, dressed in a blue long dress, knocking on the door, meeting his contemplative gaze. Hill, teacher, Hill greets, having come to check on her teacher's condition. Seeing his slightly furrowed brow, she can't help but feel a bit worried. However, Nan Zhu replies that the recent pressure has been a bit much, so the girl takes his hand to get him to rest, not allowing him to continue working, which makes Nan Zhu both amused and exasperated. But he can only go along with her. According to the current pace of training, he wonders how long it will take to have a chance to break through to the saint-level mage, let alone to break through to a god-level mage. A hint of unease rises in Nan Zhu's heart. Despite possessing the talent of a mortal body matching a god, and knowing that breaking through is only a matter of time, he fears that time waits for no one. If he waits until he truly possesses the power to slay gods, he will already be gray-haired. And what meaning will it have? He needs to find other ways to quickly attain power comparable to that of the gods. Nan Zhu's gaze falls on Hill, a surge of indescribable emotions rising in his heart. Although she is already 16 and gradually shedding her innocence in his eyes, she will always be that little girl who needs his protection. And when the girl is by his side, she likes to act like a child, which makes him unable to relax. Lost in thought, Nan Zhu's brow furrows again. Seemingly sensing her teacher's gaze, the girl's brows tremble, and her large eyes blink as they look at him. Teacher is so strange, staring at me with a frown. Hill thinks, momentarily puzzled. Does the teacher have any dissatisfaction with her? Otherwise, why would he be staring at her? But she doesn't even know what she did wrong, feeling a bit wronged. Seeing the pitiful girl, Nan Zhu becomes flustered. After learning her thoughts, Nan Zhu bursts into laughter. After he simply explains that he was worried about his slow progress in strength, the girl realizes she misunderstood and feels a bit embarrassed. Hill earnestly says, "Teacher, don't overthink it and put too much pressure on yourself." Hill's comfort proves effective, and Nan Zhu also comes to understand something. Sometimes, overthinking leads to losing even more. The most important thing right now is to take one step at a time. Just then, a guard rushes up to them in a panic. "Report." The guard gasps. Nan Zhu immediately collects his thoughts and asks in a deep voice, "What is the matter that has you so flustered?" A large number of disaster victims are pouring in from the north. The line stretches for miles and is heading our way. Chapter 60. My dad is a capable cadre of the commander. You dare to move against me? Upon hearing these words, Nan Zhu immediately stood up, confirming that he was not mistaken. It was estimated that there were over 100,000 people. One must know that even at this moment, there were only about 40,000 people in AM Town. As for the remaining towns, the numbers range from a few thousand to 20,000. How could there suddenly be so many refugees? Nan Zhu murmured. The most troublesome aspect was not just the resettlement of the disaster victims. After all, such a large number of refugees indicated that something significant had happened in the north. What exactly happened in the north? Nan Zhu furrowed his brows, feeling a sense of unease in his heart. If this matter was not handled properly, it would likely have a considerable impact. Bringing Hill outside, Nan Zhu's gaze swept across the distant towns. With limited resources, the influx of refugees would inevitably lead to conflicts. He had to find a way to both assist the refugees and appease the local residents. Otherwise, their arrival could very well escalate into a larger crisis. If what the guard said was true, then he had to come up with a solid plan to deal with this matter. Teacher, is this matter that tricky? Can't we just accept all of them directly? Hill asked in confusion. In the past, there had been quite a few refugees who fled to this side, and the teacher's arrangement was to accept them all. However, she quickly realized that with such a large number of refugees, hastily accepting them all might provoke conflicts with the locals. Additionally, there were gaps in infrastructure, housing, medical care, and food that needed to be considered. Seeing that the girl could think of so much, Nan Zhu felt quite pleased. It was impossible to drive them away. First, they needed to build a temporary shelter and notify others before deciding how to settle this group of refugees. Nan Zhu's thoughts were clear, and he immediately thought of a solution. Once they figured it out, the two of them notified their subordinates to gather all the management personnel. Some do not understand your reasoning for doing this. You did not explain, before the management personnel arrived, you encountered a troubling situation. You saw a well-dressed man in the distance beating a woman with punches and kicks, while a nearby child tried to intervene but was firmly held back by several guards around him. He watched helplessly as his mother was beaten, unable to do anything. You worthless piece of trash, don't think that just because the commander doesn't allow slaves to exist now, you're any better. If I tell you to kneel, you must kneel. How dare you defy me? From far away, you could hear such voices. You and the girl stopped in your tracks. You frowned and looked toward the direction of the incident. The girl reacted more strongly than you, slave. Insult, beating, mother and child. The scene before you pierced like a sharp thorn in her deep memory. She took a deep breath, trying to suppress her inner anger. But the coldness in her eyes intensified. You understood. This woman was once this man's slave. What had she done to provoke him to such fury? The girl signaled for you to let her handle it, then stepped forward to stop them. Seeing that the one approaching was a frail girl, the man showed disdain and advised Hill to mind her own business. Hill's face darkened. The man's tone changed. However, considering that you look quite good, how about you warm my bed, and I'll let this mother and son go? He laughed frivolously. The moment he said this, he had already been placed on your and Hill's death list. Hill struck without mercy, instantly breaking both of his legs. Several guards attempted to step forward to subdue Hill, but upon meeting her cold gaze, they froze in place, not daring to move. The man's screams echoed in the air, but Hill's expression was as cold as ice. She looked down at him, her eyes devoid of any pity. The man cursed them as useless, while also warning you that his father was a subordinate of the commander. My dad is a capable cadre of the commander. How dare you lay hands on me? You felt somewhat speechless. The girl glanced at you, and you shook your head. The girl then acted again, seeing that you were unfazed. The man knelt on the ground and started to plead for mercy, hoping Hill would spare him. The girl cast you an inquiring look. You did not express your opinion, but let her make her own decision. The girl took a deep breath, regaining her indifferent gaze. Clearly, the existence of slaves has been strictly prohibited, and they have regained their freedom. Why do you still treat them this way? Upon hearing this, the man held his head and kept apologizing, saying he wouldn't dare next time. But this was not what Hill wanted to hear. Why wanted your true answer? Hill's cold voice entered his ears, making him shudder. Finally, under pressure, he stammered a response. Ultimately, he couldn't stand seeing his former slaves living carefree, so he intentionally sought trouble. Although he had released them under the commander's orders, he remained resentful in his heart. Originally feeling superior, he now found himself on the same level as commoners. How could he feel balanced? As he spoke, he grew agitated, unable to help but speak disrespectfully, saying that his father would not spare the two of them when he arrived. In his words, he subtly revealed that his father did not fully accept the commander's various regulations, which made Nan Zhu's brow twitch. As expected, there are still some people secretly making trouble. Just then, the man's father, having learned of the news, rushed over. He began to scold, questioning who dared to touch his son. But upon seeing Nan Zhu and Hill, he swallowed hard. The man, seeing his father arrive, hurriedly complained, "Father, they hit me." He cried out about Hill's ruthlessness and begged his father to capture Hill and make her his servant. "Nan Zhu, when did he lay a hand on you?" But before he could finish, the father slapped his son hard across the face. Slap! The man was instantly stunned. "You ungrateful wretch! Hurry and apologize to the commander and the commander's student." The father glared at his son angrily, then turned to Nan Zhu and Hill with a flattering gaze. Commander, my son is being foolish." This time, the man finally understood his father's words. "Father, you said he's the commander?" The man trembled all over, somewhat in disbelief. "Shut up. Kneel down and apologize." The father slapped him again, and the man immediately knelt on the ground. At this moment, the mayor of AM Town and several former mayors of other towns also rushed over. They had originally come according to Nan Zhu's orders to gather and prepare for a meeting, but they quickly noticed everything that had happened here. "What's going on?" Nan Zhu coldly watched the man's father's sycophantic smile, but he understood very well that this was merely outward compliance. "Listening to your son, you seem quite powerful." Nan Zhu chuckled. This smile sent a chill down the man's father's back. Not good. Chapter 61 Refugees. The Lord Commander is joking. There must be some misunderstanding. The man's father laughed heartily, but in Nan Zhu's eyes, it only appeared hypocritical. Nan Zhu snorted coldly. He then arranged for people to thoroughly check his house. Upon hearing Nan Zhu's decision, the man's face instantly turned pale, and he stumbled over his words. Lord Commander, this, could it be that there really is something in your house?" Nan Zhu smiled, but this smile was no different from that of death in front of him. He knew he could not escape. He opened his mouth, and then suddenly knelt on the ground, kneeling side by side with his son. "Lord Commander, I know I was wrong. Please have mercy and spare my life." The man's father trembled as he spoke, his forehead pressed tightly to the ground. He knew that the dirty deeds he had done could not withstand scrutiny, and the Lord in front of him was said to be a powerful mage, someone he could not fight against. He could only plead for mercy. Nan Zhu looked down at him with a condescending gaze, the corners of his mouth curling into a smirk that was both mocking and sardonic. "Do you think pleading for mercy will let you escape your crimes?" he said softly. He looked at the kneeling father and son, feeling not a shred of compassion. He then waved his hand, ordering them to be taken to the dungeon, giving them no chance to resist. After all, he had never intended to let them go from the very beginning. He would wait until something was found in their home to convict them. At least it would be a procedural matter. You and a group of people head to the designated conference hall. You arrange what each person should do. Someone asks why so much is being given for the refugees. You retort, "If neither you nor I care, where will they go? Should we let them fend for themselves?" Regardless of humanitarianism or moral grounds, you cannot stand by and do nothing. It may not be clear now, but if in the future all forces unite, how will you and the people support if it is known that certain refugees were abandoned? But these matters cannot be explained in just a few sentences. Out of trust in you, they still agreed. News about that pair of father and son quickly arrived, revealing they had broken the law, embezzling a considerable amount of money meant to aid the poor. And they were even responsible for 2 shoddy projects. You choose to deal with the 2 physically. Next, it is just a matter of waiting for the arrival of the refugees. On the distant horizon, a mass of dark figures slowly moved, like a weary giant serpent winding its way forward. Their clothes were already tattered, stained with mud and blood, their steps heavy and unsteady. In the crowd, some leaned on branches, while others carried near lifeless children on their backs, each step seeming to expend their last bit of strength. "Hold on. We're almost at the Southern Territory. Once we get there, we'll be saved. Don't look so weak. Even this old man is in better shape than you." An old man, leaning on a cane, limped along, repeatedly telling the burly man beside him, and while saying this, he couldn't help but criticize the man's slow pace. His face was lined with the marks of time, and his eyes were somewhat cloudy. "Father, Are you really sure that the Lord in the Southern Territory will take us in? The burly man lowered his voice, scanning the densely packed crowd behind him. His brows furrowed. There are nearly 100,000 of us. Why would they take in so many? Even though many have died along the way. The burly man added. They had been traveling for 2 weeks since they set out. The old man glanced at him and smiled. I have paid such a heavy price to find a way for everyone to live. What, don't you believe in my astrology? The old man snorted, speaking somewhat arrogantly. I wouldn't dare. Who doesn't know that your astrology is the best in the world? Otherwise, how could those people be willing to follow you? The burly man replied. Still, no matter how I think about it, I just don't feel that the Lord in the Southern Territory will take us in. The burly man still had some concerns. The Duchy of Gertrude had the Northern and Southern Territory, and the forces in the Southern Territory are not numerous. With the most famous being Nan Zhu's power. He wiped out several powerful factions in one fell swoop, occupying a handful of towns, and became the recognized strongest force. Although there are many small factions in the Southern Territory, they keep to themselves, so Nan Zhu has no plans to take action against them for now. However, some small factions are already considering surrendering to him. Clearly, the territory is small, yet it is regarded as the strongest force by all factions in the Southern Territory. It's truly remarkable, the burly man muttered. These are things he had heard about. But if Nan Zhu were here, he might be confused, because he himself did not know that his faction was rated as the strongest in the Southern Territory. The overall strength of the Northern Territory is much stronger than that of the Southern Territory, with the royal palace and several churches gathering in the north. Therefore, the wars in the Northern Territory are more brutal, and the competition is fiercer. The frequency of wars that break out is many times that of the Southern Territory. The frequent outbreaks of war have brought great suffering to the people, with food being seized from military supplies, leaving them with no way to survive. They regard human life as worthless, and some even use dark magic to fight using people's lives. As a result, it is still the people who suffer. The old man is an astrologer, renowned in towns within hundreds of miles. In just a few months, the casualties in the Northern Territory reached a terrifying number, causing widespread panic. Eventually, the mayors of various towns united to request his help in finding a way out for them. No one is willing to live in fear every day, facing death at any moment. The people behind him were all willing to leave under the leadership of the mayors. Of course, there were also many who were unwilling to leave for various reasons. The old man looked ahead, faintly seeing several islands. No, those aren't islands. They're tents. We have arrived, the old man spoke. And ahead, it seemed there were many people waiting, as if they already knew they would come. When you see the arrival of the refugees, you are shocked by the scene before you. Nearly 100,000 refugees seem like a surging black tide, tattered and densely packed. However, you roughly estimate and find that there are actually about 80 to 90,000 people here, which lets you breathe a sigh of relief. As the outline of the shelter gradually becomes clear, a long-suppressed murmur rises from the crowd, which then turns into waves of sobs and cheers. Many eyes shimmer with tears, as if they have seen long-lost hope. Although it is just a temporary shelter, it signifies one thing. The Lord of the Southern Territory will accept them. Finally, they see hope for life again. Chapter 62. The Astrologer. 12 days might pass in an instant on ordinary days, but for this group of refugees, each day felt like a protracted year, filled with hardship. You have no idea how much they have sacrificed to get here step by step. Upon seeing the incoming refugees, you immediately arrange for people to help settle them. At the same time, you scan the area and focus your gaze on an elderly man who is clearly the leader. You are slightly surprised, thinking the leader of this group of refugees would be a middle-aged man, but instead, it was an old man. You couldn't see through this old man. The old man was hunched over, leaning on a rough wooden staff, his face marked by the traces of wind and frost. You looked at him and then stepped forward to greet him. After a brief conversation, you learned that they had originally set out with nearly 100,000 people, but many had died along the way, leaving only about 80,000. The exact number would need to be counted later, and you remained silent. Although the decrease in numbers meant a lighter burden, there was not a shred of relief in your heart. You looked at this group of exhausted refugees, and a sense of indescribable heaviness surged within you. The old man's eyes held a hint of gratitude. He was indeed surprised that you personally came out to welcome him. But recalling the scene he saw in astrology, he felt it was natural. Only someone like this could achieve such extraordinary feats and overturn the world. Opening his mouth, falling silent, the old man finally spoke. "Thank you." After a few more exchanges, Nan Zhu turned his gaze to the few people following the old man. This group was the backbone of the refugees. Originally the organizers from various towns. Some were mayors, while others were ordinary citizens. How they managed to do this was something he could not know. After all, it all happened in the northern region. Nan Zhu scanned the faces of these tired yet hopeful people. "I will provide you with food and shelter, but you must contribute. There is no free charity here, only a livelihood earned through hard work." He paused, his tone softening. "I hope you can understand." He could not unconditionally accept this group of people. To ensure their long-term obedience and true integration, he could not let them take the aid they brought for granted. The group naturally understood Nan Zhu's meaning and expressed their willingness to comply. Once everything was clarified, Nan Zhu asked Sierra to explain the tasks they needed to do and left with the old man, as the two had more matters to discuss. Seeing Nan Zhu appoint a young girl to manage them, the northern leaders exchanged glances, seemingly puzzled. It wasn't until one of Nan Zhu's subordinates gestured to them and introduced Sierra that they understood. Thankfully, they hadn't offended anyone. Sierra took them to familiarize themselves with the tasks, and upon learning Sierra's identity, the northern leaders attempted to curry favor with her, but she largely ignored them. It was unclear who mentioned Nan Zhu and how he was regarded in the outside world. Sierra's ears immediately perked up. "Keep talking," Sierra prompted. 3 words made a group of men eager to speak. Hearing praises for her teacher, Sierra couldn't help but smile. "My teacher is amazing," she murmured. Meanwhile, Nan Zhu brought the old man into the living room of his home. Achieving the rank of Grand Mage at such a young age is truly exceptional, the old man said with a hearty laugh. Nan Zhu gently poured a cup of hot tea for the old man, and the fragrant steam rose as he spoke in a warm and humble tone. "You flatter me. It's just good luck." Nan Zhu had a lingering doubt in his heart about what had happened in the northern region that would drive this group of people southwards. With the old man's explanation, he began to understand the severity of the situation in the north. As for how they found their way here, it was naturally due to this old man. When he learned that the old man was an astrologer, Nan Zhu's eyes displayed disbelief, yet felt it was only natural. If he didn't possess such a special ability, how could he command respect? "Since you are an astrologer, could you tell me whether I will succeed in the future?" Nan Zhu asked. The old man raised an eyebrow and then replied with irritation. "Have you forgotten you're a Grand Mage? If I were to read your fortune, I'd lose half my life." "Well, doesn't that mean you've already predicted that I would take you in? Doesn't that count as reading me?" Nan Zhu retorted. "So I've already lost half my life then." Nan Zhu's eyes widened, looking at the smiling old man. He never expected the astrologer to respond like that. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "It's just me. If it were another astrologer, they'd be dead after reading your fortune. How could they sit here in front of you?" The old man added. This was the truth. If any astrologer who had previously calculated Nan Zhu's position had taken action, they could very well have died on the spot. Nan Zhu was momentarily speechless and regretted his question. "I'm sorry. What are you apologizing for? It's got nothing to do with me. I calculated it myself." The old man waved his hand. "And besides, I should be the one apologizing, coming uninvited with so many people. However, there is one more thing." The old man paused before continuing. "Consider it an old man's request for your help. You don't need to look after every single person, just hope you can keep my son in check. Don't worry. I won't let you suffer for it. I will definitely repay you, but not now," the old man assured. "Your son?" Nan Zhu blinked. When talking about his son, the old man's expression softened, referring to the sturdy-looking one. "He may seem a bit foolish, but he is not a bad person and can be quite reliable. So I hope he can follow you." He no longer looked like the old man who was full of disdain for his son. "What about you?" "Me? My days are numbered." The old man sighed. Nan Zhu wanted to say something, but the old man wouldn't let him. "This time, the astrology I saw revealed things I shouldn't have seen and cannot discuss, so don't ask. When the time comes, you will know. Don't worry. This old man can still live for a while." "But my son..." The old man blinked, staring intently at Nan Zhu. His aged hand grasped Nan Zhu's, conveying a sense of "you must agree or I want to let go." Nan Zhu remained silent for a moment, meeting the old man's gaze, and finally nodded solemnly. "I promise you." He suppressed his doubts and complex feelings, refraining from asking further. He knew that some things perhaps were not meant to be forced until the right moment arrived. In reality, Nan Zhu was unaware. For the old man, reading a grand mage was quite easy. Otherwise, Nan Zhu wouldn't have felt a hint of being watched. Because he felt at ease. He just hoped his son could be a bit smarter. Chapter 63. Transformation. You learned about the events in the northern region from the old man. The old man's words always carried a hint of mystery, as if every sentence concealed unspoken depth. You tried to catch more clues from his speech, but it always proved futile. This half-spoken manner left you somewhat speechless, simultaneously resenting the Riddler but feeling helpless when you locked eyes with the old man. Those murky yet determined eyes revealed a profound sincerity. This was also the true reason you agreed to take care of his son. It was a request from a father, seeing your agreement. The old man smiled in relief. You looked at the old man, lively and full of energy, and he hardly seemed like someone who had lost half his life, or was nearing the end, but you said nothing more. You gained a clearer understanding of the situation in the northern region from him, as well as your own reputation. Sure enough, upon hearing yourself referred to as the #1 force in the southern region, a wave of complex emotions surged within you. After all, you had never intentionally pursued such status, yet reality had pushed you into this position. After a brief moment of shock, you couldn't help but chuckle lightly. You had a magical army and possessed considerable strength, so it was not surprising to receive such an evaluation. Moreover, it was a positive evaluation. How could anyone stop you from being praised? Impossible. You arranged a room for the old man, then went to check on Sierra's work. When you found Sierra, she had already assigned the tasks, and the leaders had begun their work. Everything was progressing in an orderly manner. After watching for a while, you left without disturbing her. You began to address issues regarding housing and food. You started to think, if your power were even greater, would it be easier to settle these refugees? Since you were already called the #1 force in the southern region, why not make yourself the largest force in the southern region? Your eyes burned with determination to get everything right. Upon learning your thoughts, everyone agreed. You began to reclaim the remaining forces. The news of your expansion quickly spread. There were generally 3 reactions. The first group chose to submit directly. Most of them were small-scale lords or local tyrants who understood that resisting your magical army and personal strength was akin to striking a rock with an egg. Their submission allowed you to control 80% of the land in the southern region almost effortlessly. The second group sought to gain benefits from you or hoped to establish autonomous regions that would not be under your management. In response, you directly suppressed them and rearranged the rulers. Without absolute strength, there was no qualification to negotiate terms. The third group resisted fiercely, and the outcome goes without saying, despite your powerful strength. It took almost half a year to reclaim all the forces in the southern region. Half a year is not short, especially in a magical world where extraordinary abilities exist. Wars often conclude in a much shorter time. During the reclamation process, you did not harm the innocent, which reassured the populace that was being reclaimed. A girl suggested, since we are already the strongest force in the southern region, we should give our force a name. She believed it could be named after you. The Southern Candle Army. Others thought the Southern Family Army sounded better. You rejected all suggestions. Expressing your disdain, you believed that everything could not be attributed to one person, but was built collectively by everyone. Times are constantly changing, and policies are consistently updated under your enactment and adjustment. You pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to name this force the Reformation Army. This name not only symbolizes your determination to break the old order, but also embodies your hopes for a future without oppression. A new world of equality for all. Though it is an ideal, it is also a pursuit. You hope this name can inspire everyone who joins, helping them understand that they are fighting not just for you, but for themselves and for the future. A year later, you unified all regulations in the southern region and implemented a series of beneficial policies. The refugees successfully integrated into the local community, and the difficulty of distributing them decreased significantly after unification. The The regulations you enacted were like a sharp sword, aimed directly at the throats of the old nobles. They schemed against you, attempting to rebel. Your methods were tough, fundamentally resolving these nobles' issues, and the beneficial policies were successfully implemented. The populace was moved by your great kindness. You couldn't help but marvel at how quickly problems could be solved with strength. Some began to pray to the gods, hoping for divine protection for you. Upon learning of this, you smiled and stopped them. You took a deep breath, gently raised your hand to signal them to stop. I do not need the blessing of gods, nor do I require your prayers. As long as you can live in peace and pursue the life you desire, that is the greatest reward for me, and I have merely done what I ought to do. These were your exact words, which touched everyone's hearts. Some thought you resembled a god. After all, you achieved what the gods could not, providing them with what they once dared not imagine. Some regarded you as a god and began to worship you. You suddenly sensed a strange power in the air, as if countless golden light points were converging from all directions. They were warm and gentle. You tried to reach out to touch them, but found them formless and intangible, only able to let them slowly merge into your chest. You realized this was the power of faith, but you did not take it to heart, for you had never thought of becoming a god. You did not forget to teach the girl, doing your best to impart your wisdom to her. She learned diligently, and you gradually began to entrust her with more responsibilities, asking for her opinions. You continued to transform. The southern region grew increasingly prosperous. Although the gap between classes could not be erased, you managed to narrow the distance. You promoted the idea of equality for all throughout the southern region, gradually abolishing old noble privileges and advocating for human rights and freedom. The class gap cannot be completely eliminated overnight, but you hope to bridge the gap between the rich and the poor through a series of policies. You encourage the populace to create their own wealth with their hands and earn respect through wisdom and hard work. Everything seemed to be developing in a positive direction. The old man watched with admiration and respect. The little old man looked at the ever-changing southern region and couldn't help but exclaim, "This kid is truly remarkable." Chapter 64 Special Day. As the seasons change, the streets of the small town silently alternate with time. The war in the northern region has entered a heated phase, with large-scale battles breaking out from time to time. The air is filled with the smell of gunpowder and despair, and displaced refugees are seen everywhere on the streets, their eyes hollow, as if they have lost all hope for the future. The shadow of war hangs over every corner. Even the cries of children are drowned out by the sounds of magical explosions. Countless people have starved or frozen to death. War is often that cruel. At this moment, there are two major forces in the northern region, namely the Divine Descendants Army and the Peace Army, of course. In between the two forces, there is a small power that unfortunately has become the dividing line between both sides. For this small force, there is no way to advance or retreat. If they join one side, they will definitely be retaliated against by the other side, putting them in an extremely awkward position. Fortunately, neither side has the intention of occupying them for the time being. The rise of the Peace Army is like a flash of lightning, breaking through the dark sky of the northern region. They are composed of a group of unwilling civilian strongmen, and although their equipment is rudimentary, their fighting spirit is high. Their flag is embroidered with the word peace, symbolizing their desire for peace. The Divine Descendants Army, on the other hand, is truly backed by the gods, being the next puppet predetermined by the deities. Although there are many civilian strongmen compared to the Divine Descendants Army with its divine background, the Peace Army is still being pushed back step by step. The leader of the Peace Army often finds himself in sorrow. The disparity in strength between the two sides is vast. If they continue fighting, they will ultimately fail. Their frequent battles mainly occur in the territory of that small force, and the leader of the small force has pondered why they do not attack him. However, seeing them fight within his territory and having no plans to discuss it with him, he gradually understands something. When the war occurs here, it is he who will have to clean up the battlefield, and it is also the people of his force who will suffer. What's most annoying is that he has to clean up their mess. Damn. A group of old foxes he scorned. But there is nothing he can do. In contrast to the northern region, the changes in the southern region are significant. Its overall strength has multiplied several times in just a year, with the prosperity of various towns far surpassing the past. Countless new houses have been built, food is abundant, and resources are plentiful. You have imparted most of your wisdom to others while further expanding the size of the army and the magical legion. You keep a close watch on the situation in the northern region, knowing that a war will surely break out in the future, so you must always be prepared. And that old man, ever since you promised him to take care of Rothlon, has been full of vigor, making you feel somewhat deceived. Rothlon is the old man's son. Another person who has changed the most is Hill. This year, the girl has turned 18. She has blossomed into a more beautiful young woman, standing out in both appearance and demeanor. She has begun to exude a managerial aura, cold and distant, with an unparalleled authority. Of course, her abilities have changed the most. Now, her decision-making and strategies are nearly on par with yours. In your eyes, she has surpassed you in certain aspects. You watch it all with joy. There is no situation of the disciple starving the master. Now she is the definitive authority in the Reform Army, yet, despite being such a presence, she always maintains the demeanor of a little girl in front of you. Autumn, the weather is getting cooler. This is a special day. Nan Zhu is flipping through books, pondering how to teach magic to people on a large scale. It is too exhausting to open their magical meridians one by one. Directly teaching them the method is also unrealistic, as it is difficult without a magic foundation and without understanding the acupoints of the human body like he does. A slight mistake could be deadly. Teacher, Hill quietly approached from behind Nan Zhu and called softly, her voice carrying a hint of subtle attachment. Oh my! Nan Zhu was so engrossed that he didn't even notice the girl had come beside him. Seeing her, he lightly tapped her on the head and said, "Why are you even more mischievous as you grow up? You scared me." Hill chuckled awkwardly. "Who told the teacher to be so busy that you forgot what date it is?" Hill said, feeling a bit wronged. Hearing this, Nan Zhu was slightly taken aback. What day is it today? There are no holidays in this world today, right? But looking at the girl's pitiful expression, he suddenly recalled that today marks the 10th anniversary of him taking her in. A full decade. The girl considers this day very important, as it is the day the teacher brought her a new life, so she wants to spend it with him. In previous years, the teacher always accompanied her, but since establishing the Reform Army, the teacher has been spending less and less time with her. Hill is very unhappy. She longs for a return to a simple, ordinary life. However, the teacher has also told her that the forces in the northern region are eyeing them, and they cannot afford to relax. Although the girl is reluctant, she understands the teacher's concerns. As time in the southern region has grown longer, she has already become a pillar of strength for a certain force, and it is impossible to ignore everything. What the girl wants is very simple. She just wants the teacher to spend time with her. Of course, this is to ensure the teacher does not become too tired, overwhelmed by work, and to achieve a balance between work and rest. It's not her selfish desire. The girl's thoughts are almost written on her face. If Nan Zhu does not understand, it would be impolite. He smiled gently, stood up, and stretched. Let's call it day for work. I'm exhausted. Time to relax a bit. Come on. Teacher will take you out for a stroll. Nan Zhu said seemingly nonchalantly. Hill's eyes lit up at his words, and a smile appeared on her face. Okay. The two set off together. The autumn wind is a bit desolate. 10 years ago today, Nan Zhu took the girl out to buy clothes. They also bought various daily necessities. Today, 10 years later, they also want to hold hands. So Hill instinctively reached her hand into the palm of the teacher. Nan Zhu told her that she is already a big girl and cannot always ask the teacher to hold her hand. To Nan Zhu's surprise, this time Hill seriously nodded, then changed from being held by Nan Zhu to holding Nan Zhu's hand instead. Nan Zhu. Nan Zhu looked at the girl, only to see her expression calm, as if there were no waves. Is this still the shy little girl from before? Nan Zhu felt confused, despite having marveled many times. He could no longer see the shadow of the past in the girl. Thinking of this, he felt a sense of comfort, truly from the heart. Chapter 65. The value of life. The towns in the southern region have been revitalized. New houses popping up like mushrooms after rain, the streets bustling with voices, and the shouts of vendors weaving into a lively symphony. People's faces are filled with long-lost smiles, as if the shadows of war have long been blown away by the winds of time, even as if they had never come. This is the result of their hard work over the years. Thanks to the teacher, the southern region has achieved today as prosperity, Hill sincerely said. Nan Zhu gently shook his head, his gaze warm. No, this is everyone's achievement. The southern region today cannot be separated from every person who has contributed to it, including you. The teacher is always so humble, Hill said. Nan Zhu lightly patted her shoulder. Humility is a virtue, and it is also the truth. Under the leadership of Nan Zhu and Hill, the people here have restored their former work and life, living stable lives. If it weren't for the knowledge that war could break out at any time and the army remains on alert, one wouldn't see any difference from peacetime. And all of this is brought by Nan Zhu. At least that's what the people here think. Hey, Commander! A keen-eyed fruit vendor shouted first. Where? People nearby craned their necks to look. Commander! An elderly woman waved her hand shakily. That's the beautiful Sister Hill. A little girl exclaimed excitedly. Nan Zhu helplessly shook his head and whispered to Hill, if we don't leave now, we won't be able to get away today. Hill covered her mouth and chuckled, a hint of mischief flashing in her eyes. Teacher, you are a great hero, everyone's idol. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to just run away like this? Nan Zhu glanced at her, pretending to be serious. Then you stay and deal with them. I'll go ahead. Absolutely not. Nan Zhu pulled the girl along, and with a flash, took Hill away from there, leaving behind a chorus of regretful sighs. Why did they leave so soon? One person said with some disappointment. The commander is busy with a lot of affairs. This time he must have just wanted to inspect us, but was discovered and had to leave because you all were too crazy, a bakery owner said. You were the one shouting the loudest, a customer at the bakery retorted. And Nan Zhu took Hill to the outskirts of the town. The area was sparsely populated, with not many people passing by. It was only when they reached here that Nan Zhu let out a sigh of relief. Teacher, you're quite popular, Hill said. Nan Zhu rolled his eyes, talkative. Hee, Hill stuck out her tongue. Although the outskirts are very close to the town, it still felt like the air became fresher upon arriving. Perhaps it was because the air in the outskirts carried the scent of soil and greenery, with a gentle breeze bringing a hint of coolness. The distant woods swayed in the autumn wind, and leaves fell like golden raindrops. Hill took a deep breath, as if trying to inhale all the fresh air into her lungs. For a moment, the two were silent. Autumn is often synonymous with sadness. Teacher, do you see those falling leaves? Is life like them, fleeting an instant? Hill murmured softly, her gaze following the falling dead leaves, lost in thought. The autumn wind swept over the treetops, lifting up a flurry of golden leaves. Dust mixed with the leaves began to rise, and Nan Zhu waved his hand gently, causing the wind approaching them to dissipate. The leaves and dust thus did not fall on the two. Hill stared at the distant falling leaves, her eyes somewhat confused. Teacher, is life very fragile? Nan Zhu was silent for a moment. Life is fragile, but it is precisely because of this that it seems precious. But why do you suddenly ask this? Nan Zhu inquired softly. I've heard quite a few people talk about the situation in the northern region, and I thought about what happened before we established the Revolutionary Army. I even thought about the time we first started fleeing. The deaths of many people seem to be just a matter of a sentence, and apart from their relatives, no one else cares about their lives or deaths. Even if they know, perhaps after a while, they'll forget. Hill's gaze was somewhat desolate. Nan Zhu suddenly spoke. Autumn is truly magical. Hill was puzzled. How was the teacher's answer related to her question? Speaking of autumn, people always inexplicably feel the words sadness and loneliness. Nan Zhu paused and continued. Flowers will eventually wither, and green leaves will ultimately escape the fate of turning yellow. Even the longest-lived ancient trees will eventually become deadwood. But many people forget that death may be an end, but it is also a new beginning. Nan Zhu patted the girl's head. Life may be as short as autumn leaves, but every leaf has added a touch of color to the trees. We are the same, regardless of the length of life. We can leave our own marks on this land. What matters is how we make those marks meaningful. The vast majority of lives in the world are fleeting, but there are those who create infinite value in their brief lives. Of course, there are also some existences with long and eternal lifespans, but they are somewhat distant. Nan Zhu didn't care much about his own life. After all, even if he died, it would merely be the end of a simulation. But he hoped to shine with his own light during this simulated life. I don't understand. The girl shook her head, her eyes filled with confusion. In short, The value of life can be distorted by the complex factors of society, politics, and human nature. This question has no absolute answer. But remember, whether it's you or me, we are both unique and priceless. Nan Zhu looked into the girl's eyes and said very seriously. Upon hearing this, Hill lowered her head in thought. Then she raised her head and looked directly into the teacher's eyes. I understand now. The teacher is unique and priceless. Hill blinked, her tone a bit playful. Nan Zhu laughed heartily. The girl engaged in profound contemplation about the value of life. You told her that forgetting is the end of death. She reflects on your words. She agrees with your words and declares she will never forget the teacher. You enjoy the pleasant time spent with her. As you return with the girl, one of your subordinates hands you a letter. Your subordinate tells you that a filthy beggar specifically requested to give this to you. Originally, your subordinate wanted to chase him away, but upon recalling your frequent saying, "Do not look at people through colored glasses," he accepted the letter. You take it. Looking at the letter in your hand, with a flash of surprise in your eyes, is it that old mage from before? Hill leaned forward to look at the envelope in Nan Zhu's hand. It should be. Nan Zhu focused his eyes, deep in thought. Why would the old mage suddenly write a letter? Chapter 66. The letter from the old mage. You never expected to receive a letter from the old mage one day. The guard added, after that beggar handed me the letter, he left, and now I don't know where he went. You nodded. Since the day you bid farewell to the old mage, you thought you would never see him again. However, fate played a trick on you, allowing you to receive his message once more. You sat down with the girl and slowly unfolded the letter. After reading just 2 lines, your pupils suddenly constricted. Your fingers trembled slightly, and the letter felt incredibly heavy in your hands. The content of the letter was exactly the answer you had been seeking for years regarding the secret of the girl's bloodline. This answer appeared so easily before you that it felt surreal. Among the ancestors of Hill, there was a god slayer. He understood the secrets of the gods and passed them down to future generations. In his teachings, there was a saying, "Fear not the gods, disdain the gods," and gain the loyalty of the people. Only then can one slay the gods. From that god slayer onward, every descendant had a seed of fearlessness towards the gods planted in their hearts. Hill was no exception. It was precisely for this reason that they would detest the gods. Because their ancestor had slain a god, the blood of the god slayer flowed in her veins, which was also why the gods sought to capture her. The letter from the old mage also revealed a shocking truth. The gods had glimpsed a corner of the future, which was why they would go to any lengths to capture the girl. Only encountering you had led to frequent setbacks. The wind stirred up dust, bringing a hint of coolness that brushed against Nan Zhu's cheek. Nan Zhu looked at the letter in his hand, unconsciously tightening his grip on the paper. So that's how it is. He murmured softly, his voice mixed with shock and relief. The letter also mentioned the mysterious glass ball left behind by the old mage when he departed. It was an heirloom of the Arcadia Empire. It was not as simple as Nan Zhu had imagined. The fact that other mages could not see through it was just the most basic function. More importantly, it could shield against the god searches. Perhaps this was the reason, along with various factors, that led the gods to give up searching for them. Hill's eyes flickered with confusion. The arrival of this letter stirred a strange curiosity in her. She couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, why would he tell us these things?" This letter not only provided Nan Zhu with immense help, but also answered her long-standing doubts. Nan Zhu shook his head. Perhaps he changed some of his views after observing our performance over the past 2 years. He suddenly had a whimsical thought and joked. He looked up at the sky, but his heart could never be calm. Hill remained silent for a moment, a hint of hesitation flashing in her eyes. She softly asked, "Teacher, with this, can we defeat the gods?" "Perhaps. At least our chances are greater now. We must believe in the teacher," Nan Zhu replied gently. The girl nodded vigorously. The old mage had been watching everything happening in the southern domain for the past 2 years. He was mad, but not foolish. Perhaps he was disheveled and resigned to decay. But you could never understand the heart of a madman. After seeing Hill's current abilities, a mad idea surged in his heart. The figure of the old mage gradually disappeared into the wilderness of the southern domain, rushing towards the northern domain. The wind lifted his tattered robe, as if it were going to swallow his figure. His gaze was deep, yet one could see a hint of madness contained within. His goal was very clear, the headquarters of the peace army. When the guards here saw a ragged beggar suddenly appear, they immediately stepped forward to stop him and planned to drive him away. Just then, the commander of the peace army happened to pass by, saw the situation, and stopped the guard, ordering him to give the beggar something to eat before sending him away. But the old mage did not leave. Looking at the food they offered, under the puzzled gaze of the commander, a voice suddenly appeared in his ear, low and hoarse, as if every word carried a heavy weight. Shock flashed in the commander's eyes. He looked around, guessing that the voice came from the beggar in front of him. He realized that this beggar was extraordinary. An entity capable of transmitting sound must be a powerful mage. Understanding this, the commander immediately invited the old mage into his office to talk. After all, he did not believe that a powerful mage came here just for a stroll. The two talked for a long time inside, and no one knew what they discussed. Only that when they emerged, the old mage still had a calm expression, while the commander looked shocked and troubled. But he still bid farewell to the old mage, leaving himself staring blankly into the distance. His face was filled with confusion, and he murmured unconsciously, "The Reform Army of the Southern Domain? Could it change this era?" After a long while, he suddenly ordered all senior officials to come for a meeting. Meanwhile, the figure of the old mage appeared in the wilderness of the Northern Domain, looking particularly lonely, his tattered robe rustling in the wind. His eyes sparkled with a mad light, and a faint smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. He murmured to himself, "Fate, after all, is an inescapable shackle, but let's give it a try." After so many years, life had been too exhausting. The old mage went missing again, and even though you searched deliberately, you could not find any trace of him. With no choice, you had to temporarily give up. You turned to study the contents described in the letter. This information was a significant breakthrough for you and could even become a key means for you to confront the gods. With guidance, your research went smoothly. You discovered that the faith power given to you by the people was coming into play. You realized that you seemed to also possess the so-called blood of sin, just like the girl. As long as you were not afraid of the gods and combined it with that faith power, you too could have a restraining effect against the power of the gods. You were very satisfied with this result. In the divine realm, it seemed to sense the emergence of new blood of sin in its territory. The severely injured god of light opened its eyes. Golden flames ignited in its eyes, its gaze penetrating layers of space. Yet it could not lock onto that small yet deadly figure. Anger raged like a storm in the divine realm, but it ultimately had to helplessly withdraw its gaze. It was angry yet helpless. It could not find your figures, let alone those of its subordinates. The god of light urged its messengers to promote the establishment of the new kingdom so that it could recover from its injuries as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the divine army also received orders and began to stir. Chapter 67, The Peace Army. Under the impetus of the divine army, the God-sent army launched a fierce attack on the peace army. The small faction in the middle had long since allied with the God-sent army, and now the two forces were directly adjacent. The sudden outbreak of war caught the peace army off guard. As for the fate of the leader of that small faction, it is unknown, only that no one has seen him since. The reckless fighting style of the enemy, combined with their overwhelming numbers, dealt a heavy blow to the peace army, completely disregarding the lives of the common people. Kill the roadblockers. Even for those who surrender, the same applies before long. The God-sent army had swallowed up the vast majority of the peace army's territory. Flames consumed houses, thick smoke obscured the sky. The cries of the people intertwined with the roars of soldiers, resembling a hellish symphony. The soldiers of the peace army fought desperately, but the enemy's numbers seemed endless. Every time one fell, more surged forward. This frenzied act of inflicting 1,000 casualties on the enemy while suffering 800 losses left the leader of the peace army chilled to the bone. Why had the God-sent army become so abnormal, even willing to destroy their own foundation? Crazy, completely crazy. The leader of the peace army murmured softly, pressing his fingers deeply against his temples, as if this could alleviate the chaos swirling in his mind. His eyes were bloodshot. Fatigue and a sense of helplessness nearly crushed him. He hadn't rested properly for days. "Commander, it's bad. The town of Kinney in the northeast has been forcibly breached by the God-sent army. Report. The town of Molding in the northwest has also fallen. One piece of bad news after another came, like knives cutting into the leader's ears. The leader stood on the watchtower, looking at the rolling smoke in the distance. His heart filled with mixed emotions. He ignored every piece of bad news that came in, closed his eyes, and let out a long breath, as if wanting to pour out all the repression in his chest, but it had no effect. A few days ago, the God-sent army suddenly launched a frenzied attack. One fell, and another immediately rushed up. This made him even think that the enemy was a bunch of puppets without pain or fear. Despite having set up defenses in advance, they were still forcibly torn apart by their numbers. Why were they so mad? What had driven them into madness? He did not understand, nor could he understand. After all, he was not among the God-sent army and did not know what had happened. Commander, if this continues, we won't be able to hold on, Commander Chun said anxiously, his eyes filled with worry. The leader was silent for a moment. His gaze turned to the distant rolling smoke, as if weighing something. Finally, he slowly spoke, his voice low but firm. Pass the order, all elite soldiers, mages, and civilians. Prepare to evacuate immediately. Commander Chin was taken aback. Commander, do you mean? We have no chance of winning, the leader interrupted him, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. But at least we must leave hope for this land. Enough, enough. Hurry up, stop talking so much. The leader didn't wait for Commander Chun to continue, laughingly scolding him, and kicked Commander Chun lightly. In the end, Commander Chun did not voice his thoughts. Soon, he arranged everything. He ordered the vice commander to lead them to the southern region to seek refuge with the Reformation Army. Hearing his command, everyone present was in an uproar. Opposition, doubt. Some even started to curse, calling him irresponsible and wanting to wash his hands of the matter. Others asked, if they all retreated, what would happen to those fighting ahead? The leader seemed not to hear their words and continued to speak to himself. Now, I have one more question. Who wants to stay with me? When these words came out, the originally noisy crowd fell silent. What did the leader just say? Seeing that no one reacted, the leader continued, I have no right to ask you all to stay, so please tell me. Who wants to stay with me? Still, no one spoke. Then one subordinate suddenly spoke up. The God-sent army is coming fiercely. Staying behind is certain death. This statement echoed what many were thinking. The leader let out a long breath, looked at this subordinate, and then said, I know. That is why I asked who is willing to stay. No one spoke. Is that so? The leader's expression fell a little. I will stay. A deep but firm voice broke the silence. The leader looked in the direction of the sound and saw Commander Chen striding out of the crowd, his face showing no hesitation. His gaze was resolute, his voice strong. This is my home. My parents have long been buried here, and I have no other ties. So, I will not leave. Commander Chun, think carefully. If you leave now, there may still be a chance to come back. But if you stay here, there will be no turning back. Someone beside him said earnestly, so what? There's still people blocking the way ahead. If no one is there to hold the line, what about those behind you? Commander Chin glanced at the person beside him. A large-scale migration is bound to be slow, and judging by the speed of the God-sent army, they would catch up soon. So, someone must stay. With the first, there would be a second, a third. In the end, only a minority were willing to stay, around 1,000. Surprisingly, among these 1,000, there were actually 100 mages. In their words, the pride of a mage does not allow them to escape, to leave the northern region. A poor excuse, but the leader smiled. All right. After tallying up those who remained, the vice commander reluctantly called the leader aside. He wanted to talk with him. When the leader arrived at the agreed location, he saw the vice commander looking at him with a complex expression. The vice commander was a sturdy-looking man who appeared somewhat simple, but was shrewd. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the vice commander. He was one of the first to follow the leader in the uprising, initially seeking a way out in this chaotic world. This farewell would be eternal. What is it? The leader asked in confusion. The vice commander was silent for a moment, looking deeply at the leader, his voice somewhat hoarse. Do you remember our agreement when we revolted? The leader was slightly taken aback, then revealed a bitter smile, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. Of course I remember, he said softly. We are to bring peace to this land, even if it costs us everything. The vice commander's gaze made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Then he pretended to scoff, adding, "Don't look at me like that. I'm not dead yet." "What? You called me over just to be sentimental?" The vice commander was momentarily taken aback by his words, then laughed heartily, not replying to him. After that, he quietly stepped forward, roughly hugged the leader, and patted him on the back. "Take care." The vice commander's voice was low and hoarse. "If I'm still alive, let us drink together again." "For sure." Chapter 68. Cheers. The commander smiled, but a hint of sorrow flickered in his eyes. "You better prepare the best wine. Don't let me drink you under the table." He patted the deputy commander's shoulder, feigning a relaxed tone. "All right, time is short. Hurry and take them away." The deputy commander nodded and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, he paused, looked back at the commander, opened his mouth but said nothing. The deputy commander was not being sentimental. Or rather, he didn't have time to be sentimental. Turning back, he waved his hand again, emphasizing, "Make sure to stay alive and drink with me. Enough chatter. Hurry up." The commander also turned away, not looking at him. The deputy commander's footsteps suddenly slowed, as if they were weighed down by 1,000 pounds. He took a deep breath and finally resumed his pace. This farewell was a final farewell. The commander watched the deputy commander's departing figure, a wave of bitterness swelling in his heart. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, as if that could ease his inner pain. He murmured softly, "Brother, take care." His voice was so quiet it could almost be blown away by the wind. Yet it carried all his blessings and reluctance. When the deputy commander led a large group of people away, the commander was still silently watching. The others who chose to stay were also there, sending them off. "Hey, do you think that commander from the southern region will take them in?" "He probably will. I've heard that person is good. It's just a pity we didn't get the chance to meet him." At this moment, the commander turned around and glanced at the remaining people. Then he spoke loudly, "Is there anyone here who can cook?" Sure enough, dozens of heads popped up. Seeing this, the commander smiled and said, "Tonight we feast. Go slaughter the remaining cattle, sheep, chickens, and ducks. General Chun, go bring out my collection of good wine." "All right." General Chen's eyes lit up. He had been craving the commander's wine for a long time. "Get to work. Stop staring. We still have food. Those people up front don't have this treatment," the commander urged. Tonight, they ate heartily. They drank to their heart's content. As night fell, only the faint glow of the campfire remained. The commander sat by the fire, holding a cup of wine, his gaze fixed on the dancing flames. The surrounding soldiers had already fallen asleep, with only the sound of the wind howling in their ears. Looking at everyone, the commander felt as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart, and he slept much better that night. The night wind was very cold, chilling to the bone. One town after another fell. Bad news kept coming from the front lines. The commander and the others set up traps, waiting for their arrival. 7 days later, the commander stood on the observation deck, holding a cup of wine, watching the approaching enemy army in the distance. But feeling no fear at all, he turned to the crowd and shouted, "Brothers, let us drink this cup." The commander laughed heartily. Everyone held a cup of wine, poured by the commander himself. It was also the last remaining wine from these past days. Let those divine troops know, we are not to be trifled with. Is it really appropriate to drink before going to war? Isn't it a rule not to drink before battle? Someone spoke out of turn. "Get lost. Rules are dead. People are alive. Hurry up. Don't ruin my mood with the last cup." "All right, let us drink. Cheers." Southern region, AMU town at this moment. Nan Zhu was listening to Hill's report. Hearing that another group of people had come from the northern region made Nan Zhu's brow twitch. Why are they here again? Are they treating the southern region as a refuge? Nan Zhu smiled wryly, but had no intention of rejecting them. Hill came to stand behind the teacher, giving him a shoulder massage. This showed that the teacher's reputation was good, so that whenever something happened in the northern region, they thought of the teacher first. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhu felt it made a lot of sense. This shows they trust him. Fortunately, the southern region is not what it used to be. Accommodating them is more than enough. "Hey, be gentle." Hill's grip suddenly tightened, causing Nan Zhu to feel a sharp pain in his shoulder. "Teacher, is this grip okay?" Hill said with a grin. "Be gentle." Nan Zhu winced. Seeing this, Hill loosened his grip but still complained, "Humph, serve you right." Nan Zhu looked at the girl. who was puffing up her cheeks like a little cat. When she noticed the teacher looking at her, Hill turned her head away, refusing to meet his gaze. Seeing her pouting face, Nan Zhu poked her cheek. Don't poke me. Hill immediately protested. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Nan Zhu couldn't help but laugh. He was unaware of why the girl was sulking. Recently, after some thought, Nan Zhu had given her the title of deputy commander. Initially, she could stay by the teacher's side as an assistant and student, but now with the title of deputy commander, even though her duties were similar. She just didn't like that title. Nan Zhu patted the girl's head, saying, "Don't be angry. Next time I'll definitely consult your opinion first." Nan Zhu spoke very sincerely. Seeing the teacher apologize, the girl nodded, smiled slightly, and continued to massage the teacher seriously. Nan Zhu deliberately handled the matter well before telling her, fearing she would oppose it upon knowing. He planned to gradually pass his power to the girl. The girl was very capable now and fully capable of inheriting his position as commander. By then, he could just do some minor tasks in the background, which would be great. Hill was unaware that the teacher was thinking about retirement and was still seriously explaining some recent situations to him. You have some yearning for retirement life. These past few years have been high-intensity work if it weren't for the girl always being by your side, and the thousands of families behind you. You might have struggled to keep going, but you also think of the promise you made to the girl to help her take revenge, which gives you motivation. The girl occasionally brings some interesting things, adding a bit of vitality to your monotonous life. After learning that the Northern Region's main force is about to arrive, you personally go to welcome them. Before meeting you, the deputy commander of the Peace Army felt somewhat troubled, but after meeting you, he felt a sigh of relief. After you arranged these people, you chatted with the deputy commander for a long time. After learning about the specific situation in the Northern Region, you fell silent for a long time. You counted the newcomers, you integrated most of the mages into your magical army. A small number were unwilling to join the war, and you didn't force them. You educated them about the laws and regulations of the Southern Region. They were amazed and shocked by everything in the Southern Region. Chapter 69. Accepting the people of the Northern Region. Upon arriving in the Southern Region, I initially felt a bit out of place facing the numerous rules. But thinking back to the days in the Northern Region where death could come at any moment, these regulations instead provided a sense of security. After all, most of the rules here are designed to protect ordinary people, and life gradually started to get back on track. Of course, there are also some troublemakers. Although they were not many, they still existed. The Reform Army in the Southern Region acted quickly and soon brought them under control. When they learned that this person was dissatisfied with the new regulations, believing they restricted their freedom, I was at a loss for words. I warned him that if he did not comply and violated the rules, he would be thrown into the dungeon. But he angrily roared, "I am a great magician. How dare you treat me like this?" I was somewhat surprised that this person was actually a magician. However, his roar was powerless in the face of the rules of the Southern Region. His identity as a magician could not serve as an excuse for privilege here. The expressions of those present showed no signs of fluctuation. Magicians are rare, and even in the powerful Northern Region, they are revered and have privileges. But it doesn't matter what kind of magician you are. In the Southern Region, if you don't follow the rules, you must accept the punishment of the rules. Seeing that you are unyielding, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in the man's eyes. He suddenly raised his hand, and a blazing fireball instantly condensed, charging straight at you. Just as someone was worried about you, the deputy commander of the Peace Army was about to step in to block it, only to see you casually disperse it. The guards and others who reacted were furious and immediately dragged him into the dungeon. You looked at the deputy commander of the Peace Army, frowning slightly, and questioned, "It seems your threshold for accepting people is not very high." The deputy commander awkwardly smiled. "The Peace Army has taken in most people, and among them, there will inevitably be some brainless ones. You warned repeatedly that those who cause trouble in the Southern Region will be severely punished." After becoming familiar with you, the deputy commander of the Peace Army got to know you better. In addition to his admiration for you, he also had a deep impression of the girl. Cold, taciturn, capable, and fond of peace and quiet. Although the girl disliked interacting with others, her current state had become more like that of a normal person, with no issues in communication or action. You once again thought of the scene when you first met the girl. You snapped back to reality a smile appearing on your face. No matter how many times you feel sentimental, you still want to feel happy for her. The sky in the northern region is always gray, with the wasteland ravaged by wind and sand, and the withered grass swaying in the wind. Without the war, there is no more clamor. Today, the northern region is somewhat quiet. The former headquarters of the Peace Army has been engulfed by flames, thick smoke billowing, and corpses lying everywhere. The air is filled with the smell of char and blood. There are both Peace Army and Divine Descend Army personnel among the dead. However, there are many more from the Divine Descend Army. The leader of the Peace Army is also among them. They are all dead, but they feel it was worth dying. At least they killed a few more, so it wasn't in vain. Of course, that was their last thought in life. At this moment, the deputy commander of the Divine Descend Army looked at the battlefield before him, his gaze complex. Just then, a woman stepped forward. He turned around and, seeing the newcomer, respectfully said, "Divine Envoy, the northern region has been cleared. As for why there are only these people left, it is likely that they have all retreated to the southern region." The Divine Envoy coldly swept a glance at the deputy commander, her gaze sharp as a knife, then slowly turned to the sea of corpses and blood, her eyes showing no emotion, just a group of ants. "Next, we will swallow the southern region. At that time, you, deputy commander, will also receive infinite riches and glory." Hearing this, a glimmer of fanaticism flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly followed by difficulty. Forcing the unification of the northern region had already consumed a large amount of military strength, to then swallow the southern region. "Don't worry. Our Divine Envoy will take action at that time." The woman turned around, said no more, and soared into the sky, flying northward. Hearing that the Divine Envoy would take action, the deputy commander seemed a bit dazed. After all, the Divine Envoy did not intervene during the unification of the northern region. Why would the Divine Envoy need to take action for the unification of a weak southern region? But seeing that the Divine Envoy had no intention of explaining, he closed his mouth. "Deputy Commander, the new batch of potions is ready." A general stepped forward and said, "Yes, distribute it to those new soldiers, adjust them, and prepare to attack the southern region." The deputy commander nodded slightly. "Huh? Are we going to attack the southern region right after unifying the northern region?" The general seemed to have heard something unbelievable. The deputy commander looked at the soldiers behind him, who seemed like walking corpses. After a long time, he finally spoke. "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up." The general, scolded, hurriedly left. After taking this potion, the soldiers' eyes gradually lose the light of humanity, leaving only a cold, killing intent. They no longer feel fear, their sense of pain stripped away, becoming puppets under control. This is what the Divine Envoy brought. It seems the gods are eager to unify the country, regardless of the cost. This is also the reason why the Peace Army cannot resist. The Deputy Commander's gaze is very complex, but for the sake of riches and glory, these lowly people, let them die. The news of the northern region preparing to attack the southern region quickly spread. You immediately arranged for Crane to organize the magical army. You notified Rotland to settle all the civilians and keep a close watch on the movements of the northern region. Your gaze was deep, looking northward. You knew very well that peaceful days were coming to an end. With the destruction of the Peace Army, their next target would be the southern region. But you were already quite satisfied. At least the southern region had gained the power to resist from being defenseless in the past. In the conversation, you learned that the deputy commander of the Peace Army was named Barton. Upon learning that war was imminent, Barton fell into silence. He looked to the north, unsure of what he was thinking. He volunteered to command the frontline battle. He was willing to become a general and fight for the southern region. It was undoubtedly a risk to let someone who had just joined the Reform Army command the frontline battle. You decided to trust him, but he insisted on signing a magical contract, vowing never to betray. This surprised you a bit. However, you also understood that he was trying to alleviate your doubts from your perspective. Upon learning that war was about to break out, everyone stood ready. The girl gently held your hand, a warmth transmitted through her fingertips. She looked up at you, her eyes full of concern, silently telling you, "No matter what happens, I will be by your side." The wind tonight stirred your inner turmoil. The streetlights flickered and the shadows of the trees danced, adding a few unsettling disturbances. For some reason, You always had a bad premonition in your heart. In a corner where you cannot see, the old astrologer gazes at the starry sky, his eyes reflecting countless stars. He seems to have aged a bit more, yet it also feels like he has returned to the vigor of his youth. Chapter 70 Pre-War. After much deliberation, the Divine Army finally designated Catalan Town as an offensive target. They planned to tear a gap from here, gradually encroaching on the lands of the southern region. Similarly, this place is close to the leader of the Reform Army. If they could eliminate him directly, it would save a lot of effort. The vast army descended from the north. The divine envoys and their leader headed towards the southern region. You vaguely learned of the movements of the divine army. You originally wanted to seek advice from the old astrologer, but found that he had mysteriously disappeared. And even his son, Rathlon, did not know his whereabouts. One subordinate speculated that he might have fled, but you had other doubts in your heart. After all, how could someone so concerned about his son abandon him and escape alone? Since you couldn't find anyone, you stopped dwelling on it. You began to tally the strong among your subordinates. You discovered that there were only about 10 sorcerers, which made you somewhat worried. As far as is known, there are hundreds of strong sorcerers in the northern region, and dozens of grand sorcerers. There are even holy mages above them. You suddenly realized the vast disparity in high-end combat power between both sides, and a wave of anxiety surged in your heart. Just as you were contemplating, another batch of powerful sorcerers came to pledge allegiance. Upon inquiry, you learned that they initially intended to stay away from the conflict. However, upon seeing the changes in the southern region over the years and learning of the impending dangers, they chose to step forward. Among the newcomers was a grand sorcerer and several dozen sorcerers. You felt moved, but the girl was somewhat confused. Why had these powerful beings not appeared during your large-scale conscription, but chose to join at this moment? You did not explain, or rather, you did not know how to explain. Perhaps they did not want to see the southern region fall, which is why they chose to step forward now to protect this land. You stationed heavy troops in every town, standing ready. In recent days, you have not rested, working hard to improve your own strength while soothing the emotions of the populace. More and more people actively volunteered to join the army. The southern region entered a state of readiness for war. The leader of the divine army followed closely behind the group of divine envoys, his face full of flattering smiles. The divine envoys in front all possessed the strength of sorcerers, even grand sorcerers. The one at the forefront was, in fact, a holy mage. In this world of magic, constrained by countless rules and under the watchful eye of the gods would not allow beings above holy mages to escape their control. Esteemed divine envoys, I would trouble you to take action. He cautiously glanced at several divine envoys, especially at the leading holy mage. Let's cooperate well. Once we unify the southern region, the great deity will grant you power. The grand envoy's expression was calm as he looked towards the southern region. Clearly, the overall strength of his side was significantly greater than that of the southern region. But for some reason, he felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation. It always felt like this battle would not go smoothly. Great envoy, shall we proceed according to the original plan? The leader asked. As far as I know, the overall strength of the southern region is not strong. As long as we capture the thief by seizing the king first and resolve that, leader of the Reform Army, we can save a lot of effort. The Grand Envoy nodded. Let's do as you say. A hint of imperceptible worry flickered in the Grand Envoy's eyes. The leader did not perceive the Grand Envoy's thoughts. He was filled with visions of the power and strength he would gain after conquering the southern region. At this moment, most towns in the northern region were guarded by only one sorcerer. They never dreamed that a certain grand sorcerer would be behind them, crazily plundering. Many sorcerers didn't even realize it and died on the spot. The divine army's advance speed was very fast. In just a few days, they could reach the southern region. Meanwhile, the various generals of the southern region had already arrived at the front lines, and most of the soldiers behind them were from the northern region. You had no objections about most being from the northern region. You understood their desire for revenge. You also set aside some unnecessary tasks. You stopped meditating and cultivating. For some reason, your mind could never find peace. Teacher, what are you doing? Hill approached your desk, looking at the dazed Nan Zhu. Nan Zhu had spread a piece of paper on the table, holding a pen in his right hand, unconsciously doodling on the paper. Hearing Hill's voice, Nan Zhu came back to his senses. Looking down, he saw that the paper was filled with things he couldn't understand. I just zoned out for a moment, Nan Zhu chuckled. Sometimes when people zone out, they can indeed leave some inexplicable things on paper. Teacher, Hill bit her lip. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. She initially wanted to suggest giving up on revenge, but then thought about the countless fates of family she bore. Now is not a time for her to regret. Back then, why did she tell the teacher that she wanted revenge? If she hadn't said at that time, would she have ended up in today's situation? The girl's emotions were almost written on her face. Nan Zhu had been with her for so many years. Even if he couldn't guess what she was thinking, he could sense a bit of it. Hill, what do you think of the southern region now? Nan Zhu asked gently. Teacher, answer me. Nan Zhu's tone was very serious. Hill lowered her head and then replied, peaceful and stable, without war. Everyone can live equally. Slave trading is not allowed. Stabilizing the southern region from war. Everything is brought about by you, teacher. Then do you think, even if it's not for you, for this common people, is it all worth it? Nan Zhu asked. Worth it? This time, the girl did not hesitate. Every time she saw the smiles of children, the bustling crowds on the streets, a warm current would surge in her heart. Although she did not like noise and crowds, just looking from a distance, she would still feel a sense of comfort and joy. Do you remember what I said? The relationship between the island and the tide? Nan Zhu suddenly brought it up. I remember. Although it seems independent, they are interdependent. The girl's answer was still quick. She always remembered what the teacher said. Yes, if this era is already terminally ill, even if we choose to stand by, there will be countless people like us stepping forward. Nan Zhu patted the girl's head. Speaking of which, the girl's hair felt really comfortable to touch. I think you wouldn't want to live in an era filled with oppression and inequality, right? Nan Zhu added. The girl's identity was special. The gods were wary of her, and with a slight mistake, she could fall under their control. So, even if the girl did not plan to seek revenge at that time, they would still walk this path. The girl nodded. You spoke to the girl. The girl eventually came to understand. You thought for a moment and took the girl outside for a walk. The streets now were very quiet. Various shops were closed, with only a few still open. There were few people outside, but some still noticed you and the girl. They greeted you warmly. When the girl smiled back at their greetings, the girl came to understand. She was not only fighting for herself, but also for those behind her. Chapter 71. The teacher keeps his word. The tranquility before the war is brief and precious. The girl softly comforts you not to feel too much pressure, and you always respond with a smile, yet your heart is hard to calm. You remember wanting to prepare some contingency plans to protect the girl beside you. Even in defeat, you want to ensure her safety. You order the residents at the border to evacuate, moving inward and trying to relocate within the designated frontline area. If the battlefield is extended across the entire southern region, it would impose pressure on the current military strength, so it is necessary to sacrifice some towns. This is the result of careful consideration and discussions with others. After all, as long as there are people, towns can be rebuilt at any time. The Divine Army advances southward, unstoppable, quickly reaching the border of the southern region. They pass through several towns, only to find them already deserted. The commander of the Divine Army sneers, clearly guessing your intentions. Without hesitation, he swiftly assigns some soldiers to take over these empty towns while the main force continues to advance toward the designated front line. After passing one town after another, they finally encounter a town guarded by a commander. They dispatch several teams based on the visible military strength, but do not pay much further attention. After all, the divine emissaries are their main combat strength, and the divine emissaries disdain to act against them. Burton watches the retreating enemy, then looks at the troops charging towards him, his expression dark yet calm. Brother, once I've killed them all, I'll definitely bring fine wine to meet you. Burton murmurs to himself. He immediately sends someone to report to you, and then quickly organizes a counterattack. Countless soldiers lie in ambush within the houses. Burton knows the style of the Divine Army well. They will inevitably break into civilian homes to search, at which point the ambushers will reveal themselves. Their visible military strength is not large, leading the Divine Army to misjudge, sending only 3 times their number. Burton's gaze sharpens, and he orders everyone, wait until their main force has moved far away before we act. Remember, Our goal is to catch them off guard and strike decisively. The arrogance of the divine army will become their fatal weakness. In a place you cannot see, an old beggar is causing chaos in the northern region. His actions are highly purposeful, leading one to suspect that his past madness was merely a disguise. He slays one mage after another, liberating town after town. Some glare at him, asking why he opposes the divine army. He simply replies coolly, "Redemption." Then, that person dies in confusion. The old mage's eyes are filled with indifference. For 2 years, he has quietly watched you, and he'll grow. Witnessing the southern region move toward prosperity step by step. The rise of each town and the cheers of each victory are deeply engraved in his heart. So much so that this beggar, abandoned on the street, has also received kindness from others. Thus, he can no longer remain an outsider. This war is not only to protect the southern region, but also his redemption. He silently observes the growth journey of the master in you. He has long been a sinner. Why not accompany you all in one last frenzy? The event occurring in the northern region will likely reach the front lines soon, but the old mage is unconcerned. He has long been stuck at the pinnacle of the archmage level, and even if several archmages band together to fight him, they might not defeat him. He receives word that the divine army has arrived in the southern region. After some thought, he heads toward the southern region. At this moment, the situation is that the divine army is advancing southward and then dispatching troops to deal with towns. Meanwhile, his hometown has been stolen by the old mage. Each of the dispatched armies has been ambushed in various ways by different commanders. The key is that they are still unaware of it for now. All of this can be attributed to the military strategies taught by Nan Zhu, which have provided some small shocks in this world where there are not many conspiracies, only powerful magic and strength. Nan Zhu listens to the reports from the front lines, his gaze sweeping across the cold streets before him. He has basically confirmed that the final target of the divine army is Catalan town. But now it is too late to evacuate the people here, and he cannot escape himself. Many people will die, won't they? Nan Zhu's brow furrows, as if a heavy stone presses upon his heart. Every step of the war concerns the lives of countless people, and how is he to find a glimmer of hope in this chaos? If the divine army captures Catalan town, they will then use it as a base to deal with the towns in the southern region. If this place falls, then Nan Zhu cannot bear to think of the outcome. Teacher, Hill tightly grips the teacher's hand. She's also somewhat at a loss. She knows that the teacher is worried about something. Nan Zhu looks at the southern region that he and the girl have led to prosperity, no matter what. He cannot bear to abandon it and take her far away. There is too little time left for him. The Holy Domain Mage. The thought of the upcoming Holy Domain Mage fills him with a sense of helplessness. Nan Zhu has never shown weakness in front of the girl. Instead, he has taught her what it means to retreat to advance. But now, there is no way to retreat, and his face does not show fear. Yet, it inevitably carries a hint of weariness. This weariness is not physical, but mental. He suddenly looks at the girl. Hill, if we fail, I hope you can live well, understand? Nan Zhu speaks softly. His gaze toward Hill is filled with determination. No matter what, he must protect the girl and ensure she survives. Hill's reaction is not dull. She understands the teacher's meaning. Her body trembles slightly, but she still feigns calmness and says, Teacher, you must also live well. If possible, I will. Don't say if. It must be certain. How can anything be absolute? I don't care. Teacher, you must keep your word. I haven't even said it yet. The willows by the riverside sway gently in the breeze, their slender branches lightly touching the water's surface, creating ripples. The grass glows softly under the sunlight, with wildflowers scattered among them, as if offering the last tranquility and beauty to this land that is about to be engulfed by war. You hope this war will not destroy the light in her eyes. Even if the world collapses, you will hold up a sky for her, carving out a path to survival amidst the ruins. In this matter, teacher keeps his word. Chapter 72. The Outbreak of War. You arranged for some people to temporarily relocate to other towns, but time was too tight, and there are not many who could be moved. The people in the town did not show you any resentment. They knew you had done your utmost, even more than they themselves wished to find a way out for them. However, time was too tight, and there were only a few who could be moved. The rest had no choice but to face the impending disaster head-on. Commander, don't blame yourself. An old man patted your shoulder, his murky eyes filled with sincerity. You've done your best. We all see it. They said they weren't afraid of death. You managed to squeeze out a faint smile, but your throat felt as if something was blocking it. You had done everything you could, setting up several magic arrays and mobilizing all available resources. But deep down, you knew that these preparations might be futile in the face of absolute strength. The divine army was marching south, and their figures could already be seen. Everyone was tense. All the residents stayed indoors. Mom, who are those people outside? A little boy trembled as he spoke. Clutching his mother's clothes tightly, his eyes unable to look away from the dark army outside the window. His mother held him tighter, her fingertips trembling slightly. But she tried to make her voice sound calm. Don't be afraid, child. The commander will protect us, and your father will come back. We just need to hide and wait for this to be over. She hurriedly closed the window and pulled the little boy into a small storage room. In the darkness, their breaths intertwined, as if this could dispel the fear from the outside world. The air in the town seemed to have solidified, each second stretching out. Nan Zhu glanced at the tightly shut doors and windows, then looked at the approaching enemy. The Archmage's gaze swept over Nan Zhu, landing on the girl beside him, then glancing at the well-prepared army behind. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by disdain. Oh, you're the ruler of the southern region? The Archmage squinted, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His gaze roamed over Nan Zhu as if appraising an interesting toy. To become a Grand Mage at such a young age is indeed rare. He said slowly, with a tone that carried both admiration and condescension. But to think you can contend with us with just this little power is rather naive. How about surrendering? Join us, and I can give you everything you desire. Power, wealth, all of it. Nan Zhu looked at him coldly, without a trace of wavering, but with disgust. Don't you villains love to use these hollow temptations? The Archmage raised an eyebrow, seeing that Nan Zhu was not swayed. What is a villain? He didn't understand, but he grasped Nan Zhu's attitude. In that case, then die. The Archmage made his move, a beam of light appearing in his hand, shooting towards Nan Zhu. Nan Zhu took out the staff gifted to him by Seer, and an elemental shield appeared, forcefully blocking the Archmage's attack. As Nan Zhu channeled his magic, the fluctuation of the blood of sin caught the Archmage's attention. His own elements seemed to show some fear of him. You were the one with the blood of sin that appeared suddenly? The Archmage's eyes were filled with astonishment, which was soon replaced by malice. The blood of sin should not exist in this world. However, if this blood of sin is offered to the gods, perhaps the divine power could be restored, and then I could receive more rewards. The Archmage waved his hand, taking control of the town. I'll play with this little guy. His tone was mocking, seemingly treating Nan Zhu as a toy. This gaze made Nan Zhu feel very unpleasant. Let's see if you have that ability. With that, Nan Zhu snorted coldly, unleashing several super tier spells without any hesitation. But the gap between the Grand Mage and the Holy Domain Mage was too vast. A single high-level spell from the Archmage resolved Nan Zhu's attacks. Nan Zhu sighed, revealing a bitter smile. Indeed, the gap was still too great. Just a moment of reflection didn't mean he would back down. As the two faced off, the rest of the Divine Army began to take action. Aren't you going to help the Archmage? A commander of the Divine Army asked a nearby Divine Envoy. The Divine Envoy gave him a disdainful look. Do you think the Archmage can't handle it? Don't ask such foolish questions again. The commander smiled awkwardly, then began to command his subordinates to take action to cover up his embarrassment. The Archmage's attacks came randomly, and you barely managed to defend yourself. His eyes were filled with mockery. You glanced at the battlefield below, where the sights of flames and blood intertwined made your heart feel like it was being cut with a knife. Those who fought for you, those who trusted you, depended on you, were falling one by one. You gritted your teeth, forcing yourself to concentrate. Sierra single-handedly exterminated several mages, catching the attention of the Grand Mage. As the girl made her move, her true identity was also revealed. Joy flickered in the eyes of each Divine Envoy, not expecting such an unexpected gain. They all wanted to capture her and present her to the Divine Lord. You noticed they were launching an assault on the girl, and you were filled with anxiety. The Archmage seemed to want to watch you fall into despair step by step. War was like an uncontrollable beast, instantly devouring the entire town. Compared to Nan Zhu's battle with the Archmage, the fighting below was truly brutal. On the ground, the sounds of battle cries, wails, and clashing swords intertwined, playing a symphony of despair that echoed in blood and fire. In just a moment, blood stained the streets, and corpses piled up like mountains. A heavy smell of blood filled the air, making breathing feel heavy. Every second someone fell, every moment a life extinguished. Pain, death, they followed like shadows. Klein maximized the effectiveness of the Magical Legion. Unlike the chaotic battles of the Divine Army, they could coordinate with each other, achieving a greater effect than 1+1. Faced with this Magical Legion, even the Grand Mage did not dare to resist head-on. The Divine Envoys placed the utmost importance on the Magical Legion before them. This Legion's strongest member was only a mage. There were no magic users among those who fought against the group of Divine Army soldiers who had taken drugs and felt no pain. The battlefield was not only filled with mages. At the other end of the street, besides soldiers, some ordinary residents also picked up weapons and fought fiercely against the pain-insensitive Divine Army soldiers. They did not understand why the Divine Army was so crazy, but they needed to be crazier. If they retreated today, what fate awaited their families? How many people had the opportunity to stand out only after Nan Zhu took over the southern region? Countless people fought together. Kill. For our home. Flames burned, igniting countless houses, igniting the fire in countless hearts. Chapter 73. A tragedy unfolds, yet powerless flames engulf the house, and amidst the thick smoke, the cries of a little boy intertwined with his mother's whispers. In the distance, the sound of war drums echoed, as if the footsteps of death were drawing closer. Don't be afraid, Mommy is here. She softly comforted her child, yet she was unsure if those words were meant to reassure him or herself. The little boy clutched his mother's clothing tightly, his eyes reflecting an unmistakable fear. Bang! The door of the house was kicked open. 2 soldiers of the Divine Descent Army burst in. Their eyes were hollow, yet they radiated a chilling intent to kill. Mom! The boy trembled in fear, his cries piercing. The mother shielded her child behind her, her eyes filled with despair. Just as the blade was about to descend, a familiar figure appeared before them. He wielded a machete and charged into the fray. He was a beacon of light, illuminating the mother and son. Husband, father. The man swung his blade at the 2 soldiers, catching them off guard and momentarily halting their movements. However, they quickly regained their composure and shifted their target to him. Flames of anger burned in the man's eyes as he spoke in a low, oppressive voice. Dare to touch my family? You seek death. His gaze pierced through the 2 soldiers, and his blade swung toward them. He was close enough to home to notice the intruders immediately. Without hesitation, he rushed into the house, even forgetting to alert his comrades. The man fought valiantly against 2 opponents, refusing to back down. One machete defended against the thrusts of their long spears. He dared not show any sign of carelessness. But 2 fists could only resist so much. And soon an opportunity presented itself. One soldier, taking advantage of the moment, thrust his spear toward the mother and child. A buzzing filled the man's mind. There was no time to intervene. Almost instinctively, he positioned himself in front of them. Thud! The spear pierced through his chest without any obstruction. Warm blood splattered onto the faces of the mother and child. Blood trickled from the man's mouth as he turned his head with difficulty, his gaze softly landing on his wife and son. Don't be afraid. I'm here. His voice was hoarse yet resolute, his smile forced yet warm. But to the mother and child, it appeared so desolate. Get moving, damn it! The man shouted in anger, then used the spear to push the 2 back, crashing them against the wall. At that moment, others arrived, freeing their hands to rush in. Damn it! Kill! The man's brothers charged in, instantly seeing him pinning the 2 soldiers against the wall. Relieved to see his brothers, the man let out a sigh of relief. However, in his gaze towards his wife and son, there was a hint of regret. I'm sorry, it seems. I won't be able to see the moment of victory. The 2 soldiers were killed. They were brutally beaten. After their deaths, the man, pierced by the spear, slowly fell. Blood stained the ground. The mother held her child tightly, tears blurring her vision. Brothers, take good care of my wife and son. Blood flowed from his chest, dripping onto the floor, mingling with the tears of the mother and child. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, with only blood and tears silently narrating the cruelty of war. Several brothers looked at their fallen comrade in pain, gazing at his wife and son. Feeling an indescribable sorrow, sister-in-law, don't worry, we will avenge this. Damn it, how dare they harm our family, let's get them. Even in sorrow, they had no time to waste on grief, venting their rage verbally for the moment. War never gives anyone a chance to breathe. It is like a greedy beast, devouring all hope and light. The mother held her child tightly, her heart filled with endless emptiness. The dead continued to rise. But the war below remained in a stalemate. Meanwhile, on the other side of the town, Crane and the members of the Magic Legion were desperately resisting the Divine Descent Army's assault. They were unaware that in a corner of the city, a family's hope had already shattered. You were controlled by the great Divine Envoy. The girl faced a siege from several people, and finally spat out her first mouthful of blood. The girl's face turned pale, her disguise fading. Her silver-gray hair reappeared. Hill, you shouted. You felt powerless. You began to question whether it was right or wrong to bring the girl along. What should you do? The great Divine Envoy seemed to have had enough fun, coldly looking at Hill, confronting the Divine Envoy, while also glancing at the Magic Legion, which was somewhat low on magic but still fiercely resisting several Divine Envoys. He made his move, this time not directed at you, but at the Magic Legion. Forbidden spell, Starfall. As his words fell, the sky suddenly changed color, and a massive meteor slowly coalesced. A huge shadow enveloped the entire town. Crane and the mages behind him looked up at the sky, their eyes filled with horror and despair. With this strike, it could even turn the entire town to ashes. It's okay, I defeated the great mage with the great archmage. It was worth it, a mage said, feigning ease, but his voice trembled. Ha ha, what about your face? It was clearly us together. Another mage responded, but there was an endless sorrow in his laughter. Sigh, it seems today is the day we'll meet our end here. One person said, their voices were loud, seemingly intended for others to hear. Several Divine Envoys looked grim. Several of their great archmages had already died at the hands of the Magic Legion. This was an utter disgrace. Your pupils contracted, not expecting the great Divine Envoy to be so unscrupulous, using large-scale magic. You cursed him as a madman. He didn't care for his own people. The great Divine Envoy raised an eyebrow, but merely smiled at you. In your eyes, his smile was so sarcastic. You gritted your teeth, the magic within you surged wildly. The cost of forcibly crossing boundaries nearly causing your body to collapse, but you couldn't care less, your hands clasped together, you roared. Forbidden spell. Origin prison. As your voice fell, the elements of heaven and earth gathered wildly, forming a massive prison that forcibly disassembled the meteor into countless elements. This surprised the great Divine Envoy. But after this strike, your magic was depleted, your face turned pale, and you couldn't even float, directly falling from the sky. Hill saw your action. She had long discarded her former cool demeanor and image. Get away. She struck and sent all the Divine Envoys around her flying, recklessly catching you as you fell. Hill's eyes were red. Tears intermingled with blood. Her body trembled slightly from the battle and anger. Her heart was filled with endless hatred, hating her own powerlessness, hating the enemies who took away her loved ones. The cruelest thing is to watch a tragedy unfold, yet feel utterly powerless. Chapter 74. The Old Mage to the Rescue. You struggle to open your eyes, your gaze landing on the girl filled with sorrow. Her silver-gray long hair flutters chaotically in the wind, tears mingling with blood in her eyes, as if she might collapse at any moment. You've never seen her so vulnerable, nor have you ever hated your own powerlessness so much. I'm sorry. You whisper, your voice barely audible. Teacher, you did nothing wrong. It's not your fault. Her voice trembles, as if she is desperately suppressing her inner collapse, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. You feel her tears drop onto your face, cold yet filled with endless sadness. You want to comfort her, but the exhaustion in your body renders you immobile. She clings tightly to you, afraid to let go, as if forgetting she is in danger. Nan Zhu felt as if his body had been hollowed out, every cell protesting. Is this the price of using forbidden magic across borders? It truly hurts like hell. He muttered to himself, a tone of self-mockery in his voice. Although it wasn't fatal, completely exhausting himself, was he now to be at the mercy of others? The wind whipped up dust, mixed with the scent of blood, making it hard for Nan Zhu to breathe. Lying in the girl's arms, he could feel her warmth and softness, yet he had no heart to enjoy it. Nan Zhu's eyes were filled with exhaustion, as if he might fall into a coma at any moment. Is this how it ends? Nan Zhu murmured to himself, his eyes instinctively closing. He felt a bit regretful. It seemed this simulation was coming to an end. The girl seemed to be crying heartbreakingly. I'm sorry. It's the teacher's fault. It's all because he bragged about avenging the girl. In the end, he couldn't do anything. The divine messengers were closing in on the two of them. Their expressions varied. There was no honor in their faces. After all, so many had been forced into this state by a little girl, hardly something to be proud of. As for the archangel, he hovered in the air, looking down at everything happening below. Boom! A thunderclap echoed. A bolt of lightning emerged from the sky, thick dark clouds instantly sealing off the heavens. The archangel sniffed, sensing the elemental aura from the clouds. It was the power of a mage. Terrifying thunder rained down from the sky, directly bombarding the group of divine messengers. Caught off guard, several divine messengers had no time to react and were struck by the lightning. Hey! Nan Zhu sensed a turning point, forcing his eyelids open to look at the surrounding divine messengers. Several of them were directly turned to ashes from the thunder's bombardment, while others, realizing what was happening, quickly cast spells to defend themselves, but it was futile. The archangel could no longer stand by and watched. He intervened to disperse the dark clouds. Who is it? Hiding and seeking to ambush my subordinates. Come out. His voice echoed through the heavens and earth, filled with authority and fury. Hiding and attacking his divine messengers. Wasn't that a slap in his face? But no one responded to him. Instead, a disheveled old man appeared beside Nan Zhu and Sierra out of nowhere. The old man bowed deeply, his tone filled with apology. I'm sorry, my lord. I'm late. Sierra, with red-rimmed eyes, looked up at the newcomer, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. The old mage, she murmured, her voice tinged with disbelief. Sierra kept her head down, holding Nan Zhu without saying a word. She wanted to blame the old mage for being late. Otherwise, the teacher wouldn't have used forbidden magic to exhaust himself. But she couldn't bring herself to say it. After all, she had never considered the old mage her subordinate and hadn't intended to morally bind him. She felt she had no right to give the old mage orders. However, looking at her teacher's haggard face, Sierra turned to the old mage, her tone sincere. Can you, my teacher? The old mage nodded and handed over a very special recovery potion. Even the bottle looked exquisite. Nan Zhu had exhausted his magical power, even damaging his elemental source. So ordinary potions wouldn't suffice to heal him. The old mage had only one of these potions. My lord, leave the rest to me. The old mage smiled slightly, and then turned to face the archangel in the sky. Even the grand magus standing nearby didn't catch his eye. The archangel looked at the suddenly appeared old man with some impatience, thinking, what is a grand magus doing here? Hurry up and deal with him. Upon realizing he was merely a grand magus, the archangel lost all desire to act and ordered the divine messengers around him to attack. The old mage chuckled lightly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Sanctuary mage. The surrounding divine messengers followed the archangel's orders and unleashed high-tier magic on the old mage. Despite the old mage having killed a few with his thunderous methods upon his arrival, these divine messengers still held onto a glimmer of hope, believing that as a fellow Grand Magus, he wouldn't easily succeed again. However, reality delivered a harsh slap to their faces. In just one confrontation, the group of divine messengers was heavily injured and sent flying. The old mage exhaled, pulling out a magical potion from somewhere and drinking it in one gulp. His aura began to rise steadily. Now let me see just how much strength a sanctuary mage has. The old mage suddenly laughed maniacally. His aura surged explosively. Une orthodoxe technique. Sanctuary mage transformation. The old mage's laughter echoed in the air, filled with madness and determination. He had been stuck at Grand Magus for decades. Was this the power of a sanctuary mage? Unfortunately, he could only use it once, but what a rush. The Archangel's face gradually darkened, the disdain in his eyes replaced by a hint of unease. This is truly troublesome. With the arrival of the old mage, the war finally saw a turning point. At the same time, some troops began to appear outside of Catalan town, rushing toward this direction. It was the other armies heading to the front lines. Their arrival would reverse the current situation in Catalan town. The Archangel, seeing this scene, realized that the people behind him had already been dealt with. His expression grew increasingly serious and grim. He just wanted to quickly resolve the old mage before him. And the girl eagerly fed you the potion. You drank the potion, a warm current instantly spreading throughout your body. Your magical power slowly reviving under the potion's nourishment. The girl's eyes sparkled with joy and overwhelmed with happiness. She couldn't help but hug you again. You quickly urged her to calm down. Noticing her slip, the girl's face flushed and she stopped her actions. But she still held you tightly, not allowing you to get up. Although you could move a little now, the girl was unwilling to let go, seemingly wanting to hold you like this. Helpless. You adjusted to a more comfortable position in her arms, looking toward the old mage. You stared at the old mage, whose aura was surging violently, silently praying for him. The girl gazed at you with tenderness, watching quietly. After a while, she lifted her head to look at the old mage confronting the Archangel. At the same time, she kept a cold, vigilant gaze on the surrounding heavily injured divine messengers, preventing them from launching a sneak attack. Chapter 75. Reversal Patton had strong organizational skills. After communicating with other generals, he decided to come to Catalan town for support. Their arrival tilted the balance of victory in the war towards their side. Everything happened too suddenly, and the leader of the divine army began to entertain thoughts of defeat. The magical legion still had combat capability, and now so much reinforcement had arrived. Were they really going to lose? No. The divine envoy would not lose. The leader of the divine army silently repeated this in his heart, but his gaze occasionally fell on the divine envoy, placing his hopes on them. However, the state of the divine envoy was not good either. Nan Zhu stood up from Hill's embrace, feeling the surge of magic within him, as if a warm current was flowing through his veins. He couldn't help but marvel at the potency of the potion the old mage had given him, as it had restored 30% of his magic in just a short moment. Even the damage to his elemental essence had been repaired. Although Hill hoped he would lie in her arms a bit longer, Nan Zhu knew this was not the time for such indulgences. Besides, as a teacher, what would it look like to lie in the arms of a student? He gently patted Hill's shoulder, signaling her to rest assured, and then picked up the ugly staff that she had given him, his gaze turning cold as he looked towards the distant divine envoys. Although Hill felt a bit disappointed, it seemed she had opened the door to a new world, because she clearly saw that her teacher had enjoyed lying in her arms. He must have liked it, right? It's just that now was not the time for such things. They could wait for later. Nan Zhu cracked his knuckles, picked up the ugly staff that Hill had given him, and then had the girl rest well by the side. No longer being restrained by the divine envoy, he could finally unleash his full potential. Looking at the vigilant and serious divine envoys, Nan Zhu's eyes were filled with killing intent. He looked at these once lofty and seemingly invincible divine envoys, and he would personally bury them. Yet, a hint of panic showed in the eyes of the divine envoys. Nan Zhu sneered, the staff in his hand trembling slightly as magic gathered its tip, forming a dazzling light. He murmured softly, after holding back for so long, "It's time for a massacre." Before the words fell, his figure shot towards the divine envoys like a ghost, the staff swirling, raising a gust of wind that stirred up the dust on the ground. They had injured Hill and killed countless innocent civilians. He remembered all of that. Although he had only restored 30% of his magic, it was enough. "You all deserve to die." Nan Zhu growled coldly. "You gave the ordinary recovery potion from yourself to the girl, then began the slaughter of the divine envoys. The girl watched you obediently from the side, her eyes seemingly shining with admiration. You were obsequious before the great divine envoy, yet struck hard against the divine envoys. There were not many already dead, and most of the injured divine envoys were killed by you without leaving any survivors. This made you feel very relieved, and you couldn't help but laugh out loud. The gap in strength with the great divine envoy had made you doubt yourself, but now it seemed that unless you faced a Saint Realm mage, you were still very strong. Patton was a born commander. He reallocated the scattered troops, enhancing combat capability while significantly reducing casualties. At this moment, with morale and troop strength surging, the divine army was retreating step by step. It wouldn't be long before the victory of the southern domain would be secured. The great divine envoy glared at the suddenly appearing old man, his eyes filled with thunder and fury. In a short while, various changes occurred in the situation on the battlefield. Divine envoys were dying. The troops sent from behind were also dying. At this moment, the divine army in Catalan town was also surrounded. Oh, by the way, I visited all your northern domain towns, and they all seem to be under the control of some mage. I took care of all of them for you. No need to thank me. The old mage said mischievously. The veins on the great divine envoy's head bulged as a staff appeared in his hand. This was the staff bestowed upon him by the divine. Facing Nan Zhu, who had never drawn his weapon throughout, he had no choice but to bring out the staff against this drug-fueled opponent of the same realm. There was still a chance. As long as he killed you and dealt with the rest below, victory would still belong to the divine lord. The great divine envoy nearly roared these words. The two Saint Realm mages erupted into a great battle. After clearing the divine envoys, you noticed the fluctuations caused by the battle. The collisions of various forbidden spells made you doubt whether the residual waves could destroy Catalan town. You recalled some magic circles you had set up in Catalan town. Most of the magic circles had been used in the war by Crane and others, but there were still some protective magic circles left. Although they couldn't withstand forbidden spells, they were more than enough to withstand the residual waves. You activated the magic circles. The old mage consciously led the great divine envoy to a less populated area, and you looked at him with admiration and gratitude. The situation was reversing. The war was showing a one-sided form. As time passed, the defeat of the divine army was already settled. You could not see the old mage's figure and were somewhat worried about the outcome of their battle. If the old mage lost, another round of disaster would await them. Catalan town could not withstand such a blow any longer. You walked slowly with Hill on the streets of Catalan town, where flames continued to blaze, and the air was filled with smoke and the smell of burning. On both sides of the street, broken houses and collapsed walls were everywhere, with countless severed limbs and blood staining the ground. Your heart sank again, and you ordered all those capable of fighting to immediately engage in rescue efforts to minimize casualties. You also joined the rescue efforts without hesitation, releasing healing magic from the staff in your hand, combining it with your traditional medicine skills, trying your best to save those who were on the verge of death. You saw many severed limbs, countless corpses, enemies, comrades, or civilians. Catalan suddenly stepped forward to report that the leader of the divine army had been captured alive. You found the leader of the divine army, looking down at him from a height. He seemed unwilling to accept the current situation, repeating, "The great divine envoy will win. You all deserve to die." Disgust flashed in your eyes, and then you ended his wicked life. You knew that the leader of the divine army was merely a puppet. If the divine wished, they could form another divine initiation army, divine will army. The real disaster still came from the divine. If the divine were that towering mountain, you did not know when you would be able to climb over it. However, what you were most concerned about at the moment was whether the old mage could defeat the great divine envoy. You had prepared for the worst. Chapter 76: The Death of the Old Mage. A terrifying thunderclap resounded through the skies, shaking the heavens and the earth. Dark clouds rolled, and lightning slithered like snakes through the clouds. After you dealt with the god envoy's commander, you heard the thunder that seemed to herald the end of the world. With a roar, an explosion followed. The dark clouds covered the sky, and you saw a figure slowly emerging from them. A person descended from the sky, holding a head. This person wore a mad smile, his purple magic robe tattered, but the excitement in his eyes remained. One of his arms was missing, and his abdomen was pierced. He was the old mage, and it was obvious whose head he was holding. The god envoy was dead. In terms of magic, the old mage had no advantage, so he resorted to a method of trading injuries to get close to the god envoy. attacking him with a sword formed from condensed elements. The god envoy never expected that the old mage would abandon the dignity of magic and choose to fight in close combat. A flicker of shock passed through his eyes, quickly replaced by anger and unwillingness, but it was already too late. He was close to the old mage, drew his sword, and beheaded him. The moment you saw the old mage, you rushed forward to guide him, only to see him suddenly kneel to the ground after falling. You were taken aback. The girl right behind you was also frozen in place. The head that the old mage was holding did not fall to the ground. As you both approached, you found that the old mage was breathing shallowly, the light in his eyes fading rapidly. You were anxious and thought of healing him immediately, but found it had no effect. The old mage left you with a smile, a flicker of relief in his eyes, as if all burdens had vanished in that moment. I have countless sins in my life, and this is the last thing I can do for you. I hope you forgive me, this sinner. The old mage spoke weakly, a hint of peace flashing in his eyes. It seemed directed at Hill, or perhaps it was meant for you. The battle aura around him had not dissipated, but at this moment, it was replaced by gentleness and kindness. That potion forcibly broke through, the elements tearing his body apart, and he was already unable to bear the burden. He squinted slightly, his hand trembling as if trying to grasp something. You instinctively stepped forward to touch the old mage, but a gust of wind swept by, and the old mage scattered like dust, leaving only the god envoy's head on the ground. You ignored the head that had fallen and stared blankly at the dissipating old mage. The wind stirred the dust on the ground, and Catilan town fell into a dead silence. The dark clouds hung low, as if within reach. You remained silent. Why exactly? Nan Zhu suddenly murmured. Teacher. Hill stood beside Nan Zhu, her eyes filled with unspeakable pain. Why is it like this? Why am I so useless? Nan Zhu said self-deprecatingly. Back then, I had to escape from the god envoy. I was powerless against the god envoy. As the commander, I couldn't give the people an explanation. I learned medicine, but couldn't save the old mage before me. How many times have I been powerless? This simulation made him feel incredibly uncomfortable. According to his original thoughts, as a gifted mage who also possessed traditional Chinese medicine skills, why had he ended up like this? Suddenly, he felt incredibly useless. The wind swept through the ruins, producing a low wailing sound, expressing the unspoken regrets and unwillingness. Nan Zhu's expression appeared particularly despondent. He lowered his head and unconsciously murmured, In this life, I really am useless. No, it's not that the teacher is useless. Hill suddenly hugged Nan Zhu tightly. The teacher is the most capable person I've ever seen. You brought me out of confinement, out of your own world, and saved countless people like me. How can you say you are useless? Then the girl paused and added, As I've said, you can always do what others cannot, and that's enough. Hill seemed to have seen through the reason for her teacher's disappointment. She comforted him softly. Teacher, life is not a storybook. Not everything can be perfect. Many things we can only do our best to change. Her voice was soft like a breeze, brushing past his ear with a hint of warmth, trying to dispel the gloom in his heart. Although Nan Zhu did not speak, it did not mean he did not hear what the girl said. Perhaps it was because he always believed this was a simulated life, with a pursuit for perfection deep in his heart. That led him to his current situation. The girl embraced you, and Nan Zhu slowly exhaled. At least the outcome is good, Nan Zhu said with a bitter smile. This outcome is only good in terms of the war, but it does not mean it is good for everyone. You slowly exhaled. The girl took your hand and led you toward the resting area. He hoped you could rest well. Then, Hill went to organize the recovery and reconstruction of Catilan town, wanted to share a bit more of the burden with you. But you only sat there for a short while before diving back into work. You thought a lot, and you understood a lot. You never expected that one day you would be lectured by a girl. In the divine realm, the god of light suddenly opened his eyes during his healing, golden pupils burning with flames of anger. He felt the death of the god envoy, and an uncontrollable rage surged within him. Who dares to repeatedly challenge my authority? His voice was like thunder, shaking the entire divine realm. Ever since the god of commerce left the divine realm, everything in the kingdom had gone smoothly. But when he began to capture those with the blood of sin after glimpsing the future, he encountered various obstacles. How could this not infuriate him? Let me see. Who exactly? I have prophecy. Activate. Golden light appeared in his eyes. A terrifying pressure swept through the entire divine realm. Golden divine blood spilled from his mouth, but he did not stop. This time, even if it consumed his divine authority, he would not let them continue to cause trouble. Suddenly, a light voice floated in, as if laced with a hint of mockery. Dear God, please refrain from using your prophetic abilities. Immediately, countless stars transformed into silver needles, piercing towards the God of Light's eyeball. The God of Light could not evade in time, letting out a painful scream as golden divine blood flowed from his eyes. Who are you? He roared, his voice filled with incredulous anger. What are you angry about again? Anger is not good for your health. As for me, I'm just an ordinary astrologer. Chapter 77, An Ordinary Astrologer. The face of the God of Light suddenly darkened, and the cold light in his eyes dissipated like starlight. Golden tears fell from the corners of his eyes, yet he remained indifferent, casting a cold gaze towards the direction of the sound. An elderly man with a pale complexion slowly emerged from the stars. His expression was calm as water, as if he regarded the divine being before him as merely a fleeting illusion. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, but his eyes held an elusive depth. The God of Light stared at the newcomer, his lips twitching slightly, the muscles in his face tense, and a murderous intent thickening around him. Mortal, how dare you desecrate a deity? Do you know your crime? Know my crime? Just an invader from another realm. What sort of god are you? The astrologer grinned, his tone flippant, yet his words pierced the God of Light like a sharp blade. He is the missing old man, father of Rotland. The God of Light's gaze swept over the astrologer, but he found nothing particularly special about this old man. He seemed like an ordinary person, devoid of any elemental fluctuations. However, he still did not dismiss him, raising his hand slightly as a golden light emerged from his palm, coalescing into a sphere of light. This sphere contained terrifying energy, the embodiment of the God of Light's authority. The astrologer looked at the sphere, not daring to let his guard down. He could only wound the God of Light by taking advantage of his unpreparedness. Facing the deity head-on would lead to certain death. Yet, he had no intention of returning alive. The golden sphere continued to expand, then contracted again. The power of the sphere was constantly swelling. If this sphere detonated, then not only the astrologer but the entire divine realm would cease to exist. The astrologer's brows furrowed as he watched the God of Light compressing the sphere, unable to resist taunting him. Are you done yet? You don't even care about the divine realm anymore? The God of Light grinned, his smile sinister and chilling. What does it matter if I abandon the divine realm? I do not wish to see any more accidents occur. Rebuilding the divine realm is simple. First, I will eliminate you, then personally devour that person below with the blood of sin, and everything will come to an end, returning to my control. Those kings who supported me and their divine envoys are all useless. This time, I will take matters into my own hands. And I do not believe there will be any accidents. You want to forcefully act? The astrologer's pupils contracted, filled with shock. Aren't you afraid of the backlash from the rules? Deities who act forcefully in the mortal realm will suffer suppression from the world's rules. This is also the key reason they cultivate kings as puppets. At that time, when facing the king who became the law god, the God of Light acted forcefully. Otherwise, he would not have been severely injured by the king's self-detonation. Ha ha ha! The restrictions of the rules on us are increasingly weakening. Even if I act forcefully and devour the two with the blood of sin, I will be able to further integrate into this world, and at that time, the entire magical realm will be under my control. Even other deities will gain no advantage against me. The God of Light laughed maniacally, as if he could already see the day when everything would be resolved. If there were only one being with the blood of sin, capturing it would yield a small loss. But with two, it would be a sure profit. The sphere of light in his hand seemed to have reached a critical point. However, upon hearing his explanation, the astrologer merely nodded slightly, without any other excessive expressions. This left the God of Light somewhat stunned. Why is he still so calm? Indeed, are the restrictions of the rules weakening further? The astrologer murmured, lowering his head as if pondering something. But in the end, he merely sighed. Forget it. No point in thinking too much. These matters should be left to future generations. The astrologer smiled, then raised his right hand. A glossy glass ball floated in his hand, with light and shadow swirling. And inside seemed to be a splendid image of a cosmic nebula. The god of light was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the glass ball, eyes filled with surprise and astonishment. The astrologer bit his fingertip, letting a drop of blood fall onto the glass ball, softly chanting an obscure incantation. Moments later, the glass ball began to develop fine cracks. The sphere of light spun in his palm, energy fluctuations distorting the surrounding air, and the starlight within burst forth. He then waved his hand, and the starlight cascaded down like a waterfall. The god of light's heart raced with alarm. Instinctively, he detonated the sphere in his hand. Boom! Starlight and golden light intertwined, instantly engulfing the entire divine realm. Stars revolved overhead, as if countless eyes were watching this confrontation between God and mortal. Amid the explosion, the voice of the astrologer reached the ears of the god of light. A sly look appeared on the astrologer's face, borrowing your authority for a moment. Ha! Before the god of light could react, he felt a portion of his authority within him being severed, and his connection to this world diminished further. Bastard! The god of light roared in rage, but he was then consumed by the light. After an unknown amount of time, the light gradually dissipated, and the divine realm seemed to completely collapse, fracturing and collapsing. Catalan town, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows, and a gentle breeze brought a hint of floral fragrance. The courtyard was tranquil, only occasionally interrupted by the sound of birds chirping. You lay on a lounge chair in the back courtyard of a house, staring blankly at the sky, soaking in the warm sunlight. After 2 days, everything in Catalan town was returning to normal. You had hardly relaxed at all, having been busy for the past 2 days. However, there was still a girl concerned about your well-being, urging you to take a proper rest. This led to your current scene of lying in the courtyard basking in the sun. Teacher, have some tea. The girl returned to the teacher with tea and pastries. Nan Zhu stretched lazily, and the lounge chair creaked slightly. Nan Zhu looked up to see pastries and hot tea on the table that he hadn't seen in a long time. At this moment, the girl was dressed in a maid outfit, her smile bright. Nan Zhu smiled slightly as he took the pastries and hot tea. He gently lifted the teacup, the steam blurring his features. And this pastry, delicious. Nan Zhu took a bite, then gave a thumbs up. The girl's skills were getting better and better, but thinking back, he hadn't tea-tasted her cooking in a long time. Smiling, he took out another lounge chair from his storage bag, gesturing for the girl to lie down for a while too. After a moment's thought, she didn't refuse and lay down beside him. The sunlight was warm, pouring down on them. After the war, this was the first time they were able to relax like this. Chapter 78. The old man's remnant soul. How have the subsequent tasks been handled? Nan Zhu suddenly asked. Sierra thought for a moment and then gently replied, everything is recovering quickly, and I have arranged for Rotland and the others to reclaim the northern regions. They have learned that the old mage has almost dealt with the north. And the next step is simple yet tedious work. Let's leave that to them. As for the governance of the northern region, sigh, it seems there is still a lot to do. Nan Zhu sighed, his brow furrowed. Whether it is the attitude of the church or how to win the trust and support of the indigenous people in the north, these are not problems that can be solved overnight. However, it's good that things are now on the right track. Yet, a hint of unease about the god of light lingered in Nan Zhu's heart. Logically speaking, the god of light should have noticed the movements in the southern region by now. Why has there been no response? At this moment, the god of light felt like a ticking time bomb, ready to destroy everything Nan Zhu had just established. Therefore, his worries remained persistent. If only I could also practice astrology, but unfortunately, there is no time or energy to learn that now, Nan Zhu murmured. I wonder where that astrologer went. It's been so long without a trace. Crack! A slight noise broke the tranquility of the courtyard, and Nan Zhu frowned, as if something had quietly sealed off the air. He suddenly stood up, his gaze quickly scanning the surroundings, his fingers trembling slightly, ready to cast a spell at any moment. However, the room remained as calm as ever, as if that sound was just his imagination. Sierra noticed her teacher's reaction and asked in confusion, Teacher, what is wrong? Nan Zhu told Sierra what he had heard, and asked if she had heard the sound too. Sierra shook her head repeatedly, indicating that she hadn't. This is strange. What could be locked away? Just as he was pondering, the wind in the courtyard suddenly ceased. The leaves stopped rustling, and a faint blue light filled the air, as if time itself had frozen at that moment. "Hey!" A hoarse voice rang out, startling Nan Zhu. He tensed up, almost reflexively pulling Sierra into his embrace. Several magical shields rapidly unfolded around him, glowing faintly. "Who?" Nan Zhu spoke in a deep voice. Sierra, who had been pulled into Nan Zhu's embrace, felt her heart race. Her mind was in turmoil. The teacher protected her at the first moment. Does this mean she is special in his heart? He, what? Can't recognize the old man's voice anymore? A ball of blue light floated beside Nan Zhu, and he finally reacted. "Is it you?" he asked uncertainly. "Is it that astrologer?" Yes, not stupid." The blue light circled around Nan Zhu a few times. Seeing this, Nan Zhu finally lowered his shields and released Sierra. "Hey, the first thought was to protect this girl, huh?" the astrologer teased. Cough, cough. Nan Zhu felt a bit embarrassed and cleared his throat. Sierra lowered her head, not saying a word, her cheeks slightly flushed. Nan Zhu hurriedly changed the subject. "What brings you here?" When it came to the key point, the blue light was silent for a moment before speaking. "I temporarily resolved a small problem for you. But the main reason for coming this time is to repay you." "Repay me?" Nan Zhu was clearly taken aback by this statement. "I asked you to take care of my son back then, and I promised to repay you. I never go back on my word." The astrologer's voice carried an undeniable firmness. Nan Zhu paused slightly, then waved his hand. "There's no need for that. Rotland is excellent, and he has done many things well. Even without your request, I would take care of him." His tone was sincere, and a hint of appreciation for Rotland flashed in his eyes. The blue light clearly did not expect Nan Zhu to respond this way, and was momentarily stunned, then burst into hearty laughter. "Ha! You really are different from ordinary people. But I'm sorry, Rotland has gone to the northern region to reclaim those towns, and Wanjie be able to return in time. No need to find him. There's no time," the astrologer interrupted Nan Zhu. "Right now I am already dead." The astrologer's voice was low and calm, as if recounting something quite ordinary. "What you see before you is merely a remnant soul here to deliver something to you." Hearing this, Nan Zhu's heart sank. He opened his mouth, but his throat felt blocked, and everything he wanted to say turned into a silent stillness at that moment. His fingers trembled slightly. A complex emotion surged in his heart that was hard to articulate. "The old man is dead?" Suppressing the tremor within, Nan Zhu spoke again. "This joke isn't funny. Who told you this is a joke?" "Is that so?" Nan Zhu fell silent again, a shadow of gloom resurfacing in his eyes, as if he had lost light once more. But he still asked, "What exactly happened? Come on, wait a moment, and you'll know everything. Clear your mind. I am coming." You cannot see the old man's expression, but you always feel he is looking at you with a reassuring gaze. Tinged with a bit of helplessness, you take a deep breath, slowly clear your mind, and, after letting Sierra protect you by your side, allow his remnant soul to merge into your consciousness. In your view, the surrounding light begins to distort, a low humming sound rings in your ears, and the entire world becomes blurry at that moment. In an instant, countless images surge in like a tide, as if opening a long-sealed door of memories. You see the astrological scholar's cunning in his final moments. You glimpse the secrets behind the divinity, the truths that have been hidden, and that secret which could overturn everything. The astrologer sacrifices and barriers of the world, temporarily trapping the deity outside of the world. But before you can think too much, you feel a surge of power flowing into your entire being. At that moment, you feel the elements within you start to stir, with immense power crashing against your spiritual sea. You can't quite describe what that feeling is vaguely. You hear the old man's voice. Hold your breath and concentrate. Hold on. I hope you can find a way out for this world. You want to retort, but dare not distract yourself. You suspect the old man might be overestimating himself, thinking he could save the world. Go for it. This is the last sentence you hear before you faint. Meanwhile, outside, the girl sees you suddenly collapse, her heart racing as she quickly supports you, calling out your name repeatedly. Chapter 79, Breakthrough to Saint Realm Mage. Is unclear how long it has been, but Nan Zhu finally woke up from his coma. At that moment, he felt a sense of ease throughout his body, and the magic power and mental strength within him had reached a new level. The magic power surged within him like a tide, as if every nerve was cheering and rejoicing. It could be said that his strength had geometrically increased. He could effortlessly defeat dozens of his former selves. If he faced the great divine envoy, he might even win through absolute crushing power. At this moment, he could clearly sense every detail of this world, even being able to call upon the elements of heaven and earth. Feeling the surging magic power within him, Nan Zhu gently clenched his fist, the elemental power swirling at his fingertips, confirming that he had broken through the boundaries of a Saint Realm Mage. Saint Realm Mage, how terrifying, Nan Zhu murmured. He carefully sensed the changes in his body, his head unconsciously moving back and forth. Suddenly, he heard a soft voice, "Teacher, don't move around." This statement left Nan Zhu momentarily stunned. Was that C's voice? He looked up and saw her looking at him. Quickly averting her gaze, her pretty face flushed. When Nan Zhu's eyes met C's, his gaze softened involuntarily. However, he soon realized something was amiss. Looking around, he discovered he had been lying on the girl's lap the entire time. Nan Zhu immediately sat up, his fingertips trembling slightly, unsure if it was due to the uncontrollable power from his breakthrough or the embarrassment of resting on the girl's knee. He then cleared his throat, pretending as if nothing had happened. C also stood up, lowering her head and remaining silent. Nan Zhu's eyes couldn't help but glance at C's long legs. Only then did he notice that she was still wearing white stockings, and she was still dressed in that maid outfit, indicating that he hadn't been unconscious for long. Feeling embarrassed, Nan Zhu scratched his head and asked, "How long was I out?" C cautiously turned her head to look at him, relieved to see that he wasn't angry about her, letting him rest on her lap while he was unconscious. After thinking for a moment, she replied, "About an afternoon." An afternoon? Nan Zhu was a bit surprised. The girl nodded. He hadn't expected his breakthrough to take such a short time. However, it seemed incorrect to say that, as his breakthrough to Saint Realm Mage was largely thanks to the astrologer. Thinking of the astrologer, Nan Zhu fell silent for a moment and couldn't help but sigh. C's cheeks still bore a blush, but seeing the current state of her teacher, she asked, "Teacher, what just happened?" Nan Zhu pondered for a moment before telling her what the astrologer had done. The old man had ventured alone into the realm of the God of Light, kicking him out of the world with his own strength and merging himself into the world's barrier. The world barrier prevented the God of Light from interfering in the magical world and shackled the divine being from entering. This meant that for a period of time, no divine beings would affect them. The memories Nan Zhu obtained from the remnant soul were few, but he had learned one truth. The so-called divine beings were entities from outside the realm that forcibly stripped the world of its authority. As beings from beyond the world, they could not directly intervene in matters of the magical world. However, over time, they continuously weakened the world barrier, aiming to completely control the world's authority. Now, the world barrier was already very fragile, and the astrologer's sacrifice could only delay the breaking of the barrier. As he spoke, Nan Zhu couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. In 2 years, at most 3, the world barrier will be broken. When that time came, he and C would become the first targets of the divine beings, who seemed to have a keen interest in the blood of sin. Although the blood of sin had a restraining effect on the divine beings, it was also a significant boon for them, enabling them to further grasp authority and the power of the world. After learning these truths, Nan Zhu gazed at the sky, as if he could still see the astrologer's hunched figure. He muttered, seemingly complaining, "That old man really? He didn't even discuss this with me before leaving it all to me. It's so stressful." C obediently stood behind Nan Zhu, softly comforting him. She secretly glanced at the worried expression on his face, feeling a surge of concern in her heart. She felt inadequate in her strength, unable to share more of the burden with her teacher. She clenched her fists in determination, vowing, "I must become stronger to protect my teacher." This goal, set years ago, remained etched in her heart. In mourning for the astrologer's death, you feel that the old man was deeply hidden, and you admire him. After Rothland returned to Caterlawn town, you pondered for a moment and decided to tell him some things. At first, Rothland didn't believe you, laughing loudly and muttering, How could that old man possibly die? But when he saw your serious demeanor, with no hint of joking, he turned his gaze to C beside you. C nodded, confirming that what you said was true. His smile abruptly stopped. Then he laughed heartily. He asked where his father's body was. You shook your head. Rothland, upon hearing this, took a deep breath and said, I understand. You knew he wasn't in a good state at the moment, so you decided to give him some time alone. However, it wasn't long before you heard that Rothland had been drinking alone in the countryside for a long time, getting completely drunk and arriving late for work the next day. When you heard about this, you weren't angry. Instead, you arranged a leave for him, temporarily handing over affairs to others, hoping he could rest and adjust well. He thanked you and said he would adjust as soon as possible, but he also asked about the truth behind his father's death. And you didn't tell him, only ambiguously saying, for us. Rothland knew his father was not simple and ultimately didn't ask further, only nodding with a bitter smile. As time flows, the past dissipates like smoke. It has been a year since the war ended, and the Revolutionary Army has become the only and strongest force in the North and South regions. Your subordinates have completely reclaimed the northern region during this year. You began to gradually implement some policies, hoping to quickly integrate and adapt the northern region. You started with remote towns as a pilot, then slowly expanded to larger towns. Everything went smoothly, even when encountering some obstacles. You could resolve them with your strong power. The people of the northern region gradually accepted your management. The area of the northern region is much larger than that of the southern region, which has increased your workload. You further improved the grading system. Chapter 80. The establishment of the new kingdom and new ruler. Some have suggested that the north and south regions need a new ruler. After this viewpoint was raised, many people hoped you would become that ruler because of your outstanding abilities, and most importantly, you always think of the people, except for some nobles. Most people look at you with great respect, but you rejected the idea. You believe a girl is more suitable for the position of ruler. But she is also unwilling. After resolving the war between the north and south regions, you and Hill no longer need to maintain false identities and can appear openly before the public. You are strikingly handsome. The girl is breathtakingly cold. Many citizens shout for you, not only you, but the girl has also gained a lot of followers. She works hard, and with your help, she ultimately becomes a great mage. At 19 years old, the great mage. You feel happy for her. At the same time, you begin to grasp your own powers. You can instantly cast forbidden spells and maintain a stable output from the memories left by the astrologer. You have learned a bit about using the authority of the God of Light. You benefit greatly from this authority. You begin to study this authority. You start searching for information about the world barrier and other texts. Since you have unified the north and south regions, you can read and view various forbidden books originally in the palace. You continuously seek the answer to the question of how to solve the God of Light's problem within 2 years. Unfortunately, although you find many books about the world barrier, their usefulness is limited from the texts. You find a method to repair the world barrier, but when you see that it requires the sacrifice of living beings, you immediately close the heavy tome, frowning. The description of the sacrifice in the pages sends a chill down your spine. Not only does it require the sacrifice of living beings, but the act of sacrifice itself also involves unbearable pain. The cost of repairing the world barrier is too heavy. Then you begin to search through other books. In the following days, you devote most of your time to reading, but you still cannot find a solution, making you feel anxious. You sigh. During your free time, you record some of your wisdom in notebooks, including but not limited to traditional Chinese medicine, military strategy, policies. You record these not for any other reason, but to hope that more people will learn and utilize the knowledge to make the world better, to cultivate more talents. After contemplating, you decide to pass down the method of awakening mages, but not to spread it widely, to avoid causing social chaos. As the last word is written, you stretch slowly. In this way, you have left behind a legacy of knowledge. Haven to you? You feel proud. You recall your subordinates asking you to become the new king and then govern the country. You call the girl into your room and ask her if she would like to be the new king. Oh no, the new queen? No, I don't want to. Hill shakes her head repeatedly. She doesn't want to be the ruler, to become this so-called queen. Being a queen would be very busy, and she might not be able to be with her teacher all the time. Okay. Nan Zhu nods slightly. Nan Zhu agrees so quickly that Hill is a bit taken aback. She didn't expect her teacher to agree so fast, and she can't help but feel a bit puzzled. Why? Hill asks. Nan Zhu smiles gently, her gaze soft, because you said you don't want it. You've rejected it more than once, and if I were to force you, it would be impolite. Nan Zhu says seriously. Hill feels a bit shy under Nan Zhu's gaze, but before she can finish, she feels a warm hand on her head. Nan Zhu gently ruffles Hill's hair. You're no longer the little girl who needs me to guide her. Whatever you choose, I will support you, because I believe your heart will guide you to find the right path. The teacher has never forced her to do anything, but has always respected her choices, which fills Hill with warmth. Hill suddenly blinks, a playful smile on her lips. You're the best, teacher. Then she suddenly asks, do you want to be king? I will fully support you. However, unexpectedly, Nan Zhu shakes her head decisively. I don't want to be either. Why? If you become king, you could find many beautiful girls. Hill tilts her head and smiles mischievously, telling Nan Zhu the benefits of being king, a glint of cunning in her eyes. But for some reason, Nan Zhu feels that agreeing would lead to something bad, and in the end, can only refute, I don't need it. Hill nods in satisfaction. But if you don't want to be king, then I think no one is qualified to be king. Hill thinks for a moment and says. Nan Zhu smiles slightly. Then let us do away with the title of king. Huh? Hill doesn't understand. In this magical world, every kingdom has a king ruling it. And you tell her that a king is not needed leaves her a bit confused. You gently pat Hill's shoulder. The existence of a king might bring temporary order, but the limitations are too strong. If I were to leave, or even if you left, could the next king or the one after that all be wise and lead the kingdom to prosperity? Your words leave the girl deep in thought. You then modify your governing principles from blue, start to fit this world. Hill admires your approach, as do Rotland and others, but you repeatedly emphasize that this is wisdom gained from others. Adapted, but no one believes you. They think you have drawn on the experiences of predecessors from books and then summarized these methods, which makes them admire you even more. You continue to explain, explanation fails, you give up on explaining. At first, everyone had doubts about whether your series of actions would succeed, but when truly implemented, they found the results surprisingly good. For this, you feel very gratified. You name the newly formed kingdom the Kingdom of Ripabrique. Of course, it can also be called a republic. You are relieved that there have been no problems along the way. You are elected as the representative to lead and guide the kingdom. Hill is also elected. The girl teases you that you are still a ruler. You smile and pat her head, but don't say much more. Chapter 81, The Scheming of the Gods Outside the World. A black-robed deity, emanating dark energy, sat before the god of light. The voice of the god of night carried a hint of disbelief, but more so, it was filled with glee. His gaze swept over the god of light, as if admiring a piece of porcelain about to shatter. You mean, you were outsmarted by a mortal within your own territory, and then this mortal kicked you out of the world, and you can't return? The god of night's voice was tinged with incredulity, but mostly it was filled with schadenfreude. Your divine realm has exploded, and your divine messengers are gone too. Ha 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 ha. God of light, I never expected you to be so down and out. The god of night cruelly mocked the god of light, and his laughter echoed through the void. The god of light's expression was grim. He had no words to retort against the god of night's ridicule. The astrologer's final move had wounded his essence. With old wounds unhealed and new ones appearing, he dared not confront the god of night. If he acted, he would definitely be the one to suffer. Seeing the god of light remain silent, the god of night's laughter grew even more unrestrained. It wasn't until the voice of the god of rain came from above that the god of night reluctantly toned it down. All right, god of night. The god of light has suffered enough. There's no need to mock him further. The god of rain's voice was still genderless, but it carried a hint of gentle pity. Above, there was a blue eye, composed entirely of liquid, looking slippery all over. The god of rain had a strange appearance, yet his presence made the surrounding air humid, as if a heavy rain was about to pour down at any moment. The god of night looked up at the god of rain, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. God of rain, can you please stop floating up there? The god of rain was the only deity that the god of night had a good relationship with. Their relationship akin to that of the god of light and the god of commerce, jointly ruling over territory. So ugly, the god of light complained. The liquid on the god of rain wriggled slightly, as if responding to the god of night's teasing. Don't you think this is the true special beauty? Unlike you, who insists on having a humanoid body. The god of light snorted coldly. What do you understand? Such humanoids are more easily accepted by humans and garner faith better. The god of night shrugged and, rare for him, stood on the side of the god of light. God of rain, stop challenging our aesthetics with your liquid beauty. All right, but you haven't said what this is all about yet. The god of rain inquired towards the god of light. The god of light took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart, and slowly spoke. I need you both to help me break the world barrier. Upon hearing this, both the god of night and the god of rain were taken aback. After a long while, the god of night's voice came through, laced with a hint of mockery. We can, but why should we help you? His gaze fell on the god of light, making the latter feel somewhat uneasy. The god of light's tone was urgent. That mortal has reinforced the world barrier. The connection between deities and the world will weaken, making it inconvenient for us to act. You should understand this better than I do. The god of rain's voice remained calm, and after the two finished speaking, he said, So what? Our messengers and puppets in our territory will handle everything. Oh dear, god of rain, don't say that. The god of light's messengers are useless, and his puppets are even plotting rebellion. The god of night was unreserved, then teasingly looked at the god of light. Even if the world barrier is reinforced, it will only last a year or two before it shatters. Why should we waste our time helping you? After tens of thousands of years, what's another year or two? So, unless there are practical benefits, please leave. The god of night chuckled, preparing to send them away. The god of light's face turned ashen, but he knew he had no bargaining power at this moment. Gritting his teeth, he finally threw out his bargaining chip. Wait, I'm willing to share a portion of the blood of sin with you. I'm sure you would be very interested. Saying this made the god of light feel a pang of pain. If it weren't for his foresight, seeing that an accident might occur a year or two later when the world barrier naturally shattered, he wouldn't be so anxious. In his foresight, the world barrier would suddenly reinforce for some reason, making it impossible to return to the magical world for hundreds of years. And he was unlike other deities at this moment, having lost his puppets and messengers in the magical world. If he had to spend 100 years like this, he would definitely have his territory divided by other deities. By the time the god of commerce returned from beyond the domain, he might have to face even more trouble. He couldn't bear such consequences. Upon hearing that the god of light was willing to share a portion of the blood of sin, both the god of night and the god of rain were moved. However, they did not show it on their faces. Instead, the god of night seized the opportunity and added, There's one more condition. When the time comes, you will need to divide 1/3 of your territory with us. How about that? Get lost. Then I'll find other deities. I think they would be very willing to accept this deal. The god of light's expression was grim. Oh, come on, just kidding. How about a quarter? The god of night quickly changed his tone. The god of light pondered for a moment before finally gritting his teeth in agreement. He understood that if it were other deities, their demands might be even more excessive. Sometimes it's better to avoid trouble. So he could only swallow this anger for now. That's a quarter of my territory. The god of light's eyes flashed with anger. That old madman. Don't let me see your bloodline inheritance within the world. Several deities reached a consensus amidst their scheming. The royal palace of the kingdom of Republic North Region No. It had now been renamed the Council Hall. Nan Zhu was currently sitting in the main seat of the Council Hall, listening to the discussions of the people below regarding the arrangement of various town mayors. Sierra sat beside Nan Zhu, diligently recording the opinions expressed by his subordinates. Her work was meticulous and thorough, so Nan Zhu had little to do, only needing to occasionally point out a few things. Nan Zhu's gaze inadvertently glanced at the girl. He saw her still recording various opinions in her notebook, her brow slightly furrowed, as if she were deep in thought. No wonder she was the girl he raised. She was truly impressive. A surge of pride welled up in his heart. But suddenly, he felt a ripple of elemental energy in the world interrupting the moment. He frowned, feeling a vague sense of unease. Although it was very subtle, Nan Zhu was now a saint-level mage, and how sensitive he was to the elements. He did not believe it was just an illusion. It seemed to be coming from the world barrier. Nan Zhu's heart sank, as if foreseeing an ominous sign. He looked up at the window. The sky was still clear, but in his eyes, it seemed shrouded in an invisible haze. Chapter 82. The gods are breaking the world barrier, counselor? Teacher? Hearing the calls from those around him, Nan Zhu came back to his senses. He saw Sierra looking at him with a worried expression, while the other counselors wore puzzled looks. Nan Zhu's previous distraction had puzzled them, prompting their reminders. What's wrong? Nan Zhu asked awkwardly. Considering the potential issues with the world barrier, he felt an inexplicable sense of worry. Well, the neighboring kingdom of Croydon hopes to establish a commercial and political alliance with our kingdom. We are uncertain and need your guidance. One counselor spoke up. Nan Zhu nodded slightly, agreeing to the commercial alliance, but refusing any political interference. You began to express your opinions after regaining your composure and explained your reasoning to them. But the girl looked at your profile, still puzzled, and asked, Teacher, what's wrong? Only then did you notice that your complexion wasn't very good. You shook your head to indicate that nothing was wrong, but your intuition told the girl that you were definitely hiding something from her. After the meeting, you did not return home with the girl. Instead, you went alone to a height of 10,000 meters. As you activated your magical power, points of starlight flickered in your eyes. Vaguely, you saw the world barrier being destroyed by 3 unknown creatures. You were shocked but dared not approach. The reason was simple. Even the weakest golden light you saw could easily erase you. Seemingly sensing your gaze, the 3 creatures turned their attention to you, and after a moment, continued to destroy the world barrier nonchalantly. Beyond the world, the creatures of the world barrier repelled. Are they gods? You soon connected all the dots. You realized that the gods were destroying the world barrier. The world barrier would surely be breached ahead of time because of this. In your line of sight, the cracks in the world barrier were spreading at a visibly rapid speed. Occasionally, a strange golden light flickered in the distant sky. You couldn't understand why the gods would suddenly attack the world barrier. At this speed, how much longer? Half a year? 3 months? You dared not think further. But an unprecedented sense of crisis surged in your heart. Even the pleasant chirping of birds made you feel irritable. When you returned home, you walked heavily into your study, as if each step were treading on the blade of time. You closed the door, as if to isolate the outside noise and Sierra's worries. You had to find a solution. Seeing you rush into your room in a flurry, the girl felt puzzled, but you didn't tell her, fearing it would place too much pressure on her. You hoped the girl could temporarily take over the various affairs of the kingdom for you. Though puzzled, the girl said nothing more. Her gaze was filled with concern for you. You quickly flipped through the mountain of materials, the rustling sound particularly harsh in the silent room. Each page felt like a countdown, yet you could not find a way to repair the world barrier, until your gaze landed once again on the records about the sacrificial method. Modify it. This is the only hope, you muttered softly. You pondered and realized that obtaining a method to repair the world barrier from scratch was too difficult, but modifying an existing method would be much easier. The existing method was too horrific. You could not directly use it. You began to study that method. At this moment, you had no other choice. The research progressed slowly, causing you to feel anxious. And anxiety often leads to confusion in thought. This became a vicious cycle, resulting in multiple sleepless nights. So much so that you started working on modifying the method without rest. Although the materials detailed the method extensively, fully understanding its core and making modifications was incredibly challenging. With your high intelligence, you finally found some clues. You closed your eyes to think. If you had acted sooner, would you not be so passive now? But there is no medicine for regret in this world. You had not considered that point at the time. Nan Zhu had locked himself in his house for a long time. He would bear hunger and use water magic to quench his thirst. Even when he was fatigued, he would quickly restore his mental strength through meditation. If he could recover his mental strength by sleeping, he would gladly do so, but time did not allow him to spend on sleep. If not for Sierra bringing him meals, Nan Zhu could have gone 3 days and nights without eating. Nan Zhu maintained this state, which made the girl worry. Even when Sierra repeatedly emphasized that he should rest well, Nan Zhu would refuse, asserting that he was a realm master. I am a realm master. My mental strength is so strong. This little burden is nothing. This was Nan Zhu's exact words. But his exhaustion was inevitable. Sierra saw the extent of his efforts, and her worry grew even more. But no matter how she asked, Nan Zhu never directly told her. This made Sierra curious, yet helpless. However, she guessed that it might be related to the gods. Perhaps something significant had happened that made the teacher reluctant to tell her. After all, having followed Nan Zhu for so long, she was not unable to understand him, since Nan Zhu spent most of his time in the house. She also did not have the opportunity to see what he was researching. Sierra watched you, fearing that you would collapse. But you continued to maintain this lifestyle. Until 3 weeks later, the girl reminded you that today was the anniversary of your meeting. This brought you back to your senses. Looking at the girl's hopeful gaze, you ultimately decided to take her out for a walk. This might be your last indulgent time for yourself. Sierra was very happy that you were willing to accompany her, but after this day passed, you began to throw yourself back into work wholeheartedly. Faced with her pouting, your heart ached, but you steeled yourself and softly said, "Be good. Teacher is busy. Don't disturb teacher." You tried to avoid the girl's disappointed gaze as much as possible and forced yourself to focus entirely on your work. You knew you owed her an explanation, but now was not the time. You could only silently apologize in your heart and continue to immerse yourself in the endless research. As if only in this way could you temporarily forget the guilt within. Sierra felt very disappointed, but said nothing. She quietly left the room and gently closed the door. Outside, she felt a moment of disappointment and grievance. With her head down, her fingers tightly clenched the hem of her clothes, trying hard not to let the tears fall. You had never spoken to her like this in the past. You would always comfort her when she acted spoiled, rather than treating her like this now. But she understood and was even more certain that you must have some difficulties and were facing a particularly serious problem. She chose not to cause a scene. Until one day, when you temporarily left the room, Sierra quietly slipped in and opened your notes and research. Chapter 83. Hill wants to be a bad girl in the study. The light was dim and the wind outside gently brushed against the window, lifting a corner of the curtain as if silently peeking in. What has the teacher been researching during this time? Hill murmured softly, her brow slightly furrowed. She knew deep down that it was wrong to enter the teacher's room without permission and peek at his research. But she just couldn't suppress the impulse within her. The teacher's recent state made her worry constantly. If she could help, Hill thought as she quickly searched through the dense pile of documents. The teacher usually worked rigorously, and the materials were neatly categorized for easy reference. As a student who had accompanied Nan Zhu for many years, she quickly found the key content. World barrier. Method of repair? Hill whispered, her heart racing. She quickly browsed further down, needing to grasp the core information before the teacher returned. As she delved deeper into the reading, Hill's hands began to tremble slightly. The world barrier was being eroded by deities, and everything the teacher was doing was actually to repair it, to protect them. She continued reading, her heart sinking further. Repairing the world barrier required a person with sinful blood as the core, and a sacrifice of a sentient life to form the source of repair. The teacher's main research direction was how to reduce the number of sacrifices. From the notes, it seemed the teacher had no intention of replacing the repair core from the very beginning. So the teacher wanted. At this thought, Hill trembled all over. No. She couldn't let the teacher bear this any longer. He had already sacrificed too much. Hill murmured to herself, her voice choked with emotion. Her fingers trembled slightly as they brushed against the edge of the pages, guilt and worry intertwining, like an invisible rope tightening around her heart. She learned from the notes that the person serving as the repair core would endure endless torment, their soul being torn apart, ultimately becoming part of the world barrier. She couldn't imagine this process. Hill bit her lip tightly. Then, she seemed to think of something, and a glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes. Creak. The door opened with a squeak. Nan Zhu walked in and saw Hill earnestly tidying up the desk. "Hill, what are you doing?" Nan Zhu asked with a hint of confusion. Hill forced down the panic in her heart and tried to make her voice sound calm. "Teacher, I was going to call you for dinner, but seeing the study was a bit messy, I tidied it up a bit," she explained, feigning calmness. Nan Zhu looked in her eyes and clearly caught a hint of panic. "Is that so?" Nan Zhu smiled slightly. "Yes. Teacher, come eat." Hill hurriedly tidied up and quickly left the room. Once outside, Hill breathed heavily, feeling both apologetic and relieved. as the teacher's obedient student. She had deceived him for the first time and secretly looked through his research. She felt like she had become a bad student, but she was also glad that she had finally been a bad student. If she hadn't been a bad student, she would have been kept in the dark, right? I remember, I also have sinful blood. Hill steadied her breath and looked down at her palm. The teacher has done so much for me. I can't let him sacrifice anymore. She clenched her fist, her voice soft yet resolute. The corners of her eyes were slightly wet. As long as I step into the formation first, the teacher won't have to sacrifice, right? Teacher, forgive me, I want to be a bad girl this time. Hill tightened her fist, her nails digging into her palm. She never forgot that she needed to protect the teacher. This time, it was her turn to protect him. She would find the answer before everything became irretrievable. The door gently closed. Nan Zhu looked at her back, sighed deeply, and smiled helplessly. This girl has learned to lie. He wouldn't be foolish enough to think she simply came in to tidy the desk. Nan Zhu stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the slight signs of browsing on the desk, his fingers gently tracing the marks. After a moment, he couldn't help but mutter, "What a silly girl." You guessed that Hill had browsed the notes and learned some secrets. But after weighing the pros and cons, you decided not to clarify with her. If she knew the method of repair, she would surely try every means to stop you, even willing to replace you. A slight misstep could lead to a major mistake. If you clarify, she might become more persistent, making things even more complicated. You stop your research and ponder countermeasures. Eventually, a complete plan emerges in your mind. You sigh, you expression complex. Repairing the world barrier requires the sacrifice of one's own soul. If it were the girl, she would completely vanish from this world, without even a chance of reincarnation. Sacrifice has never been a choice. Sometimes it is an inevitability. When destinies intertwine, it becomes a silent game. Since your main soul should still be in the real world, if you were to sacrifice yourself, there might still be a chance of survival. You have considered replacing the repair core so that you wouldn't have to sacrifice, but your abilities are limited. You silently pray in your heart, hoping the simulator is powerful enough. You are prepared to take this risk instead of letting the girl bear it. You look at the materials in your hand and order Rotland and others to capture some demon beasts. You can't sacrifice humans. Your humanitarianism doesn't allow you to do something so immoral. But using demon beasts should be fine. When you see Hill, you maintain a calm demeanor as if nothing had happened. The girl, seeing that you are not suspicious, breathes a sigh of relief, her face showing a hint of smug satisfaction at her little scheme. Her expression is so obvious in your eyes. This makes a hint of apology appear on your face. You continue to work. Time passes little by little. For some reason, you feel a bit melancholic. You silently tell yourself, leave a bit more for this world, and for the girl. You look at the increasingly prosperous kingdom. Unknowingly, a smile appears on your face. The prosperity of the kingdom also represents the happiness of the people. The growing power of belief within you has already proven this. Perhaps when the day comes that the world barrier shatters, you can still feel the power of the law god. By then, you might have to kill a couple of deities. If you can protect this peace and the girl's innocent smile, then your sacrifice will be quite meaningful, right? Chapter 84, The Last Accompaniment. Time flows slowly. It must be said that time is magical. It always seems to pass slowly at certain moments, yet quickly at others without one noticing. For Nan Zhu, these days have passed in the blink of an eye. After spending a long time in the study, even as a sanctuary mage, his mental energy was nearly exhausted, and he nearly fainted several times. Whenever this happened, Sierra would always rush over, taking care of him and preventing him from continuing his self-destructive research. As time went on, Nan Zhu's initial worries slowly dissipated. It wasn't that he didn't care, but rather that he had come to terms with it. Some things are ultimately unavoidable. Only by calming his mindset could he face the impending crisis in the best state possible. This period not only transformed Nan Zhu's mentality, but also gave him comfort in seeing Sierra's growth. She no longer needed her teacher to worry excessively. And although he occasionally still habitually paid attention to her work, he had to admit that everything she did was already outstanding. Whether it was her life experience or her now mature mindset, it gave him immense peace of mind. You gradually let go, no longer fixated on things that cannot be changed. Time flies, and you feel a myriad of emotions. When you look towards the gradually collapsing world barrier, your inner anxiety dissipates instead. The research on the method of repairing it has reached a bottleneck. To make further progress, it may take years. However, time is no longer on your side. The current method of repairing the world barrier has been significantly improved under your continuous modifications. The number of sacrifices needed has decreased, and the effects have become stronger. You've also noticed that the stronger the power of the repair core, which means the stronger your power, the more effective the repair will be. You begin to think about whether you can break through to become a law god. There are two methods for a sanctuary mage to break through to a law god. The first is direct breakthrough, and the second is through the power of faith. The first method is certainly stronger, but the second is simpler, although it has many limitations. For example, strength can be influenced by the faith of the people. But at this moment, you can only try the second method. After learning of your needs, Rotland immediately began to work behind the scenes, wanting to help you ascend to godhood. You did not stop him. You despise gods, yet in the end, you will ascend to godhood through faith. But you do not feel ashamed. After all, this way, you might have a better chance. On this day, the sky was overcast. Dark clouds like ink slowly seeped into the sky, and a chill crept into the streets, quiet yet oppressive. Nan Zhu no longer fixated on the method of repair. After completely letting go, he decided to spend the remaining time with Sierra. He wanted to accompany her more and see this world that was about to undergo tremendous changes. Although the two were tacitly aware of each other's thoughts, their goals seemed to be aligned yet subtly different. The day Sierra noticed Nan Zhu's change in attitude. She was obviously much happier, yet also clearly more downcast. She knew that the day of reckoning would not be far off. She had resolved to replace Nan Zhu as the repair core, a matter she had not spoken of to anyone. But how could Nan Zhu not see through her thoughts? Nan Zhu took Sierra on a journey through the kingdom, entrusting all affairs to Rotland. Rotland was always reliable. In this final moment, he did not wish to be burdened by trivial matters. He just wanted to truly appreciate the beauty of the world and spend more time with this girl he had raised himself. To outsiders, Sierra appeared cool and stunning, always keeping people at a distance. But even after so many years in front of Nan Zhu, she remained surprisingly obedient. Sierra, Nan Zhu said as they strolled along the streets of Greystone Town. Sierra paused, looking at Nan Zhu with a puzzled expression. Do you remember how long it has been since we met? Nan Zhu spoke softly. I remember, 13 years. The girl answered almost immediately. Yes, 13 years. For some reason, Nan Zhu repeated Sierra's words. It was here that I first met you, and I think the luckiest thing for me is meeting you, teacher. Sierra added. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhu couldn't help but pat the girl's head. There's a small clinic up ahead. It was the small clinic they had opened back then, now long occupied by others. After so many years, everything had changed. But when the two appeared side by side here, someone still recognized them. Hey, aren't they the doctors from 10 years ago? An old man squinted, seemingly trying to get a better look at them. Huh, where? Hearing the old man's words, another old woman turned her gaze towards them. Nan Zhu smiled and greeted them. Greystone Town was relatively remote, and some people had not seen what the current speaker looked like. However, Siena's iconic silver-gray hair still led some to speculate. But it was merely speculation. For some of the people here, compared to the distant identity of the speaker, the impression left by the doctors who had saved lives 10 years ago was far deeper. So they did not need to worry about their identities. I didn't expect that someone would remember us, Sierra said softly. Nan Zhu smiled and nodded. The weather today doesn't seem very good, he said, gazing deeply at the sky. Then looking back at the girl as he took her hand and led her to a small tea house. Sierra is a bit curious about your sudden visit to the tea house, but your explanation is that you suddenly wanted to drink tea. After all, you've liked drinking tea for quite some time. You proposed to the tea house owner that you would brew the tea yourselves. You told the girl that drinking tea is something to be enjoyed, including the process of brewing it. But as you watched the steam rising from the cup, a touch of bitterness arose in your heart. You personally brewed a pot of tea for the girl, letting her try the taste. Sierra lowered her head and took a sip of tea, the fragrance spreading in her mouth. You received high praise from a girl. Outside the tea house, the wind gradually became brisk. Your fingers gently grazed the edge of the teacup, but your gaze never left Sierra's face. You smiled and murmured, I'm sorry. The leaden clouds piled up, pressing heavily against the earth. The surroundings were silent. The wind had disappeared, and it felt as if you were being suffocated under an invisible burden. The oppressive feeling engulfing you in an instant. You turned your gaze to the sky above. The originally oppressive sky suddenly revealed a shocking narrow crack. It seemed as if an invisible giant hand was clawing at that crack, causing it to widen continuously. The sudden change immediately threw countless people in the world into a panic. Only you remained calm. Chapter 85 Farewell. Please forgive me, teacher. To ordinary people, the skies seemed to be torn apart, a pitch-black crack stretching across the horizon, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. But in your eyes, behind that crack, 3 figures stood suspended in the air, like the rulers of heaven and earth. Those are 3 deities. After drinking the tea handed to her by Nan Zhu, Hill felt her head grow heavy. Eventually, she fell asleep right in her seat. In Hill's dream, as the deities broke through the barriers of the world, Nan Zhu's expression became extremely serious. Almost immediately, he flew into the sky. Upon seeing Nan Zhu's arrival, the deities looked at him with disdain, and the god of light even had a mocking glint in his eyes. Nan Zhu, drawing upon the power of belief from all beings, broke through to the level of a mage god. Unfortunately, even with all his might, he could not defeat the 3 deities working together. Nan Zhu was seriously injured. In a critical moment, Nan Zhu used a magic communication talisman he had prepared long ago. Upon receiving the command, Rotland and the others immediately activated the restoration magic array, while countless magical beasts were released from several array nodes. The position of the restoration core was left vacant. Just as Nan Zhu was about to step in, a graceful figure appeared, pushing him aside and taking his place. Hill's figure floated down like a falling feather, light yet resolute. Tears shimmered in her eyes, but she stubbornly raised a faint smile, as if saying, "Teacher, this time, let me protect you." Before her words could fade, her figure merged into the core of the array and disappeared from Nan Zhu's sight amidst his despair. In a tea house of reality, "Teacher, I am sorry," the girl murmured, a trace of tears appearing at the corners of her eyes. Nan Zhu's gaze lingered on Hill's face for a long time, as if trying to carve her image into his heart. A hint of pain flashed in Nan Zhu's eyes, but it was masked by tenderness, transforming into a barely audible sigh. After a long while, he softly called out, "Boss." "Sir Congressman, what can I do for you?" The tea house owner rushed to Nan Zhu's side. Occasionally glancing out at the apocalyptic crack in the sky, worry etched in his eyes. "Prepare a room for Hill. Let her have a good rest. As for that thing in the sky, I will handle it," Nan Zhu said. Everything had been prepared long ago. He could not let the girl bear it all. So he had added something to the tea, causing Hill to fall into a deep sleep. But what Nan Zhu did not expect was that even in her sleep, Hill was still thinking of him as her teacher. Nan Zhu personally carried the girl to her room, gently placing her on the bed. His gaze involuntarily carried an unmasked longing. Everything had been prepared, but when the moment arrived, there was still an indescribable emotion in his heart. Nan Zhu looked at Hill's peaceful, smiling face for a long time, as if wanting to firmly imprint her visage in his mind. "Forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye, teacher," Nan Zhu softly said, his fingertips trembling slightly as he placed a letter on the bedside. He gently stroked Hill's hair, his eyes filled with reluctance, waiting for her to wake up, and it would all be over. "You must be good and live well." "Sir Congressman." The owner couldn't help but speak up. Nan Zhu smiled at the owner, his back disappearing at the door, leaving behind a barely audible reminder, "Take good care of her." The owner watched Nan Zhu leave, then looked at the peacefully sleeping Hill, sighed, "It's all the congressman's arrangement. It's not my fault." Nan Zhu's steps were slow and heavy, each step like a drumbeat resonating between heaven and earth, shaking the hearts of those who heard it. His figure appeared particularly small in the shattered void, yet immensely grand. "That is the Sir Congressman. Is he going to confront that disaster?" Someone exclaimed softly. "Who else can do it besides him?" Another murmured, their eyes filled with awe and anticipation. Nan Zhu's figure appeared before the crowd, and soon some recognized him. They regarded the crack in the sky as a catastrophe, and Nan Zhu was their savior. As they saw the small figure of Nan Zhu approaching them, the gazes of the 3 deities all focused on him. "It's you, Who has been spying on us? The voice of the rain god boomed like thunder, shaking the void. A mere mortal dares to confront the deities? The voice of the god of night was cold and piercing. They had noticed Nan Zhu long before, when he was breaking the barriers of the world. The god of light looked at him with a face full of hatred. It's him. He is the reason for my downfall. The gazes of the three deities pierced Nan Zhu like sharp blades, the air thick with an invisible sense of oppression. He is the one who possesses the blood of sin. He has delivered it to you. The god of light scoffed, then exchanged glances with the god of night and the rain god. Upon hearing that he was the one with the blood of sin, they probed him, and their eyes gleamed with excitement. It's you, the rain god realized. The god of night licked his lips. Hurry up and resolve this. I can't help but want to savor him properly. Nan Zhu listened as the deities regarded him as food, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You want to deal with me? He chuckled lightly, his gaze sharp as a blade. Then we'll see if you have that ability. We're deities, after all, just a group of arrogant ants. His words cut through the deity's arrogance like a sharp blade. A flicker of surprise crossed the god of night's eyes, while the god of light's face grew increasingly dark. This arrogant personality was exactly to the liking of the god of night. If it weren't for the immense allure of the blood of sin, he would have wanted to take Nan Zhu as his divine messenger. Nan Zhu took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and a hill smile appeared in his mind. The power of belief surged like a tidal wave, tearing through his veins. Blood seeped from the corners of his mouth, but his aura continued to rise, as if it would crush heaven and earth. Not enough. He whispered, his voice hoarse and pained, urging his power even more frantically. He suddenly opened his eyes, and his aura explosively surged, breaking through the limits of a holy mage and reaching the level of a mage god. This was only a temporary breakthrough, but it would be enough to be a mage god for a short while. The god of light's eyebrows twitched violently upon witnessing this scene. Wasn't this the scene of the puppet's rebellion and breakthrough to mage god from before? In just a moment, Nan Zhu's complexion turned pale. The boundless might astonish the deities. I didn't expect you to be this desperate, the god of night said in surprise. He realized that Nan Zhu had almost pushed himself to the brink in his breakthrough. But what a temporary breakthrough. They were gods. How could a temporarily elevated mage god contend with them? Chapter 86. You died. Second simulation ends. You have broken through to the god of law, but in order not to affect the mortal realm, you move the battlefield to the void above. Your figure flickers in the void, each strike carrying the power of shattering stars. The onslaught pours like a galaxy, drowning the three deities in an endless torrent of destruction. But the deities' counterattacks are even more fierce, each collision causing your bones to emit a mournful cry under the unbearable burden. Blood drifts from your wounds, crystallizing into shimmering blood crystals in the void, like red stars suspended in the darkness. After all, the deities are deities. There is not a ripple in their eyes, as if they are watching a dying, struggling ant. Poor mortal, struggling ant. The god of night whispers, his voice like the polar wind sweeping through the marrow. Hearing this, you crack a blood-stained smile, but do not retort, because, the tragedy of mortals is never in power, but in the stubbornness of knowing it is futile yet persisting. Is the time long enough? You mutter to yourself. In the next moment, you suddenly stop. Your bloodied fingers suddenly let go of the staff. This action, contradicting your combat instinct, causes the void to momentarily freeze. Your sudden halt confuses the deities. Your purpose has been achieved. The large magic array to repair the world's barrier is ready. One of the three deities stands outside the world. The god of night looks at you in confusion. Mortal, have you given up resistance? The god of light mercilessly mocks you. The god of rain quietly watches you. Tisk, Soverbos. You glance at the deities before you, then at the magical world behind you. Ignoring the three deities, you suddenly clasp your hands together in front of your chest and begin to chant a spell. As the spell continuously spills from your mouth, a strange wave of magical power spreads from the magical world. The incantation trembles the laws of the void. The syllables transform into tangible golden characters that wrap around your gradually transparent body. Meanwhile, the summoned Rotland and others, upon seeing the anomaly in the sky, also cooperate with you to activate the repair magic array. Pillars of light shoot into the sky. A sudden crisp sound of chains breaking echoes in the void. Countless dark golden chains of rules extend from the cracks in the world barrier. Wrapping around your limbs like hungry roots, thousands of magical beasts are sacrificed, and you feel a terrifying tearing force emanating from the chains. Your gaze involuntarily shifts to the magical world behind you, but being above the void. You see nothing, yet you seem to see the girl lying in a house. The deities realize what you are doing and try to intervene, but it is already too late. You feel your soul being torn apart. The corners of your bloodied mouth twist into a grimace. Your eyes burning with madness that even the deities tremble at. You feel your vitality wildly draining away. But on your face, there's a look of relief. As your magical power, soul, and vitality are being absorbed by the magic array, Nan Zhu feels a pain that ordinary people can hardly bear. The dark golden chains, like greedy poisonous snakes, not only wrap around your limbs, but also pierce deep into your soul. With every bit of vitality extracted, the chains grow brighter, while Nan Zhu's body becomes more transparent. Seeing Nan Zhu sacrifice himself, the god of night's gaze reveals a hint of disdain. Do you think this can protect everything behind you? Even if you repair the world barrier, how long can you protect this world? So what? Nan Zhu's voice gradually becomes aged. His skin begins to dry. White hair spreads like frost, yet his gaze is brighter than ever. This world. Someone has to fight for that glimmer of hope. At least I have fought for this world, haven't I? Nan Zhu's laughter is hoarse, uncertain if it's a proclamation or self-mockery. Speaking of which, this seems to be the second time he has turned into an old man. At least, this era needs someone like me. The process of sacrifice is far more painful than imagined. Nan Zhu feels that both his body and spirit are enduring torturous pain akin to slow slicing. Every nerve screams. Every drop of blood boils, as if millions of bone-eating ants are crawling within his marrow. It feels as if he is being scraped at with knife after knife, each cut piercing his heart, causing him to involuntarily scream. The god of light's eyes contain fury. He refuses to accept defeat so easily. In a fit of rage, he concentrates his authority and attacks Nan Zhu. But Nan Zhu, transformed into the core of repair, is protected by the world barrier. How could he let him take advantage? A terrifying rebound sends the god of light flying away. Ultimately, he falls into unconsciousness, unwilling to accept it. Deities can also be unconscious. Nan Zhu sees this scene in a daze. Deities are just somewhat stronger beings. Nan Zhu seems to understand. As he gradually merges into the repair core, the magical world erupts into chaos. Many divine envoys from various kingdoms notice that their connection with the deities has weakened. Meanwhile, Rotland and others in the Republic look at the continuously repairing sky, their eyes filled with sorrow. The beings of the magical world collectively lift their heads. Birds stop chirping. Magical beasts bow their heads, and even the howling wind stills for a moment. For some reason, they all feel a strange sensation. They sense the changes happening in this world. The crack in the sky has been repaired. A commander beside Rotland exclaims in surprise. It's the speaker. Rotland's tone is complex. Wow, is the speaker that strong? Yes, it's a life exchange for this. A memory of Hill smiling at you for the first time suddenly surfaces in your mind. In a last moment of clarity before your consciousness fades, you suddenly smile. At this moment, you realize something. The beginning of the story always coincides with fate. Unexpectedly, the end of the story is like two flowers blooming, each on their own side. Having been in this world for so long, you no longer have many regrets. You have reached the peak, bringing considerable shock to this world. If you had to say something, perhaps it's a regret for Hill. Facing death, you can confront the world, but facing her, all that remains is a heart full of debt and regret. This life, let it end here. Consciousness dissipates like sand in the wind in a daze. Hill's sobbing penetrates the void, becoming the last echo to fade away. You want to pat her head, to say don't be afraid like before. But you've already transformed into a speck of light, completely merging into the world barrier. You died. This simulation ends. Chapter 87. The teacher's letter. Simulation ended. Soul consciousness is returning. Detection. World consciousness is rejecting. Soul fragments are being occupied by the simulation world consciousness. Communicating with world consciousness. Communication failed. Forcibly reclaiming host soul. Reclamation successful. Above the void, the god of night and the god of rain looked at the restored world barrier, their eyes revealing complexity. The god of night glanced at the god of rain, clearly asking, "What now?" The god of rain was silent for a moment. "Let us go. It seems we are not destined to enjoy this sinful blood." The god of rain sighed. They never expected Nan Zhu to have such determination. The repair of the world barrier would surely lead to significant conflicts of interest. If some other gods knew that it was because of them that the world barrier was extended for hundreds of years, they would surely not take it lightly. Dragging the god of light, who was as limp as a dead dog, they left the place. This time, their actions were indeed a miscalculation, and they did not gain any benefits. They were prepared to extort a good sum from the god of light. Not long after they left, the world consciousness suddenly trembled, and the soul fragment related to Nan Zhu within the world barrier was forcibly taken away by the simulator, replaced by something else instead of Nan Zhu's soul. Although this did not change much for the world barrier, the laws of world consciousness twisted for a moment, as if mocked by some higher existence. The supreme authority was provoked, but could not retaliate due to fear, only able to suppress its boiling anger into a silent tremor. After a long silence, the agitated world consciousness suddenly emitted a buzzing sound. An invisible force spread throughout the world. Limetown, Hill woke up in the tea house room, feeling a headache. "Where is this?" Hill muttered to herself. She remembered that she had replaced her teacher to become the core of the repair. She should have merged with the world barrier by now, right? Could it all be a dream? A dream? The next moment, the sunlight outside the window suddenly froze. The ripples in the teacup hung in midair, and the silhouette of a bird was frozen in the pale sky. An invisible force pressed through every inch of air, as if the entire world was trembling in obedience to some supreme command. Those connected to Nan Zhu felt a strange sensation, as if they had forgotten something. The deeper the connection, the stronger the influence. The most painful was Hill, as the Supreme will attempted to erase her memories of Nan Zhu. She felt a splitting headache and crouched down, holding her head. The pain sent waves from her mind, and she felt certain memories slipping away. No, it was the teacher's memories. No, please. Hill clutched the fabric of her chest tightly, as if that would help her grasp the fading memories. In her mind, that figure flowed like sand through her fingers, the teacher's smile, the warmth of his gentle pat on her head, even the encouragement and little things he had given her, all turned into sharp fragments, churning deep within her consciousness. She sobbed, her nails digging deep into her palms. But the pain from the blood was far less than a fraction of her heart being torn apart. Her vision blurred from the excruciating pain, tears splashing on the floor as tiny droplets. Those fragments of memories felt like burning blades. Each extraction brought forth the pain of flesh and blood being torn apart. She desperately shook her head, as if this would help her shake off that force. But the teacher's voice in her mind grew fainter, until only a harsh buzzing remained. It was unclear how long had passed, but Hill felt the pain in her mind dissipate. What just happened to me? Hill, with tear-streaked eyes, spoke in confusion. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knocking sound outside the room. Then, at Hill's response, the tea house owner pushed open the door and entered. Respectfully speaking, "My Lady Hill, you are awake? You are the owner of this tea house?" Hill asked uncertainly. She remembered having tea with someone in this tea house. How could she have fallen asleep here? Who was she drinking tea with? Yes, right? Someone said they left you a letter. The tea house owner nodded, then pointed to the table. Who? Hill instinctively asked. Of course, it's... The tea house owner almost blurted it out, but found the words stuck in his throat, unable to say them. The tea house owner's lips moved, his brow furrowing. He clearly remembered that person's appearance, but the words turned into a hazy fog at his lips. Strange. Yeah, who? The figure of that person in Hill's mind also began to blur. Hill remained silent, but seemed to sense something and did not speak. She focused her gaze on the envelope on the table. Hill stepped forward and gently picked up the letter on top. The moment she touched it, she felt an inexplicable tremor in her heart, as if she had touched something very important. Finally, with a slightly trembling motion, she slowly opened the envelope. A letter to my most outstanding student. By the time you read this letter, everything will have passed. I'm sorry for leaving without saying goodbye. I left when you were unprepared, and you didn't even know this was our last journey together. I apologize. From the very beginning, I knew you would stop me from making the sacrifice, so I added a little herb to the tea to make you sleep for a while. I hope that when you wake up, you won't blame your teacher or the tea house owner. After all, I've already made up my mind to repair the world barrier. Although, in fact, I have my own selfish motives. I cannot bear to watch you sacrifice yourself. Your teacher cannot bear it. So in writing this letter, I revised it many times, and there are many things I want to say. But I still couldn't write everything I wanted to say. In the end, I decided to let the teacher give you one last lesson. Perhaps because of the teacher's departure, you will be sad, you will grieve, but I hope you understand that true parting does not have long pavilions and ancient paths. Nor does it urge you to drink one more cup of wine, but happens on a peaceful morning just like any other when some people remain in yesterday. Unexpected, unimaginable. The sunset fades and the wine is gone. The person is already left, with wind and rain filling the Western Tower. Isn't this line of poetry quite touching? Haha. Actually, there is no other meaning. I just feel this line fits well in the teacher's hometown, so don't get too hung up on the wine. Suddenly, I remember the first time I saw you, that pitiful little girl. Now you have grown into a graceful young woman, capable of standing on your own. The teacher is very happy and relieved about this. It's just a pity that I couldn't truly enjoy a retired life after solving everything. The road ahead will rely on you to walk it. I'm sorry, I have broken my promise to you. I can't always be with you anymore. There is no life that is perfect. Those missed beauties may become scars that never heal. But one must always look forward. May the best of you be accompanied by blossoms along the way, and may all encounters be beautiful. Your teacher. Chapter 88, Lost Memories. The last signature of the letter was a jumble of characters, as if obscured by something, making it impossible to discern reality from illusion. The corner of the letter was curled with dried water stains, resembling a leaf that had been repeatedly folded and unfolded. Hill reached out to touch her face. Was the moisture on the paper her own tears? When did that happen? Hill felt confused. Clearly, she felt nothing inside, yet tears had fallen. Unsure, Hill touched her eye socket again, her gaze unintentionally falling on a distant mirror. In the mirror, her eyes were red. But why? Hill's hand tightened around the letter as she clearly saw it trembling. Was it her instinct? Instinct. Why couldn't she remember who her teacher was? The world barrier. Sacrifices. What were all these? Hill's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably, a strange sourness spreading from her chest to her eyes. Her mind was blank, yet her body seemed to retain some profound muscle memory. She hurriedly put away the envelope and took a deep breath. I forgot something. I forgot my teacher and all the little things about her. The girl's emotions were somewhat low. She left the tea house, following her memories. She walked toward some places from her recollections. She felt empty. The will of the world seemed to have erased all traces of you in a venting manner, but the will of the world only considered memories and some names. It did not care about the things you left behind. It also did not care about how people in the world felt. Everything was just a small tantrum of the will of the world. Your life completely changed the original direction of the magical world, leaving a brilliant mark in this world with your brief existence. However, due to some accidents, no one remembers you. They only remember that someone overturned the world and left behind precious riches. Your traditional Chinese medicine skills improved the medical standards of the entire world. Your method of opening magical meridians completely ushered in the era of great magic. You briefly touched the peak of this world, reaching the level of a divine mage, standing shoulder to shoulder with gods in a mortal body. Your presence led to the birth of the strongest kingdom in history. You repaired the world barrier, and this world welcomed hundreds of years of a godless era. You successfully led the slave girl out of the shadows and became a leader of an era. But she became the only person you owed your greatest regret. Simulation ended, currently counting the highlights of this life. Simulation evaluation is being generated. Simulation rewards are being generated. Returning to host consciousness. Remaining simulation attempts. 0. Just as the girl in the magical world was in a state of confusion, Nan Zhu suddenly opened his eyes back in reality. He then gasped for breath. Looking around, he found himself sitting in his own room. A loud buzzing sound echoed in his head, and his whole body trembled, feeling as if he could hardly control his own body. Deep within his eardrums, it seemed that the screams of his soul being torn apart still echoed. After a while, Nan Zhu gradually adapted, and the buzzing in his head slowly decreased. Was the after effect of this simulation so strong? Nan Zhu felt a lingering fear. Both the torturous pain at the end and the sensation of his soul being torn apart and merging into the world barrier almost made him think he was really going to die. But fortunately, the simulator was very reliable and brought him back. He really didn't want to experience that feeling a second time. Nan Zhu clenched his fists. Then, out of habit, he tried to use wind magic to push open the window, but at the moment he raised his hand, he only grasped at emptiness. Muscle memory surged beneath his skin, as if the severed magical meridians were still yearning for the flow of magic. After more than 10 years of using magic, returning to his own body felt somewhat uncomfortable. Nan Zhu paused for a moment, then smiled awkwardly. He then channeled the spiritual energy within him to push open the door. He had almost forgotten he was a cultivator. I wonder how Hill is doing after I successfully repaired the world barrier. Nan Zhu slumped onto his bed and couldn't help but murmur. Repairing the world barrier temporarily solved the most unstable factor, the gods. She should be doing well. After all, she has become a great mage. His voice suddenly caught in his throat, and the image of Hill as a slave unconsciously surfaced before him. He then shook his head. What am I thinking? She must have already moved on. Thinking this, Nan Zhu suddenly tried to call the simulator a couple of times, but it seemed to be sulking and ignored him, which made Nan Zhu feel a bit frustrated. However, seeing that the settlement was still ongoing, he decided not to pay attention to the simulator. Inside the house, it was momentarily quiet, and he had not returned yet, and Nan Zhu's thoughts were somewhat chaotic as he quietly lay on the bed. Unknowingly, sleepiness surged over him like a tide. After these 2 simulations, he couldn't help but fall asleep to restore his nearly exhausted mental energy. In the magical world, Hill returned to the council hall. She looked at Rotland and a group of council members, somewhat confused, and inquired about her teacher. But the answers she received were all unknown. Clearly, there were traces of her teacher everywhere, yet she could not see any sign of him. Did her teacher really exist? Or was it just her imagination? Hill thought, but soon refuted her own point. No. Her teacher definitely existed. But why? Hill walked out of the council hall, looking at the prosperous kingdom. Everything seemed so beautiful. But why? Her heart ached. What exactly did she forget? Her fingers spasmed as if trying to grasp the memories that the world had stolen away. The sunlight leaking through her fingers burned her eyelids. She stared blankly at the sky. Time passed, and suddenly Hill had a bold guess in her heart. Someone erased her teacher's existence, but did not destroy the things her teacher left behind. In a daze, Hill seemed to hear the world whispering in her ears the fragments of memories that had been deliberately erased, the names that had been whimsically wiped away, turning into tiny blades of wind, weaving back and forth in her hollow heart. Is that so? Chapter 89. The Pursuit of Memory After Your Death. Although the traces of you in the magical world were erased by the will of the world, the wealth left behind still exists. People remember the wars being quelled, the kingdoms being established, but cannot clearly say who was responsible. However, their memories of Hill have not been erased. Many speculate that Hill was the one who truly brought peace to the chaos, and she was appointed as the current speaker of the council. In the end, all achievements were attributed to Hill. When the council draped the sash of the speaker over her shoulders, Hill instinctively wanted to refuse and evade. But some indescribable obsession gripped her heart, as if accepting this position would bring her one step closer to a forgotten truth. Perhaps all of this is related to her lost memories. While handling state affairs, she often discovered unfamiliar handwriting on the parchment of documents. The suggestions for revisions made her fingertips tremble, but upon closer inspection, the ink bizarrely transformed into her own handwriting. It was as if someone was holding her hand to write, only to quietly withdraw when she regained her senses. This feeling made her uncomfortable. It was a confusion from the unknown, Although her condition was not good, she still led the kingdom towards prosperity step by step. Watching the gradually thriving kingdom, the girl's gaze grew more resolute. This state of affairs lasted only 3 years, after which she requested a re-election of a new speaker, and she embarked on the journey to search for her memories. Some tried to persuade her to stay, but she declined. In these 3 years, she left behind plans for the kingdom for the next few decades. She was no longer indispensable. Rotland was elected as the new speaker. Hill began to search for her past according to her memories. Where to start and where to end. She organized all the places she had lived in over the past 3 years. She set out on the path to find her memories. She arrived at Limetown. This place felt familiar to Hill. Vaguely, she believed it was the place that changed her life. There was a small clinic here, which had now turned into a large hospital. She visited the secluded treasure land, which seemed to still have some traces of life. She wandered to AM Town. She returned to every home she had once lived in. No matter which home it was, Hill found that each could accommodate 2 people, and each had a study. The studies were filled with many materials and notes. Each study had 2 chairs. When she sat in the main seat, she would unconsciously pour tea for the empty seat on her left. It was only when the tea swirled in the cup that she realized she couldn't remember whom she was supposed to entertain. The books in the study covered a wide range of topics: magic, traditional medicine, politics, everything one could imagine. The teacher was a powerful magician. The teacher was a doctor, saving lives. The teacher was a politician with his unique methods for governing the country. Hill gradually collected information about her teacher, wanting to learn more. She remained as cold as ever, rarely showing her smile. She would gaze blankly at her palm, pondering who she was. Whenever she gathered information about her teacher, she felt a genuine joy from within. But thinking of that seemingly non-existent person, her heart was filled with bitterness, leaving her unable to speak. She had never been fond of smiling, yet she was willing to beam with joy to gather more information about her teacher. Days passed by, but the information she could collect was still scarce. From the traces of life, she could never remember what had happened back then. All she knew was that the scenes from the past were her most precious possessions. Was it the gods who erased our memories of the teacher? Hill was puzzled. As the information she could gather grew fewer, the sense of emptiness in her heart intensified. But the gods had already been trapped beyond the barrier of the world, which the teacher had repaired. But why did those gods want to erase the memories of the teacher? She didn't understand, but she felt hatred within. If it weren't for the gods, would she have forgotten her teacher? The figure in her memories, already blurred, she could vaguely sense the warmth emanating from it. It made her inexplicably want to get closer, to pursue. Teacher. Hill pressed her lips together slightly. Everything was because of those gods. She could ask them, but what if they didn't speak? Thinking this, Hill's gaze narrowed slightly. Let us use the blood of these gods to sacrifice for the teacher. The girl's goal was clear: to pursue the truth, to seek her memories, to find that lost you. But she clearly understood that her strength was still too weak, and she could not face those powerful gods. She studied some of the magical theories you left behind, determined to enhance her own strength. One day, she suddenly left without saying goodbye. She departed from the current kingdom. After she left, she took most of the things you had once left behind. From then on, no one saw her again. Not even Rotland and others knew her whereabouts. She left to search for the lost memories. The pages yellowed with the past. The tea fragrance gradually faded, and the days blew away like dust in the wind. 10 years later, the girl broke through to become a sacred domain mage. When she reappeared, she traveled between various kingdoms. The power of a sacred domain mage was unmatched. Even some powerful divine envoys who were also sacred domain mages were no match for her. Her goal was clear: to reach the places where the statues of the gods were located. Her disrespect angered the gods, but they were helpless beneath the barrier of the world. The girl inquired each god about her teacher, but not a single one could answer. Ultimately, these statues were demolished, leading to a bounty being placed on her by various kingdoms, drawing the attention of the gods. 3 years later, a shocking event occurred that stunned the entire world. All the temples in a certain kingdom were completely uprooted, and all the statues of the gods were toppled. This was a treatment that no other kingdom had experienced. That country was said to worship the god of night and the god of rain. No one knew what those 2 gods spoke to Hill. On that day, as the statues of the god of night and the god of rain shattered in magic, a fragment of the splintering statue grazed her cheek. In that moment, feeling the warm blood trickling down, she suddenly smiled for the first time in 10 years. The pain made her feel alive. But it was also from that day onward the hill completely turned against the gods, extinguishing any temple she came across. Another 10 years passed, and the last temple collapsed in the dawn light, with the rising sun stretching her shadow long. The outline of that shadow finally overlapped with the silhouette that had once supported her entire world. Chapter 90. Second Simulation Settlement. The morning light outside was faint. In the real world, a beam of sunlight filtered through the half-drawn curtains and fell on Nan Zhu's face. Nan Zhu woke up from his dreams and stretched lazily on the bed. He squinted, raising his hand to shield his eyes from the light, mumbling, "I dream of that girl, Sierra, clashing with the gods last night. What nightmare. How could such a well-behaved girl get into a conflict with the gods?" Nan Zhu smiled helplessly. Perhaps he was really too tired, dreaming only of Sierra. Fragments of the dream lingered in his mind, the image of Sierra standing in the void, confronting countless gods, made his heart skip a beat. Ding! A sharp notification sound pierced through Nan Zhu's temples, and he jumped out of bed, almost colliding with the nightstand. "Damn it! Can you not startle me like that when I'm completely unprepared? I have reason to suspect you did it on purpose." Nan Zhu cursed. Hearing a voice suddenly while his mind was blank was indeed frightening and caught him off guard. Even if it wasn't the first time, he still couldn't adapt. The simulator ignored Nan Zhu's complaints. Second simulation results completed. Overall evaluation. Congratulations, host, on achieving the following accomplishments. Inheritor of traditional Chinese medicine, era reformer, god of law, land of freedom, his redeemer, not failing the world, only failing you, twilight of the gods. Era of withering, inheritor of traditional Chinese medicine, innovated the medical system of the magical world with traditional Chinese medicine, saving lives and benefiting all. Era reformer, the integration of Eastern and Western medicine triggered a magical revolution, giving birth to a wave of universal magic practice. God of law, you reached the pinnacle of mortals, standing shoulder to shoulder with deities in your mortal form, achieving the realm of the god of law. Even if it was for a short time. Land of freedom, you broke the gods' conspiracy and subsequently established a republic, bringing profound influence. His redeemer, you led him out of the shadows, changing his life, becoming the only light in his heart. He will not forget you, so in a sense, you never die, not failing the world, only failing you. Your madness earned the respect of this simulator, sacrificing your soul to the world barrier, bringing hundreds of years of a godless era to the magical world. To the world, you owe nothing, but to that girl, you are filled with regret. Twilight of the gods, your death led to the twilight of the gods. Era of withering, the will of the magical world angered a certain existence, and upon learning the truth, it erased the world's will, leading to the era of withering. To protect this world, it intervened again to recreate a world will. Once again, question marks appeared above Nan Zhu's head. His reaction at this moment was exactly the same as when the first simulation ended. This time, the achievements were 2 more than before, which surprised Nan Zhu. So many achievements. What on earth happened after I died? Nan Zhu felt it was a bit absurd. Did Sierra also become a forbidden existence and wiped out the gods? Looking at the descriptions above, Nan Zhu speculated, feeling a tickling sensation in his head. The twilight of the gods, the era of withering. Nan Zhu's fingertips unconsciously tightened the blanket. He had touched the realm of the god of law. And because of that, he understood the bloodshed and madness behind these few words. What had that well-behaved girl experienced to slaughter the gods? His heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, but the next moment he forced himself to relax his fist, sighing. At least, she is still alive. He murmured softly, his throat moving slightly, and she's very strong. Just from the words on that simulator panel, Nan Zhu could tell that Sierra was extraordinary. But in a sense, it meant that Sierra was doing well, right? Thinking this, Nan Zhu continued to look down. Overall evaluation, you could have had a happy and easy life, but you chose the path of protecting the girl. I must say, you are very bold. You achieve the realm of the god of law, repaired the world barrier, and changed the direction of a world. All of this indicates the brilliance of your life. But you did get a bit reckless, almost getting trapped in the world barrier and unable to return. Final evaluation, 95 points, generating rewards. Please select 4 rewards from the following options. 1. Peak power of the Grand Sorcerer, Era 2. Top tier elemental affinity, 3. Realm of the god of law, affected by the faith of the people, 4. Compendium of magic, 5. A portion of the power of faith, 6. Partial soul repair, 7. Your staff left in the magical world, girls remade enhanced version. For some reason, when Nan Zhu heard the simulator say he was reckless, he felt a hint of reproach. But upon closer listening, the simulator was still that cold mechanical female voice. Nan Zhu scratched his head, finally attributing it to his own illusion. Looking at the options that appeared before his eyes, his gaze lingered on 3. Realm of the god of law, for a moment before moving away. He was all too clear about the shackles of the power of faith. In the simulated world, he understood that breaking through with faith would come with many restrictions. If not for having no other choice, he wouldn't have chosen to break through with faith. The peak power of the Grand Sorcerer era had not yet been influenced by faith, and with top-tier elemental affinity, the room for development was much larger. Freedom was still more important. He chuckled softly. In the end, he chose the power of the Grand Sorcerer, elemental affinity, soul repair, and the staff. Thinking of the girl's shy and worried expression when she first crafted the staff and handed it to him, Nan Zhu's gaze softened. He wondered what the staff would be like. What if? He meant what if Sierra could also find him using the staff? Just like his sister, using it as a coordinate. A complex mix of feelings and a hint of anticipation flickered in Nan Zhu's eyes. Do you confirm the rewards? Confirm. Ding. Rewards confirmed. Distribution begins. A blue light lit up, and Nan Zhu felt a powerful force surge into his body. He could clearly sense the elements around him. Then he tried to mobilize his magic, and indeed, he could use magic again. Soon, a wave of comfort from deep within his soul washed over him. This time, the sensation was much stronger than the first soul repair. Every cell in his body was celebrating. After a while, Nan Zhu slowly adjusted himself. Finally, a staff appeared at the head of the bed. This staff was quite different from what Nan Zhu remembered. It was much more exquisite. The moment he touched it, he felt its extraordinary nature. Wow, was this made by Xia? Regardless of the craftsmanship or material, he felt unworthy to judge. If he used this staff to cast magic, its power might multiply several times. Holding it in his hand, Nan Zhu felt as if it was tailor-made for him. Or rather, this staff was crafted for him. The description said it was a remade, enhanced version. But why did it feel like it was entirely new? Chapter 91. Is someone trying to steal my brother? This staff, with a handle made of ancient ebony, is as dense as iron, its grain winding like a mysterious path. The amethyst at the top sparkles brilliantly, and as the light flows, it seems to pulse with magic, while the silver patterns winding around it are exquisitely perfect to the point of being eerie. Nan Zhu stared at it, his fingers gently stroking the silver patterns on the staff. The touch as cool as the cold stars of a winter night. The more he looked, the more he liked it. After admiring it for a while, he finally averted his gaze. With his sister's necklace enhancing his power, he didn't need the staff for now. After a moment's thought, Nan Zhu placed the staff next to the osmanthus cake in the display cabinet. He glanced at it again and nodded in satisfaction. Although almost no time had passed in the real world, he had genuinely experienced over a decade. Nan Zhu left the house, rubbing his forehead. Feeling the warmth of the outdoor sunlight, he suddenly craved salty rice dumplings. He needed to rest for a while and relax his mood. As he left, the room fell into silence. The distance between the osmanthus cake and the staff in the display cabinet grew a little further apart, even if it was just a bit. The glass of the display cabinet reflected the light from outside, and the osmanthus cake seemed to silently confront the silver patterns of the staff in the stillness. The two sat quietly, silently drawing an invisible boundary. At this moment, outside the starry sky, and he was contemplating how to efficiently elevate the status of the Blue Star world. It was then that she sensed a somewhat unsettling aura. That aura came from beside the osmanthus cake she had given her brother. This left a hint of surprise on Nanhi's face. Is someone trying to steal her brother? Thinking of this, she became a bit anxious. The space tore beneath her feet as she stepped out. Before the familiar outlines of the furniture had fully emerged, her perception had already swept through every corner, finding no trace of her brother. Her brother was not home. She paused for a moment, then headed straight to Nan Zhu's bedroom. The ripples in space had yet to dissipate, and Nanhee's skirt was still floating in midair. But her pupils had already locked onto the anomalous object on the display cabinet. The staff lay quietly beside her osmanthus cake. The aura emanating from the staff was extraordinary, and there was definitely a presence behind it not weaker than her own. After countless years, unease once again surfaced in Nanhee's heart. Her fingertips hovered above the staff. With a gentle touch, she could completely erase it, but she stopped. She slowly withdrew her hand. Since it was placed there by her brother, she murmured softly, unconsciously tightening her grip on her skirt. Perhaps it was very important to her brother. As Nanny thought this, she couldn't help but pout slightly. What concerned her even more was that her brother actually allowed them to stand side by side. Then her gaze fell outside the window. No matter who it is, they cannot take my brother away. In a higher dimensional void beyond countless planes, a silver-gray woman, who had been silent for an unknown number of years, slowly opened her eyes. The dust of time fell from her silver-gray hair like stardust, dissipating into the air. A fleeting joy flashed in her otherwise calm eyes. Her fingertips lightly touched the void, and the dust slowly drifted in the light. "How long has it been?" she murmured, her voice like sandpaper rubbing against the cracks of time. As her lips curled up, the void seemed to distort for a moment, as if the laws were afraid of her awakening. "Never mind, it doesn't matter how long." She suddenly looked down at her palm. Where the residual warmth left by Nan Zhu when he touched the staff was manifesting. Time is meaningless. What she was waiting for was never awakening, but reunion. Every movement she made was filled with elegance, and her gaze shimmered with a strange golden light. "Teacher," a smile appeared on her face. "Finally, I have waited for you. Wait for me." Her heart, which had been devoid of any fluctuations for countless years, now held a bit of excitement, but she showed not a hint of it on her face. She seemed unsurprised by the teacher's return, as if she had long known this day would come. In a fleeting moment, her figure vanished from where she stood. Her departure caused no ripples, no grand gestures, no passionate outcries. The long wait finally came to an end. Her figure dissipated into the void, leaving no trace, only that silver-gray remnant, like a shooting star, racing towards countless planes to chase that beam of light. The only one she acknowledged. After finishing his meal, Nan Zhu did not return home, but inexplicably found himself in a park. Just a moment ago, he had confirmed that the magical system would not conflict with the cultivation system, as both maintained a balanced state within him. This also alleviated some of his concerns. Enjoying the pleasant moment, for some reason, a figure with white hair flashed through his mind again. After a moment of silence, Nan Zhu suddenly asked the simulator, "Can I see Hill's life after my death?" The simulator did not respond immediately. After a while, the simulator finally stirred. Upon noticing the movement, Nan Zhu found a spot to sit down and quietly watched Hill's future life. "After your death, for some unknown reason, the world forgot you, and all memories of you were erased by the world's will. Even Hill forgot you, but the world's will is clearly not very clever, as it did not erase all traces of you. The wisdom and wealth you left in the magical world have far-reaching impacts. The people attribute the achievements that rightfully belong to you to Hill, but the letters and traces of life you left always linger in the girl's heart." "Hey, wait, all memories about me were erased?" Nan Zhu interrupted the simulator. The simulator ignored him. "Everything seems to be fated. Your death and the girl's amnesia became the fuse for the birth of a taboo. She will constantly browse through every book you left behind, searching for traces of your past. She traveled to every place in her memories, trying to find bits and pieces of your life. But the information she could obtain was still limited. She was not content with the status quo and left the kingdom. She thought of the gods and believed they might be the culprits for her lost memories of you. So after breaking through to a holy domain mage, she began to wander through various kingdoms. Since you repaired the world's barriers, the gods could not intervene, so no one could stop Hill's actions. Step by step, she found the truth. Chapter 92. Hill's path to God-slaying. The ruins of the temple burned under the sunset, ashes drifting down like black snow. Hill stood in the center of the ruins, her staff still dripping with divine blood. She should have felt a sense of relief, but her heart was emptier than ever. "Teacher," she whispered. The gods had yet to strike, for the world barrier still stood. But even if she destroyed all the divine statues in the world, she could not reach her true enemy. She clenched her fists, flames burning in her eyes. "Since they won't come down, then I'll go up and kill them." She was called the traitorous goddess of demons by the people of the world. She hated the gods to the core. In her dialogue with the god of night, she understood that everything her teacher did was for her sake. She also realized that the gods were lifelong enemies of both her and her teacher. The god of night's tone was full of provocation, and when he spoke of her teacher's soul being completely shattered, with no way to reverse it, she nearly collapsed. It was a pain that came from the depths of her soul. But when she calmed down, she noticed something. The gods had not forgotten their memories of her teacher. It was only the beings in the magical world who had lost them. When the god of night spoke her teacher's name, it fell into her ears as a jumble of garbled sounds. It seemed she didn't even have the right to know her teacher's name. She felt powerless. Although she was already a holy mage, the first person beneath the gods in a magical world, she felt more powerless than ever at that moment. Her strength was still insufficient. What she had to do was slay gods. Mages had their own divisions of realms, and so did the gods. Third-tier gods, second-tier gods, first-tier gods, and god-kings. The god of night was merely a second-tier god. Despite that, her teacher, who had broken through to the realm of the law god, was still not a match for him. The so-called law god was only someone who had the capital to confront third-tier gods. With this in mind, Hill began to wholeheartedly enhance her strength. On a winter night in the 50th year, Hill opened her eyes in the far northern wasteland. The wind and snow abruptly stopped, and the stars trembled. The magical power surrounding her no longer flowed, but solidified into millions of brilliant threads. She had reached the realm of the law god. There were no cheers from followers, no blessings from gods. Only she, alone, stepped onto the path that even her teacher had not completed. She was not proud or complacent. Among the theoretical knowledge left by her teacher, there were many insights about the realm of the law god, and the girl read everything her teacher had left behind earnestly. But after all, it was just theory, and she had never truly practiced it. She groped for the path ahead. Another 50 years passed, and the world barrier showed some signs of wavering. Hill, now a law god, noticed this and checked the world barrier, discovering that it would collapse in 150 years. She realized time was running out. From a book you left behind, she read a line. "Fighting is the fastest way to enhance strength." She stepped out of the world barrier, seeking third-tier gods to battle. How dare you provoke the majesty of the gods? The gods looked down at her from above. The gods mocked Hill's ignorance, greedily eyeing the sin blood within her. Disgust flickered in her eyes. She killed several third-tier gods. When the head of the third-tier god rolled away, its golden pupils still held disbelief. The deaths of these gods attracted the attention of some stronger gods, including the god of light, a second-tier god. The god of light united several third-tier gods to besiege Hill. Hill was unafraid. She severely injured the god of light and killed several third-tier gods before escaping. The remnants of the gods floated in the void, their blood turning into shards of stars. Hill stood atop the corpses, chaos power surging within her with every breath. She looked down at her palm. Her once fair skin was now covered in the burning traces of divine blood, yet her power was closer to theirs than ever before. Still not enough. She raised her head, her gaze piercing through the endless void, locking onto the next divine light. She repeatedly stepped into the void, slaying gods. Her strength continued to grow, and the god of light ultimately died at her hands. The god of night, upon learning this, couldn't help but feel anxious. He knew the girl would eventually come for him. He contacted a first-tier god, asking for help at the cost of his authority. The girl indeed sought out the god of night. Ambushed, Hill suffered severe injuries but ultimately escaped. She realized her strength was still insufficient. The injuries inflicted by the gods took her decades to recover from, and afterward, she kept a much lower profile. Another 50 years passed. The god of night, who thought Hill had quieted down, breathed a sigh of relief, only for her to emerge again. This time, Hill's strength was on another level. The rain god and the god of night teamed up, but were no match for her. They sought help from first-tier gods, but this time, the first-tier gods watched helplessly as Hill killed 2 gods. Another 50 years passed, and Hill returned once more. This time, the first-tier gods could not gain any advantage. One day, the world barrier collapsed, and the girl noticed that there were no fragments of her teacher's soul within it, which puzzled her. But the gods took advantage of the collapse of the world barrier to invade the magical world. Hill fought against dozens of first-tier gods alone, ultimately being forced into chaos, escaping once again. The gods once again occupied the magical world. With the presence of the gods, the Republic was divided among them. Centuries later, Hill returned once more. This time, she swept through dozens of first-tier gods and over 100 second-tier gods with overwhelming force. On this day, the gods felt fear. This battle shook the gods of all realms. She was not killing the common third-tier and second-tier gods, but dozens of first-tier gods. This caused some god kings to feel apprehensive. The supreme god personally took action against Hill, but could not hold her back. Those who cannot be held back will only grow stronger. After an unknown number of years, in the chaos, Hill killed the first god king. Then came the second and third. She killed until the gods trembled. She killed until there were no gods left in this world. The title of traitorous goddess of demons echoed throughout the realms, while Hill merely sneered at these lofty beings, finally learning the meaning of fear. When the crown of the god king shattered in the chaos, their cries of demise turned into blood rain across countless worlds. The wails of the realms echoed, yet her hands remained empty. A millennium of slaughter had only yielded emptiness. Why? Did you leave not even a trace for me? Her voice was hoarse, as if corroded by chaos 1,000 times. She still had not regained her teacher's memories. This left her confused. What was all of this for? Another 1,000 years passed, and Hill's strength was now sufficient to glimpse the river of time. The river of time surged beneath her feet, reflecting countless possibilities in every world. Her teacher's shadow was ruthlessly erased by the rules like an eraser. How ironic. She slaughtered the gods but found that her vengeance extended beyond just the gods. It also included the world that nurtured her. The worlds will had personally erased the memories of her teacher. She knelt by the riverbank, her long hair falling down, obscuring her twisted expression. So it was, this world made me forget my teacher. Chapter 93. The question for my sister. The God King has been destroyed, and the world will is merely the next target to be erased in her eyes. Before the world was erased, it told her his soul was saved. One day, he would return. At the moment the world will withered, the entire magical world fell into decay. Mountains rotted, rivers dried up, and even magic began to dissipate. Only then did she understand that a world without the world is incomplete. Thus, she personally fabricated a new world consciousness. Over the long years, she retrieved her memories of you. At that moment, she finally revealed a long-lost smile of relief. She began to wait, but during her waiting, she discovered that other planes still had deities existing. Those deities were high and mighty, indifferent to all beings. Just like those that had once forced her into despair, she would not allow any threats to approach you again. Thus she traversed countless worlds, cutting down divine thrones and burning divine realms. In endless years, she maintained a posture of vigilance. Countless days and nights alternated, her figure always standing at the edge of the time-space rift, silver hair crystallized with frost that would never melt. Before her teacher returned, she would ensure that there were no deities in this world that could harm him in the slightest. Nan Zhu's throat rolled, swallowing a non-existent dryness. Losing someone important, then power surging until reaching the pinnacle. This story is simply identical to Nan He. Coincidence. It must be a coincidence. He murmured to himself, yet could not even convince himself. After all, if his death could truly create a taboo, then is there anything more absurd than this in the world? Nan Zhu glanced around, realizing that dusk was approaching. The wind swept through the treetops, and withered leaves spiraled down, creating a faint sound on the stone path. As the simulator displayed Xier's life, Nan Zhu seemed to truly see her growth journey. Everything seemed to happen right in front of him, making Nan Zhu feel a sense of wonder. As the sky grew darker, Nan Zhu walked towards home. The setting sun brought a sense of tranquility. For some reason, Nan Zhu felt a bit hopeful about seeing the girl again. For him, separation was only a few days. But for Xier, it was unknown how many years. Lost in thought, Nan Zhu unknowingly arrived at his doorstep. The setting sun cast a slanted light, and a long shadow stood at the entrance. The shadow stretched across the door. The wind rustled through the treetops, but could not cover her light, trembling breath. Nan Zhu's steps slowed, and in the backlight, the girl's outline was blurred yet familiar. Wasn't that Nanhe? Nanhe? He tentatively called out. Doesn't brother welcome me? She tilted her head and smiled, her voice sweet and soft. But for some reason, Nan Zhu felt the air seem to freeze for a moment. It was as if being watched by some invisible presence, making even breathing cautious. No, Nan Zhu hurriedly replied. It's just a bit unexpected that you suddenly came back. To be honest, after many years, seeing his sister again made Nan Zhu very happy. Nanhe did not answer, only quietly approached Nan Zhu, gently leaning against him, wrapping her arms around his waist, burying her face in his shoulder. I've missed brother a bit during this time. Can I stay with brother for a few days? Her voice was soft, like a cute little sister next door, which made Nan Zhu's heart soften. Of course. Nan Zhu smiled and nodded, then gently hugged Nanhe. Feeling her brother's warm embrace, Nanhe's cheeks turned slightly red, but she did not let go of her hug. After a while, she finally lifted her head, her smile carrying a hint of shyness and embarrassment. This smile seemed much more genuine. It seems brother hasn't abandoned me because of that unknown woman. She murmured softly. What did you say? Nothing. Nanhe replied. Nan Zhu felt completely puzzled and finally sighed. Indeed, women's hearts are like needles at the bottom of the sea. Bringing Nanhe back home, she made a large feast for him. Nan Zhu ate with delight. It had been a long time since he had tasted his sister's cooking. However, during the casual conversation after the meal, Nanhe suddenly inquired about the staff in the runes collection cabinet. Her gaze seemed casual, yet she was constantly observing her brother's facial expressions. When it came to Xier, Nan Zhu's gaze softened. She is a student of the teacher, a very unfortunate girl. Nanhe did not respond, appearing indifferent, but in reality, she was fully focused on listening to her brother's story. Seeing that Nanhe was very interested, Nan Zhu told her about his first encounter with Xier and some of their later experiences. Initially, when Nan Zhu mentioned Xier's past filled with scars and how she became a slave, Nanhe's fingertips unconsciously curled, a hint of sympathy flashing in her eyes. But later, when Nan Zhu spoke about healing her scars and helping her escape, Nanhe's chopsticks suddenly stopped. Looking down, she saw the rice grains in her bowl had been poked into pieces. Brother is really gentle to her, she softly said, a smile still on her lips. But that smile made Nan Zhu feel a chill down his back. Nan Zhu remained silent for a moment. If Nanhe knew that he had even shared a bed with Xier, she would probably directly tear down the house, right? And then she might hold a grudge for a long time. So he chose to skip over some details, ultimately recounting the pain of soul tearing while repairing the world barrier. Upon hearing this, Nanhe's gaze softened again, replaced by concern in her eyes. The pain at the soul level, that is not something an ordinary person can endure. Yet brother was willing to suffer such torment for a world. For a girl. This made her feel an indescribable bitterness towards that girl named Xier. But then she thought, wasn't brother back then also doing it for her that? He really hasn't changed at all. Brother is still so foolish, she said softly, staring into Nan Zhu's eyes. Clearly all of this should not be something you bear. Nan Zhu looked at her, gently ruffling her hair, saying that this is called following one's heart. The two exchanged smiles. At that moment, Nanhe suddenly reached out, her fingertip lightly resting on the back of Nan Zhu's hand. Brother. She looked up at him, her eyes complex. When you first met me, why? Could you recognize me immediately? Nan Zhu's fingertips trembled slightly. She noticed, in the story he just told, the world of Xier was clearly another life. And Nanhe was never a slow-witted person. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of the clock's hands was particularly clear in the silence. Nanhe's eyes stared at him without blinking, softly asking, Brother, can you reincarnate? Suddenly, a gust of wind swept outside, branches tapping against the glass like someone knocking urgently at the door. Chapter 94. Nanhe and Xier's first meeting. Nan Zhu looked into Nanhe's eyes. There was no blame in her gaze, only curiosity and concern. If this ability would bring any negative impact to her brother, she would definitely stop him immediately. But if this involved her brother's secret, it wouldn't matter if it wasn't spoken. And he thought for a moment and added, "It's okay. It's not a big secret." Nan Zhu spoke up, and he had always been by her side, and it was impossible for her not to notice anything unusual, so it would be better to simply explain it to her. Nan Zhu could see the feelings her sister had for her, placing her other hand on the back of Nanhee's hand. The three hands stacked together, trapping Nanhee's hand in the middle. Nan Zhu didn't know how to explain the existence of the simulator, but it was indeed similar to reincarnation. She explained, "I do have an ability similar to reincarnation, and this ability won't have any negative effects on me. I don't know if you can see it, but my soul is incomplete, and through continuous reincarnation, my soul can be repaired. So, brother will continuously reincarnate, ultimately repairing his soul?" Then he frowned, coming to a conclusion. Nan Zhu smiled, sort of, "But don't worry, I won't get into trouble." Matters of the soul were indeed complex. For Nanhee, she could easily extinguish countless souls, but she couldn't instantly restore a damaged soul to its original state. A soul is a whole, inseparable entity. How could brother's soul be incomplete? Nanhee furrowed her brows, unable to understand. Nan Zhu patted her head. "Don't worry, my soul is continuously being repaired. I believe it won't be long before it is completely restored." Though she said this, Nanhee still felt a bit uneasy. After checking on her brother once more, Nanhee finally breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what her brother's ability was, as long as it wouldn't harm him, that was enough. The universe is boundless, and she had encountered all sorts of strange things, so she didn't think too much about her brother having such an ability. If brother encounters any problems, he can always come to me. Then he emphasized, "I'm very strong." Okay. Nan Zhu laughed indulgently. At this moment, thousands of dimensions away, a figure flickered between dimensions, stars stretching into long light trails, time shattering into sparkling dust behind her. "Almost there, teacher. I'm on my way." The calm and cool words came from the supreme taboo. Sierra waved her hand lightly, and countless dimensions shifted aside, clearing a path for her to reach Blue Star as quickly as possible. A trace of nostalgia flashed in her eyes. Certain terrifying existences in the universe retreated upon seeing Sierra. What's going on? Why is another taboo heading that way? Don't worry about it. Be careful not to get killed. No one dared to block Siena's path. She searched for various shortcuts, tearing through dimensions, racing through the crevices of time and space, just to be a bit faster. But after an unknown amount of time, she suddenly stopped. Her brows furrowed slightly, and a hint of astonishment crossed her eyes. In front of her stood a figure whose strength was not weaker than hers. In her eyes, the woman ahead was wrapped in the laws of the great Tao, with countless different sword intents coalescing within. That was the ultimate manifestation of the sword, the pinnacle of the immortal path. That was Nanhee's true self. At this moment, Nanhee was also looking at the suddenly arrived woman with a scrutinizing gaze. In her eyes, the Sierra in front of her was the embodiment of law, a supreme deity. Most importantly, the aura emanating from her was exactly the same as that stick in her brother's collection cabinet. How many years had it been since she encountered an existence so close to her own status and strength? The meeting of the two supremes caught the attention of certain existences in the universe. They watched with a hint of gossip in their eyes, but dared not show it. An ancient existence silently retracted its probing tendrils, writing in the void's diary. For nearly 1,000 years, avoid watching, as it may lead to repercussions. "Who are you?" Although Nanhee already had an answer in her heart, she still asked the arriving Sierra. Looking at the suddenly questioning female, sword immortal, Sierra's eyes remained unfazed. I'm here to find my teacher." Siena's voice echoed in the chaos. She could sense that the woman in front of her was not weaker than herself. She didn't want to fight. Sierra could feel her teacher was on a nearby blue planet, and she didn't want to affect her. "Is that so?" Nanhee murmured. She was not surprised by this answer. Then, "Please step aside, I don't want to fight." Sierra continued. And he pondered for a moment, then smiled at her. "What if I say no?" As she spoke, she silently gripped the hilt of her sword, her aura subtly releasing. The countless sword laws from various dimensions began to resonate, and the void split with fine cracks, as if even time was stagnating under her will. Seeing this, the power of the rules behind Sierra unconsciously began to circulate. The calm and unruffled eyes began to glimmer with golden light, and the chaotic airflow around them suddenly came to a halt. Then, I will take action. The void fell silent for a moment. The chaos between them solidified, sword intent and laws silently clashing, annihilating and being reborn, like two universes devouring each other. But suddenly, then he let out a chuckle and then released her grip on the sword hilt. The condensed sword laws began to dissipate. But for existences like us, the result of a fight would be. For some reason, Sierra felt that she was being manipulated by the other party. Just as she was about to speak, Nan he relented. You can go, but please go in the form of a projection. Otherwise, that blue planet won't be able to withstand it. The sword that Nan he retracted seemed as if nothing had happened. Sierra was very important to her brother, so Nan he had no real intention of stopping her. Otherwise, her brother would genuinely be angry. Moreover, her own projection was already by her brother's side. When she arrived, a mischievous smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, a hint of cunning flashing in her eyes. All right, thank you. You're truly a good person. Sierra didn't think too much and simply felt that what she said made sense. After all, the world behind was still too low in status to withstand her descent. Then, let her projection find the teacher first. Chapter 95. Brother's wish after making the decision. Hill transformed into a silver light and flew towards the blue star. With this projection, she could finally meet her teacher faster. Hill's figure gradually solidified, and, as the silver light dissipated, she stood on the land of the blue star, feeling the unfamiliar world around her. A gentle breeze brushed against her hair, bringing a hint of coolness. Her heart raced slightly, not from a consumption of power, but because she was about to see the person she had missed for countless years. Teacher, I finally found you, she whispered softly, her voice trembling slightly. Despite being an existence of supreme taboo, at this moment she felt like a shy girl, unsure how to take the first step. However, it didn't take long for her to notice the uniqueness of this world. She had been to countless dimensions and worlds, seen numerous systems of power, but she had never encountered such a diverse world. Various extraordinary systems coexisted in the same world without causing its collapse. Instead, they formed a delicate balance that surprised Hill. But she only sighed. After all, the person who occupied her heart first and foremost was still her teacher. She wasn't here to marvel at the wonders of this world. Teacher, Hill closed her eyes, carefully sensing the direction where Nan Zhu was located. She could feel that familiar yet weak aura. Teacher is still very weak now. For some reason, a smile appeared on Hill's face. She walked slowly towards Nan Zhu's direction. Her steps were both quick and slow. Quick because she had waited too long and was eager to see him. Slow because she didn't know how to face her teacher or what to say. What should her opening line be? Her thoughts were racing. This supreme taboo existence, after countless years, actually felt nervous again. On the other side, after clarifying things with Nan, it was already close to night, and the sky had darkened. Then he suddenly turned her gaze towards the starry sky outside the window, which puzzled Nan Zhu a bit. Brother, the night is so beautiful tonight. Let's go for a walk. Then he suddenly said. Nan Zhu naturally had no objections to the girl's suggestion. Following her gaze, he could only see thick clouds, not a single star in sight. Are you sure the weather is nice? Nan Zhu blinked, his eyes filled with questioning. Isn't it? Then he blinked back innocently at her brother. She quietly raised her hand, her fingertips glowing with a hint of spiritual light. With a gentle swipe, the dark clouds in the night sky seemed to be parted by an invisible hand, revealing the dazzling stars. Yeah, look, Nan Zhu pointed at the night sky, just about to say something, when he noticed that the clouds had somehow dispersed, revealing a sky full of stars. Wow! Nan Zhu stood frozen, instinctively rubbing his eyes, doubting whether he was mistaken. Behind him, the spiritual energy in Nan He's hand dissipated, and a smile of mischief appeared on her face. Nan Zhu had seen brilliant starry skies before, whether in the world of cultivation or the world of magic. But this was the real world, and the shock was particularly strong at this moment. Even in an extraordinary era, pollution still existed. Stars were easy to see, but a sky full of stars was rare. After a moment of distraction, Nan Zhu turned his gaze to Nanhee's face. The smile on her face had not faded, and he understood that all of this was her doing. He lightly tapped her on the head, saying, "Every day, you come up with all sorts of tricks." Then he playfully stuck out her tongue. Then she took Nan Zhu's hand and walked outside together. As they stepped outside, the starry river poured down like shattered diamonds, enveloping the entire city in a hazy, silver glow. The distant street lights dimmed in comparison to the starlight, like dying candle flames. Many people appeared on the street, holding phones to take pictures, all astonished and amazed by the night sky. Some took the opportunity to confess their feelings under the starry sky, while others made wishes. This scene unfolded in the city where Nan Zhu was, and people from other cities expressed envy upon hearing about it. Some even rushed over from nearby. At the same time, the sudden change also caught the attention of some high-ranking individuals. However, other than confirming that there was no crisis, they did not gather any other information. The streetlights cast warm yellow light, merging the shadows of the two together. The night breeze was gentle, rustling the leaves. Nan Zhu's hand was held tightly by Nan He, and he did not let go. "Brother, do you have any wishes?" Then he suddenly asked. Nan Zhu was puzzled by Nan He's sudden question, but looking into her eyes, he saw her seriousness. While he didn't have anything particularly desired, he did have wishes. "My wish is to live a peaceful and simple life, experiencing the beauty of the world. Oh, and for the people around me to be safe and sound." Nan Zhu replied earnestly. He looked up at the stars that were brightened by Nan He and softly said, "Just like now, being able to see every star clearly and holding your hand to walk through the long night is already enough happiness." Then he looked at her brother's clear gaze. Somewhat surprised, her brother didn't wish for strength or power. He only wanted these simple yet precious wishes. A softness appeared on Nan He's face. "This wish will come true." She tightened her grip on Nan Zhu's hand, as if trying to convey more strength to her brother. Nan Zhu smiled. Then he suddenly let go of the girl's hand, and in the surprised gaze of Nan He held her hand in his. "I'm the brother. It doesn't make sense for me to always be led by my sister," Nan Zhu said with conviction. This statement left Nan He momentarily speechless, her ears seeming to turn slightly red. After a long silence, the night breeze carried the fragrance of grass and trees, bringing a sense of peace. Distant laughter from a night market could be heard, but it was quickly blown away by the wind. Brother, if one day there are many girls around you, will you forget about me?" And he asked, lowering her head, voicing a concern she had kept hidden for a long time. She wanted an answer, eagerly anticipating her brother's response, even though she knew he wouldn't forget her. Chapter 96. Siblings embrace. Caught by Hill, but Nan Zhu didn't think twice before answering. "No." "Why?" Nanny lifted her head and looked into her brother's eyes. "Because you will always be someone very important to me, irreplaceable, the only girl." He stopped walking and looked directly into Nan He's eyes, speaking earnestly. These words made Nan He's heart race a little faster. After a while, she softly replied with a faint, mosquito-like sound. Then, feeling a bit shy, she lowered her head. But under Nan Zhu's gaze, she tightly hugged him, pressing her face against his chest. "Really? Really?" Nan Zhu reassured her repeatedly. "And me?" A cool female voice suddenly emerged. At that moment, the air around them seemed to freeze. A gust of frosty wind swept through, causing tiny ice crystals to form on the grass blades. The moonlight flowed over the light purple dress, but it couldn't warm the storm that suddenly erupted in her pupils. The unexpected voice made Nan Zhu shiver. Then came confusion. The voice was somewhat unfamiliar, yet had a hint of familiarity. A mischievous smile appeared on Nan He's face. But since her face was buried in Nan Zhu's chest, no one could see it. Nan Zhu turned to look in the direction of the voice. He saw a stunning girl in a light purple dress with ethereal silver-gray hair silently watching him and Nan He embrace. She stared at them intently, as if an invisible hand was tightening around her chest. She had imagined countless scenarios of reuniting with her teacher, but she never thought it would be like this, her teacher holding another girl, and that girl provocatively burying her face in his chest. At that moment, Hill curled her fingertips, and the power that had once extinguished stars was now futilely tugging at her skirt, and she was barely able to hold back her tears. A few glistening tears were barely visible. Why now? She bit her lip, trying hard not to let her voice tremble. On her way here, she sensed another presence beside her teacher, one that was somewhat similar to the aura of the female sword fairy she had encountered in the void. As if it were her shadow. Why her? Is she deliberately showing this scene to me, trying to provoke me? Why is she doing this? Following the two auras, she saw the pair holding hands. She witnessed their embrace. At that moment, her heart felt as if it was shattering. With tear-filled eyes, she stared at Nan Zhu, as if demanding an explanation. After all these years, she was going to shed tears? Just after seeing her teacher, he had made her cry. Why? Why did it have to be like this? How could she cry for this? No, she couldn't cry. She held back her tears, but still looked pitiful. Hill. Nan Zhu's eyes widened when he recognized the newcomer. He then looked down at the girl in his arms who was still clinging tightly to him. Nanhee's cheek rubbed against Nan Zhu's chest, hiding a triumphant dimple, and even tightened her embrace. Feeling Hill's almost tangible look of grievance, the little devil in her heart smiled with satisfaction. Nan Zhu was momentarily at a loss. What was happening? Why had his sister become so scheming? She must have known Hill would come, right? She definitely knew. Nan Zhu felt cold sweat trickling down his back. On one side was his sister clinging tightly to him, and on the other was Hill, with tear-filled eyes, as if he were standing on the edge of a cliff, one misstep away from disaster. He chuckled awkwardly. Try to ease the tension. I can explain. I know. Hill nodded. Her expression still hurt. But her gaze remained fixed on the figure in Nan Zhu's arms, questioning why she was still holding on. Nan Zhu patted Nanhee's back, signaling her to let go. Then he glanced at Hill, who was full of grievance, then looked at her brother, who was momentarily at a loss, and let out a haughty snort. She released her embrace, feigning nonchalance as she shrugged her shoulders. Although she wanted to continue watching Hill suffer, she knew when to stop. After all, there would be plenty of time to spend with her brother in the future. Before leaving, she shot Hill a meaningful glance and silently mouthed, I'll let you have this one. After all, she had already achieved her goal for today. She had made Hill angry and received an answer from her brother. She was already satisfied. The remaining time would be left for her brother and Hill. Brother, I just remembered I have something to do, so I'm leaving now. And he didn't wait for Nan Zhu to respond and disappeared from the spot. Brother? Hill was slightly taken aback by Nanhee's words. Then she turned her gaze back to Nan Zhu. She is your teacher's sister? Nan Zhu nodded. Yes, her name is Nanhee, and she is my sister. After saying this, he looked back at Hill. The current Hill was quite different from his memories. The aura of do not approach made Nan Zhu feel a bit distant, and her stunning appearance was more mature. But his consciousness and heart kept telling him, this is Hill. Upon learning that he was the teacher's sister, she seemed to understand something, and a smile unconsciously appeared on her face. Thank goodness. All her grievances gradually dissipated. But before Nan Zhu could say anything more, he felt a warm embrace added to his arms. Hill hugged Nan Zhu and unconsciously began to cry softly, holding the crying girl. Nan Zhu's thoughts suddenly returned to the first time he had seen her cry. He opened his mouth, but said nothing, quietly waiting for her to release her emotions. For some reason, as Hill held him, the sense of distance and strangeness disappeared. Nan Zhu silently patted Hill's back. It's okay. The teacher is here. His gentle voice reached Hill's ears, prompting her to hold on tighter. It seemed she wanted to release all the grievances of countless years, and her cries involuntarily grew louder. But her personality didn't allow her to cry loudly, so to Nan Zhu's ears, it was just a soft sob. Starlight sprinkled down on the two embracing, casting a dreamlike hue over the scene. Hill's sobs gradually calmed down, replaced by a long-lost sense of security. Nan Zhu gently stroked her long hair, inhaling the familiar fragrance from her locks, and for a moment, it felt like he had returned to those years ago. Meanwhile, in midair, he was silently watching the two embrace. That spot was originally hers. Then he pouted, her eyes filled with displeasure. When the time comes, I must make sure to hug my brother for a little longer, but for now, she would temporarily lend her brother to Hill. There wouldn't be this opportunity again, and he could naturally see Hill's feelings. This was also why she was willing to give them time together. But she didn't seem to enjoy watching them embrace, and after a while, she pouted and turned to leave. Out of sight, out of mind. Oomph. Only the two tightly embraced beneath the starry sky remained. Chapter 97. Wanting to sleep with the teacher, the two embraced for a long time, listening to the teacher's heartbeat. Hill felt as if her heart had calmed down. Nan Zhu looked at her and slowly sighed. It was only after Nan Zhu hinted that they had been hugging for a long time that Hill reluctantly let go. Passers-by looked at Nan Zhu with envious eyes. That was a white-haired person. Although this guy seemed more handsome than him, he still wanted to know what gave him the right. Hill stood somewhat awkwardly in front of Nan Zhu, her gaze a bit unfocused, and stammered, "Teacher, But before she could finish, Nan Zhu smiled and said, "It's okay." What the girl wanted to say was probably just an apology, but he felt it wasn't necessary to apologize. At this moment, he should be the one apologizing. Hill's eyes were still glistening with unshed tears. It seemed that most of her tears had been wiped on Nan Zhu's clothes. His gaze was gentle, providing Hill with great comfort at that moment. Their embrace made Hill feel that all the years of waiting were worth it. All these years. Wasn't it all for this moment of reunion? She was now strong enough to protect her teacher. She would never leave her teacher again. She buried her face in Nan Zhu's chest, listening to the familiar sound of his heartbeat. The loneliness and persistence of all these years seemed to have found their answer in this embrace. "Teacher, you really haven't changed at all, just like before," Hill murmured in her heart. "These years must have been tiring," Nan Zhu said. His tone carried a hint of apology and some concern. "It's okay." After venting her emotions, Hill's mood stabilized a lot. She seemed to have returned to that quiet little witch. She obediently stood in front of Nan Zhu, saying, "I haven't encountered any issues in these years, and I'm now very strong. I can protect the teacher." When she said this, Nan Zhu could see her eyes seemingly shining faintly. Clearly, this was very important to her. "Really?" Nan Zhu smiled and ruffled her hair. "Then I'll leave my safety to you from now on. I will protect the teacher well." Hill nodded seriously. Then she threw herself back into her teacher's embrace. The streetlights blurred into warm, yellow halos in the night. The shadows of the trees swayed, and occasionally, a night breeze swept by, lifting a few fallen leaves that gently twirled at their feet. She was particularly clingy now, and compared to before, she had also become a bit more domineering and bold. Nan Zhu could clearly feel her changes. Just then, applause erupted around them. Nan Zhu turned his head and found a crowd of onlookers gathering. Although they didn't know what had happened, the atmosphere was just right for applause. Together. Why not? I want the white-haired girl too. That silver gray. A young man in the crowd, holding a phone, shouted, "Guys, look! A real-life, white-haired heroine." Double tap 666. The sudden applause caught Nan Zhu off guard. The girl in his arms buried her head tightly in his chest, her ears turning red. Hill heard the comments around them. Although she didn't dislike it, she quite liked it. As more and more people gathered, Nan Zhu's scalp tingled, and he glanced back before pulling Hill away to run. The sound of "Don't Run" and "Hug Again" behind them made him grateful for the dim streetlights. How could there suddenly be so many people when he thought he had chosen a less crowded place? Do they all love gossip that much? The night breeze brushed past his ears, and Hill's flowing hair swept across Nan Zhu's neck, carrying a faint scent of cedar. His clenched hand trembled slightly, unsure if it was from running or an unsettled heartbeat. Not long after, Nan Zhu took the girl back home, and he was not there. It seemed she hadn't returned yet. Hill stood obediently beside Nan Zhu, seemingly waiting for the teacher's orders. "Teacher, please feel free to give me tasks," Hill said earnestly. She wanted to stay by the teacher's side and be his little maid. "Where did you learn those words?" Nan Zhu rubbed his forehead. The girl just shook her head, but the corners of her mouth secretly curled up. Nan Zhu sighed. "Just treat yourself as part of the family. There's no need to think so much." Just then, a huge problem stood before Nan Zhu. Where should the girls sleep? There was only one master bedroom and one guest room. The study wasn't suitable for resting or sleeping. He needed to consider buying a new house. By the way, does Hill even need sleep with her current strength? At this moment, Hill seemed to see the teacher's doubts and spoke up to answer. "Teacher, I also need a room to rest." Nan Zhu looked at the two rooms and said, "How about you sleep in my sister's room for now?" "No." Hill shook her head repeatedly, showing her disdain. "Then you can sleep in my room, and I'll sleep on the sofa," Nan Zhu suggested again. Regardless, leaving a room for the girl also meant she had a place to stay. He could not prepare a room for her just because Hill didn't need to sleep. Hearing this, Hill became a bit unhappy again. The sofa is uncomfortable. Then how about I sleep in Nanhee's room? After all, my sister isn't here. Nan Zhu proposed again. No way. This time, it was Nan Zhu's turn to be confused. Hill's gaze flickered between the two doors. The master bedroom had the teacher's scent, but the guest room, she could sense Nanhee leisurely choosing snacks at a convenience store 300 meters away, clearly calculating the time. If she let the teacher sleep on the sofa, that bad woman would definitely snuggle into the teacher's bed as a matter of course. Even if she was the teacher's sister, it wouldn't be acceptable. That bad woman was deliberately trying to annoy her. She didn't want to share the teacher with Nanhee. What should I do then? Nan Zhu smiled helplessly. He wasn't like Hill. He still needed to sleep. Hearing this, Hill unconsciously lowered her head, her voice suddenly much smaller. Teacher, the teacher can sleep with me. As soon as the words fell, Hill's ears turned transparent red. She stared at her shoelaces, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Just like when we were in the guest room before. I promise I won't kick the blanket. Only after saying this did she realize she had misspoken and hurriedly added, just sleeping. The room was so quiet that even breathing could be clearly heard. Occasionally, a few insect chirps came from outside, making her heartbeat even more intense. She was eager, worried, waiting for the teacher's reply. Chapter 98. The shadow remains the same. The heart is still as old the twilight filtered through the window, stretching the shadows of the two onto the wall. Nan Zhu looked at her, a hint of a smile appearing in his eyes. Clearly already a strong individual capable of standing alone, she was now trembling even at her eyelashes, nervous like that little girl from years ago. He suddenly realized that time could change many things, but some things, like the thoughts she could not hide, remained the same. Noticing her teacher's hesitation, Hill hugged his arm tightly, shaking it like she did when she was younger. Please, teacher, just this once. The tips of her hair brushed against the back of his hand as she raised her face, her big watery eyes staring at him without blinking. Nan Zhu was too familiar with that look. It was his ultimate weakness. Her pitiful appearance made it hard for him to refuse. Well, okay, just for one night. Nan Zhu seemed a bit embarrassed. Was he really using gender differences as an excuse? But facing those expectant eyes, he swallowed hard and ultimately couldn't bring himself to pour cold water on her enthusiasm. When he came back to his senses, he found himself nodding in agreement. The joy hidden in the girl's eyes was hard to conceal, though her face still maintained a calm demeanor. It seemed she wanted to uphold her modesty as a girl, which made Nan Zhu find it somewhat amusing. The girl hurriedly ran inside to tidy up the room, leaving Nan Zhu behind. Hill busied herself in Nan Zhu's room, not quite sure what needed tidying. Nan Zhu was very tidy. His room was clean and odorless. All she needed to do was fluff a pillow. Hill's back gradually overlapped with the busy figure from his memories. In a daze, he seemed to see that girl tiptoeing around, carefully cleaning every corner of the study. It was so familiar, a reunion across countless dimensions. The overlap of memory and reality left Nan Zhu somewhat mesmerized. A question suddenly popped into his mind. Between Nanhee and Hill, who was stronger? But he didn't voice the question. He didn't want to see the two of them fight. He hoped that day would never come. By the way, teacher. Hill suddenly ran back to Nan Zhu after tidying the room. Meeting his gaze, she said, I want to give you a gift. Hill suddenly raised her right hand, palm facing up, and a tiny light like a star appeared. In an instant, countless divine patterns and laws intertwined into a web, wrapping around the light and spinning, as if compressing the entire galaxy within. The air in the study suddenly became thick, and the floating dust condensed into tiny particles of light under the divine power. The slight pressure released made Nan Zhu's heart race. At that moment, he seemed to see countless stars being born and extinguished within the light. After a moment, he returned to normal. He saw that the light had transformed into a bracelet at some point. Hill handed the bracelet to Nan Zhu here. Nan Zhu took the bracelet. Surprised. He hadn't expected Hill to prepare a gift for him, but he had prepared nothing in return. After all, he hadn't anticipated seeing Hill so suddenly. When the bracelet was on Nan Zhu's wrist, he didn't feel much, but there was an inexplicable sense of peace. Before he could think more, the simulator chimed with a notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a unique level item. Supreme Authority Bracelet. Description: it has witnessed the prosperity of the gods and personally welcomed their twilight. All authority is condensed here, showcasing its supreme achievements. Item effects. 1. Meditation effect 1000. Magic release without chanting. Magic power 1000. Authority over all powers. Magic comprehension 1000. Elemental effects 1000. 2000 damage to all deities. 2. Infinite healing, regardless of damage taken, as long as it is not instantly obliterated. It can instantly recover to full state. Once per day, refreshes daily. 3. Greatly enhances comprehension of magic and elements. 4. Contains 3 full force strikes of deities. Refreshes daily. 5. Eternal protection, absolute immunity. Damage below the supreme taboo is automatically negated. 1 strike above the supreme taboo can be negated. Refreshes daily. Usage condition is only in Best Teacher. Nan Zhu was somewhat stunned. Wow, this bracelet has such powerful effects. Why did this scene feel so familiar? Nan Zhu unconsciously glanced at the necklace around his neck. His sister also gave him such an incredibly powerful item. Hill occasionally glanced at the necklace on Nan Zhu's neck, likely having noticed this detail long ago. She certainly didn't want to be outdone by Nan Zhu once again felt like he was living off others' kindness. It was at this moment that Hill explained, "The staff I remade is something you won't need. So just use this bracelet for now. I hope you like it." "Of course, I really like it," Nan Zhu said sincerely. Hill's face lit up with a brilliant smile. However, regarding that staff, Nan Zhu never believed it was made by Hill herself. When Hill learned of Nan Zhu's doubts, she chuckled and explained, while wandering through various dimensions. "I learned how to make staffs. After finding your staff, I kept remaking it, hoping to wait for the day you would use it again." Finding Nan Zhu's lost staff in the vast universe was no easy task. Even Nan Zhu couldn't quite remember where he had left it, but it didn't matter anymore. This was Hill's sentiment, and since he had accepted Nanhee's gift, what was wrong with accepting Hill's as well? If he was living off others' kindness, he was happy to do so. Unconsciously, a silly smile appeared on Nan Zhu's face. Hill, not quite understanding what her teacher was smiling about, could tell he was in a good mood, which lifted her spirits as well. However, looking at Hill's expectant eyes, he intentionally put on a serious face. Such an expensive gift, shouldn't the teacher give something in return? "No need." Hill quickly shook her head. "As long as you wear it." Her voice lowered, her fingertips unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. "Then, I will never lose you." The latter half of her sentence was almost swallowed, but Nan Zhu still heard it clearly. Nan Zhu couldn't help but smile. Hill was really too cute, but he would definitely prepare the best gift for Hill. And for his sister, if he didn't prepare something for her, she would surely make a fuss about it later, right? Hill seemed to realize her slip of composure and quickly said, "You should get some rest early, teacher." Outside the window, a fallen leaf gently tapped against the window frame. The night wind suddenly lifted the curtains, carrying the fragrance of night-blooming flowers from the courtyard, brushing against Nan Zhu's nose. He no longer teased Hill and smiled as he said, "All right." In the long river of time, memories flicker and change like mottled light and shadows. On a street corner, the wind carries the past as it blows by. In that moment of reunion, footsteps halt, gazes intertwine, shadows remain the same, and hearts are still as old. In Hill's heart, he had never changed. Chapter 99. Nanhee versus Hill. The stars twinkled, the evening breeze gently brushed by, and the whispers of the night lingered in the air. Although Nan Zhu had promised Hill to sleep for just one night, he still felt a bit uneasy. After thinking it over, he decided to meditate by the bedside. Meditating was roughly equivalent to restoring mental strength. Sleeping was also about restoring mental strength. Therefore, meditating was akin to sleeping. At the same time, Nan Zhu had another purpose, which was to spend more time with Hill. After learning about the teacher's intentions, Hill was fuming but couldn't find the words to express herself. Nan Zhu had already entered a meditative state, and Hill ultimately did not interrupt him but sat beside him, quietly leaning on his shoulder. On the other side, Nanhee was calculating the time, thinking that her brother and Hill had enough time alone together. She then headed home. She was holding a bag of chips, munching on them one by one. The various delicacies of Blue Star had an inexplicable allure for her. and chips were one of them. However, when she returned home, she found the living room empty. Huh, is my brother already resting? Nanny murmured. Then she thought of Hill's arrival. Her brother wouldn't have given her room to Hill, would he? But when she opened her bedroom door, she found no sign of Hill. Her gaze fell on her brother's closed door. So, Hill is in my brother's room now? Nanny's expression froze. Then she forced a smile. Impossible. If Hill moved into her room, she could accept that, and then she could naturally sneak into her brother's bed while he wasn't paying attention. But now, Hill had taken her place? Thinking this, Nanny grabbed the doorknob to her brother's room and tried to rush in. But a voice suddenly echoed in her mind. The teacher is resting. You should go back to your own room and rest. Following that, several magical barriers were placed on the door. For some reason, Nanny sensed a hint of a mistress's meaning in that. Her fists clenched at that moment. The jealousy pot also flipped over at that moment. Her brother was hers. She decided not to think too much about it. With a movement of spatial magic, she directly passed through the door. Once inside the room, she saw Nan Zhu sitting on the bed meditating. Then he unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. But when she noticed Hill smiling and leaning on her brother's shoulder, her released fists tightened once again. Hill glanced at Nan, he blinked, made a shushing gesture, and pointed at Nan Zhu, signaling her not to wake her teacher. All right, so this is how you want to play it. The two exchanged glances, then their figures suddenly vanished, leaving only Nan Zhu, who was still meditating in the room. In the void above, Nanny silently observed Hill before her. Hill's face bore no expression. You did this on purpose. Nanny's gaze fixated on Hill. You did on purpose, too. A hint of cunning appeared on Hill's face. Nanny couldn't have missed her arrival, and then right in front of her, she embraced the teacher. The reason she asked to sleep with the teacher, besides a bit of selfishness, also included wanting to irritate Nanny. Moreover, I have slept with the teacher before, Hill suddenly added. Veins seemed to pop up on Nanny's forehead, but she replied, How unfortunate. I've slept with my brother plenty of times. Hee hee. The atmosphere in the room began to grow tense. Actually, I've always been quite curious about the so-called top powers on the magic side. Whether they're strong enough for me to fight, Nanny provocatively said as she drew her sword. Then let's find out, Hill replied, conjuring a supreme staff in her hand. Smiling. Let's go to the chaos. Although it's just a projection, it could still potentially destroy this world. All right. The two fell silent and entered the chaos one after another. As they fought, their true forms arrived one after another. That day, an invisible yet world-destroying aura surged in the chaos. Wherever it passed, the chaotic space crumbled like old fabric. The dark space fissures spread rampantly, like a ferocious chaotic beast opening its mouth to devour everything. Where Nanny's sword edge passed, even the concept of chaos was cleaved into an absolute boundary of existence and non-existence. Every time Hill's staff lightly tapped, countless shadows of divine realms were born and extinguished. The ancient chaotic beings could only huddle in the corners, trembling as they witnessed the silver-haired witch reassembling the shattered divine essence into projectiles. While that female sword fairy used her sword energy to carve out cages of imprisonment in the void, the chaotic currents crashed into each other in turmoil, producing a dull rumble. No one knew how long it had been when that terrifying battle's fluctuations finally subsided. The next day, Nan Zhu woke up from his meditation. He had originally been sitting in meditation, but while meditating could replace sleep, it was not comfortable at all. So without realizing it, he had lain down and fallen asleep. When Nan Zhu opened his eyes, the first thing he felt was his left arm being numb. With Nan, he wrapped around it like an octopus, her hair playfully poking into his nostrils. On his right side came the sound of even breathing. Hill had somehow turned to face him, her forehead lightly resting on his shoulder, long eyelashes casting delicate shadows in the morning light. As he froze like a puppet, two pairs of eyes opened simultaneously. Good morning, teacher. Hill's voice was soft and sweet, as if just waking up, her fingers subtly tugging at his clothing. Brother, you're on my hair. Then he complained, her legs wrapping even tighter around him. Nan Zhu's gaze was somewhat dazed. I can understand Hill being on the bed, but why are you, Nanhe, here too? Upon hearing her brother's direct question, Nanhe felt a bit embarrassed, then stammered. It's comfortable sleeping next to you, brother. Nan Zhu looked at her with suspicion, but Nanhe still pointed at Hill with righteous indignation. saying, "She can. So why can't I?" Hill blinked. Nan Zhu tapped Nanhee's forehead lightly, somewhat helplessly saying to the two of them, "You both are beings that don't need to sleep. Why are you still acting like children? Why do we need to sleep? Does being strong mean we can't sleep?" Nanhee immediately retorted. "Well, she's right," Hill said. Nan Zhu. Watching the two simultaneously tidy their hair on either side, Nan Zhu felt, after just one night, what on earth had happened between them. Chapter 100 Daily Life. Nan Zhu scolded the two of them, but they just nodded in response, looking as if they were humbly accepting but resolutely unchanging. He clearly saw the tension between them when they first met. How had it suddenly become so harmonious? However, it wasn't long before they started arguing about who would make breakfast for Nan Zhu. It was at that moment that Nan Zhu realized the harmony he thought he saw was an illusion. In the end, Nan Zhu decided to cook himself and prepared a lavish breakfast for the two. Sienna's hands trembled slightly as she held the bowl, and tears misted in her golden eyes. "It tastes just the same as before," she murmured softly, only to be tapped on the back of her hand by Nan Zhu with his chopsticks. "You're dripping saliva on the tablecloth." Morning light filtered through the sheer curtains, casting diamond-shaped light spots on the dining table, while the sizzling of the fried eggs accompanied the chirping of sparrows outside. Nanhee teased Sierra for being so unambitious. In the study, Nanhee's osmanthus cake box and Sierra's staff were mysteriously shifting places every time Nan Zhu turned around. They seemed to compete for the top position in the bookshelf. Upon learning of this, Nan Zhu laughed and scolded the two for being childish. Then he stared into Nan Zhu's eyes and asked, "Brother, do you think I should be first or should she?" Teacher." Sierra looked at Nan Zhu with a pitiful expression, using her cute charm. "You two are both important to me. There's no one more important, and there's no comparison." Nan Zhu finally replied. The two seemed to have already guessed Nan Zhu's answer, and both huffed in unison. Nan Zhu dared not speak further. The positions of their belongings in the collection cabinet continued to change, but seeing that nothing major had happened, he chose not to say more and let them be. Just as the morning commotion died down, Nan Zhu's thoughts drifted to more practical issues. He planned to find a new house. After all, the current one was too small, and with Sierra now around, it felt a bit crowded. However, money became a problem. After daily